Chapter 1. Sam was not quite certain what was going on, but his current leading theory was that he was waiting to hatch out of an egg after dying and reincarnating. His evidence for this: he had been falling in and out of consciousness for an unknown amount of time, and he could feel a hard enclosure around him that grew smaller each time he awoke. His body also felt different from a human's, and it was gradually becoming easier for him to think. Hopefully. The newly born members of his new species would be more capable than a newly born human. Sam did not want to flop around uselessly for years. Oh, and he also remembered his death. That was a fairly important piece of evidence. One of the benefits of his current circumstances was that he had plenty of time to process his emotions while he was incubating. He had already cried and despaired, and even if he hadn't fully come to terms with his death, he accepted it as something he could not change. Now, most of his focus was on trying to move his new body and escape his prison, but he had no idea how long it would take for him to hatch. He could tell that he had extra limbs, but it was difficult for him to guess what species he had been reincarnated into. Sam hoped he was something awesome, like a dragon. Those extra limbs could be wings, right? While Sam found himself awake, he usually spent his time testing the confines of his prison until he ran out of energy and fell back asleep. It was during the middle of this routine that he felt something prodding at his prison from the outside, causing Sam to feel a threat of panic. I really hope I'm not about to be eaten by some predator before I could start my dragon adventures. As his egg was breached, and he saw something aside from darkness for the first time in this life. The first thing Sam felt was disappointment that he wasn't a dragon. He knew he was not a dragon because dragons did not have 8 eyes. The second thing Sam felt was terror because he was being stared at by the hideous face of a giant, spider-like creature. Sam felt himself freeze in fear as he was lifted from his egg viscous liquid still dripping from his body and manipulated back and forth by the giant monster. After a few moments, it seemed as if the creature was satisfied, and it placed Sam down on the floor to move on to another egg, as the creature turned its attention elsewhere. Sam gradually calmed down when it became obvious the monster didn't intend to eat him. Looking around, he found himself in a dark cavern filled with large amber-colored eggs that looked to be covered in strange pustules and wreathed in webs. Several other small versions of the spider-like creature were standing around and also looking around and taking in their surroundings. Sam looked down at his hands only to have his fears confirmed when he saw that he had 3 scary-looking claws and an arm that was covered in chitin. Well, this fucking sucks. Why couldn't I have been reborn as something other than some kind of ugly spider monster? He took note of the fact that the other newly born spider monsters seemed to be much more aware of their surroundings than a newly born human would be. Sam was also able to move around with an acceptable amount of dexterity despite not being used to having so many limbs. Unless all of the other spiderlings were also reincarnated individuals, it seemed that the newly born of this species were intelligent and physically capable from the moment they were born. Could be worse, I guess. If these guys are intelligent, then they must have developed some kind of society, and I don't feel mind-controlled, so they're probably not some kind of hive mind. Sam focused on analyzing his surrounding to the best of his ability in order to avoid thinking too hard about his death or his new body. He had done his best to come to terms with his circumstances while he was incubating, but having the harsh reality shoved into his face was not pleasant. If he was going to reincarnate, Sam would have much preferred to be something humanoid if he couldn't be a dragon. Hopefully, these spider folk didn't follow the standard tropes common to insectoid races in Earth's fiction. Sam didn't want to be treated like some kind of disposable cannon fodder. Thankfully, there were some positive signs in that regard. The spider creature who was continuing to free the young spiderlings from their eggs seemed to be doing so with a significant amount of care. If Sam was about to be sent to die like an expendable zergling, he doubted the creature would be so careful. He could see that the adult only had a few more eggs to examine, so Sam decided to use that time to acclimate himself to his new body. Moving each of his 3 digits one by one, Sam discovered that his fingers were still flexible despite being encased in chitin. That was a bit strange, but Sam decided to ignore it. there were so many things about this situation that didn't make sense that focusing on them would be a useless endeavor. Sam moved all 6 of his legs as he walked around in a circle, marveling at how natural his movements felt. Feeling emboldened, he decided to try spinning around in circles, curious as to whether or not his new body could handle it. A few moments later, Sam was dizzily interrupted by the sound of a skittering sound that drew his attention to the adult spider thing that was looking down at him. Sam froze and looked back and forth between the adult and a nearby spiderling that had decided to mimic him by spinning in circles. Sam hoped he wouldn't be eaten for being a bad influence. He and the adult had a short staring match before the creature made some more skittering noises. Noises which Sam was beginning to suspect was a language and picked him up. For a moment, a part of him believed he was about to die, but the creature simply placed Sam gently down onto its large abdomen. Strange instincts compelled him to hold on to the creature tightly, and he somehow knew that he would have no trouble adhering to the adult. As soon as Sam was properly situated, the adult spider turned its attention to the rest of the spiderlings. The creature moved its forearms in a strange motion, and a moment later its hands seemed to glow in a strange, whitish-purple color. Sam flinched at the sudden and strange feeling of a foreign presence in his mind. The telepathic message did not come in any words that he could understand, but a clear meaning was conveyed regardless. "Ascend my body, hatchlings." The other newborns seemed just as surprised as Sam, but they did not hesitate to obey the adult's orders. Soon enough, Sam was sharing his mount with 8 other baby spider monsters, although he was too busy marveling at the display of magic to notice. If Sam was given the opportunity to learn magic, it would almost make being reborn as a spider monster worth it. Sam was pulled out of these thoughts, and he turned his focus to holding his grip as the adult suddenly started moving at speeds a giant spider monster should not be allowed to achieve. Very quickly, Sam was carried out of the caverns in which he was born, and he got his first glimpse at the society he had been born into in this life. Sam found himself being transported through a giant cavern wreathed nearly completely in webs and filled with black and gold structures. These webs reached from the roof of the cavern to its lowest level, allowing members of his new species to quickly skitter in and out of the numerous tunnels connected to the cavern that was larger than Sam could estimate. In addition to the spider people that were skittering around, there were also strange creatures that looked like some unholy combination between a spider and a bat flying through the air in packs. As the adult carried him through a confusing series of tunnels, Sam was looking at his surroundings, feeling both a sense of awe and growing dread. Awe. Because this completely alien society was one of the most amazing things he had ever seen. Dread. Because his surroundings were starting to seem a bit familiar. Then he was brought into a smaller cavern with what seemed to be an ornate temple built into the wall and connected to the rest of the cavern by a bridge of webs. On either side of the doorway, allowing entrance to the temple, were 2 obelisks that floated over some kind of magical rune etched into the floor. The architecture was like nothing he had ever seen. It most resembled ancient Egyptian or Mesopotamian-style architecture, except visibly influenced by the presence of magic and the spider folk's large sizes. The area was illuminated by crystals engraved into the wall that glowed an eerie blue, and the structure was built wide and open to allow for the massive spider people to come and go in comfort. A few of the spider folk were skittering in and out of the temple, but they paid no attention to Sam and his fellow hatchlings or his mount as he was carried inside. He noted with interest that the spider folk inside the temple seemed to be wearing black and red silk robes. This was in stark contrast to all the other spider folk he had seen before who wore nothing at all. Eventually, Sam was brought into a room occupied by a spider person with a uniquely strange appearance. While all the other spider folk he had seen before looked like some kind of 6-legged spider with 2 arms and a spider-like head connected to a humanoid torso, this one was completely different. It had a spider-like head that connected to a humanoid torso with 4 arms with 3 fingers, each that moved dexterously to cast magic as Sam and his peers were brought further into the room. Its lower half had only 4 legs, but where the rest of the spider folk looked like centaurs that were longer than they were tall, this one stood up straight to reach a massive height. The adult spider person Sam was clinging to carefully lowered its body and bowed while saying something in its strange clicking language. The taller one ignored it and finished casting its magic, and a violet-colored magical glyph covered the floor of the entire room. Sam was still staring at the magic in wonder when the spider person he was riding spoke again. "Hello, hatchlings!" Sam nearly fell to the ground in surprise. The adhesive properties of his new body's limbs, the only thing keeping him from doing so. Even though the sounds the creature was making did not meaningfully change, this time Sam found he could understand its meaning. With a quick glance around, he could tell his fellow newborns were similarly surprised. The creature let out a harsh clicking sound that Sam somehow knew to interpret as laughter. That is always amusing. Do not be afraid. Hatchlings. The magic of Seer Kukir allows you to understand our language without having learned it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Custodian Kriltes. Sam wasn't sure if he should respond, or if he even could, but Kriltes continued speaking as if he was not expecting a reply. Welcome to Keelakuk, a city belonging to Asjol Nerub. We are Nerubians. That means little to you now, but you will be taught all of this soon enough, said Kriltes, unknowingly causing Sam's growing dread to reach a peak. I've brought you to Circle of Viziers for your naming ceremony. Seer Kukir has cast a glyph of comprehension, so you are able to understand the significance of this moment, even if you have not yet learned to speak our people's language, explained Kriltes as he began removing the newly born Nerubians from his body one by one. Seer Kukir cannot maintain the glyph indefinitely, so we will begin the ceremony immediately. I have watched and guarded over your eggs, as is my duty, and now I shall name you. Sam could not bring himself to pay much attention to the ceremony, despite its apparent importance. The moment he had learned that his new people were called Nerubians, Sam had completely stopped paying attention. The Nerubians were an insectoid race of sentient spider people in Warcraft, a popular high fantasy franchise created by Blizzard Entertainment. The Warcraft universe primarily focused on Azeroth, a death world that was constantly being devastated by the schemes of multiple Lovecraftian deities and an endless army of planet-destroying demons led by an insane god. The Nerubians were a race that lived on the Azeroth's northernmost continent of Northrend. They largely played little role in the world's history until an orcish shaman by the name of Ner'zhul had his soul mutilated by the Second, in command of the demons. Ner'zhul's mortal form was destroyed, and he was bound to a cursed sword and helmet, becoming the Lich King. The Lich King then set out to conquer Northrend and create an army of undead that he could use to attack the rest of Azeroth. The War of the Spider lasted a decade, but in the end, the Nerubians were not able to survive the Lich King's endless aggression and were almost completely slaughtered and turned into undead slaves. A small portion of Sam's attention managed to overcome his turmoil and focus on Kriltes as he approached Sam to give him his name. I've seen your inquisitive nature. Hatchling, the intelligence in your eyes is obvious, even if you have not been hatched for long. Maybe one day you might grow to become a vizier, said Kriltes solemnly. I name you Kryvax. Kriltes moved on to the next hatchling, leaving the newly named Kryvax to come to terms with the fact that he had been reborn into a species fated to be nearly completely destroyed. Fuck. Chapter 2. Kryvax called on his mana and carefully pushed his intent into a strand of silk threads, desperately hoping that this time he would succeed in infusing the simple spell into the material. Custodian Kriltes had told him that if he wanted to become a vizier, then this would be good practice. So far, he was not having much luck. Kryvax clicked his mandibles in frustration as the spell once again failed and the silk fell to pieces. With a sigh, he started the uncomfortable process of creating a new thread with his spinnerets. It felt, extremely strange, and Kryvax didn't know if he'd ever get used to it. Peer Kryvax, What motivates you to put so much effort into an exercise that frustrates you? Krivax turned his attention to the young Nerubian, who was watching his actions with curiosity. It had taken some effort, but he had become fairly proficient in deciphering Nerubian expressions. You know that it is my goal to serve our people by becoming a vizier. Pir Masruk. Why do you ask? Masruk fidgeted and swayed back and forth, an emotion Krivax recognized as a sign of nervousness. We were both born in the same cluster of eggs, yet you are so certain of your future path and I am not. It's not like I have many options if I don't want to become some kind of undead abomination. Krivax mused, with no small amount of frustration. After learning he had been reborn as a Nerubian, Krivax had put a lot of thought into how he could avoid being killed by the Lich King. He had settled on a few different ideas, depending on information he did not currently have, but all of them required him to gain the knowledge and political power of a vizier. Still, there's no point in getting mad at Masruk. It's a bit comforting to know that young Nerubians stress out about picking their future careers as much as humans. Krivax had been worried at first that his new people were one of those fantasy races that were cartoonishly evil, but instead they were just isolationist xenophobes, which wasn't great. But at least he didn't have to worry about being forced to do evil things himself. There is no need for you to already be certain of your path. Pir Masruk, many of our peers also remain uncertain. That is why our elders have arranged for today's demonstration. Nerubian society was not as simple as Krivax had expected. He had assumed that they were like ants, with everyone being born into a role from the moment of their birth and answering to the queen without question. Krivax was glad to learn that was not the case. The Nerubians did reproduce through queens, and those queens did hold a lot of political power, but it was not absolute. Both the Spider Lords and the Circle of Viziers also held considerable political sway in Nerubian society. In hindsight, this was not that surprising, given that the Queen spent a significant amount of time creating new Nerubians, during which she was too distracted to rule. The caste system was another thing Krivax had learned was different from his expectations. Most Spider Lords and Viziers were born and raised for their roles, but there was some room for exceptional baseline Nerubians to elevate themselves. According to Kriltis, it was possible for the queens to reforge the bodies of those who proved themselves particularly useful to the kingdom. That had done a lot to motivate Krivax's fellow hatchlings. The lure of ascending to a higher caste was powerful. Krivax did not know everything about Warcraft lore, but he was fairly confident nothing like that had existed in the franchise, a fact which made him feel both relief and apprehension. Relief, because that meant the world he found himself in was more than a video game with contradictory lore and multiple species whose people possessed one-dimensional personalities. Apprehension, because that meant he couldn't guarantee that his knowledge was accurate. What if an important plot point was changed because it was too internally inconsistent to be translated into a real world at the time that he had died? The Warcraft franchise was nearly 30 years old. After all, there were bound to be plenty of things in the lore that didn't make sense. Krivax pushed away his negative thoughts. Ultimately, there was nothing he could do about it other than be mindful of the possibility that his knowledge might be wrong. He already wasted an entire week worrying about the possibility that the Lich King would start conquering Northrend before Krivax could make any preparations. Eventually, he decided not to worry about things he couldn't change, which was probably good advice for someone who knew too much for his own good. "Pir Krivax, the demonstration is about to begin," said Masruk, pulling Krivax from his wandering thoughts. Sure enough, a few groups of adult Nerubians were skittering into the center of the amphitheater that had been reserved for the warriors, weaver, and viziers to present themselves. They bowed to the group of custodians, who were sitting in their own section of the amphitheater. Before the warriors stepped forward to present themselves first, "Hatchlings of Kilakuk, you have worked hard for several months to make yourself fit to serve your people. When your education is complete, Under King Kuk-Arak will send where you will benefit our people the most," said a large armored Nerubian who represented the warriors. "However, your placement will be heavily influenced by both your talents and your interests. I am Warrior Nishalmis, and I am here to explain how you may serve your people as a warrior." His tone was firm and full of conviction as his voice easily carried over the amphitheater. "The warriors are the protectors of Kila Kuk. We enforce the laws of the city under the direct command of the Underking and answer to the High King of Azjol Nerub during times of war." Most of this had already been explained to Kryvax and his cluster by Kriltis, so he returned part of his focus to his spell weaving. However, he didn't completely ignore the presentation as the warrior explained their duties. If you read between the lines, it was possible to learn a lot about a society by paying attention to how they structured their propaganda. One interesting thing he had learned was that the warriors were responsible for controlling the city's Jormungandr, which were giant worms Nerubians used to carve out tunnels. Eventually, Nishalmis finished explaining their responsibilities and moved on to the practical demonstration that would allow the warriors to show off their skills. Everyone else gave Nishalmis and his sparring partner another large, armored Nerubian room as they moved to the center of the stage. The venue grew completely silent as the two warriors stood completely still and brandished their spears at one another. Just when the tension was reaching its peak, Nishalmis moved almost faster than Kryvax could track and thrust his spear at the other warrior. The sound of their weapons colliding sounded like a gunshot in the otherwise quiet amphitheater. The two warriors traded blows with strength and grace that Kryvax felt should not be possible. He could even see small fractures forming in the structure of their makeshift arena. Both Kryvax and the other hatchlings were completely captivated by the display. Eventually, the unnamed warrior made a mistake that resulted in Nishalmis disarming him of his weapon. He tried to compensate by stomping on the ground with enough strength to cause a clap of thunder to sound out across the venue and fissures to grow around his feet. The sound and shaking ground caused many of the younger Nerubians to stumble or flinch, but Nishalmis easily kept his balance and ended the fight by placing the end of his spear to the warrior's neck. The hatchlings did not cheer or clap. Nerubians were generally not prone to such public displays of emotion, but Kryvax could tell they were enraptured. The defeated warrior surrendered and bowed to Nishalmis, who returned the bow and turned back to face his audience. "If you wish to protect your people and gain the power I have shown you, listen to your custodians. They will instruct you on how you can better your chances of becoming a warrior." Kryvax distantly noted he had become too distracted and his spellweaving had failed again. What he had just witnessed was not something that was naturally possible. Of course, arthropods as large as the Nerubians were already impossible by the standard of his old world, but regardless, the warriors had displayed strength far beyond what they should be capable of. Kriltis had already explained intuitive magic to them in great detail, but it was still amazing to see it in person. Intuitive magic was the explanation for why people carrying pointy sticks could compete in a world with guns, magic, and spaceships. Every living being in this world possessed magic. Spellcasters actively transmuted their magic into one of the greater magical forces in the universe and used that magic to achieve their goals. Eventually, their magic became so attuned to one of these forces that using other kinds of magic, while still possible, became significantly more difficult. On the other hand, warriors like Nishalmis honed their skills to such a point that they instinctively used their personal magic while fighting. Intuitive magic explained how warriors were able to accomplish impossible feats of strength. Rogues were able to turn invisible and non-sentient lizards were able to breathe lightning. If any of Kryvax's peers expressed a desire to become warriors, then Custodian Kriltis would teach them the appropriate exercises to hone their skills enough to use intuitive magic. Seeing that the weavers were about to start their presentation, Kryvax once again turned his attention to spell weaving. If he managed to attune himself to arcane magic, the Underking would almost certainly assign him to the viziers. Feeling a bit motivated, Kryvax tuned out the weavers completely and put his full focus into his spell weaving. The Nerubians practiced a form of magic that allowed them to put magic into their silk and then use it at a later time. It was similar in principle to the rune magic that the Vrykals used. The Weavers were a group that took care of everything that the Viziers and Warriors didn't, so Kryvax didn't feel a need to pay attention to them. They did the farming, building, crafting, and general labor for Nerubian society. The only reason they were called Weavers was because Nerubians used their silk for pretty much every occupation in their society. There was probably some historical or political explanation as well, but Kriltis only had a general overview of Nerubian history. Kryvax was surprised when he successfully infused his intent into the silk thread. This was the farthest he had ever gotten into this exercise. The next step was for him to transmute his personal magic into arcane and push it into the thread. According to Kriltis, this was the easy part. All he needed to do was focus on his mana and think orderly thoughts, despite being told that it'd be easy. Kryvax was still surprised when his hands glowed with the violet color of arcane magic and the silk thread began to release a white light. Kryvax wanted to jump up and start dancing, but Nerubians didn't do things like that, nor was this the appropriate setting. Instead, he stopped the silk from glowing by deactivating the spell, tied it in a particular knot that would help preserve its magic somehow, and stuck it to his abdomen. "Congratulations on your success, Peer Kryvax," said Masruk. "Thank you. Have any of the presentations caught your attention?" Kryvax cheerfully asked his fellow spiderling, feeling greatly relieved by his achievement. Succeeding in the exercise meant he was much more likely to attune to arcane magic and be assigned to the circle of Viziers. "Yes, I wish to become a warrior," Masruk said firmly. Kryvax tilted his head at the certainty in the voice of his friend acquaintance. "Are you certain, Peer Masruk, the Weavers and Viziers have not yet finished their presentations?" "Yes, I am certain." Kryvax watched for him to explain, but instead, Masruk just continued to stare longingly at the group of warriors. With a nod, Kryvax turned his attention to the Weaver, only to find that they had already finished their speech. The tall Vizier languidly walked to the center of the amphitheater and silently swept his gaze over the audience. When the Vizier's gaze reached Kryvax, they seemed to pause for a moment before immediately resuming their scan of the crowd, leaving Kryvax to wonder if he had imagined the moment. After the Vizier finished looking over the crowd, they nodded once to themselves and immediately began speaking. "I am Vizier Malus. Most of you will not meet the requirements to join the circle of Viziers, but for the few who may, I will explain to you our function in Nerubian society," said the Vizier with obvious disinterest. His bored tone and his disinterested body language made it clear he did not consider this a valuable way to spend his time. The majority of the circle's members will find themselves handling administrative work for the city. At this point in your education, your designated custodian has already administered basic lessons on Nerubian laws and history, Malus drawled. He sounded as if he was reciting a rehearsed speech he had given one too many times. "If you demonstrate proficiency in these topics, you may be assigned to become a Vizier. The rest of our organization is dedicated to the acquisition of knowledge in all of its forms." Malus still looked largely disinterested, but Kryvax could hear a glimmer of passion in his voice. Whether through the creation of new magics, the discovery of old knowledge, or the study of the lesser races, the Circle of Viziers seeks a greater understanding of the world. "I'm not really sure why, but I'm getting major Sith vibes from this dude," Kryvax thought with a small amount of trepidation. "I hope not all the Viziers are like this guy." If you seek knowledge and power beyond your imagining, speak to your custodians and begin walking down the path of magic. With a wave of his hand, Malus conjured a fire that flew through the air and circled the audience. Many of the young Nerubians cowered when the flame turned into multiple streams of fire that twisted and turned through the crowd before flowing back into Malus's palm. In a display that Kryvax felt was a bit theatrical, Malus crushed the ball of fire in his palm and began walking away without further comment. With all the presentations concluded, the custodians started making their way to their respective clusters of hatchlings. As he followed Kriltes out of the cavern, Kryvax couldn't help but feel that regardless of how theatrical the vizier had been, Malice's display of magic had definitely been highly motivational. Chapter 3. When Kryvax realized he had been reborn into a fictional world as a giant spider person, he expected much more monster-fighting adventures and fewer academic tests. It seems that even in a fantasy world, he wasn't able to escape test anxiety. Though, to be fair, Kryvax had very little to be anxious about. He was as prepared as he could possibly be for his coming-of-age examinations. Ceaseless efforts to attune himself to arcane magic had borne fruit, and the many late nights he spent studying made him certain he would be sent to the Circle of Viziers. He had completed his basic education in Nerubian language, writing, laws, and web-weaving. Now it was time for him to prove his mastery to the academic administrators. He already completed his combat and web-weaving examinations. Now he only had to finish the written portion and then demonstrate his magic. Kryvax finished scribbling on the silk-woven parchment as he completed the portion of the exam dedicated to Asdrul-Nerub's history and moved on to the portion dedicated to its government. Asdrul-Nerub was nominally an empire that was ruled absolutely by High King Anub-Arak, but in practice, political power was fairly decentralized. Considering the empire covered half of Northrend, it was not surprising that regional cities far from the capital held a lot of say in their own affairs, especially when it took a significant amount of time to travel from one part of the empire to another. Portals could only support a limited amount of traffic due to ley line restrictions. After all, this meant that if the capital wished to rule over far-off territories, they would need to delegate power to local governments. One would think that the Nerubian lack of family units would prevent the creation of an aristocratic class, allowing the Spider Lords to hold absolute power over their cities. But this was not the case. The warriors, viziers, and the various groups of weavers all held significant power in Nerubian society and frequently acted to protect their own interests. Of course, the capital had created a legal framework that would allow for them to quickly centralize power during times of war. But Asdrul-Nerub had seemingly been in a state of peace for millennia. Nerubians as a people seemed to have little interest in fighting the other races of Northrend. In fact, they seemed to have barely any interest in the surface world at all. It was deeply vexing to Kryvax to discover how absurdly insular the Nerubians were. It would make his job much harder. Kryvax reined in his wandering thoughts and refocused on the exam. The test was simple, but he still needed to give it the attention it deserved. He carefully finished the exam, making certain to put great care into writing legibly. Soon enough, Kryvax finished the written portion of the exam and gave his completed parchment to the administrator. Nerubians valued efficiency, and the city wished to assign their newest generation to their positions as quickly as possible. So the administrator immediately started grading the exam the moment he received it. Kriltes had told him that the custodians were constantly reporting the progress of the clusters they were responsible for, and that most of the administrative work for their designations had already been completed. The examinations were simply a method of verifying the custodian's observations, and if no inconsistencies were noticed, then he may be assigned to the Circle of Viziers by the end of the day. This seemed a bit fast to Kryvax, but frankly, he was glad for the expediency. Even if Nerubians matured much faster than humans, 3 years was a long time for someone who used to be an adult to be saddled with a babysitter. Kryvax was looking forward to ditching his custodian and regaining some semblance of autonomy. Kryvax left the administrator to his work and started making his way to the magic exam. He ignored the administrators he saw who were hastily skittering by and carrying piles of parchments. Today was a busy day for them, and the testing center was a hive of activity. Kryvax held himself back from snicking at the pun as he entered the testing room. He doubted the proctors would appreciate his levity on such an important day. "Hatchling Kryvax, correct?" asked the administrator responsible for overseeing the test. The room was typical for Nerubian architecture, the only distinctive feature being an arcane glyph situated in the center of the room, Are you prepared to demonstrate your magic? Krivax did not enjoy being called a hatchling, but he recognized that it was unavoidable until he was assigned to his position. Yes, Administrator, I am prepared to demonstrate the results of my learning. The proctor chittered approvingly before speaking. Good. The arcane glyph will record your demonstration. I will then weave the recording into a web and deliver it to those responsible for your designation. If you are as skillful as your custodian claims, then I expect your designation to be a simple one. Krivax was surprised to hear the proctor's words. Over the past 3 years, he had not heard much praise from Kriltis, so to hear his custodian had spoken well of him to the administrators was unexpected. Perhaps Kriltis had not wanted him to grow arrogant. Krivax put the matter out of his mind. He had more important things to worry about at the moment. Thank you, Administrator. I am glad to know Custodian Kriltis thinks so highly of me. I shall endeavor not to disappoint him. As you should, said the Administrator with noticeable approval. Krivax had found most Nerubians reacted well to formality and politeness. Step into the glyph and demonstrate a basic illumination spell weaving. Spell weaving an illumination spell into a thread of silk was the exercise young Nerubians were taught in order to attune themselves to arcane magic. If he couldn't do something so simple by now, then there was absolutely no chance he could be assigned to the Circle of Viziers. With a quickness that spoke of extensive practice, Krivax spun a thread of silk and swiftly infused it with a spell of illumination, causing the thread of silk to glow brightly. Finished with his spell weaving, Krivax presented his work to the administrator. After a few moments of inspecting the spell, the administrator nodded his approval. Well done. Your next task is to steadily channel arcane magic into your hands and alter the arcane energies between fire and ice. Understood. Krivax put away the spell-woven silk to his abdomen and began channeling arcane magic, pushing it into his hand. After he succeeded in attuning himself to arcane magic, the process of calling upon it was as simple as breathing. Learning how to alter that magic between fire and ice had proven much more difficult. However, thankfully, after a significant amount of practice, he had gotten a hang of it. Krivax focused on thoughts of heat, energy, movement, and passion as he willed his arcane magic to become fire. Sure enough, a comfortable flame that did nothing to harm him materialized in Krivax's hands. Good. Now ice, the proctor said, after a moment of examination. Krivax started altering the fire back to arcane without responding to the praise. His proficiency was not yet good enough that he could alter arcane magic without concentration. Once the fire had returned to the familiar violet glow of arcane magic, Krivax started the process of altering it to ice. He found that ice came to him much easier than fire as he focused on thoughts of cold, lethargy, stillness, and deliberation. A blue glow grew in his palm, and Krivax could feel the temperature of the room noticeably chill. Well done. It is rare that a hatchling can alter arcane magic between fire and ice so quickly. Your ice magic is particularly skillful. I'm glad to see Custodian Kriltis did not exaggerate your abilities. I suspect deciding where to place you will be an easy decision. Krivax bowed to the Nerubian and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. It is through the guidance of my elders that I have achieved such learning. That was not true. He had learned most of his magic through his own efforts. Kriltis had merely given him the right exercises and pointed him in the right direction. But Nerubians are a communal people who appreciated open displays of loyalty to the greater Nerubian society. I worked my ass off to learn how to do this. If I wasn't capable of this much after putting in so much work, then I'd be hopeless. Krivax did not know exactly how he compared to his peers in magic, but he suspected his talent was either average or slightly above average. The only magic he had encountered so far that came somewhat easily was ice magic. Thankfully, a work ethic brought upon by a constant feeling of impending doom was enough to compensate for talent somewhat. Krivax doubted he would become the next Jaina or Khadgar, but he was still proud of what he had managed to accomplish. After answering a few questions on magical theory and receiving more compliments, Kryvax thanked the proctor and left to meet Kriltes at his cluster's predetermined meeting point. The custodian was already there waiting, but everyone else besides Mazruk had yet to finish their assessments. "Greetings, Peer Kryvax. Congratulations on completing your assessment. I know you are eager to finally join the Circle of Viziers," said Masruk as Kryvax approached the meeting point. "Thank you, Masruk, but I have not yet been assigned to the Viziers," Kryvax responded fondly. He had not grown close with any of his other cluster mates aside from Masruk. Spending all of his time learning and practicing his magic was not a good way to make friends. However, while Mazruk was a bit stiff and overly formal, he was the only one who had gone out of his way to socialize with Kryvax. He found Mazruk to be kind and a good friend, so the two of them got along relatively well. It helped that Mazruk had decided to become a warrior and offered to spar with Kryvax on occasion. In a world as violent as Azeroth, it was important for Kryvax to learn how to fight with magic, so he agreed without hesitation. While the prospective warrior defeated Kryvax more often than not, at least he was now capable of casting a well-aimed frostbolt while being charged by a giant spider person. "Your designation to the Circle is nearly guaranteed. I know how hard you have worked for this. Peer Kryvax, there is no need for modesty." Kryvax merely nodded his agreement. What he said was true. "After all, you have worked hard as well. You will make a good warrior. Mazruk, you are managing to wield your intuitive magic more and more skillfully with every passing day." My carapace is still aching from our last spar. It was a good thing that Nerubians were so hard, especially because they lacked access to widespread healing magic. They had some knowledge of nature magic, but that was mainly limited to accelerating the growth of their farming and forming bonds with Jormungr or with non-sapient arachnids. "Thank you. Would you like to join me in eating while the rest of our cluster finishes their assessments?" Kryvax perked up and agreed eagerly. It had taken him a while to get used to Nerubian food, but he'd grown to enjoy it. After requesting and receiving permission from Kriltes to go get some food, the two of them left the administrative center and traveled to the merchant section of the city. Kilakuk did not have a very large merchant class, given that many things were provided by the government. But things like food, recreational items, and luxury goods were sold in the merchant section. Kryvax went straight to his favorite vendor, a farmer who created an edible silk thread that he covered in a delicious variety of insects. He offered the vendor a few pieces of copper and received a long string of silk covered in insects. At first, he had been curious why Nerubians traded with copper, but apparently, there was something special about the metal's magical properties that made it very suitable to be used as a currency. The same was true for silver and gold, which were also used as currency by Asjol Nerub, as well as cobalt in some cases. Kryvax thanked the man and made his way to a cavern covered with giant bioluminescent mushrooms. In his opinion, it was one of the best places in the city and was his favorite place to enjoy a meal. Kryvax enjoyed his meal and made small talk with Masruk while trying to push away his anxious thoughts. He knew that there was no reason for him not to be assigned to the Circle of Viziers, but he couldn't help but worry that some kind of freak accident would sentence him to a life of farming bugs. If that were to happen, he didn't have a backup plan other than running away and hoping for the best. There was simply too much information necessary for his future plans that could only be accessed by members of the Circle. He didn't have much time to stew in his anxiety. However, because he was soon interrupted by his custodian. "Hatchling Kryvax, your designation has been determined." If Kryvax still had eyebrows, his custodian's words would have caused him to raise them as high as he could. Given his unfortunate lack of human facial features, Kryvax settled for clicking his mandibles in confusion. "Already I knew it could happen pretty quickly, but this seems unusually fast. Has the rest of my cluster even finished yet?" "Vizier Haddix is here to escort you to the Circle of Viziers," said Kriltes. In the 3 years Kryvax had known him, the custodian had always been dutiful and stoic. but now he could hear a note of pride in the older Nerubian's tone. Krivax turned his attention to the entrance of the cavern and noticed a vizier wearing teal robes and the traditional vizier headdress, waiting patiently for Krivax to approach him. Turning to the man who had been responsible for caring for him for the past 3 years, Krivax bowed deeply in an expression of gratitude. They were not particularly close due to Krilti's going out of his way to avoid forming a parental relationship with his cluster, but he was still due respect. Unlike Masruk, who he would be keeping in contact with, it was unlikely he would have any reason to meet with Kriltis after he left with the vizier. The custodian nodded at him stoically, and after taking a moment to arrange a later meeting with Masruk for them to talk about their designations, Krivax made his way to the waiting vizier. The vizier had a purplish carapace that was not commonly seen in Kilakuk, whose residents generally had brownish carapaces. When he spoke, it was obvious from his accent that he had been born in the Empire's capital. Hatchling Krivax, correct. You are the talented young one who requested to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division of the Circle of Viziers. Yes, Vizier Haddix? I see, Haddix said impassively. He looked over Krivax for several moments before continuing. If you are as smart as the results of your examination suggest, you are likely wondering why your designation was concluded so swiftly. Well, yeah, kinda want to know why I'm being singled out. I think I've done pretty well for myself, but it's not like I'm some kind of magical genius. It is as you say, Vizier. I am quite curious. Come with me then. Initiate Krivax. I will explain to you the circumstances of your designation and your future role in the circle. Without waiting for a response, Haddix turned and started making his way out of the cavern, obviously expecting to be followed. After making a final glance at his former custodian and waving farewell to his friend, Krivax followed the vizier to the next stage of his second life. Chapter 4. Krivax was filled with a sense of both excitement and trepidation as he followed behind the vizier. Excitement because he was finally about to reach the goal he'd been working toward for the past 3 years. And trepidation because things were about to get a lot more serious for him. Until now, the only thing he could do to further his goal of not becoming a zombie spider was to grow and learn as quickly as he could. There would still be some more research and learning to do after he gained access to the information available to the Circle of Viziers, but after that, it would soon be time for him to start fighting against fate. Krivax was so preoccupied with such thoughts that he remained in complete silence as he and the vizier traveled through the city. Thankfully, it seemed like Haddix was not one for small talk either. Krivax noted with slight discomfort the degree of deference Nerubians seemed to afford Haddix as they passed by. It wasn't exactly surprising, given he'd been living as a Nerubian for 3 years and grown to understand their culture. Yet such reverence was something he'd always found hard to get used to. Eventually, the two of them reached their destination, and Krivax got his first look at the Circle of Viziers' headquarters. He'd already known the viziers worked in a ziggurat similar in design to Nax Ramas, albeit smaller, but it was another thing to see it in person. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, Krivax understood why the Scourge had decided to expropriate the Nerubian ziggurats for their own purposes. Even with his budding magical senses, he could immediately tell that the building was absolutely drenched in potent magic. The building itself was massive by the standards of Nerubians. The only reason it was not the biggest building Krivax had ever seen was due to this not being his first life. The ziggurat was wreathed in carefully crafted webs that allowed for viziers and initiates alike to skitter easily from floor to floor through its many entrances. After a moment, he realized that he had stopped to stare at the ziggurat and that Vizier Haddix had continued without him. Krivax hurried to follow the vizier. He had a feeling Haddix would not be impressed if he managed to get lost on his first day. Passing by many initiates and a few viziers going about their business, he struggled to keep track of his surroundings as they passed through a series of confusing hallways. The building was too large, the roof was too tall, and there were too many initiates skittering about and disappearing into random rooms. Eventually, Vizier Haddix turned into a hallway that was notably less active than the ones they had passed earlier. Kryvax had a feeling that they were reaching their destination. The farther they traveled, the fewer initiates they passed by and the less rushed they seemed to be. It was rather amusing to watch them startle and try to act busier as Haddix passed by. Soon enough, they reached a room that Kryvax assumed to be the Vizier's office. That was confirmed to him as Haddix closed the door behind them. Haddix did not immediately start speaking the moment they had their privacy, so Kryvax decided to take the opportunity to look around. Some parts of the room looked like something he would expect from one of his college professors. Namely, the bookcases lined against the wall and the desk messily covered with various papers. However, the collection of skulls that belonged to various surface world creatures made it hard for him to confuse the Vizier with a harmless college professor. Kryvax felt a bit concerned that he'd seen a troll skull in the office of his new boss before he'd gotten a chance to see an actual living troll. Fascinating, isn't it? How different they are from us. Kryvax was brought out of his thoughts by the Vizier's words. He turned to see Haddix staring at him with a searching gaze. "Yes, Vizier Haddix," said Kryvax, hurrying to agree. "The creatures of the surface world are very interesting." The Vizier's body language did not change, but somehow, Kryvax felt like Haddix was pleased with his answer. Before I explain the circumstances of your designation and explain your role here, I would like to ask you a question. Why did you request to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division? Kryvax took a moment to consider his answer. The real reason he had requested to join this division was because it was the best way for him to acquire the information he needed and further his plans. When he first started to think of ways to avoid dying to the Lich King, the first plan Kryvax considered was to run. This plan didn't last for very long, given the problems with it soon became obvious. Even if he were to ignore how difficult it would be to escape Asjol Nerub in the first place, if he ran, then he would be a giant spider person on a hostile continent with no allies. He would likely end up dead even before the Lich King became an issue. Kryvax then considered making the Lich King someone else's problem by pretending he could see the future. Unfortunately, this plan would have to be relegated to a last-case scenario. If he tried to play himself off as a prophet, they would assume Kryvax either possessed some kind of gift with such magic or he was pulling nonsense out of his spinneret. If the leadership had some way of verifying if he was telling the truth about future events, then they would also be able to tell he was lying about how he knew what he knew. Kryvax really did not want to tell anybody the full truth. Not only because he didn't want to find out if Nerubian xenophobia extended to former humans, but also because the information in his head could be extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. After deciding he couldn't run or pretend to be a prophet, Kryvax had moved on to thinking about ways to help the Nerubians defeat the Lich King. The problem was, the Lich King had managed to defeat Asjol Nerub, the Drakari, and turned many dragons into frostworms in the lore. Even if Kryvax knew about him beforehand, he was still a threat that was hard to plan against. Eventually, Kryvax settled on two possible plans, depending on a few different factors. If the Lich King appeared before Kryvax could find a different option, then he would focus his efforts on convincing the Nerubians to ally themselves with the trolls or dragons against the Lich King. This was not his favorite plan for a few different reasons. Firstly, he didn't know whether or not he could actually compel such an alliance, even in the face of an existential threat. He had no idea what Nerubian's wartime politics would look like, and the internal politics of the Drakari and dragons were a complete mystery to him. Secondly, there was no guarantee they would win, even if they all worked together. As far as Kryvax could tell, since the Lich King was defeated by forces that came from outside of Northrend in the lore, then trying to pull the Alliance into the conflict was the best course of action. He had thought long and hard about how to actually make that happen. If the Nerubians were to learn of the continents south of Northrend, they would likely be very willing to support a colonial expedition, despite their xenophobia. After all, Northrend is not a hospitable land, and the Nerubians understand the risks of putting all of their eggs in one basket. If Asjol Nerub established contacts with the Eastern Kingdoms, then the Alliance would become aware of the Lich King the moment he popped up. Even if the governments of the continent didn't offer to help, that contact would still be invaluable to the Nerubians. Not only would they have somewhere they could run in the worst-case scenario, but it would also offer them access to new technologies, magics, and resources. There was a possibility that Kryvax would arrive to the Eastern Kingdoms only to discover that the Alliance did not yet exist. But if that happened, then he would have plenty of time to prepare for the future. However, this plan depended on Kryvax being able to prove to the Nerubian leadership that other lands besides Northrend both existed and were within their reach. Kryvax did not know for certain whether there was regular travel between Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms, although he did think it was likely. He knew there were humans native to Northrend and that the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms were aware Northrend existed, so it was unlikely that contact was completely non-existent. Even if it was uncommon, Kryvax found it extremely likely that there would be some people who traveled to Northrend for either trade, exploration, or research. So why did Kryvax ask to be assigned to the Surface World Research Division? Well, because it was simply the best place for him to learn about the surface races and gather evidence for the existence of the Eastern Kingdoms. If that failed, then it was also the best place for him to push for an alliance with the other races of Northrend. Obviously, all of this was not something he could say to Haddix. I requested to be assigned to this division because I believe our people may be able to benefit greatly from the surface world. Vizier Haddix. How so? Asked Haddix. While his tone remained even, the focus he directed to Kryvax was intense. Asjol Nerub is the most advanced civilization in the known world and does not lack resources. What could we have to gain from the surface world? There are many resources that can be found on the surface that may be of use to our people, said Kryvax. He did not know the Vizier's opinions on the surface world, but it was probably safer to emphasize his desire to help Asjol Nerub. The surface world holds countless unknown plants with potentially beneficial alchemical properties. Also, even if those who live on the surface are less advanced, there is still much we could potentially learn from them if only we were willing to talk to one another. Different people mean different magic, ideas, and knowledge of the world that we could use to benefit our people. Once Kryvax started explaining his point of view, he could not stop himself from speaking passionately on the subject. It had been extremely frustrating for him to be reborn into such an amazing and fantastical world, only to be completely surrounded by people who possessed absolutely no interest in it. Now he was finally speaking to one of the few people in the city who might share his interest, and he couldn't hold back the desire to reach out. A small part of Kryvax expected derision for his interest, and a large part hoped for commiseration. Instead, he found himself surprised when the Vizier started to chuckle. "You remind me much of my colleague, Vizier Malah," said Haddix after he finished laughing. "You seem to share his remarkable enthusiasm to learn more about the surface races. Though I suspect your perspectives are quite different." Kryvax was thoroughly nonplussed by the comparison. Malus. That creepy dude who showed up to explain the role of the Viziers a few years ago, I would have never guessed that guy studied the surface world. "Ah, I can see you are familiar with him," said Haddix, his tone amused. "Were you one of the young hatchlings fortunate enough to watch my misanthropic colleague try to convince the younger generation to follow in his footsteps?" Kryvax was not sure how to respond to that, but the longer he hesitated, the more Haddix seemed to grow amused. "Yes, Vizier Haddix," Kryvax said cautiously. "I had not expected for Vizier Malus to be interested in studying the surface world. That guy gave me the vibes of someone who would be more interested in studying void magic in his evil lair. Vizier Malus is quite fascinated by the surface races, especially the Drakari and their magic," said Haddix. Kryvax could feel himself growing eager for a chance to finally meet a Nerubian who lacked the disinterest for the other races so prevalent in the rest of their species. At first, Malus wanted to see if he could summon a spider Loa from which he could gain power, but he eventually learned that without knowing its name, summoning such a being would be impossible. When his ambitions proved infeasible, he managed to create a regenerative potion by kidnapping lone Drakari and harvesting them for their magical blood. The circle was quite impressed. Krivax sighed internally as his growing excitement turned to disappointment. Damn it, I should have known. It seems my suspicions about your perspective differing from my colleague were correct, Haddock said perceptively. If I were to guess, I would assume you wish to research the other races in a less antagonistic manner. Correct. Krivax held back a wince. He still was not sure what stance the vizier held towards the other races, but this was not something he could lie about. His tolerance towards other races would eventually become obvious. No, Vizier, I believe a cooperative relationship with the other races would offer a chance for us to mutually benefit from each other's knowledge and strengths. We could teach each other so much about the world, and I find myself disheartened that my people do not seem to share my opinion. After Krivax finished speaking, Vizier Haddox remained silent long enough for him to begin feeling nervous. However, when he did respond, it was not with an admonishment, but rather with a question. How much do you know about the historical reasons for Azjol Nerub's isolationist policies? Krivax found himself surprised. He'd asked Kriltis about those reasons for a long time, but he was never given a satisfactory answer. Very little. Vizier, everyone who I asked simply told me this was the way we had always been. That is unsurprising. The kingdom's propaganda is extremely effective for the common Nerubian, said Haddox with a hint of disdain. We of the Circle of Viziers, however, must strive to perceive the world as it truly is, rather than how others wish for us to see it. If you would like to know more about the insular nature of our people, then I suggest you study the Nerubian-Vrykul Wars. Krivax was taken aback to be so easily pointed toward explanations that had eluded him for so long, but he was also very grateful. Thank you. Vizier Haddox, said Krivax, bowing to the older Nerubian, I will take your words to heart and study this matter at my earliest convenience. Good, said Haddox, nodding in approval. As a member of the Circle of Viziers, you will have access to libraries of information not available to outsiders. You will also have access to the libraries of our research division. You are now an adult. There is nobody who will tell you which direction to point your spinneret, so I expect you to spend your time wisely. Krivax felt a growing greed for knowledge after hearing the vizier's words. Free access to these libraries would offer him a chance to not only advance his plans, but would also allow him to learn more magic. I understand. This is not an opportunity that I intend to waste, sir. See that you don't. I had to expend significant political capital to ensure you were assigned to this division, so I would be quite upset if my investment was wasted. Investment, Krivax asked with trepidation. Correct. Your potential was judged to be quite high. Without my intervention and your stated preference, you would have likely been designated to either the Arcane Research Division or the Lost Knowledge Research Division. My potential is high. I understand my performance was likely better than average, but I don't feel like I am someone worth fighting for. Vizier Haddox, said Krivax uncertainly. Had he misjudged his own progress so greatly? While your talent in magic is not prodigious, it is significant enough that when paired with your abnormal work ethic, you have succeeded in drawing attention, Haddox said matter-of-factly. Krivax felt strange to be described as someone who drew attention. In his previous life, he had been a wholly average individual. After learning of a fairly talented hatchling who wished to join my research division, I pushed to make certain you would be designated according to your preferences. Most of the division's initiates were designated here against their stated preferences. This is both to your benefit and your detriment. Krivax waited for the vizier to continue talking, but he didn't. so he decided to respond to the obvious prompt. How so? Vizier Haddix. Joining this division is to your detriment because we are not as prioritized for resources as the other divisions. It is to your benefit because you shall be the sole recipient of my tutelage. Congratulations. Most initiates strive to gain the attention of a vizier for years after their designation. Krivax immediately started bowing and expressing his gratitude to the older mage. Personalized instruction would definitely allow him to learn faster than trying to figure everything out on his own. Enough. Your gratitude is unnecessary. If you wish to thank me, then work hard to ensure my efforts are not wasted on you. Your performance and future contributions will reflect on both myself and this division, so I expect much. If you fail to live up to your potential, then you will be relegated to performing administrative duties for the rest of your time here. That would suck. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a fantasy world as a low-level bureaucrat. I will work hard to prove myself worthy of your attention. Vizier Haddix. Yes, you will, said Haddix sternly. If you do not, then any ambitions you might have will fade away. In return for good performance, I shall allow you to pursue your goals in regard to the surface races, and perhaps aid you. Without my assistance, it is doubtful you would succeed in securing permission to go to the surface or contact the other races. I confess, it seems unlikely to me that your efforts will result in significant benefits for our people, but it is a good enough research project for a young initiate. Krivax did not know how to respond to the vizier's speech, so he fell back on bowing and polite gratitude. Over the hour, Haddix would detail his expectations to Krivax in great detail. The vizier would only allow him to go to the surface after he gained a certain amount of proficiency in magic and proved himself capable of protecting himself. Apparently, he would also be expected to learn some skills that could benefit Kilakuk. Members of the Circle of Viziers were expected to perform tasks that required skilled magic such as alchemy, enchanting, or complex magical silk crafting. It made sense to Krivax. If the Circle was not expected to do such things, then they would likely spend all of their time researching esoteric magics that would fail to justify their funding. Krivax was not certain in which of these skills he would focus on, likely whichever took up the least amount of his time, but Haddix assured him that he did not need to choose immediately. Eventually, they finished their talk, and Krivax felt optimistic as he left the vizier's office to go find whichever administrator was in charge of distributing supplies to the newly joined initiates. Vizier Haddix's assistance, as conditional as it may be on Krivax's continued success, would make many things easier. Not only that, but while the vizier did not seem particularly enthusiastic about Krivax's goal of establishing communication with the surface races, he did not seem to be derisive or dismissive either. It felt nice for Krivax to have someone who would support him, even if that support came from selfish intentions. Looks like things are looking up for me. Chapter 5. Krivax was glad Haddix had given him permission to access the Circle's historical records because reading about the Nerubian Vrykul Wars was genuinely fascinating. Millennia ago, when the Nerubians were not quite so isolationist and the Vrykul still roamed the continent, skirmishes between the two races were common. The first war lasted for several years and started when Asdrul Nerub began expanding into Vrykul territory. The Nerubians leveraged their superior mobility and ability to navigate underground to harass Vrykul settlements before their warriors could respond. The Vrykul were superior warriors in a straightforward fight, and they had tamed powerful proto-dragons. But that mattered little when confronted with Nerubian guerrilla tactics. Several times the Vrykul managed to cleverly ambush Nerubian forces and strike solid blows against Asdrul Nerub, but with their farms burned, their craftsmen killed in their sleep, and their civilian population living in fear, it seemed as if they would lose the war. However, that began to change when the Vrykul runeseers managed to develop magic that would allow them to map the tunnels that the Nerubians used to navigate their territory. From that point on, the Vrykul managed to ambush Nerubian forces with far greater frequency, yet they still lacked the ability to directly attack Nerubian strongholds. Every time the Vrykul warriors would attempt to enter the tunnels and take the fight to their enemies, the Nerubians would simply collapse the tunnels and quickly dig new ones with their Jormungandr. This, combined with the damage they had already taken, meant the Vrykul were still likely to lose the war. Fortunately for the Vrykul, the tides of war changed in their favor when Magnar Icebreaker discovered he could find the weak points in glacier walls and use his Vrykul strength to dig tunnels directly into Nerubian strongholds. At the time, Azjol Nerub's military was almost exclusively centered around defeating their enemies through the use of superior mobility and hit-and-run tactics. When that advantage was lost, they hardly stood a chance against the superior combat forces of the Vrykul. The First Nerubian Vrykul War lasted several more years, but Azjol Nerub eventually saw that they would not be able to win the war without reforming their military doctrine. So they retreated to the safety of their underground kingdom. For the Nerubians, who believed themselves to be the greatest species in the world, this was a humiliating defeat that had immense political consequences. The High King of the time, Anub'Zikith, lost much of his popularity with the various underkings, queens, and political factions throughout the kingdom. Reading between the lines, it was obvious to Kryvax that Anub'Zikith only managed to hold on to power by purging his political enemies and promising a renewed war with the Vrykul. The High King whipped up Azjol Nerub into a jingoistic zeal and focused the Nerubians on reshaping their military into one that could defeat the Vrykul. Interestingly, these efforts are how some of the Nerubian flyers and Nerubian skitterers managed to gain their sapience. When the leaders of Azjol Nerub realized they needed to develop the capability to fight their enemies in head-on engagements, they struggled to find a way to do so. Simply put, the Vrykul warriors outclassed the Nerubian warriors to a tremendous degree. After all, the Vrykul spent their entire lives cultivating their strength and learning how to become better warriors. The only warriors amongst the Nerubians who could stand toe-to-toe with the Vrykul were the Spider Lords, understanding that they could not overcome their enemies with quality. The leaders of Azjol Nerub instead decided to overwhelm the Vrykul with quantity, a tactic their people were well suited for. However, a problem quickly arose. While the queens could produce large numbers of Nerubians, and those newly born Nerubians were able to be trained to an acceptable level within only a few years, they still could not sustain a swarm capable of overwhelming the Vrykul. The reason for this was simply that they did not have enough food. A baseline Nerubian had significantly more body mass than a human and required more food to sustain themselves as a result. Azjol Nerub was able to sustain a large population due to careful planning and the use of magic to significantly increase the amount of food they could produce. In order to overcome these limitations, High King Anub'Zikith directed the queens to create a new caste of Nerubians that could be both produced in large numbers and required less substance. This was a difficult task for the queens, given the Nerubians they created still required a proportional amount of energy to sustain their biomass. Their efforts were mostly fruitless until Queen Zilnara, the Flesh Warper, stumbled upon a method to modify the Nerubian flyers and skitterers in ways that allowed them to subsist partially on magic. Previously, these templates of Nerubians had limited intelligence and were generally used for repetitive menial labor. However, after Zilnara's modifications, these Nerubians could be produced in large enough numbers to be useful to Azjol Nerub's military. While intuitive magic allowed the Vrykul to rely on the quality of their warriors to fight back the Nerubians, the large quantity of Nerubians that the queens could now produce would prove to have a quality of its own. The only problems Azjol Nerub faced in integrating the Nerubian skitterers and flyers into their military were due to their lack of intelligence. While the more intelligent castes of Nerubians were capable of controlling their less intelligent brethren, the non-sapient Nerubians simply weren't smart enough to execute complex battlefield maneuvers. Fortunately, the problem was easily solved by the queens granting sapience to the most capable members of the caste. The newly sapient flyers and skitterers were not only very capable of controlling and directing the rest of their caste, But they also developed a form of intuitive magic that increased their strength while leading a swarm. With this, Asdrul Nerub succeeded in forming an army that consisted of large swarms of Nerubian flyers and skitterers, arachnithids, and baseline Nerubian warriors. The army would quickly overwhelm their enemies with their numerical superiority, while the traditional Nerubian forces focused on ambushing vulnerable targets. After reforming their military, Asdrul Nerub might have succeeded in defeating the Vrykul in the Second Nerubian-Vrykul War, if they hadn't made a fatal mistake. For reasons that remained unexplained in the historical records, High King Anub'Ziketh made the extremely foolish decision to attempt an assault on Ulduar with the intention of stealing its secrets. In a single day, a large section of the army that had been painstakingly prepared by Asdrul Nerub was destroyed by Ulduar's defenses, and the Vrykul immediately took advantage. Despite losing a large portion of their forces, the Second Nerubian-Vrykul War lasted for many years as the Nerubian flyers and skitterers proved their worth. Powerful Vrykul warriors would find themselves covered in innumerable skitters, and proto-dragons would fall from the sky as flyers webbed their wings. Unfortunately for Asdrul Nerub, however, their efforts were made futile when Magnar Icebreaker entered the war with a large host of powerful Vrykul warriors. By then, Magnar was a legend to both the Nerubians and the Vrykul, which meant that the resulting shift in morale became a death sentence for Asdrul Nerub's war effort. The Nerubians suffered a series of humiliating defeats against Magnar that forced them to once again retreat to their underground sanctuaries. Except this time the High King did not survive his failure. Anub'Ziketh was immediately deposed, and his successor instituted a series of isolationist reforms and propaganda campaigns that served as the basis for their current insular policy. For many centuries, Nerubians were completely banned from leaving the underground kingdom, and all mention of Ulduar was purged from the records. The only reason Kryvax knew that the location they had attacked was Ulduar was because of his meta-knowledge. In the records, the location Anub'Ziketh decided to attack is only referred to as a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts. Reading Asdrul Nerub's propaganda was almost as interesting as reading about the war. It boggles the mind how the kingdom's leaders were able to successfully paint the surface simultaneously as a land of existential danger and pathetic life forms, unworthy of consideration. Though I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Back on Earth, lots of regimes were not shy about painting their enemies as both weak and a grave danger. Kryvax mused as he put away the historical documents Haddix had given him. I suppose I should just try to be grateful they've eased up on their isolationism enough for Haddix to get me permission to travel to the surface. For the past few months, Kryvax had been studying as hard as possible to reach the requirements Vizier Haddix said he needed to reach before he would be allowed to seek out the surface races. While Kryvax was a bit annoyed, he was still grateful he only needed to convince one vizier rather than the city's government. Kryvax spent the next few minutes reading the Tome of Introductory Spatial Magic that Haddix assigned him to study before he was interrupted by a loud sound coming from his chest. Flinching at the sudden noise, Kryvax looked down to see the web he'd infused with a time-delayed alarm spell glowing brightly and releasing the noisy ringing sound. Crap, I forgot about my spar with Masruk. His friend was generally very understanding whenever Kryvax lost track of time while studying, but it still made him feel bad to leave Masruk waiting. Quickly donning the silk robes given to all new initiates of the Circle, it felt really nice to be able to wear clothes again. Kryvax left his assigned room and made his way out of the ziggurat. The distance between the warriors' training yard and the Circle of Viziers was quite large, but Kryvax had set his alarm to give him enough time to travel there. Fortunately, he was recognized and quickly led in by the armored guard when he reached the warriors' headquarters. Unlike the Circle's ziggurat, the warriors resided in a part of a city that differed from the rest of the city only in its military nature. Ignoring the armored warriors glancing at him in his robes in curiosity, Kryvax swiftly made his way to the training yard. Thankfully, he knew where he was going, and once he reached there, Masruk was easy to find. Krivax watched as his friend practiced spear exercises, slightly surprised at how much faster his movements had become since their last meeting. Mazruk spent most of his time practicing, and it showed. Seeing no reason to delay, Krivax skittered past the other training warriors and greeted his friend. "Hello, Mazruk. I wasn't late for our meeting this time," Krivax said cheerfully. After devoting most of his time to learning so he could travel to the surface as quickly as possible, he started to really look forward to his occasional spars with Mazruk. It was nice to have an excuse he could use to socialize with his friend while also training. Most members of the circle lacked any combat training, but Hadix insisted Krivax needed to learn how to fight if he wanted to go to the surface. As a result, Krivax decided the best way to accomplish this was by frequently sparring with Mazruk. He wasn't complaining. Azeroth was too dangerous for him to remain helpless. Apparently, Mazruk had not noticed him, because his expression was one of clear surprise when he stopped his training and turned to look at Krivax. "Krivax, I was not expecting you so soon," said Mazruk. Krivax couldn't help but feel pleased that his friend had finally stopped addressing him formally. It took some convincing to get him to stop calling him peer or initiate after they started meeting again. Usually, you would not arrive for another half hour. "I know. I felt bad about always being late, so I asked Vizier Hadix to teach me a spell I could use to alert me at a specified time." Mazruk merely nodded his understanding. He was not one to care about spells or magic unless it was related to combat. "Good. Then we have more time to spar." Krivax snorted in amusement and moved to take his place in one of the nearby wide-open areas set aside for spars without comment. He knew from experience that Mazruk would not be able to focus on socializing until they both finished their spar. Once he was ready, Krivax turned to face Mazruk, who stood on the other side of the sparring area and indicated his readiness. Mazruk took on a ready stance, pointing his spear in Krivax's direction and preparing to charge while Krivax prepared to start casting as soon as the spar began. They both knew they would need to use every second wisely. Sadly, they didn't have a referee, so they would need to use their own judgment on when to start. After a few tense moments of staring at each other, Mazruk suddenly began charging as quickly as he could, and Krivax started to cast a frostbolt. Krivax was aware that he had very little time to cast magic before Mazruk reached and quickly subdued him, but thankfully he was not without options. As Mazruk charged at him with blisteringly quick speeds and swung his blunted blade at Krivax's side, three things happened simultaneously. First, Krivax finished casting his frostbolt, sending a projectile of frost into Mazruk's side. The spell did not create any actual ice, but the frost magic carried a kinetic portion that caused Mazruk to stagger. Second, a long string of silk was shot from Krivax's spinneret into one of the nearby walls, which he promptly used to pull himself away from the warrior. Third, Krivax threw a ball of silk, one which he'd imbued with a spell through spellweaving before the fight at Mazruk. Well, calling it a spell might be too generous. While spellweaving was powerful, it was a complex magical art that didn't just allow him to store whatever spell he wanted and use it whenever he felt like it. Learning how to weave the spell into his silk was almost as difficult as learning the spell in the first place. Krivax simply didn't have enough for that given his other obligations. But even if he could, the mana infused into the silk would not recuperate until the spell was unleashed. If that weren't the case, then the Viziers would have already taken over the world by machine-gunning out pyroblasts at everything in their way. Fortunately, throwing a bunch of arcane energy into a strand of silk and crushing it into a ball was both cheap in terms of mana and rather simple. As Krivax was pulled towards the wall, the ball of silk attached itself to Mazruk's side. Even as he started to cast his next frostbolt, Krivax willed the arcane energy in the silk ball to release itself, causing Mazruk to be knocked down by the improvised arcane missile. There was a limit to how much arcane magic he could stuff inside of a silk ball safely, and that limit was actually rather small. Thankfully, while his arcane silk bomb was a bit weak, it was still enough to knock Mazruk over given he'd already been pushed off balance by the frostbolt. Krivax ruthlessly fired a second frostbolt at his friend while he was knocked down and started casting another. Even though he currently held the advantage in the spar due to his trick, Krivax knew he could still lose the fight. Mazruk could take a lot of punishment before being forced to yield, and Krivax was now backed against the wall, meaning he could not use his silk to run away again. He'd not yet learned many spells he could cast while moving, so was forced to stand his ground and continue throwing frostbolts. The second frostbolt hit, but Mazruk merely grunted, picked himself off the ground, and started charging Krivax for the second time, albeit with less speed due to the frostbolt's slowing effect. When the third hit, Mazruk was visibly straining himself not to concede, but still he charged. Krivax was impressed. While they were both obviously holding back since this was a friendly spar, 3 frostbolts at that strength would have been enough to force a concession the last time they met. It was good to see his friend improve himself. Just as he was about to cast the fourth and hopefully final frostbolt, he was surprised to find his concentration interrupted as a rock crashed into his chest. The rock was not enough to actually injure him, but it did succeed in slowing down his casting. With a burst of speed he should not be capable of after tanking 3 frostbolts, Mazruk quickly closed the distance and swung his spear into Krivax's side. Krivax winced but didn't panic. Normally, such a blow would fully interrupt his spell and decide the result of the spar, but this time he had a trick up his sleeve. Instead of his casting being interrupted when the blunted blade struck him, an icy barrier materialized and absorbed a portion of the blow's strength. Krivax could see Mazruk's surprise as he finished casting the 4th frostbolt directly into his chest. He was also sure Mazruk could see the surprise in Krivax's eyes when that failed to end the spar. For a moment, he worried that his friend was continuing the spar past a safe point out of a desire for victory, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Mazruk was far too honest and cared too much about the safety of those around him to allow a friendly spar to become unsafe. From there, the fight devolved into Krivax scrambling and failing to fight off a fully armored warrior in melee range. Imagine how surprised he was when a lucky blast of unrefined arcane magic to the face actually resulted in Mazruk conceding. The 2 young Nerubians spent the next few minutes catching their breath and hydrating in companionable silence. Not for the first time, Krivax wondered how the Nerubian cardiovascular system functioned and how his body managed to not overheat without sweat glands. After a moment, Krivax dismissed the matter as magical bullshit, like the rest of his body's oddities. Once the 2 of them caught their breath, they started to discuss the details of the spar and give each other advice. Krivax curiously asked his friend how he was able to withstand so many frostbolts. Apparently, one of Mazruk's teachers taught him how to use his intuitive magic to dampen incoming damage. Mazruk, don't you know that using multiple specs is too overpowered? Krivax had no room to complain. However, he was perfectly capable of using ice, fire, and arcane spells, even if he did favor ice. Mazruk then asked him about the ice barrier spell, and he explained that Vizier Haddix had insisted that he learn it. Krivax, what drives you to learn magic with such fervor? You have explained to me that your mentor requires this of you, but you have not shared your goals. Krivax shifted nervously as he considered his friend's question. Until now, Mazruk had never outright asked about his future goals, and Krivax had never volunteered the information. He would be disappointed if his friend shared the xenophobic attitude of the rest of their people. However, he knew this wasn't something he could hide forever, so it was best to just rip off the Band-Aid. Well, you know that I asked to be designated to the Surface World Research Division, right? I want to connect our people to the other races that live in this world because I really believe we can all benefit a lot from dialogue and cooperation. A lot of our people consider the other races primitive and unworthy of attention, but I want to change that kind of thinking. Mazruk was quiet as he processed his friend's words. He was aware that other kinds of people existed, but he had never put much thought into them. Unless they were a threat to his home, then why should he care about them? His friend's interests seemed strange to him, but Kryvax had always had a different perspective compared to the rest of their cluster. Masruk had long grown used to his friend's eccentricities, so he would try to show interest in Kryvax's passions. These other races, do they have strong warriors? When he heard Masruk's question, Kryvax couldn't help but chuckle in surprise and relief. Well, I think they should. I don't know for certain, but neither does anybody else. Seems like something worth figuring out. No. Kryvax tried to persuade his friend to be interested in the world outside of Asjol Nerub with stories about dragons, the Drakari's Loa, and foreign magic. But it was only when he started talking about the Vrykul that Masruk became visibly interested. These Vrykul, they are powerful warriors who all went to sleep. They defeated us in a war. The Nerubians were aware of the slumbering Vrykul and generally did their best to stay away from their resting grounds. Even after many millennia, Asjol Nerub was not interested in a third Nerubian Vrykul war after how poorly the first two went. Yes, they're very strong. They even forced the kingdom to change its military doctrine, Kryvax said excitedly. Even if their interests were a bit different, it was nice to see Masruk curious about something outside of Asjol Nerub. Eventually, after exhausting his knowledge about the documented feats of strength displayed by Vrykul warriors, and then explaining what he knew about Drakari warriors, Masruk made a surprising announcement. I will join you when you go to the surface, said Masruk. Why, Kryvax asked, befuddled, you've never expressed an interest in the surface before today. Why would you want to go there now? The surface seems unexpectedly dangerous. If I go with you to the surface world, not only will I be able to meet the warriors of the other races and see their skill with my own eyes, but I will also be able to protect you from these threats. Kryvax was not quite sure how to react. Nerubians did not often express concern for one another, so he was touched by Masruk's worry. He was not certain if Haddix would agree to allow Masruk to accompany him to the surface, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Over the long years of peace, the viziers had accumulated significantly more political power compared to the warriors. Assigning a relatively unimportant warrior like Masruk to protect Kryvax on the surface should not be too much of an issue. Really, I'm touched. Thank you, Masruk. I will be much safer on the surface if I am accompanied by Masruk, defender of the weak. For some reason, I feel like you are mocking me, Masruk said evenly. Why would you think that anyone with sense would feel safer in the presence of Masruk, guardian of the helpless? Given you are indeed weak and flimsy, I feel like these titles are appropriate. Kryvax and Masruk spent the rest of their meeting bantering and catching each other up with their respective training. When Kryvax left to return to his studies, he felt a little more eager to finally finish his training. He was very close to fulfilling the requirements Vizier Haddix set out for him to be permitted to travel to the surface. Kryvax was already motivated to learn as quickly as possible by the threat of the Lich King, but now that his friend wished to join him, he was feeling even more impatient to finally set foot outside the underground kingdom for the first time. I wonder how Masruk will react when he sees the sky. Chapter 6. Kryvax focused every bit of willpower he possessed into maintaining the ice barrier between him and the steady onslaught of incoming arcane missiles. Vizier Haddix had already evaluated his comprehension of magical theory, general surface world knowledge, and combat. Thankfully, he'd met the Vizier's standards in all these topics. After Haddix decides his ice barrier is sufficiently durable, then there is only one more thing he needs to do before Haddix would allow him to go to the surface. That's if my ice barrier is actually good enough. I don't think I'll be able to hold this for much longer. Kryvax channeled as much arcane magic as he could handle into his barrier while simultaneously altering it into ice. His pride was more than a little hurt by the bored expression on Haddix's face as he casually cast arcane missile after arcane missile without pause. Kryvax could feel the confidence he'd gained since joining the circle diminish with every lazily cast spell he struggled to defend against. Finally, the barrage proved too much and Kryvax let out a shocked cry as the ice barrier shattered to pieces. Fortunately, the arcane missile he half expected to smash into his face never came. "Adequate," said Hadix, lowering the single hand he'd previously been using to cast. Protective magics are the singularly most important kind of magic for any mage who expects to find themselves in a combat situation. Your ice barrier is sufficiently powerful to ensure you do not die the moment you reach the surface. I am now confident the resources I've invested in you will not be needlessly wasted. Krivax took a moment to catch his breath before responding. "Thank you." "Vizier," said Krivax, bowing to the older Nerubian, "I am grateful for the opportunities I have been granted, and I will strive to prove myself worthy of these privileges." Even if Hadix only favored him with the intention of furthering his own interests, the Vizier's assistance had been invaluable to Krivax. There was no way he would have been able to learn as much as he had in such a short amount of time without his help. Both personal instruction and access to otherwise inaccessible stores of knowledge, combined with constant studying, placed Krivax far ahead of where he would be without the Vizier's assistance. We shall see. Now that you have demonstrated your capacity to survive on the surface, you will now explain your plans and intended goals. Which of the surface races do you intend to approach? How shall you gain their trust? And what do you intend to gain from this endeavor? "I intend to approach the Tuskar." "Vizier Hadix," Krivax said with confidence. He knew Hadix was likely already aware of his choice, since Krivax had spent much of his time trying to learn the Tuskar language. It was fortunate that several centuries ago, a member of the Surface World Research Division had grown curious enough about the walrus people to study them. Sadly, she eventually lost interest in the Tuskar and turned her attention to other research projects. Be sure to remember the limited lifespans of the other races. Initiate. It is likely their language has changed notably since our division last researched the creatures, lectured Hadix, confirming that he was keeping track of Krivax's studies. While the lifespan of a baseline Nerubian was only as long as the lifespan of a human, the viziers, spider lords, and queens could all live for a few millennia. Krivax did not believe the language would have drifted too much over the past few centuries. His difficulties in communication would more than likely stem from simply not knowing enough of the language. Thankfully, while translation spells were far too advanced for Krivax to learn at his current skill level, Hadix had been kind enough to offer his assistance. The Vizier had promised to give him an artifact that would be capable of translating his intentions, even if the specific meaning were unable to pass the language barrier. Given you are able to properly communicate with the Tuskar, how will you gain their trust? It has been noted over the years that many of the surface races find our appearance to be intimidating. Well, yeah, I think anyone with sense would be terrified if they saw a giant spider person. It was noted by the most recent Vizier to study the Tuskar that their culture holds a particular reverence for the concept of fishing. "When I approach them, I intend to offer a fish as a sign of good faith," said Krivax. When he said the word fishing, he used the Tuskar word for the concept, because the Nerubian language did not have its own equivalent. Fishing, Hadix questioned, pronouncing the foreign word perfectly on his first try. Damned centuries-old wizards and their absurd intelligence. It is a Tuskar word describing the act of hunting aquatic creatures, primarily for sustenance, but it is also an action that holds great significance in their culture, Krivax explained. The Nerubians' underground kingdom did have access to water sources below the ground that were large enough to sustain their people, along with caverns with high humidity that specially made webs were placed in to collect condensed water, but fish and other aquatic life were much less plentiful than on the surface. The closest approximation the Nerubians had for fishing was a small community of weavers that used silk webs to catch the occasional fish that flowed into their underground rivers. Krivax had only learned of these fishing Nerubians because he specifically looked for them after learning of the Tuskar's traditions. However, even they did not have a word for what they were doing, as it was simply a hobby that did not produce nearly enough food to become its own industry. The fish served more as a rare luxury dish only the fishing weavers occasionally enjoyed. Thankfully, the fishing weavers had been willing to teach Kryvax how to weave their special silk nets. He hoped it would be enough for him to catch a fish that could impress the Tuskar. Very well, your reasoning is sound, said Haddix. Why have you chosen to target the Tuskar specifically, and what do you hope to gain from them? Truthfully, Kryvax had chosen the Tuskar because their maritime traditions made them the race most likely to be aware of travel between Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms. Aside from the local humans, that is. Unfortunately, the Surface World Research Division had very little information about humans. After all, very few Nerubians would be interested in studying a species whose name was a combination of the Nerubian words for Vrykle and birth defect. The Nerubians were aware that there were humans living in both Grizzly Hills and the Dragonblight. However, their society seemed to be rather underdeveloped and disunified. Kryvax couldn't share his true motivations with the Vizier, so he would have to rely on an approximation of the truth. The Tuskar are noted to be a semi-nomadic people who are most accustomed to environments dissimilar to our own, said Kryvax. They are the race most likely to expand our knowledge of the surface world. In addition, while their magic is similar to the Drakari, there are some notable differences as well that are worthy of research. Oh, how so? Initiate Haddix questioned with visible curiosity. There have been no observed instances of the Tuskar worshipping any Loa, said Kryvax. Yet there are multiple recorded instances of their shaman performing feats of magic comparable to the Drakari. Kryvax vaguely remembered that the Tuskar worshipped some giant sea monster thing, but the Nerubians didn't know that. While Nerubians were curious about shamanism, they generally looked down on any form of magic that gained power from more powerful entities. As far as the Viziers were concerned, any power easily gained from an outside source was just as easily lost. When Kryvax asked Haddix about Vizier Malus's attempts to summon the Spider Loa, he'd learned that the Vizier had intended to steal some of the Loa's power for himself. It seemed to Kryvax that something like that would be difficult to accomplish, but he didn't know enough about the subject to be able to judge. Interesting. Perhaps this venture of yours will be worth the effort after all. Now, tell me what route you intend to take on your journey. I'll first take the portal to our outpost past the Forbidden Caverns, said Kryvax. The Forbidden Caverns were a series of ancient tunnels in the Howling Fjord that were dense with serenite. The tunnels had been quarantined by the Nerubians, and an outpost was constructed that allowed travelers to bypass them with portals. The Nerubians did not have any large cities beneath the Howling Fjord, so the portal system was easily able to handle the relatively light traffic. From there, I will travel to the surface and make my way to the closest known Tuskar settlement. Kryvax continued. He'd chosen to approach the Tuskar village in the Howling Fjord rather than the ones in the Dragonblight or the Borean tundra, simply because Haddix was unable to grant him permission to travel to the capital or Enkila, as Jol Nerub's capital uncreatively named the same resided beneath the Dragonblight, and Enkila resided beneath the Borean tundra, but neither would allow him to make use of their portal stations. Kryvax spent the next few minutes explaining in detail the route he planned to take, the potential dangers he might face, and the supplies he had prepared. When he finished, Vizier Haddix spent several moments contemplating in silence before finally nodding his approval. Very well, said Haddix. The Vizier reached into his robes with one of his 4 hands and retrieved a glowing disk that was emanating magical energy. Your preparations are sufficient for the task in front of you. I believe you have earned this. Barely able to contain his glee, Kryvax accepted the disk that would permit him to access the city's portal to the Howling Fjord outpost and travel to the surface. He had spent years working to reach this point, and soon he would finally take his first steps outside the underground kingdom. Thank you, Vizier, said Kryvax, bowing once again in gratitude. Will this allow Mazruk to come with me to the surface as well? Your gratitude is unnecessary. You have earned this through your own efforts, said Haddix, waving one of his hands disdainfully. As for your companion, assigning a low-leveled warrior to escort an initiate on his research project is a trifling matter. The guards have been instructed to allow you both passage tomorrow. The disc merely serves to verify your identity. Tomorrow I was not expecting to go so soon. Tomorrow. Vizier. Is there a reason to wait? Hadix responded dismissively. Krivax considered the matter and decided that no, there was no particular reason for him to wait. He'd already managed to make all of his preparations a long time ago, so the only thing he was waiting for was permission. Every day that went by was another day that the War of the Spider drew closer. Krivax spent a few more minutes going over some of the smaller details with the Vizier before saying his goodbyes and retiring to his room. Skittering over to his makeshift kitchen, Krivax plucked a beetle from the iceweave web and tossed it into his mouth. The iceweave served as a form of Nerubian refrigeration device by freezing anything that was placed onto it. While iceweave was available to most Nerubians in all but the most isolated of communities, Krivax was particularly proud of this iceweave because he had made it himself. Members of the Circle were highly encouraged to find a way to use their specialized skills to contribute to society in ways other than research. This could be done in many ways, whether it be through alchemy, enchanting, or other such specialized magical professions. Instead of picking one of these, Krivax had chosen to learn magical silk crafting for the simple reason that it was the least time-consuming profession that was available to him. There was also the fact that being able to produce silk with fantastical properties that could be turned into magical items was very useful. Krivax placed an assortment of insects onto the flameweave web and decided it would be a good idea to sort through his prepared supplies while he waited for his dinner to heat up. Frozen beetles were a tasty snack, but the rest of his meal would need to be heated before he could eat it. Krivax opened up the spatial bag he had spent several weeks of his salary to purchase. The bag contained food, notepads, troll blood regeneration potions, a large knife, and a variety of different tools he would need for his journey. Krivax reached into his robes and placed the artifacts he had been given by Hadix into the bag. These artifacts included the identification disc, an emergency communication device, and the artifact that would translate his intent. The scent of freshly warmed insects interrupted his organizing, and Krivax put away the supplies before skittering over to the flameweave web so he could enjoy his dinner. After he finished eating, Krivax considered going to visit Mazruk so they could talk about their journey, but ultimately decided against it. Mazruk would have already been informed by the warriors that he would be escorting Krivax tomorrow, and anything else they needed to talk about could wait until he woke up. Krivax looked at the messy stack of books sitting in the corner of his room. Normally he would still be studying around this time, but he would need to be well rested for the coming day, so it would be best if he went to sleep early. Krivax climbed onto his sleeping web and allowed the silk's enchantment to wash over him, causing him to instantly feel drowsy. With a wave of his hand, Krivax caused the illumination stones embedded in the ceiling to cease emitting light, plunging the room into darkness. Krivax fell asleep only a few moments later, while still thinking about the coming day and the challenges that awaited him. Chapter 7. Fortunately, Krivax was correct about Mazruk already being informed about their imminent adventure. When he arrived at the warrior compound, his friend was already fully geared and ready to leave. After quickly double-checking that they both had all the necessary supplies, the two of them left the compound and started making their way to the city's portal station. As the two of them made their way through the crowds of Nerubians going about their day, Krivax went over the route they would take and the potential dangers they might face. While they had already talked about it extensively, it was worth repeating. Krivax was not expecting the route to be particularly dangerous, but those expectations were built on research that was already centuries old and imperfect meta-knowledge. The worst things they should encounter before they meet the Tuskar are shovel tusks, which they should easily be able to handle, but one could never be too careful. Fortunately, the portal station was located relatively close to the warrior compound, so it did not take the two of them long to arrive. The building was guarded by armored guards, and administrators could be seen inspecting anyone coming and going from the portals. Following the helpful signs that pointed them in the direction of the correct portal, Krivax and Masruk skittered past a few of the busier portals until they reached the correct location. The portal itself looked like a tear in reality, with its edges illuminated with a violet outline. With his magical senses, Krivax could feel magic being diverted from the nearest ley line through the building and into the portal in a constant effort to keep it from closing. "Greetings. Are you two Initiate Krivax and Neophyte Masruk?" asked the bored-looking administrator, who was presumably assigned to this portal. Yes, we are," said Krivax, speaking for the both of them. Reaching into his spatial bag, he retrieved and presented his identification disc. "I see," said the administrator as he inspected the disc with his magic. "Barely anyone uses this portal aside from those assigned to maintaining the outpost, so your names caught my attention." The administrator spoke with a questioning tone, but Krivax simply pretended he couldn't hear it and responded with the Nerubian equivalent of a smile. Seeing that he wouldn't be getting any interesting gossip out of Krivax, the administrator seemed to lose any interest in the two of them and quickly finished processing them. Stepping through the portal was an incredibly strange feeling for Krivax. While the transition from one location to another was far more seamless than it would have been if he was teleported, the abrupt changes to all of his senses were still very jarring. From one moment to another, everything from the lighting to the air to the ambient magic was suddenly different. Krivax idly wondered which parts of the environment the portal was designed to filter as he and Masruk adjusted to the changes in their senses. After they finished adjusting, they once again presented their identification to an administrator and waited patiently as they were processed. After they were done, Krivax was surprised to hear that the outpost's gate watcher had sent a warrior to escort them to the entrance to the surface. As the silent warrior escorted them through a dizzying maze of tunnels, Krivax could tell that the outpost was manned almost entirely by warriors. Soon enough, Krivax and Masruk were brought to the most heavily guarded portion of the outpost. The entrance to the surface was swarming with warriors and protected by a fearsome gatekeeper. Krivax had occasionally seen Spider Lords at various points over the past 4 years, but always in passing. The Spider Lords held positions as leaders, guardians, and enforcers of the law in Azjol Nerub's society, so as a young initiate of the Circle of Viziers he'd never had reason to meet one in person. Until now, that is. The factors that determined the highly variable size of the Spider Lords were unknown to Krivax, but this one was truly massive, standing at what he estimated to be at least 18 feet tall. The giant beetle-like Nerubian had a brown carapace that looked thick enough to shrug off any blade and 2 large, scythe-like arms that could easily tear a fully grown man in two. As the giant Nerubian blocked the way and looked down at him with a searching expression, Krivax couldn't help but feel that both the Scourge and the Vrykul must be truly powerful to defeat such terrifying killing machines. "You must be Initiate Krivax and Neophyte Masruk." "I am Gatekeeper Gruthib," said the Spider Lord in an extremely deep voice. "Vizier Haddix has secured your passage through these gates. Beware, young ones. The surface is teeming with danger, and once you pass this threshold, your safety is nobody's responsibility but your own. Are you certain you wish to continue?" "Yes, Gatekeeper. We are certain," Krivax said with confidence. For a normal Nerubian, this would likely be a truly daunting moment, but all he felt was an eagerness to take his first look at Azeroth's sky. The Gatekeeper turned his gaze to Masruk, who simply responded with a silent nod of agreement. "Very well. Present your identification, and I shall open the way." Krivax made to hand over his identification for the 3rd time in the past few hours, only to hesitate. "He doesn't have any hands. How does he expect me to hand it over?" Just when he was starting to feel awkward, the sound of chittering at his feet drew his gaze downwards. A dog-sized beetle was wildly chittering at him and waving its 2 front arms in a grasping motion. Krivax turned a questioning gaze to the Gatekeeper, but the Spider Lord responded with nothing but an amused expression. Well, okay, I hope I'm not about to make myself look really stupid. Crouching down, Kryvax handed his identification to the beetle, who immediately grabbed it and skittered away toward the gatekeeper. Gruthib spent a few moments examining this disc before turning to address his subordinates. Open the gates. Kryvax watched the warriors open the gates as the beetle returned his disc. While the large black and gold gate was quite impressive, he couldn't help but focus most of his attention on the magic flowing through the walls. Kryvax was not skilled enough with enchanting to understand what purpose the magic served, but his instincts told him that any attempted invader would find themselves quickly regretting their decisions. Without further comment, Gatekeeper Gruthib moved aside with steps quieter than an 18-foot insectoid killing machine that weighed thousands of pounds should be allowed to have. Seeing no reason to delay, Kryvax bowed politely to the Spider Lord and started making his way to the surface with Masruk. "Are you nervous?" Buddy Kryvax asked his friend in an attempt to calm his nerves, while he should be feeling nothing but excitement. He had been working towards this for several years, and now that the moment was finally approaching, Kryvax couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "This is a big deal. You know, this is the first time we'll be on our own." "I believe you are more nervous than I am," Masruk said evenly. "We will protect each other, and if necessary, we have both the emergency communication device if we need help and the scrying crystal for non-emergency situations. Everything will be fine." The emergency communication device was a magical tool that would send his location to Hadix along with a request for immediate assistance. The scrying crystal, on the other hand, would allow him to communicate with Hadix after performing a lengthy magical ritual. "Damn it, Masruk, aren't you actually 4 years old? Why are you so much more relaxed about this than I am?" The two of them made small talk as they climbed the winding tunnel upwards until suddenly, the two of them took a turn and laid eyes on the surface world for the first time in their lives. When Kryvax saw the end of the tunnel open and saw the stars glittering in the night sky, he couldn't help but completely freeze. Only the impatient prodding of Masruk to move so he could exit the tunnel as well was enough to bring him back to reality again as it truly hit him, how he was on a completely alien world than the one he recalled in his first life, as evidenced by the 2 moons hanging in the sky. At least Masruk was soon struck by the alienness of the surface as well, if for a completely different reason. "How high does the ceiling reach?" he suddenly asked, honestly curious. "Those are celestial bodies, not crystals in a cavern ceiling. They can go on far beyond our ability to comprehend," he reminded him, still dumbstruck in his own way. "Of course." Masruk returned as they sat in a comfortable silence for a moment and simply took in the world around them. "Kryvax, what is that?" Kryvax looked to the sky in the direction that Masruk was pointing, only to see a giant eagle, far larger than any bird that could be found on Earth, flying through the night sky. If he still had the vision of a human, there would be no chance for him to spot the bird in the darkness. But Nerubian eyes were well adapted for the dark. "That is a duskwing eagle," said Kryvax as he looked at the giant bird with faint awe. Even after living in Azeroth for 4 years, he was still easily affected by such fantastical sights. It still sometimes amazed him to see the various giant bugs, spiders, Jormungars, arachnothids, and other such creatures in the Empire. "Is it dangerous? Will it attack?" asked Masruk, gripping his spear tightly. "We're 2 giant spider people. I doubt there are very many predators stupid enough to attack us." "No, I don't think so. As long as we don't threaten it, I doubt it will bother us," Kryvax said reassuringly. Once the 2 of them adjusted to their new surroundings, Kryvax decided to take a look at his surroundings to see if he could find out which direction they needed to go. Fortunately, there were a few landmarks that gave him a decent idea of where he was, namely the Whisper Gulch that was visible from the tunnel's threshold. That location was understandably marked with notes that read, "Do not enter," and "Hazardous" on the map Kryvax had drawn using a combination of the circle's research and his own medic knowledge. The faint sound of waves, the scent of the ocean, and the occasional seagull also served to make the direction of the coast fairly obvious. It only took a few minutes of walking in that direction for the two of them to reach the edge of the tall cliff that overlooked the nearby ocean. This triggered another long moment of dumbstruck staring that only ended when Masruk started to ask questions about the ocean. "So it's full of salt?" Masruk asked in astonishment. "How does anything live in it?" "They are built for it, just like we are for the underground." Kryvax shrugged. Now that he knew the location of the ocean and the Whisper Gulch, it was only a matter of following the edge of the cliff until they spotted the ancient lift that connected the Isle of Spears to the rest of Northrend. Given they were both well rested and it was still nighttime, it would probably be a good idea for them to both get moving. Unfortunately, Kryvax was not quite certain how long it would take them to reach the village, so he had prepared a few supplies that would make the journey easier. Reaching into his spatial bag, Kryvax pulled out 2 vials filled with a gold-colored liquid. Kryvax was fortunate that he could earn a decent amount of money through magical silk crafting because stamina potions were truly not cheap. A part of him believed he would have enjoyed learning alchemy himself, but it was more important for him to prioritize his time. After handing one of the potions to Masruk, he opened the vial and quickly downed the potion in one quick gulp. Potions often tasted incredibly strange, so it was best to drink them as quickly as possible. Immediately after Kryvax finished drinking the viscous liquid, he felt a surge of boundless energy that to him felt inexhaustible. Intellectually, he knew that the potion would only last for the night, but he still felt as if he could run at a full sprint for days. "Let's go," said Kryvax after putting away the empty vials. "It'll be best if we travel as far as we can during the night while most of the animals are asleep. We can set up a nest in one of the trees after the sun rises." Once Masruk nodded his agreement, the two of them started to move at a quick pace while following the edge of the cliff. One thing that was definitely not captured in the Warcraft franchise was how quickly Nerubians were able to move due to their large size and multiple sets of legs, especially when they didn't need to worry about their stamina. Honestly, being a giant spider person who was larger than an adult human and also able to run nearly as fast as a horse had its benefits. As they traveled, Kryvax did his best to answer Masruk's frequent questions. The young Nerubian seemed to be interested in everything, from clouds to trees to the random wildlife that hurriedly moved out of their way. For Kryvax, it was interesting to see all the animals that were present in this location that did not exist in the game. From stuff that wouldn't be out of place back on Earth to things he didn't even have names for. After a few hours of running, Kryvax had seen rabbits, dragonflies, a strange fox thing with tiny antlers, squirrels, a few deer, and even a herd of shovel-tusk grazing in the distance. Thankfully, it seemed that he was right to assume the wildlife wouldn't be stupid enough to attack 2 large predators for no reason. Like this. The two of them managed to cover a deal of great distance as they traveled the rest of the night without interruption. It was only when the sun started to peek over the horizon that their pace started to slow. While their potions still had a small amount of time before they ran out, the two of them could not help but be entranced by the sight of their first Azerothian sunrise. As the darkness abated and the animals began to grow more active with the early morning light, the two of them decided to find a tree they could build a nest in and use to get some rest. After all, it had been a long evening for the both of them. The terrain was mostly flat and not heavily forested, so they would likely be able to see any incoming danger regardless of which tree they chose. Seeing no reason to pick one giant tree over another, the two Nerubians made their way to a tree that resides on a small hill. As Masruk started to prepare their rations so they could have a quick meal once they finished spinning their web, Kryvax began to inspect the tree in order to make certain no duskwing eagles had already made a nest in it. He had only just finished determining that the tree was unoccupied and thus free for them to use when he heard a strange bellow that sounded something like an angry boar. Startled, Kryvax turned his attention to the direction the sound came from. only to see a large shovel tusk charging the two of them and several smaller ones behind it nervously huddling together. Krivax frantically began casting a frostbolt while Masruk charged spear first at the incoming stag. While the adult shovel tusk was very strong, it had no chance of standing up to Masruk and Krivax. Masruk's spear expertly kept the territorial creature at bay, and Krivax's full-strength frostbolts constantly smashed into the shovel tusk's side and left it slow and injured. With a quick thrust, Masruk buried his spear into the side of the creature, causing it to collapse and spit out blood. By the time they put the shovel tusk out of its misery, the rest of the herd was already running off into the distance. "Good job, Masruk," said Krivax as he looked away from the animal's bloody corpse. It was his first time killing another living being, and even if it was just an animal, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. "It's fine. People go hunting all the time back on Earth. I already knew I was going to have to get used to stuff like this, so there's no point in making a big deal about it." "It was easy," said Masruk. Krivax felt like he could hear some disappointment in his friend's voice. The shovel tusk was not very intelligent. It continuously charged into my spear even after such tactics failed already. Krivax ignored his battle-hungry friend's disappointment and started to wrap the animal's corpse in webs so they would have an easier time dragging it away. After all, it would be unwise to leave a corpse near where they intended to sleep when it could attract scavengers. Once the two of them pulled the shovel tusk an acceptable distance away, they quickly climbed up the tree and began weaving their temporary nest. When the tree was nearly fully covered in webs that would entrap any approaching predator, Krivax and Masruk unpacked their rations and turned to watch the sunrise. After they finished their meal and were preparing to go to sleep, Masruk decided to climb to the very top of the tree to see if he could spot any potential threats. "Krivax, what are those?" asked Masruk, interrupting Krivax as he was busy trying to make his sleeping cocoon more comfortable. With a slight huff of exasperation, Krivax climbed to the top of the tree so he could explain whatever this new sight was to his friend. For a moment, after he saw the strange shapes floating back and forth in the distance, Krivax had no idea what he was looking at until he suddenly remembered a particular Tusker tradition. The Tuskar flew large kites over their settlements as a way of signaling their location to one another. "Well, all right then. I guess we'll be making first contact faster than I thought." Chapter 8. Orphus sighed wearily as the light of the morning peeked through the windows of his small home. He was reluctant to rise so early, but he knew he had a long day ahead of him and important responsibilities. The representatives from Kaskala and Moaki had just left, and Kamagua needed to replenish its food stocks as a result. Orphus understood that the elders felt it was important to throw a feast for visiting clans so they could demonstrate their capability, but they weren't the ones who would need to hunt the shovel tusks. Fortunately, they would only need to hunt the beasts as a temporary supplement until the fisherman managed to refill the village's food supply. Lifting himself from the comfort of his bed, Orphus donned his whaleskin vest, grabbed his personal knife and spear, and made his way out of his house to face the day. As he took a glance around the ancient life outpost, he could immediately tell that his friend, Lunk Tusk, had already left to go hunting. Orphus huffed in amusement. His friend would rather hunt alone than spend time looking after the younger hunters. He wasn't too worried, though. Lunk Tusk was a highly capable warrior and was more than able to take care of himself. Ready to get the day started, Orphus walked to the middle of the outpost and decided to wake up the young ones. "Wake up!" Short Tusks bellowed Orphus at the top of his lungs. "The sun is up, and it's time to get moving. Tayutka does not feed the lazy." Orphus chuckled to himself as he heard the muffled curses of young men throwing themselves out of bed and frantically preparing for the day ahead. Soon enough, 4 young men with short and shiny tusks were lined up in front of him. After a short inspection, he was pleased to see that Rajopo, Hogak, Iriunot, and Motak had all managed to prepare themselves properly for the hunt. "Are you ready?" Short Tusks asked Orphus sternly. Even if they were not expecting any great danger, hunting, just like fishing, was something that should always be taken seriously. I don't want any of you getting gored because you decided to do something foolish. Our people are counting on us to feed them, and your families are counting on you to come back home. I expect you all to follow my directions. Am I clear? He usually preferred to be more relaxed, but he had learned the hard way that it was best to be strict with young warriors who were barely more than calves. After receiving enthusiastic affirmations from the young ones, Orphus nodded and started to lead them north. Their people were not best suited to travel quickly over land or for long distances on foot, but that was not a problem when it came to hunting shovel tusks. The stags were extremely territorial and would end up attacking anything that approached their herd's feeding grounds. All Orphus needed to do was find a herd of shovel tusks, walk in its direction, and kill the stag that came charging at him. In Orphus's opinion, hunting shovel tusks was far simpler than fishing, which was likely the reason why it was not nearly as respected and thus not worth many knots on one's counting staff. Even embroidery done by the womenfolk was worth more knots. Still, it was something that needed to be done. The only difficult part was actually finding a herd. Lunk Tusk had scouted a herd north of the outpost a few days ago, but they had already been walking for a while and were having trouble finding it. The lands were very flat, so Orphus was surprised they had not spotted it yet. Orphus was looking around and growing increasingly frustrated by the lack of shovel tusks, despite having been walking for nearly an hour when his search was interrupted by Iriuno's yells. "Long Tusk, what is that?" Orphus looked in the direction Iriuno was pointing in and was immediately dumbstruck by what he saw. There was a tall tree peeking over a hill that was covered completely in spiderwebs. "Get behind me!" Now Orphus barked at the younger warriors. There was no reason for there to be giant spiders this far from the Rivenwood, but there was always a chance something had driven them south. A Riven widow was not itself difficult to kill, but its venom was a death sentence without immediate attention from a shaman. Orphus had a faster reaction time and thicker blubber than the rest of his hunting party, so it would be best for them to stay behind him. After the short tusks were safely behind him, he gripped his spear tightly and carefully inched his way forward. With every step he took closer, Orphus expected a giant spider to come charging down from the tree. Strangely, he managed to make it all the way there without incident, and even after circling the webbed tree, nothing attacked him. Orphus felt his apprehension turn into confusion as he confirmed the tree to be empty. "There's nothing here," Orphus said with feigned confidence. The short tusks slowly calmed down and started to gawk at the tree with curiosity. Prepare to head back. This needs to be reported to the elders. He hoped one of the shamans would understand what was going on, since it was quite odd for the Riven widows to abandon a nest. Orphus was about to lead the hunting party back to the outpost, and then to Camagua, when he was interrupted by a strange voice. "Greetings." Orphus and his hunting party immediately brandished their spears and stood back to back. He frantically looked at his surroundings, but was unable to spot the owner of the voice. Still, he pushed himself in front of his hunting party and pointed his spear toward the bushes to his left. After all, in such flat lands, there were very few places a person could hide. "Who are you? Show yourself." "Stranger." "I will," said the voice. They spoke slowly, and their kalu'aka was accented in a way Orphus had never heard before. Are they a different race? Maybe a troll or a tonka, perhaps a human. But first, promise no attack. They were worried about being attacked. Orphus allowed himself to relax as it looked less and less likely that their hunting party was about to be ambushed. "I promise, stranger, we have no intention of attacking you if you do not attack us. We Kalu'ak are a peaceful people." Orphus expected the stranger to show themselves after being reassured, but they instead called out again with audible hesitation. "Remember, promise. We look scary." Orphus barely held back a scoff. He was a fully grown warrior of Camagua. There was no chance of him being frightened to the point of violence by the appearance of some strange tonka or troll. He was even less frightened by the appearance of the small, tuskless humans. You need not worry. Stranger, Orpheus said soothingly, no matter what manner of creature you may be, we promise we will not attack you. After a few more moments of hesitation, the strangers finally walked out of the bushes and Orpheus almost made himself into a liar. As it was, he was able to hold back his instinctual reaction and focused his attention on stopping the screaming short tusks from throwing their spears in terror. Calm down. Are you men, or are you children? After a lot of yelling, Orpheus was eventually able to calm down the short tusks enough that he didn't need to worry about them recklessly attacking the two giant spider creatures that could talk. Orpheus shot a quick glare to the short tusks and made it clear that he would be the one doing the talking. I apologize. Strangers, your appearances are indeed a bit more startling than I expected. Orpheus said as diplomatically as possible. I am Orpheus of Kamagua. Who are you? I am Kryvax, said the giant spider person who was wearing a robe made from some strange material. It then pointed to the other one next to it, which was wearing a set of metal armor and holding a spear. This, Masruk. We want peace, not fight. We bring fish. Orpheus looked on in disbelief as the creature presented a fang-toothed herring to them within a net of more webs, apparently, which made it clear who was responsible for the tree. He was feeling distinctly uncomfortable with how much of their language and culture the giant spider person knew. However, his sense of propriety did not allow any of this discomfort to show on his face as he accepted the gift. To deny a gift freely given, especially one that was sourced from the bounty of the sea through the hard work of another, would be a great insult after all. After the creature presented the fish, the short tusks calmed down significantly, and their expressions became much more curious rather than fearful. Orpheus usually appreciated his people's kind and trusting nature, but right now it was his job to protect the young ones from a potential threat. Thank you for the gift, Kryvax, Orpheus said politely. The armored one seemed content to allow his companion to do all of the talking, so he directed his words to Kryvax. I hate to be rude, but I have to ask, what are you, and what are your intentions? The fact that this creature was able to speak Kalu'aka and presented them with a peace offering in the form of a freshly caught fish meant that they had not approached his people by accident. Our people are called... The giant talking spider thing then started to speak in a strange, skittering language, yet somehow Orpheus was able to understand the general gist of what it was saying. Was this some kind of magic? Apparently, these creatures were called Nerubians. Orpheus did not know what a Nerubian was or if he would be able to pronounce the strange word, but it was not his responsibility to know such things. Orpheus hoped that the elders knew something about these creatures. Or perhaps one of the shamans would be able to contact an ancestor who had experience with them. We want peace, trade, friendship, no fighting. Orpheus carefully considered the creature's words as the short tusks continued to lose their sense of wariness about the strange creatures. If these Nerubians were approaching his people in a diplomatic manner and with the intention of fostering friendship and trade, then this was something that could only be handled by the chieftain. A part of Orpheus wilted at the idea of how much hunting he would need to do if their village hosted more diplomats after the last ones had just left. But he knew he would do whatever his village required of him. Right now, the best way to handle these strange creatures was to learn as much as he could about them before he spoke to the elders. I mean, no disrespect, Kryvax, Tusu, but I know nothing about you or your people. I need to seek the wisdom of our people's elders before I can allow you to approach our village. Understand. Not problem, said Kryvax. The Nerubian then seemed to hesitate before speaking quickly in its harsh language. Whatever magic the creature was using to translate its intentions sent Orpheus feelings of understanding and a desire to show him what they had brought to trade. Kryvax also promised not to approach their village or outpost without their permission. All right, if you would like to show us what you have brought to trade, then I'm willing to take a look and tell our elders when I speak to them. Orpheus was not sure how much of what he said was understood by the creature, but he hoped that their strange magic would work both ways. Krivax reached into a bag that they had been carrying over their shoulder, and Orphis was once again astounded as more of their arm disappeared into the bag than should be possible. It was starting to become clear to him that these Nerubians were capable of feats of magic that the shamans were incapable of. Orphis tensed as the Nerubian started to pull something out of the magical bag, but rather than it being a weapon like part of him was expecting, it seemed to be a large roll of silk. The giant spider people want to trade with silk. At least that makes sense. By the time the Nerubian was finished retrieving their trading goods, Krivax had pulled out several rolls of silk in various different colors and an assortment of metal ores. Orphis was feeling a bit out of his depth. He was a warrior, not a blacksmith or a seamstress. Still, he would do his best to evaluate these goods so that he could present the elders with as much information as possible. "Can you explain what these are?" Orphis said respectfully. "I am not familiar with these items." "Yes, can explain," Krivax said eagerly. They then started to speak in their native language as they described the use of each of the objects. Once they were done, even somebody as unfamiliar as him with the work of a seamstress could understand how valuable these silks were. By Islaruk, if what they said is true, then the reinforced silk could be used to make nets and ropes that would completely change how their people fished. They even had silks that were able to heat anything that they touched. This could be used to make clothing that would protect the more vulnerable members of their community during the particularly harsh winters. Orphis could not immediately think of a use for the colder silk, but he was certain somebody in their village would find it useful. When Orphis asked about the ores, he learned that they were all rather ordinary metal ores that his people were able to produce in great quantities because they apparently lived underground. Orphis was torn between feeling extreme horror at the thought of a race of giant spider people living beneath his feet, and glee at the thought of cheaper metals that could be used to make tools and weapons. These Nerubians must be extremely confident in their capabilities if they were willing to carelessly trade away metal ores. Orphis looked at the younger warriors who were busy gawking at the silk and ores, and couldn't help but feel that the events of today would be worthy of being carved into their tusks. Orphis spent the next few minutes asking clarifying questions, which the Nerubian answered patiently. It was a bit difficult for them to communicate complicated ideas due to the language barrier, even with the spider people's strange magic, but they were able to muddle through. When he was done, Orphis asked the two Nerubians to wait by the webbed tree for them to return as he left to go speak to the elders. Krivax agreed and also offered to give him a shovel-tusk stag for them to bring back to his people. That explained why we couldn't find the herd, he thought to himself as Orphis accepted but told them that bringing back the corpse would slow them down too much and that they would collect it later. After Krivax agreed, Orphis bid the two Nerubians farewell and started to drag his hunting party back to the village as quickly as possible. To think that there was such a people living in Northrend that we didn't know about. Hogak spoke in wonder. As my father says, the world is wider than we will ever know. Motak followed up. I wonder what it is like living underground. It seems like a good way to avoid blizzards. But I think I would miss not seeing the sun or stars after a while. Rajopo mused. You think they honor spiders like we honor walruses as reincarnated ancestors? Maybe they can even talk to them like the shamans do. Irionaut wondered out loud. The four short tusks continued to converse among themselves about their first contact with a race that no one, as far as Orphis knew at least, had even heard of and what they might be like. Orphis let them since he was wondering quite a lot himself, and there was clearly no longer a need to be silent on this hunt-turned-diplomatic meeting. As they hurriedly made their way back, Orphis couldn't help but wonder how he was going to explain this to the elders. It was a good thing he had 4 other witnesses as well as the web net containing the fangtooth herring. He doubted anyone would believe him when he told them what he saw otherwise. Chapter 9. Krivax barely stopped himself from pacing back and forth as he waited anxiously for the Tuskar leadership to send back a representative to speak with him. His first contact with the Tuskar was going well enough so far, given that there was no violence involved. Even if there was a bit of understandable fear, but Kryvax couldn't help but worry about the next meeting. There were a lot of important things that depended on him successfully developing a peaceful relationship with the Tuskar. Kryvax had nearly panicked when he and Masruk returned to their temporary camp after successfully catching a fish, only to find it surrounded by armed Tuskar. It was fortunate for him that the walrus people proved to be reasonable people who were open to diplomacy. "Why are you so nervous?" asked Masruk. "I just really hope this works out," said Kryvax. In an attempt to distract himself from his worry, he decided to pass the time by making small talk with Masruk. "So, what do you think about the Tuskar?" They look strong, but they don't seem very fast. I would need to spar with one of them to form a complete opinion." Kryvax waited for his friend to say more on the topic, but he seemed content to leave it at that. So much for small talk, thought Kryvax as he gave in to the urge to start pacing. Kryvax knew that in order to accomplish his ultimate goal of finding evidence of the existence of the other continents, he would need to develop a certain amount of trust with the Tuskar. It shouldn't be too complicated for him to ask the Tuskar leadership if there was any contact between them and people from outside Northrend. But if they were suspicious of him, then they might simply lie or refuse to answer. Even if they did share their knowledge about lands outside of Northrend, Kryvax would still need the Tuskar's assistance if he wanted to get into contact with them. After all, he doubted that the Nerubian leadership would give much credence to the words of a lesser race for such world-changing information. So Kryvax would need to be able to bring them actual evidence. The first step in getting the Tuskar to trust him was to start trading with them. Things would become much easier for Kryvax if he succeeded in building a mutually beneficial relationship. The various trading goods he had brought for this meeting were all things that were both relatively cheap for him to acquire and were likely to be very useful to the Tuskar. It also helped that all the silks were the magical varieties that he was capable of creating himself, and that the ores were mined within Nerub in such vast quantities that it would not be impossible for him to supply the Tuskar by himself. The only metals that Nerub truly considered to be valuable were either extraordinarily rare, such as titanium, or were used by them as currency, such as copper, silver, gold, or cobalt. The only problem was finding something that the Tuskar could trade in return for these things. While Kryvax did not believe that the Nerubians were a superior race, it was still undeniable that their society was vastly more advanced than the Tuskar. Nerubians would not be interested in going out of their way to trade for knives made from shark teeth or vests made from the skin of a whale. Kryvax hoped that the Tuskar elders would be clever enough to find something that the Nerubians would want, or he would have a hard time justifying his continued interest. Like this, Kryvax anxiously tried to sort through his future plans while waiting for the Tuskar to arrive. It was only after a few hours had passed and he started to worry that something had gone wrong that he finally spotted a group of Tuskar that looked more official than the previous one heading in their direction from the ancient lift. Finally, I guess it makes sense that their meeting would go on for a while when they need to figure out how to deal with the two giant spider people who randomly showed up. When the group came close enough for Kryvax to properly see them, he could tell that the warrior he spoke to the first time was accompanied by a few other warriors, and someone he assumed to be an elder was leading the group. The presumed elder had long yellow tusks covered in carvings, a small mustache, carried a gnarled wooden staff, and was wearing an extravagant fur and leather jacket. Kryvax could tell the exact moment the new Tuskar could see him and Masruk properly, because they all immediately stopped moving and started to nervously talk amongst themselves. Kryvax tried his best to stay still and look as harmless as a Nerubian could look while he waited patiently for them to gather their courage. Eventually, they started to move again, though their body language was notably more cautious than it was before. "Greetings," said Kryvax when they finally reached him. "Happy to meet you. I am Kryvax. My friend is Masruk. What is your name?" He did not have a firm mastery of the Tuskar language, but he decided it would be best to use it as much as possible instead of relying on magic to translate his intent. Ultimately, the best way to learn a language was to use it as much as possible. "Greetings, Kryvax," said the elder in a feminine voice. It was very difficult for Kryvax to determine a physical difference between male and female Tuskar, but now that he was looking, he could see that her tusks were slightly more curved and her hair was longer. It was also possible that she had breasts, but it was honestly generally hard to tell considering the stout and blubbery build of Tuskar. "I am Elder Kokiwi. These are Lunk Tusk, Kaganut, and you've already met Orphus. We greet you and hope for peace between us." So the one I was talking to is named Orphus. Good to know. I'm not an expert, but these guys look like skilled warriors. It seemed likely to Kryvax that the Tuskar had decided to approach him with a small group of skilled warriors as a way to offer sufficient protection to their elder while not appearing overly hostile. "We also want peace. We want to trade and exchange knowledge. We want to grow friendship." The Tuskar delegation seemed to relax significantly at his words. It seemed that they were very willing to be friendly after they got over his appearance and realized they did not need to be afraid. "I am happy to hear that," Kokewi said amiably. "Orphus has told us about the goods you wish to trade. May we see them?" "Of course." Kryvax quickly laid out the various silks and ores he had brought to trade and presented them to the delegation. After that, he gave the same speech he already gave Orphus about their various uses. The Tuskar were visibly startled when the intent of his words started to be translated to them by magic, but they must have already been warned because they got over it fairly quickly. Unfortunately, while translating intent was far easier than translating language directly, it was also much less clear. Kryvax needed to repeat a few things during his speech multiple times for them to accurately understand his meaning, but they eventually understood what he was offering them. Kryvax felt comforted when he saw the visible greed in their eyes. It seems like he picked the right trading goods to bring. "What do you want for these?" Kokewi asked with a feigned lack of interest after he finished speaking. "I don't know," said Kryvax honestly. "I have a few ideas, but I would prefer to speak with your leadership so that we might negotiate a mutually beneficial arrangement." It took a little effort to get the Tuskar to understand what he was asking, but after they did, they huddled together and started to talk about it quietly amongst themselves. "We will take you to meet our chieftain," said Kokewi after they reached a decision. Once she was done speaking, the Tuskar called Kaganut stepped forward and delivered a series of stern warnings and threats about what would happen if they harmed anyone in the village. While Kaganut was busy delivering his warnings, Orphus ran off to presumably get the body of the shovel tusk they had offered him earlier with Masruk guiding him. "I'm pretty sure I would be able to understand this guy even without magic. There's no need to glare at me so much." "Dude, you're the bad cop. I get it." After reiterating his peaceful intentions, the Tuskar must have felt sufficiently reassured because they instructed him and Masruk to follow them back to their village. Orphus displayed the crazy strength of warriors in this world by easily carrying the wrapped-up shovel tusk on his back without any visible strain. "Where are we going?" asked Masruk. Unlike Kryvax, he did not know any Tuskar, and the magical artifact that translated intent only worked for those who held it. "They have invited us back to their village," said Kryvax. "I'm going to talk to their chieftain about trade, and hopefully we'll be able to reach an agreement." "Why are they willing to bring us into their home?" asked Masruk, confused. "Kila Kuk would never allow them to enter our city under any circumstances." "I suppose they are just more trusting and open to outsiders than we are," said Kryvax evenly. It was good that his friend was asking these kinds of questions and learning that different groups had different values. Masruk contemplated that silently for a moment before he spoke again. "The big one looks very powerful," said Masruk while looking directly at Kaganut. "You should request that they allow me to spar with him. I would like to test his strength." "Sure, buddy, I'll make sure to ask. I just hope they are familiar with the idea of friendly spars." The Tuskars seemed to be growing agitated by the two of them speaking in a language they could not understand, so Kryvax decided to end the conversation there. It was not long before they reached the ancient lift. There was a small group of several buildings that likely served as an outpost that protected the ancient lift from potential threats. The buildings themselves seemed to be fairly well built, with thick thatched roofs and an exterior constructed with wood and stone. The support beams were made from what Kryvax assumed to be whale bones, and the doorways were covered by some kind of leather and fur. Although the design of the ancient lift looked simple, it was still a remarkable thing to see in real life. Kryvax wasn't sure that some kind of primitive cable car that was in fact a Reichel boat suspended over the air by a rope was the safest way to travel. But he didn't have very many options if he wanted to get to the Isle of Spears without a boat. The Tuskar probably understand the thing pretty well, and they don't seem particularly concerned, so I guess I should just suck it up. The boat itself had a surprising amount of room, and their entire group had no issue fitting inside. Kryvax was not certain how the Tuskar managed to start the thing when they were all safely aboard, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as they began moving. As they approached the Isle of Spears, Kryvax couldn't help but feel that the Tuskar had chosen a truly defensible location to build their village. Aside from murlocs, there were few things in the Howling Fjord that could threaten them when they lived on an island. Not only that, but the real island was much larger than it was portrayed in the game. Kryvax looked to one of the snowy portions of the island and gawked at a white, two-headed creature that was flying lazily through the air. Soon enough, the boat passed over another Tuskar village, Iskal, as Kokewi told him after being asked, and Kryvax could see people waving up at them and staring in open curiosity. Kryvax waved back at a Tuskar child and chuckled in amusement when the kid jumped in surprise and ran into one of the houses. Eventually, their group descended safely onto the Isle of Spears, and Kryvax and Mazruk followed the Tuskar off the lift. Awaiting them was a pair of Tuskar warriors who were holding spears and riding giant turtles. Elder Kokewi, Chieftain Atuk, awaits you and our guests. Thank you, Turtle Rider. The two Tuskar followed along on either side of their group as they approached the village of Kamagwa. While they entered and made their way to the chieftain, Kryvax took the opportunity to take a good look at the village. For the most part, the buildings were built in the same style as the ones at the ancient lift's outpost, although Kryvax did see one interesting building that looked like it was built down into the ground and a couple of large tents made of some kind of hide. There were also rows and rows of boats lined up near the docks, and a steady stream of fishermen could be seen coming and going. The villagers themselves seemed to be both fearful and curious of the two Nerubians, but they remained respectful enough of the elder not to approach and did not appear overtly hostile. Soon, they were led into the largest building in the village, which Kryvax assumed belonged to the chieftain. The inside of the building had a large fire pit lined with stones in the center, and several doorways that led to different rooms. Colorful weavings and a variety of what Kryvax assumed to be trophies were hanging from the wall. The chieftain himself was a large Tuskar, wearing a dark brown vest and a thick fur coat. His tusks were long, yellow, and densely covered with intricately carved symbols. However, his tusks could not compare to the female Tuskar that stood next to him. She was much smaller than the chieftain, yet Kryvax felt like she had a presence that filled up the room. Her hair was long and white with old age, and her tusks were the longest of any Tuskar Kryvax had yet seen, and were nearly completely covered with carved symbols. Like Kokewi, she carried a gnarled staff, and her eyes held a wisdom that made Kryvax feel like she could see all of his secrets. "Greetings, outsiders," said the chieftain. "I am Chieftain Atuk, and this is Elder Wumni. Welcome to Kamagwa." "Greetings, I am Kriv." Before he could finish his introduction, Elder Wumni let out a snort of irritation and pounded her staff onto the ground. Kryvax didn't know what had just happened, but he momentarily felt a sudden surge of magic from the woman before it suddenly dissipated. Krivax tensed and prepared for a fight when the old Tuskar suddenly spoke in what, to him, sounded like perfect Nerubian. "I'm not interested in listening to you butcher our language for the rest of this conversation." "Outsider," said Elder Wumney, completely unconcerned by the sudden tension of the two Nerubians. "This magic will allow us to understand each other while in the confines of this building." Krivax was completely dumbfounded. True translation magic was not a simple thing to accomplish, which was why the artifact Hadix gave him only allowed for the translation of general intentions. The Circle of Viziers had specific members who were trained to use such magic, and Seer Kukir was the only Nerubian he knew of that could cast a glyph of comprehension. The fact that this old Tuskar managed to cast such complicated magic so casually was a tad intimidating. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder Wumney," said Krivax as politely as possible. "My understanding of your language is incomplete, and I hope to learn more from your people in the future." Elder Wumney snorted with faint amusement. "At least you're polite. As far as I've been told, you're already making a better impression than the last Nerubian who came here. There's no need to introduce yourselves. Orphus has already told us your names. You have experience with my people," Elder Wumney said Krivax, forcing his voice to be as calm as possible, even as his mind was racing. "Not me, but one of our ancestors," said Elder Wumney. "When I called upon them and asked, they told me that a Nerubian like you decided to come here in the pursuit of knowledge while offering nothing in return." She's probably talking about the most recent vizier to try studying the Tuskar. That definitely sounds like something a vizier would do. "I will not lie to you and say that I do not seek knowledge, but I wish to do so in a mutually beneficial way that will leave us both enriched. Elder Wumney." Elder Wumney stared at him searchingly for a long moment before suddenly nodding and turning her attention to Masruk. "And you? Are you just a silent follower with no thoughts of your own? I am Masruk, and I am here to protect and support my friend." Masruk said matter-of-factly, "I would like to spar with some of your warriors, but I am not otherwise particularly interested in you." Krivax barely resisted the urge to bury his face in his palms. Thankfully, rather than being insulted, the elder instead started to chuckle. "Very well said, Masruk," said Elder Wumney. With a nod to the chieftain, she stepped back and allowed him to lead the conversation. "I think we both know that the goods you have brought to trade are very valuable to us." "Outsiders," said Chieftain Atuk seriously. "I'm curious to hear what you wish for in return." "I have a few ideas, Chieftain Atuk," said Krivax, shifting into a more comfortable position. The negotiations were likely to go on for a while once they started getting into the specifics, so it was a good idea for him to get comfortable. Chapter 9.5. I have a few ideas. Chieftain Atuk, the Nerubian. Krivax said with what sounded like good cheer. "Then please, share them." Atuk responded as he sat down on one of the seal hide pillows in front of the fire pit while gesturing for his guests to do the same. Both Krivax and his companion Masruk did so, if not in the same manner as himself. Both oriented themselves above the offered seats and then curled their legs until their lower bodies touched the ground. Krivax folded his arms in front of him while Masruk laid his spear across his lap. It was odd, but understandable given their different body shapes. More similar to the savage Magnetor than any Tuskar, but much more polite and peaceful. So far, anyway. Elders Kokewi and Wumney also sat down, the latter with a sigh as she rested her old bones, while their party of warriors simply backed off a respectful distance. But still close, given these strangers. "First, you must understand that our kingdom, Azjol Nerub, is very self-sufficient for the most part. We haven't interacted much with the surface world for a very long time since, well, frankly, many believe it has nothing we want or need. The Circle of Viziers, the order I am a part of, are among the only ones who still have an interest in the surface for research purposes. But even then, most think we are better off on our own. I'm one of the few who believe that the surface has much to offer us. But only if we lend out a friendly hand and speak with those who live here and get to know them. Hence, why we are here, Kryvax explained. He then paused for a moment before continuing. Do keep in mind, though this is mostly a personal venture, I have no authority to speak on behalf of my own city's ruler, let alone the High King. But I do hope our talks here might lead to something more official in the future. Atuk hummed to himself as he digested the information. A whole kingdom living underground, apparently for a very long time and barely venturing to the surface, without anyone knowing, was rather distressing. Still, the fact they hadn't caused his people any trouble in the long memory of the ancestors was good. And even better, this diplomatic venture by this curious and open-minded example of their kind. Still, that left the question. If your people are so well off, then what could we possibly have to offer them? Atuk asked outright. Well, if I can be frank, not a whole lot, but what you can provide can still help show the rest of my people that totally isolating ourselves is not in our best interests, Kryvax said. And what would that be? Elder Wumney asked with a slightly clipped tone. Knowledge is a big one, Kryvax said, earning a huff from the Elder Wumney. Not your magic, though. I get that the last Nerubian here likely didn't leave the best impression. Viziers can be a bit single-minded at times. While I would love to know more about it personally, I also would love to learn about your history, your customs, your traditions, your language, and everything you would feel comfortable sharing with outsiders. That would be something we'd be willing to share with guests freely. Our way of life is no secret, and so long as you'd be willing to share the same, I think this could build the groundwork to a good relationship between our people. Atuk nodded at the easy enough request. As shaman. I suppose you'll be dumping that job mostly on me then. Elder Wumney grunted. I suppose it won't be too different than teaching the calves. Thank you, honored elder. And naturally I will share with you my people's way as well. And if you ever feel comfortable teaching me a little about your magic, I can gladly do the same. Kryvax hummed and gave what Atuk thought might be his version of a smile. It was a little disturbing seeing the mouth parts in front of his face move like that. Don't go hunting whales just yet, boy, Wumney lightly warned. Of course, Kryvax nodded before turning back to Atuk. As for other things, is it true that you fish certain creatures from the waters that have an outer exoskeleton like us? He asked while tapping at his chest, letting out a light clicking sound. Exoskeleton. You mean a shell. In that case, yes, we catch many crabs, lobsters, shrimp, clams, and other such creatures all the time in our traps and nets. Why do you ask? Elder Kokiwi questioned. Well, you see, the main source of food for our people is fungus, algae, protein-rich webbing, and especially raised and ranched insects, arachnids, and worms. Fish is a rare meal only few of our people actually eat, from whom I learned to fish, Kryvax explained. No fish Atuk thought in shock, not imagining anyone not taking part in the sea's bounty at least in some small way. Why not trade our excess fish and whale meat then for whatever it is you use for currency? Elder Wumney asked. We use coins, Kryvax stated, sharing a convenient fact about how his people did business with one another that was similar to how their own did. And unfortunately, I don't think it will catch on since only a few of us, as said, actually eat and enjoy it. However, while I haven't tried it myself, and I hope I can while we are here, that these creatures' similarities with what we eat already will make a luxury market for those in my kingdom who come to enjoy them. This can be a very beneficial trade since it exposes my people to an aspect of the surface they like, and you would likely earn much in exchange, be it coins or products. That was an interesting idea. And it was harder to store shellfish than fish anyhow, so they could sell the surplus during good seasons and use the wealth earned to better prepare for lean ones. Of course, this depended on whether the Nerubians did enjoy shellfish. Well, it was close to lunch anyhow. Then let us test it now, Atuk said with a smile. Atuk chuckled a little as he took a bite of fried fang tu and shovel tusk, both provided by their guests to complete the gift-giving ritual. Alongside elders Wumney and Kokiwi as their guests dug into their own food, almost literally. They were given steamed crab and lobster, with a side of oysters to see how Nerubians liked the taste of them, and the answer was apparently very much. The chieftain watched as his guests dug into their food as if they hadn't eaten for days, cracking open the shells of all the foods with their teeth and happily sucking out the meat within. Mazruk was especially eager, shoving a whole lobster into his mouth with only a couple of bites, while Kryvax was more restrained. On one hand, it was a little nauseating watching them devour their meal with such gusto, but on the other, he himself remembered his first solid meal of the sea's bounty very fondly, too. His own children and their children were very much the same with their first fish as well. He could excuse a bit of messy eating, considering the Nerubians had never partaken of such fine meals before. It was only after they cleared their plates that the Nerubians recognized their rudeness and actually looked embarrassed, or as embarrassed as giant spider people could look. I apologize for our poor manners. Kryvax bowed, followed quickly by Mazruk. It smelled like nothing I've eaten before, and tasted like a mix of beetle and flyer. But better, the warrior explained himself. I suppose that answers the question of whether or not your people would be willing to pay good coin for it, then. Elder Wumney chuckled out loud at their shamed looks. Indeed, I am sure it will be the talk of the Spider Lord, Vizier, and Queen circles the second it reaches their tables, Kryvax said. Easily something they will pay a vast amount for. That is good to hear, though I doubt we can sell much all the time since there is only so much we can safely fish out of the sea every season without harming the population. You'd have to ask the other clans elsewhere if you want a similar deal, Atuk explained. If this grows as popular as I believe it will, then I am sure the High King himself will send trading parties to set it up, Kryvax said with confidence. Heh. Good to know, Atuk smiled. Now that we have shown you our bounty, do you mind sharing yours? Of course, Kryvax said as he reached for his magic bag and began pulling out various items from it that should not have fit within something so small. It confirmed Orphus's earlier stories at least about the spider folk's strange magic, since Atuk knew of no ancestral items with similar abilities. He then laid out several bundles of silk and a small pile of different ores before him, also confirming past reports. Since we live underground, my people mine a lot of minerals pretty often and use them for all sorts of things. I'm sure you can get things like iron and steel for cheap from us, but don't quote me on that since I am no merchant. We also mine precious metals like silver and gold, which we use in our currency along with copper and cobalt. I am sure you can find uses for that in tools, weapons, armor, kitchenware, etc. Indeed we can, Elder Kokewi said. We value our tradition of making various things from the bones and teeth of the creatures we hunt, but we know the value of forged metal as well. Great to hear, but I'm sure you'll be more interested in our silk, Kryvax said while unrolling a sheet and presenting it to them. I don't like to brag, but our weavers are masters in working it into all kinds of things, clothing, art, structures, stories, food, you name it. It can be woven into nets and ropes of great strength and longevity. As master fisherman, I am sure you can see the benefit of it, but don't take my word for it. Take this and just try to tear it. Elder Kokiwi took the sheet offered to her, and after feeling it for a bit did as she was told and attempted to rip the flimsy-looking sheet in twain, and failed. Eyes widened, all within Atuk's home, as all the Tuskar present watched as Elder Kokiwi failed again and again, trying to undo the bindings that held the silk sheet together, all to no avail. She huffed a bit from exertion before huffing again and giving the sheet over to him in defeat. Atuk merely held the thin and incredibly smooth piece of fabric before him, turning it over and over to see if there was any damage to it after all that effort, or if there was some trick at play. Finding none of either, he merely decided to also test its resolve against his own, in his humble opinion, great strength. Yet no matter how hard he tried, it did not break. And in his youth, he had once pulled a small kraken to shore. He merely looked upon the undamaged sheet in awe before handing it to Elder Wumney. The aged shaman held the sheet within her hands, carefully rubbing her fingers through it while whispering under her breath, and her eyes widened in surprise. "This fabric, the spirits like it," she simply said before handing it back to Kryvax. "I've never seen anything like it. Not even the giant spiders of the Rivenwood could weave something such as that." To be fair, lesser giant spiders don't have our intelligence and skill, Kryvax humble bragged as he folded the sheet and put it away. "And our silk is also very receptive to magic, which is likely why your spirits like it. We weave many spells and magical effects into our silk for certain effects, but even in its base state it has countless uses. These are some of the most common ones, and in fact ones I made myself." "Magic and silk," Kryvax said as he handed over another sheet, this time to Elder Wumney first. "So warm," she said at once, rubbing her hands all over the sheet in surprise. "That sheet contains an enchantment that my own robes hold we call minor flame weave, which in this case makes those who wear it have a constant warm temperature. I think you can guess how useful that could be here on the surface considering how cold it can get. That is not even getting into the flame weave and ice weave enchants which we use to heat up and keep things cool respectively, which can help in cooking and storing food. That is only the beginning though, and I myself can enchant silk to have a wide variety of effects, and I am a total novice compared to master weavers back home. And who knows, maybe you'll find them useful in your own magic like we do for our own," Kryvax said towards Elder Wumney, who had at some point during the explanation wrapped herself in the magically warm sheet with a content smile on her face. "So warm," the elderly shaman simply said. "I would assume that these magical weavings would cost a great deal," Elder Kokiwi pointed out. "The more complex ones. Yes, though minor ones can, along with pure silk works, tend to be pretty cheap since all Nerubians can produce silk ourselves," Kryvax explained. Atuk hummed once more to himself as he considered things. From practicality alone, these silk products could be very useful in nearly all aspects of his village's life, and the envy of the other clans once word reached them, all of which can be bought and paid for mostly through fishing, something they could easily do and then do more of once they had better tools. It could be a very good deal. This is all very impressive, and I won't deny that if a deal can be made that it would be foolish not to take part of it," Atuk stated, who was about to say more before someone interrupted him. "If you are serious about wheeling and dealing with us, you are going to need to learn how to actually talk to us beyond broken words and magically transferred intentions outside these walls." Elder Wumney spoke up from her comfortable-looking cocoon. "And since you seem so intent on getting to know the surface, I say you should stay here and actually learn it, right?" That earned more than a few shocked glances. You mean stay here in the village?" Kryvax asked. "Where else are you going to properly learn Kalu'aka than right here also? Figure keeping you here for a bit and seeing how you do among our people is the fastest way to see just how honest you Nerubians are in your peaceful intentions," Elder Wumney said. "Of course, assuming you both and the chieftain are all right with it, of course. I do not mind, so long as I can spar with your warriors regularly to keep up my strength and Kryvax agrees to it." Masruk was quick to give his consent. "Well, I wasn't expecting this so early, but so long as I inform my superior back home about my extended research expedition, then it should be all right. I have a magical tool on hand to let me do just that as well." Kryvax nodded along. "I would be happy to extend guest rights to you both for the time being. But if you plan to live and learn among us, then you will be expected to contribute to the well-being of our community like all adult members of the Kalu'ak," Atuk warned them. "Of course, that is something both our people agree on," Krivax readily agreed. Then, on behalf of all Kamagwa, I welcome you among our tribe and hope in time you come to see yourself a part of it. Atuk intoned. And so it was that Kamagwa had earned itself 2 new, unique members. Chapter 10. Well done. Pella, you're doing much better, Krivax said kindly. The Tuskar seamstress was quickly improving in her ability to properly weave Nerubian silk. Krivax had already stayed in Kamagua for over a week now, and he was really enjoying himself. He had been ceaselessly working toward his goal for so long that he had almost forgotten what it felt like to slow down. There were so many things he wanted to do in this fantastical world, but circumstances forced him to push all of those things aside. Krivax wanted to see every inch of this world and experience all that it had to offer. He wanted to make friends, learn about new cultures, discover forgotten magic, and taste every kind of shellfish in the world. He still was not yet secure enough to allow himself to relax completely, but staying in a peaceful village like Kamagua made him want to dream again, instead of only plotting ways to stay alive. Krivax reluctantly pushed those thoughts aside, while he had his own wants and ambitions buried deep within his heart. They would have to wait. He came to this village for a reason. After all, the negotiations with the chieftain had gone well, with Krivax agreeing to trade silk and ores for a variety of shellfish. He had suspected that shellfish would prove delicious to the Nerubian palate, but he had not anticipated it being as good as it was. Krivax and Mazruk may or may not have embarrassed themselves a little when they tried their first lobster. Suffice to say, Krivax was confident shellfish would prove a stable trading good between Keelakuk and Kamagua. He intended to look into other goods that the Tuskar could offer, such as surface world plants that could be used for alchemy, but trading silk for shellfish would suffice for now. Aside from trading for shellfish, the 2 parties had also reached a few other agreements. While they had not yet developed enough trust to begin sharing their magic with one another, the chieftain agreed that it was something they would be willing to consider. What Krivax was most happy about was the agreement for them to mutually share stories and knowledge. After all, that was how Krivax intended to find evidence of the existence of other continents. Thank you, Krivax. You are a good teacher, Pele said with a smile. While Krivax was not himself a weaver, like most Nerubians, he knew enough about the intricacies of working with Nerubian silk to teach the seamstress. Nerubian silk possessed many special properties, and training was needed if someone wanted to use it for crafting. Once she was done with her training, Pele would go on to teach the rest of the Tuskar seamstresses. Krivax spent the next few minutes finishing up his lesson with Pele before deciding to go find Mazruk. Just as he was about to make his way to the part of the village set aside for warriors to practice, he was interrupted by a soft whistling sound near his feet. When he looked down, Krivax saw a tiny Tuskar child who was wrapped up in a snug little fur coat whistling at him and lifting his arms. Huffing in amusement, Krivax bent down, lifted up the child, and placed him on his back. The people of Kamagua had been cautious and fearful of the 2 Nerubians at first, but their friendly and peaceful nature quickly shone through. Karfu was a Tuskar child whose mother had passed away recently and whose father was frequently out to sea. The kid was extremely quiet and barely talked, but he did spend most of his time wandering around Kamagua and watching the various villagers work with curiosity. Once the villages had started to warm up to him, Karfu had taken to quietly riding on Krivax's back while he went about his business. Krivax couldn't help but indulge the kid. Tuskar children were unfairly adorable with their oversized heads and tiny little fur coats. Without comment, Karfu quietly settled into a comfortable position while Krivax made his way to find Mazruk. The first thing Krivax saw when he reached the training area was the predictable sight of Mazruk sparring with Kagunut. Turning to the side and laying down so that Karfu could get a better view of the spectacle, Krivax decided to wait until they were finished before going to speak to his friend. While the spar looked to be evenly matched, Krivax knew that was only because Kagunut was holding back significantly. While Masruk was talented in combat, his mere 4 years of experience simply could not compete with the Tuskar warrior. Though to his credit, Kaganut was one of the most skilled warriors in Kamagwa, and Masruk had handily defeated some of their younger warriors. Krivax watched as the two warriors traded quick blows with incredible amounts of force. Masruk was skilled with his spear and was good at moving quickly and attacking from unexpected angles. But Kaganut moved faster than any giant walrus person had a right to and seemed as stable as a mountain. Eventually, the fight ended with Masruk defeated and Kaganut looking smug and none the worse for wear. Karfu started to clap his hands in excitement and let out little whistling noises. Krivax knew his friend would try to get back to fighting almost immediately, so he decided to call out to him first before he could. Masruk. Krivax stood back up carefully so as to not throw off Karfu as his friend made his way over to him. Krivax, do you need help with something? Asked Masruk. Not really, buddy, said Krivax. I just wanted to remind you about our meeting later today. Krivax knew that his friend could be a little absent-minded when his attention was focused on combat. It was a good idea to occasionally remind him about important matters. What meeting? Krivax sighed in exasperation, and Karfu patted his back in what seemed to be comfort. The boy was quiet, but had a talent for understanding what others were feeling. Our meeting with Vizier Haddix. I need to scry him later today after I'm done speaking with Elder Wumni. Yes. I will be there, said Masruk. Krivax felt amused as his friend turned back to look at the warriors as soon as he was done speaking. All right, thanks. Have fun practicing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Masruk turned around and started to head back to the Tuskar warriors, most of whom seemed to enjoy his company. Krivax was glad to see his friend so easily getting along with the Tuskar. With his message delivered, Krivax started walking to Elder Wumni's home with a sense of anticipation. The old shaman had agreed to answer questions about their culture and share some Tuskar legends, and Krivax was hopeful he might be able to use this opportunity to gain his first hints of the existence of other continents. Wumni's home was located near the chieftains and was not particularly distinct from any of the other buildings in the village. The entrance did not have an actual door and was instead covered by a heavy sealskin, so Krivax settled on calling for the elder instead of knocking. Elder Wumni, I'm here for our meeting, Krivax yelled into the building. Come inside, boy. Why are you standing outside my home and making all that noise? Well, all right then. Krivax skittered into the elder's home with Karfu still securely settled on his back. The inside of the building was much like the chieftain's, except for the various herbs and animal parts laying around that Krivax assumed were used for the old Tuskar's shamanism. Wumni herself was seated on what looked to be a comfortable pile of seal-hide pillows, while carving symbols into what Krivax assumed was a piece of whalebone. Feed the calf and sit down while I finish, said Wumni, pointing to a pile of pillows and a nearby bowl filled with fish without looking at him. Seeing no reason to argue, Krivax picked up a fish and handed it to Karfu, who immediately started to nibble on it. After finding a comfortable position, Krivax lowered himself to the ground and curled his feet underneath his body. Once the shaman was done with whatever she was doing, Wumni put away the bone and turned her attention to Krivax and Karfu. You indulge that boy too much, said Wumni after casting a translation spell with a wave of her hand. Krivax had made a lot of progress in learning the Tuskar language, but a week's work of effort was not enough for him to reach a level of mastery acceptable to Wumni. Karfu is very well behaved, said Krivax while patting the young Tuskar on the head. Karfu ignored him and continued to eat his fish. He's not a bother, so I feel no reason to deny him if he just wants to ride on my back. He'll get fat and lazy if he doesn't use those stubby little legs of his, said Wumni with a huff. Karfu directed a mulish glare in her direction, but the elder ignored him. You're here earlier than I expected. Are you that excited to learn about our people? Boy, learning new things is always exciting to me. Elder, just call me Wumni. I'm not interested in hearing you end every sentence with elder. Of course, Wumni, Krivax said easily. Nerubian society had forced him to grow accustomed to a certain degree of formality, but if the elder preferred to be addressed casually, then he wouldn't complain. If I'm remembering right, you said that you wanted to learn about our gods. Correct? Asked Wumni. That's correct. I specifically wanted to know how your gods compared to the Drakkari's Loa. The difference is our gods don't demand our worship. We give it freely, Wumni said derisively. Any spirit that requires you to worship them before they offer you anything are spirits that any shaman with sense would run away from. Tayutka, Karkut, Isliruk, and Wachanoa do not need our worship, nor do they interfere with mortal affairs. Unlike the Drakkari's Loa, we honor them because they guide and aid our people. From there, Wumni went on to share more specific details about the Tuskar gods. Tayutka was a female Tuskar shaman who became a powerful spirit after her death that continued to aid her people by guiding fishermen away from danger and to large catches. Karkut the Dark One was responsible for shepherding Tuskar spirits to the afterlife. Isilruk was the spirit of war and weather, and Wachanoa was the goddess of the depths and wisdom. Wachanoa was the only one Krivax knew for certain existed, given that she appeared in the game as a kraken wild god. After she was done speaking, Krivax reciprocated by telling her some of the Nerubian legends about the old gods. More specifically, how legends said how the Nerubians had become enlightened and turned away from the worship of beings who at best were casually cruel and destructive even to their own worshippers, treating them no better than tools to be used and discarded. Nerubians did not worship anything anymore. They believed that gods could not be trusted to care for the well-being of mortals, and the old gods were considered to be mere stories at this point in time. Krivax had actually never met a single Nerubian who believed that the old gods existed at all, but he had suspicions that the Nerubian leadership might know the truth. Whenever he attempted to discreetly research the matter, he would find any information related to the old gods to be suspiciously vague. He probably would not have noticed if he did not already know the truth, but it was suspicious enough that Krivax had put aside all attempts to research the void or the old gods. He didn't have much to tell her, but by the time he was done, Wumni seemed to be satisfied anyways, even if she found the legends themselves rightly disturbing. What else did you want to talk about? Wumni asked when they were done talking about gods. You have a look in your many eyes like you're about to chomp down on a lobster. Krivax did his best to rein in his anticipation. I wanted to hear your people's legends on the Sundering, said Krivax. My people have many theories about what caused it, but those theories are mostly speculation. The Nerubians really had no idea what caused the Great Sundering. Many of their theories came close in that they believed that the elves were most likely to blame, but from their perspective, one day the land simply exploded and they had no idea why. Krivax had been unable to verify whether the Nerubians had even been aware of the Burning Legion's first invasion. The Sundering, sorry boy. But we don't know what happened either, Wumni said with a frown. According to Wachanoa, there was some kind of war going on at the time, but she's not willing to talk about it. That's a shame, Krivax said casually. My people would like to know what destroyed the rest of the continent. The old world was a land of many wonders, according to legend. It's a shame that these lands are all that is left of it. What are you talking about? Wumni said incredulously. This land is not all that is left of the old world. There is still plenty of land across the sea. Bingo. What Krivax exclaimed in fake astonishment. How could you possibly know that? I've never been there myself, but I've been told that people from lands beyond the sea sometimes trade with the Moaki clan, Wumni said with a frown. I'm surprised that people as supposedly advanced as yours do not know about the other lands. My people tend to keep to themselves, and have been isolated underground for thousands of years for the most part. If what you say is true, then I am not surprised we do not know of it. Krivax explained to Wumni. Still, I'm certain our people would be glad to know about this. "And what will your people do with this information?" Wumney asked with open suspicion. "Nothing bad," Kravax said hurriedly, "but I do think they might be interested in sending people to the other lands to learn more about them." Wumney glared at him with suspicion, while Kravax did his best to look like an innocent spider person, and Karfu did his best to open the shell of a crab with his tiny teeth. Eventually, the elder shaman just huffed, "Bah! Far be it from me to tell you how your people should act with those far from these lands. But if you embarrass yourself, don't go getting our names involved." "I wouldn't dream of it," Kravax said with mock sincerity. Kravax and Wumney spent the rest of the meeting talking about the lands beyond the sea, sharing various legends, and comparing different parts of their cultures. For example, both of their species highly valued communal cooperation, but differed in how they treated interpersonal relationships, with Tuskar strongly believing in strong family units, while Nerubian families as a concept just didn't exist. Wumney thought that kind of life must be incredibly lonely, while Kravax explained they still had relationships and friendships, but they weren't as expressive as Tuskar ones. Kravax also tried to figure out if Wumney knew anything about any wars taking place on the lands across the sea, or if she knew anything about the Dark Portal, but Wumney seemed to care little about things happening so far away. By the time they were ready to finish, Karfu was barely able to stay awake. "Leave the calf here," said Wumney as Kravax got up to leave. Kravax nodded in agreement and gently placed Karfu down on the pile of pillows before turning to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of Wumney's home, a soft voice stopped him. "Bye." Kravax turned and gave a short wave to the tiny Tuskar. "Goodbye, Karfu. Sleep well." After Kravax left the house and stepped outside, he was startled to realize that the sun was already starting to go down. "I must have spent much longer talking to Wumney than I thought." He didn't have much time before he needed to speak with Haddix, so Kravax hurriedly collected his friend and dragged him off to the building that the Tuskar used to house guests. Once they were both in their shared room. Kravax retrieved the scrying crystal from his spatial bag, mounted it on a small platform, and quickly started casting the necessary spells. After a few minutes, violet glyphs began to appear before the crystal, and the visage of Vizier Haddix appeared on its surface. "Initiate Kravax, I was starting to believe you had completely forgotten about me. That or died," Haddix said with mild irritation. "I apologize for being late." "Vizier," said Kravax, lowering his head in contrition, "I was speaking with the Tuskar's eldest shaman and found myself losing track of time." "Do not allow it to happen again," Haddix said sternly. "Now, report to me everything that has happened since you left for the surface." "Yes, Vizier?" Kravax spent the next half hour detailing their first contact with the Tuskar, their subsequent meeting with the chieftain, and the agreement to trade silk for shellfish. Mazruk remained mostly quiet, although he did share his own perspective at times. Once he was done, Haddix paused for a moment in consideration before speaking. "If these shellfish are as delicious as you say, and these people are willing to give them to us for something as worthless as a few common ores and some low-level silk, then I suppose this deal will be to our benefit," said Haddix offhandedly. "There are some who would enjoy more options for luxury food." Kravax knew that Haddix probably considered such luxuries to be frivolous, so he wasn't surprised by the faint dismissiveness he heard in the Vizier's tone. If he wanted to impress the man, he would need to present something more materially beneficial. "Is that all?" Initiate asked Haddix with disinterest. "If so, then I have experiments that require my attention." "Here we go," Kravax thought nervously. "No, Vizier, I have something else to report," Kravax said hesitantly. Kravax reported to Haddix what Wumney had said about the existence of other continents. While the topic seemed to catch the Vizier's immediate attention, he at first seemed to believe the shaman was merely sharing a Tuskar fairy tale. It was only after Kryvax informed him that the Tuskar had personally met with people from other continents that the Vizier began to show extreme interest. Once Kryvax was done telling the Vizier everything he knew, Haddix remained silent for nearly a minute while he absorbed the information. "One moment. Initiate," said Haddix, speaking suddenly into the silence. Kryvax grew confused as the image of Haddix disappeared and the scrying crystal grew dark. Did he just hang up on me? Suddenly, both Kryvax and Masruk leapt back in surprise as a bright violet light materialized in the center of their room. Their surprise only increased when the light faded to reveal that Vizier Haddix had decided to teleport into their temporary home. "Hello, initiate," said Haddix, focusing completely on Kryvax and ignoring Masruk. "We need to talk." Chapter 11. Kryvax was rendered speechless as he stared dumbly at the Vizier. He had expected that Haddix would show an interest in news of people from a different continent, but he had not expected the Vizier to brazenly teleport into his temporary home. He had not been prepared for such an intense reaction from the normally aloof Haddix. Kryvax glanced worriedly at the doorway, half expecting Elder Wumney to come running in and start berating the Vizier for entering the village uninvited. Understanding his concern, Masruk quickly moved closer to the entrance and positioned himself so that nobody could come in without pushing him aside. "Cease your worrying," Haddix said dismissively. One arm waving through the air and trailing arcane energy, "I have already placed privacy wards that will ensure we remain undisturbed. Now repeat everything you have told me." Seeing no other option, Kryvax once again told the Vizier everything that Wumney had heard about the foreigners from lands across the sea. While he did, the Vizier stared at him with an intense focus that made Kryvax feel distinctly uncomfortable. For as long as he has known the Vizier, he has always given off a feeling of disinterest in nearly everything not related to his own studies, so his current focus seemed distinctly out of character. When Kryvax was done talking, the Vizier continued to stare at him silently for a few moments before speaking. "From now on, finding evidence to support or disprove these claims is your highest priority," said Haddix, more serious than Kryvax had ever seen him. "This is more important than your shellfish or the Tuskar's shamanism or your desire to make friends with the surface races. If you fail to find this evidence, then I will find it myself, and I doubt the Tuskar will be as welcoming anymore when I am done. Do you understand?" "Yes, Vizier Haddix, I understand," said Kryvax. It was fortunate that this was already his highest priority because he could tell that the Vizier would not accept any other answer. "Good," said Haddix. After Kryvax signaled his acquiescence, the Vizier relaxed significantly. He even decided to walk over to one of the baskets of shellfish sitting in the corner of the house and pick it up with a look of faint curiosity. "Go ahead and ask your questions. Initiate." Kryvax calmed down as the Vizier seemed to relax. If Haddix was inviting him to ask, then he didn't see a need to hold back. "Yes, Vizier? Why did you decide to come here personally?" Kryvax asked hesitantly. "Why not simply tell me this through the scrying crystal?" I suppose my reaction must seem disproportionate to you," said Haddix as he picked up one of the shrimp and examined it. "You are young, and there are many things about this world you do not yet know and I cannot yet tell you." The Vizier bit into shrimp and his expression turned into one of pleasant surprise before quickly fading back into its usual stoicism. "I decided to come here for 3 reasons," Haddix continued. "First, I wanted to be here in person as you retold me the shaman's words. Second, I wanted to impress upon you the seriousness of the situation." Kryvax watched as the Vizier cracked open a lobster with one of his hands and started to pick apart its insides. And the third Kryvax asked cautiously. "I wanted to bring you this," said Haddix. The Vizier idly pulled out a small black and gold figurine that was shaped like a spider from a small spatial bag tied to his robe with one of his back arms. Kryvax could easily feel the magic it radiated. "This tool will allow you to telepathically control a few of the non-sapient skitters or flyers. while also allowing you to control larger groups of more common insects and arachnids if the need arises. Krivax looked at the enchanted figurine in disbelief. He knew Nerubians had a natural ability to control and dominate non-sapient spiders, bugs, and the like. But unless you were a spider lord, that was usually on the small scale. He had heard of these things before, but he had never seen one in person. As far as he knew, only the higher castes would possess these magical artifacts. So Krivax was immediately suspicious of Hadix's motivations for giving him one. Still, it wasn't as if he could say no, so Krivax hesitantly took the figurine and stored it in his own spatial bag. There would be time to examine it later when there wasn't a vizier standing right in front of him. "Thank you, vizier," Krivax said while bowing low in an expression of gratitude. "But, if I may ask, why have you chosen to give this to me?" "That's simple. Because your time has significantly grown in value and your safety has become more important to me," Hadix said matter-of-factly. "The skitters and flyers will not only offer you additional protection, but they can also be used to transfer trading goods between Keelakuk and this village. I want you to gather evidence, not waste time acting as a courier." That made sense to Krivax, even if he was still suspicious of the vizier's intense interest. "I understand," said Krivax. "While Hadix was here, and since he was already eating it, he might as well get the vizier's opinion on the shellfish. On the topic of the shellfish, do you believe they will be popular as a long-term trading good?" "Vizier?" Hadix paused as he was lifting a crawfish to his mandibles. "They are adequate. Initiate. I believe these shellfish will be popular amongst the city's leadership. I suspect the funding our division will receive will increase significantly as a result. Well done. Given how much it looks like you're enjoying them, I think they're a little more than adequate. If there is nothing else, then I will make my departure," said Hadix. "I will arrange for the skitters and flyers to be sent to your location. Inform the Tuskar before they arrive. It would be a waste if they were needlessly killed." Without waiting for a response, the vizier disappeared in a flash of violet light. Once the light faded, and the room became quiet. Krivax only had to spend a few moments thinking about their conversation before he reached an obvious conclusion. Vizier Hadix was hiding something. Krivax had known the vizier for over a year, and in all that time, he had never seen Hadix show this level of interest in anything. He often wondered why the mage was assigned to the Surface World Research Division when he never revealed any actual interest in the surface. The more he thought about it, the more Krivax realized how little he knew about the vizier who had supported him since he joined the circle. "Krivax, is the vizier always like that?" asked Masruk as he returned from guarding the entrance. "No, he's not usually that intense," said Krivax. "Then you should be careful. Until you understand his motivations, you should be wary of him," Masruk said with concern in his voice. "I'll be careful," said Krivax. "But I think we should be fine. It's not like he asked me to do anything that I wasn't already planning on doing anyway. I will ask the warriors what they know about the lands beyond the sea when I speak to them tomorrow." "Thanks, Masruk," said Krivax with genuine gratitude. "I appreciate your help, buddy." "It's not a problem," said Masruk. He paused before continuing to speak with slight hesitation. "The surface is much more interesting than I had expected. If these unknown lands exist, then I believe I would enjoy seeing them for myself." "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself," Krivax said fondly. Masruk had really begun to flourish during their stay in Kamagwa. Not only had his skills as a warrior improved by being exposed to new fighting styles, but he had also become slightly less reserved amongst the friendly Tuskar and shown an increased curiosity in the world. The two Nerubians spent a few more minutes discussing their plans for the coming day, before deciding it was time to go to sleep. They both knew that tomorrow was likely to be an eventful day for Krivax. It was still funny to see how confused Masruk got about the day-night cycle of the world, and how most creatures slept after the sun went down. Tomorrow he would need to have another conversation with Wumney and the chieftain, so he could attempt to negotiate for him to be introduced to the Moaki clan. Kravax had intended to wait a little longer for him to earn some more trust, but Vizier Haddix had made it explicitly clear that waiting long without showing results was not an option. However, he was not too worried. Kravax did not believe Wumney would be particularly opposed to arranging a meeting as long as he did not cause any trouble for her people. Just as Kravax started to skitter over to his nest of pillows and webs, after having decided that tomorrow's problem could wait until the morning, he realized something important. Vizier Haddix had stolen all of their shellfish. Haddix shrugged off the discomfort inherent to long-distance teleportation with practiced ease as he reappeared in his laboratory. Placing the basket full of delicious aquatic arthropods somewhere safe, Haddix moved quickly to clean up his alchemical experiments. He had believed that he would have enough time to finish brewing a few experimental elixirs after his meeting with the initiate, but he now had more important things to do. Unfortunately, these elixirs were not stable enough for him to leave them unattended for long, so all of the expensive reagents that had gone into them would be wasted. How unfortunate. Still, compared to even the slight possibility that the rest of the old world had not been completely destroyed in the Great Sundering, even the most expensive of elixirs were a trifling matter. Once Haddix ensured that his laboratory would not explode in a violent magical reaction while he was away, he started making his way to his personal chambers as quickly as he reasonably could without drawing unwanted attention. After all, a vizier sprinting down the ziggurat's hallways would raise more than a few questions. Haddix paid no mind to the startled initiates who scrambled out of his way. They were unimportant. Once he was within the nondescript chamber in one of the ziggurat's many rooms, Haddix shut the door behind him and cast his most powerful anti-scrying wards over the room. Some might consider his actions to be overly paranoid given the measures he had already taken to protect against spying, but Haddix felt it appropriate given the circumstances. After he finished casting the wards, Haddix cast a deceptively complicated spell that caused a portion of the wall near a random bookcase containing basic tomes and scrolls to fade away. The illusion itself was fully solid until it was removed, something that very few were capable of. So it was the perfect place to hide things one wanted away from prying eyes. Haddix ignored all of the valuable magical artifacts hidden in this secret alcove and retrieved an unassuming scrying crystal. After placing the crystal in the center of the room and casting the spell to activate it, Haddix settled down to wait. He knew that the vizier he was attempting to contact was frequently busy, so it would take some time before he could establish his own scrying orb in a secret location. Thankfully, it seemed that the vizier was able to move somewhere private quicker than Haddix expected because it was only 15 minutes after he cast the scrying spell that the visage of Seer Ixit appeared in the scrying crystal. "Haddix, why are you scrying me? Has something happened?" said Ixit with audible tension. "Yes, something has happened," said Haddix, straight to the point. "An initiate that I have been personally instructing has potentially discovered something that would be extremely important to the Order, and I intend to discover the truth of the matter as soon as possible. Your skills as a seer would aid me greatly in doing so." "What is it?" Haddix asked Ixit, his tension only increasing. "Speak clearly." "Very well." Haddix quickly told the seer everything that he knew about the possibility that other portions of the supercontinent of the Old World had survived the Sundering. Once he was done speaking, Haddix could see the concern he felt reflected in Ixit's expression as the seer agreed to use his magic in an attempt to divine the truth. Using magic in an attempt to see the future or discover secrets was more often than not extremely unreliable. Not only were there very few people with the necessary talent, but there were simply too many complications inherent to such magic. The future itself was uncertain, and trying to discern the more likely possibilities from the infinite time-ways was a skill that required a lifetime to hone. It did not help that even if a seer could accurately divine the future, the information they received was not always useful or only expressed in a cryptic manner. Every seer in Asjol Nerub had received the same visions of a future in which a tide of death swept over their kingdom. But what were they supposed to do with that information? Was that tide of death the result of a plague? Was it the result of a civil war? The reawakening of the Vrykul? Preparations had been made for a number of possibilities, but without knowing specifically what they were preparing for, there was very little that they could do. Fortunately, Haddix hopes that Ixit would be able to give him more useful information. Not only was Ixit the greatest seer of his generation, but the information he was looking for was the kind of information seers excelled at finding. If the claims made by the Tuskar shaman were true, then the future had likely changed significantly the moment Initiate Kryvax had brought the matter to Haddix's attention. If Asjol Nerub were to discover the existence of lands beyond the sea, then the future consequences of that should be large enough for Ixit to uncover, especially since the seer knew exactly what to look for. Haddix waited patiently as Ixit attempted to divine knowledge from the indeterminate future. From an outside perspective, watching the seer quietly mutter to himself for several minutes was rather uneventful. When the seer finished his divination and turned his attention back to Haddix, his expression was solemn. "I foresee a period of great political upheaval and an era of change in our kingdom's future," said Ixit. Haddix and Ixit both remained silent for several moments as they allowed the implications of that to sink in. "How could we have possibly missed this?" asked Haddix in disbelief. "You know how insular and stagnant the leadership in the capital is," Ixit said wearily. "The village of Tuskar, who have supposedly met with people from across the sea, is in Dragonblight. It's not surprising that this would escape their notice. I know better than anyone how useless those self-important fools are," Haddix said derisively. "I'm not asking how they missed this, I'm asking how we did." Ixit was silent for several moments before he responded. "The Order's observation of the surface races has only ever been conducted with the intent of searching for the Old One's influence. If we didn't find anything, then I suspect we simply moved on without looking any deeper." "Well, that was obviously a mistake," Haddix said bluntly. "There is still some chance it's not true," said Ixit, sounding as if even he did not believe his own words. "I doubt it." While seers were not always reliable, this was already enough to convince Haddix of the shaman's claims, even if he recognized it would not be enough to convince the kingdom's leadership. They would no doubt care little for the words of a primitive shaman from a lesser race, and they would likely also dismiss the findings of the seer. Asjol Nerub took great pride in being the most advanced civilization in the world. But how could they continue to make such claims if they didn't even know what else existed in it? There would be many who would wish to dismiss the existence of lands across the sea and continue to believe that only their land was what was left after the Great Sundering. However, while Haddix did look down on the more primitive races, he was wise enough to recognize that primitive was not the same as stupid. The Tuskar possessed the most significant maritime tradition of the known surface races. The idea that someone could have fooled them into believing in such a lie was far-fetched. There was also simply no perceivable motivation for somebody to tell such a story if it was not true. Haddix and Ixit spent the next hour discussing what they should do with this information. Eventually, they both decided that it would be best for them to acquire stronger evidence before they could bring this to the Order or the kingdom's leadership. Ixit agreed to send a few flyers to surveil the Tuskar in Dragonblight. Once they were done, Haddix returned the scrying crystal to his secret alcove and allowed himself to take a moment to come to terms with the implications of what he had learned. All of his instincts were telling him that the lands across the sea existed. If they did, then that meant the prisons of the other Old Ones likely still existed as well and were potentially accessible to any mortal who finds them. If that were to be the case, then that would change everything. Chapter 12. Kryvax glared at the village of Murlocs, situated on the smaller island south of the Isle of Spears, as he stood safely behind Masruk and the band of Tuskar composed of warriors from both Kamagua and the nearby village of Iskal. Thankfully, They had been able to successfully ambush the group of patrolling murlocs and hide without attracting attention. However, they did not have much time before the murlocs discovered something was wrong, so they would need to act soon. The White Shark tribe's newest leader had recently been leading the murlocs to attack Kamagua's fishermen, and several Tuskar had already been killed. Murlocs had always been one of the deadliest threats that Kamagua and Iskal faced at sea, but that threat had grown enough recently that the Tuskar had decided to launch an attack on the village that housed the tribe's chieftain. While Krivax and Masruk were not necessarily required to participate, Krivax found himself wanting to help despite the danger to himself. The Tuskar had treated him well, and Masruk had even become acquainted with one of the fishermen who had been killed. As far as he could tell, the Murlocs had no other intentions other than killing fishermen and stealing their food and equipment. When Krivax had asked Wumney if diplomacy with the Murlocs was possible, the shaman merely looked at him strangely and told him that all the attempts that the Tuskar had made in the past had failed due to the frogmen's constant hostility. Krivax believed that if diplomacy were possible, then the peaceful Tuskar would have found a way to negotiate an agreement with them a long time ago. Since peace was not an option, then Krivax might as well help them fight. Besides, Kamagua had agreed easily to arrange an introduction to the Moaki clan without asking for anything in return, aside from the continuation of their trading agreement. So Krivax felt like he owed them one. Krivax could feel his tension increasing as Kaganut and Chieftain Atuk quietly gave instructions to the group of grim-faced Tuskar warriors. Once the Tuskar was sufficiently prepared, Kaganut turned his attention to Krivax and, with a determined expression, gave him a single nod, signaling that it was time to start the assault. Krivax returned the nod and telepathically directed the two flyers that were by his side to fly over the village. Once they were there, Krivax instructed them to drop the arcane silk bombs they were carrying, which resulted in an explosion of arcane energy that managed to injure several Murlocs and tangling up more in webbing. Krivax had spell-woven much more magic into those bombs than the ones he used when sparring with Masruk. While the Murlocs were disoriented and screaming amongst themselves in their strange language, Chieftain Atuk released a bellowing war cry and led the Tuskar warriors' charge on the village. While the chieftain was not Kamagua's most powerful warrior, his leadership greatly increased the morale of the warriors present. Their speed increased dramatically as Elder Wumney pounded her gnarled staff onto the ground and cast magic that increased the strength of the Tuskar warriors. Once that was done, the elderly woman began to throw bolts of lightning from her hands that instantly killed any Murloc that they hit. Masruk stood back to wait for an opportune moment. He would be able to charge much faster than the Tuskar, so it would be wise for him to wait as support. The charging Tuskars smashed into the confused Murlocs like an unstoppable wave of violence. The much heavier Tuskars pushed their way into the center of the village and began skewering Murlocs with their long spears or simply trampling them with their weight. While Murlocs were extremely dangerous and agile in the water, they were much less of a threat while on land. Krivax was casting frost bolts in the direction of the Murloc spellcasters when he felt the Murloc chieftain exit his hut and step onto the battlefield with a gurgling war cry. The Murlocs, who had been panicking and were moments away from fleeing into the ocean, suddenly attacked the Tuskar with a savage ferocity. The Murloc shamans also cast their own spells to increase the speed and strength of their own warriors, enhancing their own forces with magic while also blasting at the Tuskar with water and earth spells. Every Tuskar suddenly found themselves defending against 2 or 3 Murlocs who jumped at them with primitive weapons and razor-sharp teeth. The Murloc chieftain himself was a hulking creature who wielded a well-crafted harpoon that had obviously been stolen from a Tuskar. Chieftain Atuk and Kaganut immediately focused on trying to kill the Murloc chieftain, and Masruk charged at full speed and spear first into the largest group of Murlocs. From there, Krivax lost himself in the tide of battle as he frantically cast frost bolts at any Murloc that he could. Several times, Murlocs turned their attention to him only to find themselves fixed to the ground by a well-timed frost nova and then quickly killed by Orphis, who had been assigned by the chieftain to protect him. Krivax distantly noted that the flyer he had sent to distract the Murloc chieftain during his battle had been killed. Finally, just as he was starting to tire and his ice barrier was beginning to strain from absorbing stray hits, the Murlocs broke and began wildly running to the ocean. Krivax turned his attention to the Murloc chieftain, only to see his corpse hanging from the end of Kaganut's spear. Krivax pushed down the bile at the back of his throat and made his way to Mazruk. Once he verified that his friend was all right, Krivax moved to assist the Tuskar in tending to their wounded. Thankfully, Nerubian silk made for good battlefield bandages. A part of him had been expecting the Tuskar to celebrate their victory, but he saw nothing but solemn expressions on the Tuskar as they tore down the Murlocs' huts, recovered their stolen items, and collected their dead and wounded. As Krivax made his way back to Kamagwa with the rest of the group, he couldn't bring himself to stop thinking about the corpses of the dead Murlocs and Tuskars. It didn't help that some of those Murlocs had been killed by him personally. The moment Krivax realized where he had been reborn, he started to mentally prepare himself to witness scenes of violence. But watching a Murloc bite off pieces of a Tuskar was not something he was ready for. "Krivax, are you all right?" asked Orphis with a concerned expression on his face. "I am not well versed in your people's body language, but you seem uncomfortable." Mazruk walked to his side, offering his silent support. "I'm all right." "Orphis," said Krivax, attempting to reassure the Tuskar warrior, "I just was not fully prepared for that." "Was this your first real battle?" Orphis asked sympathetically. "Yes, but I'll be fine. I'll just have to get used to things like this." "I understand," Orphis said kindly. "Some of the younger warriors have trouble adjusting after their first battle as well. You're doing very well for your first time." "Thank you, Orphis. Just remember, while we should always strive for peace, sometimes there are no other options other than to fight," said Orphis. "When those times come, we must push aside our reservations and fight with all of our might to protect what we hold dear. The world would be a better place if more people were as empathetic as you, Krivax, but that is unfortunately not the world we live in." Krivax took a moment to absorb those words before thanking the Tuskar and turning his attention to his friend. "How are you feeling, Mazruk?" "I am well," Mazruk said evenly. "Warrior Nishalmis made considerable efforts to acclimate me to such violence before I was allowed to go to the surface." Krivax didn't like the sound of that, but it was to be expected. Even though the warriors of Azjol-Nerub had not experienced war for millennia, they still made active efforts to be ready for anything and dealt with the occasional outbreak of unfriendly underground creatures. According to Mazruk, the warriors had even increased their training in recent years, though he did not know the reason. Soon enough, their group made their way back to the village, and the surviving Tuskar warriors reunited with their worried families, while the chieftain informed the families of the deceased about the fate of their loved ones. Thankfully, natural Tuskar hardiness meant there was nothing among the wounded that was so serious that required Wumni's magical attention at this time. Krivax knew there was nothing for him to do here, so after telling Mazruk where he was going, he decided to follow Wumni as the old woman made her way to her home, since she had not spoken at all after the battle was over and he was a little worried about her. Mana exhaustion was not an unknown thing among Nerubians after all, and given her advanced age, it might mean that Wumni was very tired out after helping in battle. As he made his way through the village, Krivax made note of all the changes that had come to Kamagwa over the past month. Many of the villagers were now wearing clothing that was partially composed of flameweave silk, and some of the buildings had even used silk to reinforce their structures. Krivax could also see many more metal tools than he remembered there being when he first arrived. And nearly every single boat near the docks contained nets and ropes made of Nerubian silk. Most importantly, those nets helped dramatically increase the amount of food that the fishermen could bring in. Until today. Kryvax had watched as the Tuskar steadily grew happier as their standard of living increased due to their ability to trade with the Nerubians. The shellfish were well received by the leadership of Kilakuk, and Hadix had assigned most of his division's idle administrators to handle trade between Kamagwa and Kilakuk. There was even some attempt to expand upon the goods that were traded with the surface world in the form of useful herbs and other potential alchemical reagents from local flora and fauna. The skitterers that had been sent to Kryvax were now almost permanently running spatial bags to and from Kamagwa, and the Surface World Research Division had more funding than ever before. It was a shame Kryvax's status as a baseline Nerubian and his relative inexperience limited the number of flyers and skitterers that he could reliably control, even with the artifact. He would feel much safer if he had a swarm of the creatures protecting him at all times. There had been an attempt to use flyers to transport goods, but after the first few spatial bags were lost to wandering proto-dragons, Kryvax decided it would be best if they stuck with the skitterers. Only time would tell how far this relationship would be able to grow. Kryvax entered Elder Wumney's home without announcing himself, as he had learned that the shaman was able to sense his approach. Once he saw her, he could see that the elder had just finished drinking some manner of potion and seemed to be gathering what looked to be items for a ritual. "It seems like you'll be able to watch one of our funeral ceremonies before you leave," said Wumney after a moment of silence. "Leave. The spirits have informed me that Green Island will be arriving tomorrow," said Wumney. "You have learned our language and earned our trust. Once Umailik has finished his preparations, you will leave for Mawaki Harbor. Orphis will accompany you to facilitate the introductions." Kryvax recognized Green Island as the name for the giant turtle that facilitated travel between Kamagwa and Mawaki Harbor. He didn't know who Umailik was, but he assumed that they were the person who steered the turtle boat. Orphis being sent to accompany him was also no surprise. After the Tuskar understood how significant establishing trade relations with Kilahakuk would be to their village, Orphis decided to engrave a spider in his tusks to commemorate their first meeting. For some reason that Kryvax did not understand, that seemed to be enough for the Tuskar elders to favor sending him to deal with Nerubian-related affairs. The day after Hadix had ordered Kryvax to make finding evidence of the lands across the sea his priority, he had gone to Wumnai and the chieftain and requested their aid. While Wumney was a bit suspicious and insistent on Kryvax learning their language, they both had ultimately agreed to arrange for introductions with the Mawaki clan so that he could ask them about the foreigners who they traded with. Unfortunately, neither one of them knew exactly when Green Island would return, since it left not long before Kryvax and Masruk showed up. Apparently, it took representatives from the other Tuskar villages home after a visit to Kamagwa, so he had been forced to wait in Kamagwa until the turtle arrived. Thankfully, despite his earlier intensity, Vizier Hadix seemed willing to wait and was much more patient than Kryvax expected. However, he had not forgotten the Vizier's threat to find the evidence himself without giving any regard to their relations with the Tuskar. So Kryvax had been growing more and more anxious with each day that Green Island failed to arrive. But now, the turtle boat was finally about to arrive, and the time for Kryvax to depart from Kamagwa was fast approaching. It was a bittersweet feeling. He would miss giving rides to Karfu and relaxing with the peaceful and kind villagers, but he knew that it was time for him to move on. "Thank you," Kryvax said in gratitude. Bowing despite the shaman's distaste for formality, "We appreciate the help you've given us, and both I and Masruk have enjoyed the time we've spent in Kamagwa." "You say that as if you're never going to return," Wumney said with a scoff. "With trade between our people continuing to increase, I doubt this is the last we'll see of one another." Kryvax sincerely hoped that to be true. If it were not for the looming threat of the Lich King, he wouldn't mind continuing to spend time in Kamagua. "One day, I'll come back here," Kryvax vowed to himself. "Come with me," said Wumney as she began to walk out of the house. You fought side by side with our warriors. You should watch as their spirits are guided to their statues." Krivax followed the shaman as she slowly walked through the village and made her way to the families of the deceased. He watched as Mazruk and the surviving Tuskar warriors helped the families gather some personal effects to place next to the large stone head statues of the deceased. The bodies themselves had already been taken elsewhere so that the families were not forced to see them. Tuskar believed that it was not good for families to see the bodies of their loved ones if they were in poor condition. They instead preferred to visit them at their statues and remember them as they were. The walk to the statues was a short one, as they were placed in a nearby quarry so that the villagers could more easily reach them. It also helped that the materials to build new statues were also within reach. The closer Krivax got to the statues, the stranger things started to feel to his magical senses. The energy that was given off by the statues did not feel like anything Krivax had ever felt before, and it gave him the impression of almost being alive. He could even feel one of the statues in particular scrutinize both him and Mazruk as they drew closer. He dearly hoped that the Tuskar ghosts living in the statues had a good impression of him. Thankfully, whichever spirits were responsible for guarding this place had either already been informed about him and Mazruk, or they were able to sense the lack of hostility the living Tuskar had towards them. Once everyone arrived at the quarry, Chieftain Atuk did not waste any time before starting the funeral proceedings. The first parts of the funeral were remarkably normal, in that the families were invited to say good things about the departed in front of everyone, and then present the sentimental items that would be placed next to their statues. Krivax was half expecting the objects to be favored weapons, given that all three of the deceased were warriors, but Orphis informed him that their weapons would be left for their descendants. Until recently, the Tuskar did not have enough metal for them to be able to justify losing perfectly good weapons and tools. Once each of the families was finished presenting their items and telling stories about their loved ones, Elder Wumney stepped forward to oversee the next part of the ceremony. The bodies of the deceased who were covered with blankets made of animal hide, so that the families would not see them, were brought before the old shaman as she prepared her ritual tools. Krivax watched with rapt fascination as Wumney began to chant in a strange rhythmic language that he did not recognize. It sounded nothing at all like the Tuskar language, and Krivax felt himself grow curious about its origins. The only part of the chant that Krivax could understand was the frequent calls to Karkut, the Tuskar god of the dead. He couldn't help but feel distinctly uncomfortable as translucent figures began to rise from the corpses of the deceased and floated into their respective statues. Krivax found himself wondering what, if anything, separated this from necromancy. Once the ritual was complete and the spirits were safely transported to their statues, it felt to Krivax as if the entire quarry was gleefully welcoming the newly arrived Tuskar. As the families went to speak with the statues of their loved ones, and Krivax and Mazruk followed everyone else back to the village, Krivax felt conflicted. Although attending a funeral was a morbid end to his stay in Kamagwa, he was grateful that he had been allowed to attend. Not only had the unusual ritual been strangely beautiful in its own way, but it had shown him that, despite his meta-knowledge, he truly knew little about this world and its magic. Krivax wished he was able to stay in Kamagwa longer and learn more about their magic and statues. I really hope that I'm able to keep my vow to return here one day. Chapter 13. Krivax had gravely underestimated how boring a trip out to sea would be, especially one that lasted several weeks. When Green Island first arrived in Kamagwa, he had been filled with a sense of awe by the turtle's massive size and the wisdom held in its eyes. His farewells to the villagers had been met with expressions of gratitude, well wishes, and tearful goodbyes in the case of Karfu. While Krivax had felt sentimental about his departure from Kamagwa, he had also felt excited and optimistic about beginning the next portion of his journey. Now, after a little over 2 weeks of having nothing to do besides continuing his studies in spatial magics, his excitement had completely dissipated. Krivax was confident now that he was ready to attempt short-range teleportation, or blinking, as it was called. But the back of a giant turtle in the middle of an Arctic sea was not the appropriate place to test such magic. Krivax idly noted Orphis glancing at him worriedly as he released a forlorn sigh. "At least we should be arriving at Moaki Harbor today, according to Umailik." During the trip, Krivax had exhausted every question he could think of to ask Orphis about what they should expect when they arrived in Moaki Harbor. Orphis admitted that the Moaki would likely be similarly startled by the appearance of the Nerubians, just as he had been. His plan to avoid any unnecessary violence would be for Krivax and Mazruk to simply hide away in the cabin while he explained things to them. Orphis felt like this was absolutely necessary, because the Tuskar of Dragonblight were notably more militaristic than their counterparts in the Howling Fjord. They were still a friendly people who were prone to seeking a peaceful resolution to their problems. But the increased risk of attacks from Wolvar, Yeti, and Prides of Magnetar had certainly affected their culture. There was a real risk that the Tuskar would attack the two Nerubians if they were not warned about them beforehand. "Krivax, is everything all right?" asked Orphis, visibly concerned. "Yes, I'm fine. I'm just not used to such long trips," said Krivax. "Do you know how much longer we have until we arrive?" "Well, according to Umailik, we could soon see Moaki Harbor appearing over the horizon at any moment," said Orphis reassuringly. "You should enjoy the trip while you can." Krivax. "Being surrounded by the ocean is an amazing experience. I'm afraid I don't quite share your enthusiasm," Krivax said wryly as he glanced at the water surrounding the turtle boat. "My people are not as well suited for the water as your own." Attempting to swim with a Nerubian body was not an experience that Krivax particularly enjoyed. Mazruk seemed to enjoy swimming, but Krivax suspected his friend saw it as a challenge to overcome. Krivax tried to pass the time with Orphis by making small talk, but unfortunately, they had already exhausted all topics of conversation that they could think of over the trip. Krivax was considering whether or not he should follow Mazruk's example and weave a web that he could fall asleep on with the pair of flyers that he had brought, when his silent prayers were seemingly heard. "We're nearly there!" "The broken pillars peek over the horizon," shouted Umailik from his position at the top of the deck. Krivax eagerly skittered to the front of the deck and directed his gaze to the direction Umailik was pointing. Sure enough, he could see the enormous shattered pillars of the Path of the Titans off in the distance. Krivax woke up Mazruk, who was not as excited about looking at giant broken pillars as he was. As Green Island grew closer and closer to the ancient structures, Krivax felt a sense of awe as their true size became apparent. "I really wish I could take a picture of this. I wonder if the gnomes have invented anything like cameras yet." Once they passed the Path of the Titans. It was only a short while before they could see the kites flying over Moaki Harbor in the distance. "All right, you two, I think it's time for you to go below deck," said Orphis. "I'll yell for you to come out after I'm done warning the Moaki, and it's safe for you two to show yourselves." Krivax and Mazruk both nodded their agreement and made their way below deck with the two flyers, where they were keeping the trading supplies. Kamagwa and Iskal had both purchased large amounts of goods from Kilakuk that they intended to resell to the Tuskar of Dragonblight at a markup. The Nerubians were unable to trade directly with Moaki Harbor or the nearby village of Induli, because the closest Nerubian city was Azjol, Nerub's capital city. Vizier Haddix had made some perfunctory attempts to convince the circle of viziers in the capital to allow for trade to take place from their city, but Krivax could tell that his heart was not in it. The capital city was the center of isolationist sentiment in the kingdom and rarely allowed anyone to use their gate to the surface for any reason. Besides, as far as Vizier Haddix was concerned, if a trade route was established between the capital and Dragonblight's Tuskar, then his division wouldn't be the ones profiting from it. Krivax was not too concerned one way or another. He understood that sapient greed would eventually push Azjol, Nerub, to open itself up once the benefits of doing so grew too large to ignore. If he was actually able to successfully establish a trading relationship with civilizations that could offer more than luxury food goods, then Asjol Nerub's time as a completely isolated kingdom was destined to become history. Krivax and Masruk waited patiently below deck as Green Island pulled into port. Soon, he was able to hear the voices of unfamiliar Tusker men, so he assumed that the guards had arrived. The conversation between Orphus and the Moaki clan's guards went on long enough for Krivax to begin growing nervous. But he eventually heard Orphus yelling for the two of them to come out onto the deck. Krivax tentatively made his way up onto the deck, followed by Masruk, and was immediately met with the shocked yells of frightened Tusker warriors. As the leader of the Tuskar attempted to calm down his men, Krivax took a moment to look over the warriors. They seemed similar enough to warriors of Kamagwa, given that they all wielded spears and were covered in various pieces of leather armor, but there were some differences as well. The litany of scars that covered each of their bodies made it easy to tell that these warriors saw more frequent combat than the warriors of Kamagwa. Many of those scars were likely made by the Wolvar, given that they seem to have been made by claws and fangs. "Greetings, warriors of Moaki Harbor," Krivax said as soon as the Tuskar managed to calm talk enough for them to hear him. "I am Krivax, and my companion is Masruk. We have come to your village with peaceful intentions toward your people, and hope for the same. We present this fresh catch to you as a gift and proof of our character." Krivax finished up his speech by reaching into his spatial bag and pulling out an emperor salmon within a silk net to hold out to the group of Tusker. Since it worked the first time, he figured it only made sense to catch something the day they were expected to arrive to give to this new group. The Tuskar looked between each other, likely dumbfounded that they were currently being addressed by a giant spider person. After a few awkward moments, one of the Tuskar warriors stepped forward to address him. Krivax assumed that they were the leader of the group. "Welcome to Moaki Harbor, outsiders. I am Shakuka," said the Tuskar warrior with an accent that Krivax found strange. I confess, I had not quite believed the words of the warrior from Kamagwa, but if you offer no threat to the people of this village, then you are both welcome here, and your gift of the sea's bounty is gladly accepted," he said as he took the net bag from Krivax's hands. "Thank you, Shakuka," said Krivax. "I am glad to see that the Kalu'ak of the Moaki clan are as kind and welcoming as those in Kamagwa and Iskal. I greatly enjoyed the time I spent in Kamagwa and look forward to being able to see your village as well. I have heard that it is quite beautiful." Krivax did not hear anything of the kind, but his flattering words had the intended effect of causing the Tuskar warriors to release most of their tension and puff up in pride. "You heard correctly. Outsider," said Shakuka, "come with me. I shall escort you all to the chieftain so that you can make your introductions." "Before we go, there is one other matter," said Orphus, interrupting the warriors as they were about to escort them to the village. "Kamagwa has sent many more items than usual that they wish to use to trade with the Moaki clan and Indula village. I would request that some of your warriors aid us in removing them from Green Island." "Of course," Shakuka said indulgently. "How many warriors do you need?" "And two, I think it would be best if I showed you so that you could make your own judgment," said Orphus after a moment of hesitation. Shakuka raised a bushy eyebrow but said nothing as he accompanied Orphus onto the turtle boat, hesitating only slightly as he passed the two Nerubians and followed him below deck. The Tuskar warrior bellowed in surprise when he saw stacks upon stacks of silk and boxes filled with ores. "What is all this?" "These are items that Kamagua acquired through trading with the Nerubians," said Orphus, only a little smugly. "The rolls of silk possess properties that make them perfect for weaving sturdy nets, ropes, and even clothes to keep you warm during the winter. The Nerubians are also able to produce large amounts of metal ore. Kamagua is able to acquire more than enough of these for its needs, so our elders decided to send a portion to Moaki Harbor for trade." The next time Shakuka turned his gaze to Krivax and Masruk, His expression was one that was filled with greed rather than apprehension. "I see," said Shikuka, obviously struggling to remain calm. "I will have all of my men help in bringing these items to the village." Krivax and Masruk spent the next few minutes helping the Tuskar unload all of the trading goods from Green Island. While they were doing this, Shikuka said some quiet words to one of the younger Tuskar warriors, which sent the boy running back to the village. Krivax assumed he would be informing the village leadership about what was happening so that they would have time to prepare for their arrival. Once they were done, each of the warriors carried a box of valuable trading goods as Shikuka led them into the village from their wooden docks. Krivax kept the two flyers close to him in order to avoid frightening any of the villagers. He had left behind the skitterers so that they could save space on Green Island and so that they could continue carrying trading goods. Haddix indicated he would be willing to send more if they were needed, but Krivax felt like the flyers were enough for now. The shocked faces of the villagers as they gawked at the two Nerubians made Krivax feel a small sense of nostalgia for the first moment he walked into Kamagwa. He couldn't help but send a friendly wave to a young Tuskar calf who was staring at him with her mouth open. Krivax chuckled as the young Tuskar girl jerked in surprise and hid shyly behind who he assumed to be her mother. While Mawaki Harbor seemed to be larger than Kamagwa, the village seemed to be less prosperous than Kamagwa was, even before they began to trade with Kila Kook. This did not particularly surprise Krivax, given that the climate of Dragonblight was much harsher than that of the Howling Fjord. There was noticeable damage on more than a few of the buildings, likely from past attacks, that has been repaired over and over again. Krivax even could see some Tuskar working to fix a hole in the outer walls with wood and whalebone. The whole place had a more fortified look to it, which made sense given that unlike the Isle of Spears, threats from the land could and apparently did happen regularly. Their group reached the chieftain's home fairly quickly since the building was very close to the harbor. Once they were there, Shikuka instructed the Nerubians and Orphus to wait outside while he spoke with the chieftain. After a few moments, the Tuskar warrior reappeared and escorted Krivax into the building. The first thing that Krivax noted when they entered the building was that the Tuskar chieftain was the largest Tuskar that he had ever seen. The man was huge, well-muscled, possessed a large, magnificent mustache, and had the Tuskar symbol for chieftain proudly carved into his enormous tusks. The second thing that he noted was that the shamans of the Mawaki clan seemed to wield spears rather than staves like the shamans of Kamagwa and Iskal. Krivax assumed that there was a greater emphasis on these shamans being able to fight than there was on the Isle of Spears. Krivax felt like he would have a difficult time telling the difference between a shaman and a warrior in this village if he had not learned how to interpret the symbols Tuskar carved into their tusks. Well, that and the magic he could feel radiating from their bodies. Once everyone finished entering the building, the massive Tuskar began to speak in a deep voice. "Greetings, outsiders. I am Chieftain Konani. These are Elders Siwigo, Dukni, and Toa. Please introduce yourselves." "Well met, Chieftain Konani," said Orphus. "I am Orphus, warrior of Kamagwa. These are Krivax and Masruk, two Nerubians who have proven themselves to be friends of Kamagwa and Iskal. They have expressed an interest in traveling to Mawaki Harbor, and I joined them with the intention of both facilitating introductions and arranging for trade between our villages." Nerubians questioned Konani. The chieftain turned his gaze to the elders, but they all shook their heads. "I have never heard of your people, and it seems my elders have not either. Tell me about your people, Nerubians." "Of course, Chieftain," said Krivax. He spent the next hour giving the chieftain and the elders an abridged introduction to Asjol, Nerub, and its society, much like the one he had given Chieftain Atuk and Elder Wumni. It took quite a while for him to finish because the chieftain and his elders interrupted periodically to ask pointed questions, and Orphus also interrupted to tell them about all of the benefits the Isle of Spears had received from trading with the Nerubians. Krivax suspected that the large amounts of goods that had been brought to the village had done much more to convince the chieftain of the benefits of cooperation. When he was done speaking, Konani seemed to be much more enthusiastic about their presence than Atuk had been. "If you are able to help my people as much as Orphus claims, then you will always be welcome here. Nerubians," said Chieftain Konani. "Would your people be interested in trading for shellfish from us as well as Kamagua?" "Yes, Chieftain," said Krivax. Asjol Nerub was massive in comparison to the Tuskar villages and would be more than capable of taking any amount of shellfish that the Tuskar would be able to produce. Unfortunately, this trade would need to take place using Kamagua and Iskal as an intermediary. "Oh, why is that?" asked Konani, visibly displeased. Krivax explained to the chieftain that Kilakuk was too far from his village for trade to be easy, and that he would not be able to get permission to travel to the surface from the city nearest to his village. The chieftain did not like it, but seemed to accept it once everything was fully explained to him. "At least, we still have something to trade, even if we have to go through Kamagua and Iskal," said Elder Toa. "This Asjol Nerub seems to only be interested in shellfish and herbs. I doubt Indule has anything you Nerubians would be interested in." "I wouldn't be so sure," said Elder Siwiko, turning a shrewd gaze to Krivax's spatial pouch. At her words, all of the elders turned their attention to the spatial pouch, or more accurately, to the magic it was emanating. "This magic feels similar to the magic of the Lothalor woodlands," said Elder Dukni. The Lothalor woodlands asked Krivax. It had been a long time since he had played World of Warcraft, and he wasn't sure what the elders were talking about. "Indul Village is built along a lake that is the endpoint of a long river of magic, similar to the magic coming from your bag," explained Elder Siwigo. "This river of magic has altered the very life of the nearby woods. I suspect that the trees and animals of these woods could be useful to your people." She's talking about a ley line. If there is truly a ley line running under the Lothalor woodlands, then I'm sure there are plenty of things in there that the Circle of Viziers would be interested in. Although shellfish were spreading quickly in Kilakuk and were starting to disseminate into the rest of Asjol Nerub, interest in the surface had still only moderately increased within the Circle of Viziers. This was because many of the Viziers looked down on shellfish as a novelty and a luxury good that did little to tangibly benefit the kingdom, according to Vizier Haddix. If Indul were able to provide large amounts of magical regents, then interest in the surface would increase significantly within the Circle of Viziers, and hopefully the rest of the kingdom. "That sounds like something my people would be extremely interested in," said Krivax, barely holding back his excitement. "I'm glad to hear that," said Chieftain Konani, "but you can negotiate an agreement with Indule later. For now, I believe it best if we come to an agreement over the goods that were brought today, so that they can start helping my people. The Wolvar have grown aggressive recently. Well, more so than usual, and I want those ores delivered to our blacksmiths as quickly as possible. Before we start the negotiations, there is something I need to ask you." "Chieftain Konani," said Krivax, "I was told by Elder Wumni of Kamagua that your people sometimes trade with people from lands from across the sea. Is that true?" "Yes, it is," said Chieftain Konani, growling slightly at the change in subject. "Why do you ask?" "Just a topic I wish to speak about in more detail with you. After the trade talks, of course," Krivax said quickly. "I understand your urgency." "Very well, we will speak more on the topic later then," the chieftain said. "Now, as to the goods in question." Krivax nodded his agreement and settled in for another long trade negotiation. Thankfully, Orphus would be the primary negotiator this time, as the goods technically belonged to Kamagua and Iskal now. As the negotiations dragged on, Krivax privately hoped that the Surface World Research Division would soon transition to using currency for all of their trading needs. Things would be much easier if they didn't need to figure out how many lobsters a piece of iron or the size of an average Tuskar fist was worth. Barter may be the oldest form of trading, but it could get annoying at times and was terribly inefficient. Chapter 13.5 I believe that should cover everything, Orphus of Kamagwa said, sealing the deal with the ceremonial nod of trade, using a mix of knots from Moaki, Kamagua, and Iskal. While it wasn't the fastest deal ever tied off, Chieftain Konani in the end was glad it was done within only a few hours, and a mutually beneficial agreement was made. Moaki Harbor would give the villages from the Isle of Spears their surplus of various stored food, especially shellfish to trade with the Nerubians, as well as assurances of more of the same during lean times for the next year, along with some of their stock of oil and skins. In the meantime, they got the ore and silk that was brought here to use as they saw fit, something that was quick to be done with a nod towards a nearby warrior who then left to let the rest of the village know just that. The ore would be sent straight to the blacksmiths to make into tools, weapons, and whatever else the village needed, while the silk would be sent to the womenfolk to weave into various useful shapes. The latter especially would be interesting since apparently the silk could be used for more than just making clothes, but also nets, ropes, and even insulating and reinforcing structures if done right, which might speed up repairs of their outer wall before the next attack. These Nerubians certainly knew what their customers needed at least. Then the trade is made complete. He finished with a nod, followed by the nodding heads of the various gathered elders. Indeed, a great agreement all around. Orphus nodded before looking back to his companions. Now I believe these two had further questions. Indeed, they were asking about those outsiders who come and trade with us. Chieftain Konani asked, recalling the spider folk's question. Yes, for you see, for the longest time, my people were under the assumption that simply nothing existed beyond our shores. So the news that something does has caught our attention. The one known as Kryvax was quick to speak up, having looked quite bored but also full of energy during the whole period of trade talks, keeping himself quiet the whole time beyond some questions sent his way on the uses of the silk goods in question. Oh? Well, I suppose to be fair, our people did for a long time, too. Chieftain Konani, we only really learned about it as well several generations ago. A bit more than that, but yes, it was a bit of a surprise for us as well. Elder Dukney spoke up. Apparently, the local human communities throughout Dragonblight, and I hear also Grizzly Hills, descend from those from the east who shipwrecked themselves or even willingly came to live here. The Vraikol's stunted offspring. They came from the east, the other quieter Nerubian, who had the feel of a warrior about him. Masruk finally spoke up and asked with curiosity, "We do not know to what you refer," Elder Toa admitted, confusion on the faces of all the Kaluak present, even Orphus. Well, you see, our records indicate that thousands upon thousands of years ago, before the Great Sundering even, that a local race of half-giants, the Vrykol, who mainly make their home in the Howling Fjord region and have been sleeping in their keeps ever since, were suffering from a sickness that caused them to give birth to children who were much weaker and smaller than them, what would later be called humans. Their king, disgusted at their weakness, at the time ordered them all killed, but despite this it seems they have survived to the present day. If what you say is true, then our assumption of their continued presence in this land is not due to avoiding the Vrykol purge here, but apparently hiding out someplace much further away before the Great Breaking and then growing in this new land after that in safety before returning to their homeland at some point. That is my initial hypothesis, at least. Kryvax finished with a hum. There was silence all throughout the chieftain's house at those words, as everyone spent several minutes processing what was just said. A race of sleeping half-giants. There were only stories of true giants, and the legends of them giving birth to the infamous Magnetor. These half-giants willingly slaying their own children just for being weak in their eyes. Monstrous to the extreme and something no Kaluak would do to their own children, even in the harshest of winters. Humans being small giants. Well, That one was less hard to believe since, despite on average being shorter than the average Kalu'ak, Chieftain Konani had personally seen a few examples of human strength and bravery in the face of what should be much deadlier beings. Returning to the main question, yes, the humans claim to come from the Far East and kingdoms there. Elder Siwigo broke them all out of their musings. We occasionally see traders from them during the warm seasons who wish to trade in furs, oils, whalebone, and other things with us when they travel here in their sailing ships. They are a regular source of metal tools and weapons, before you, of course. Are they strong, despite their size? Masruk asked, seemingly intently curious. They are no slouches to combat. Those who train for it, at least. Chieftain Konani. And if you live in the Dragonblight, then you need to know how to defend yourself. They must have retained their parents' martial prowess then. Good to know. Masruk nodded. Did they say what their land is called and what it is like? Kryvax asked. A land of warmth that they call the Eastern Kingdoms, apparently. Elder Toa answered. Most interesting. Kryvax hummed further. Of course, we don't see them as much as the little green devils. Elder Siwigo spoke up, causing most present to sigh and palm their faces, earning the attention of the Nerubians. Green devils? Kryvax asked. Well, that is what we refer to them when they aren't around, at least. Elder Dukney admitted. They call themselves goblins and also hail from across the sea. Short, green, pointed ears and noses, and more greed in their whole bodies than common sense. They aren't the worst beings to talk to, but they can certainly grate on the nerves. Indeed. Chieftain Konani agreed. I've dealt with them each time they come to Milwaukee Harbor, and even if their visits are infrequent, each time they arrive, they can be very grating. They are very fond of making trade deals and the like, but rather uncaring of anything beyond that. I hear the clans and the tundra deal with it more often and worse, too, due to being a central gathering point for our people. They all have a death wish. Elder Toa grumbled. On one of their expeditions, they ventured out into the Dragonblight and attempted to harvest the corpses of the great worms. In another, they tried to brutally harvest the natural resources of an area before they were driven away, and their creations are always blowing up more often than not. They can use said machines to break through the ice during the colder months, but they just as often break down and become trapped in it as well. Elder Siwigo explained. The goblins do not come here very often due to their difficulties adjusting to the climate, but when they do, I would say on average more die here than return home every time they arrive. Chieftain Konani said grimly. Not that they seem to care much, with those few who manage to survive going home with smiles on their faces at the great profit being made. I would not recommend dealing with them if you don't want to be driven to your wits' end, but I'm sure they would pay much more than we ever could for your goods. Elder Dukney admitted reluctantly. We will keep that in mind, Kryvax muttered to themselves. Do they fight well, at least? Masruk asked hopefully. The few times I've seen it, they mostly relied on their machines to fight for them, as prone to blow them up as their enemies, Chieftain Konani said. That's why we don't trade for any of their complex creations. Oh. Masruk actually sounded disappointed. We do have a few toys and gadgets from the gnomes, though. Elder Siwigo spoke up. Their devices are more reliable and much less prone to explode randomly. Gnomes Kryvax perked up. Oh yes, they are much newer to our lands. Having only started coming here occasionally in the last few decades, they were part of a group with another race known as the dwarfs. Gnomes look like child-sized humans while the dwarfs are a little taller but also more stout and hairy. Elder Dukney explained. Unlike the human or goblin traders, they don't come here to trade at all, but rather explore and research apparently. Said they are a part of a group known as the Explorers League and want to study ancient ruins. They are very interested in the Great Pillars and Ancient Road, for example. Are they still here? Kryvax asked in some excitement. No, They've only been coming by once a year, traveling on the same ships the traders do and doing short scouting trips into Dragonblight before leaving with them again. They say they are gathering information for a proper expedition later. They should arrive again when the ice is still at its thinnest and leave before the cold traps them. Elder Toa explained. We can introduce you to them when they return if you like. If their regular schedule holds, they should arrive with some human traders within a month or so. And they are much friendlier than the humans and goblins that come by. We even traded for small things like the mentioned toys and gadgets, along with a few other things like tools, food, and maps. Chieftain Konani stated, Do you still have them, the maps? Kryvax asked in a great deal of excitement, practically looking like he was about to jump up from his seat. The Kalu'ak were taken back by his energy, but Chieftain Konani was quick to see another opportunity. Of course, and we'd be happy to trade them to you for a price, maybe a few of the other items as well, he said with a smirk as he got up to collect the items in question. A few minutes later, he had a large scroll in hand and unrolled it before the Nerubians, showing the Eastern Kingdoms. Amazing, Kryvax whispered in awe as he took the map in hand while his companion was less impressed. We have better maps, Masruk said simply. Do you know anything about these Eastern Kingdoms? Kryvax asked as he examined the map. Their history, their people, maybe any conflicts they are in the middle of. Don't want to get mixed up in anything nasty after all. Not much, but then again, we didn't pry and they didn't share beyond what was needed to do business with each other, the chieftain admitted. Though the gnomes and dwarfs are friendly if nothing else. How do these dwarves and gnomes fight, though? Can't say much on the gnomes, and while I've never seen them fight, the dwarfs at least were well armed and armored when I saw them. Chieftain Konani mused. Good to hear, was Masruk's response. The gnomes do make this wonderful device, though, that the calves love, and I admit is very distracting, too. The chieftain admitted as he handed over an item from a small pile of various doodads traded with the gnomes. I failed to see how this would be entertaining Masruk started to say, but quickly quieted as he held the device and it started to spin at his touch, causing his multiple eyes to widen and watch it closely as he turned it this way and that. Oh, this is quite nice. Glad you think so, and we'd be willing to part with them for the right amount of trade, the chieftain said, noticing how he now had them both hooked. Oh yes. As those little green devils would fondly say, this was going to be a very profitable day. Chapter 14. Kryvax glanced worriedly at the Lothalor woodlands treant that was currently staring at him silently. The creature was not completely permeated with arcane magic. If it were then, it would likely be growing crystals from its bark, but Kryvax could still sense the arcane emanating from it constantly. He did not know very much about treants and where they came from, but he doubted that every woodland on Azeroth would be able to produce them. The large amounts of treants were likely a result of the dense magic that permeated the area. While there were few things in the Lothalor woodlands that visually marked it as influenced by the ley line beneath it, aside from the faint violet tint of its leaves, the entire area was like a beacon. In the night, to Kryvax's magical senses, he could only begin to imagine how overwhelmed he would be if he ever found himself in the Crystal Song Forest. Fortunately, there was little reason for him to go to such a place, given that Asjal Nerub had already tried and failed to harvest anything worthwhile from there. The Crystal Song Forest was just too well guarded by mad spirits and treants, and the viziers already possessed more easily acquired alternatives to what they could gain from the forest. The lightly infused bark of the Lothalor woodlands was much more useful than the crystals that composed the Crystal Song trees. Not only that, but Vizier Haddix had also expressed an interest in the various flowers, fruits, and wildlife that could be found in the woodlands. While neither Kryvax nor Haddix knew for certain exactly how these arcane-inclined flora and fauna could be used, they both knew that the viziers of the Arcane Research Division would do everything in their power to find out. It was very rare for a society as insular and stagnant as Asjal Nerub to be exposed to anything it had not already seen before. so this was a rare opportunity for them. Krivax forcibly pulled his thoughts back to the present as he bent down to gather a fallen branch while watching for any sign of aggression from the treant as he did so. It was difficult to predict what he could harvest from the Lothalor woodlands without being attacked by its guardians, but they usually gave some sign of warning before becoming aggressive. Thankfully, Krivax picked up the branch without issue and carefully stored it inside his spatial bag. Once that was done, he decided to begin heading back to Indueli village before his good luck ran out. Krivax directed his flyers to follow him and watch for any hostile creatures as he began making his way back to the village. After they had come to an agreement with the village's leadership, Krivax and Masruk spent most of their time in Indule while they waited for the merchant ship from the eastern kingdoms to arrive. According to Chieftain Konani and his elders, the ship should be arriving soon if they kept to their regular schedule. The Tuskar of Dragonblight had seemingly encountered both goblins and merchant ships from the eastern kingdoms that occasionally traveled to Northrend for the purpose of trading and transporting. Members of the Explorers' League, the Tuskar had also been willing to trade away a map of the eastern kingdoms and a gnomish toy, both of which Krivax had given to Haddix as quickly as possible. Much to Masruk's disappointment in the latter case until he was given a spare. After being given further proof of the existence of the lands across the ocean, the vizier had given him orders to contact him when the foreigners arrived and began to contact him less frequently. Krivax was curious about what Haddix was doing with the evidence, but there was no real way for him to know. However, he understood that the imminent discovery of the Eastern Kingdoms would have an immense impact on Asdrul Nerub's leadership, and the politics that the vizier was involved in must be complicated. In comparison, when the arcane regions that Indula village had harvested from the Lothalor woodlands were finally delivered to Kilakuk, he expected it to be lost in the noise. Krivax's thoughts were interrupted when he stepped out of the tree line and caught sight of Induli village and approached the gate that separated the woodlands from the village. Built around the same lake from which it derived its name, Indula village was the largest settlement of Tuskar that Krivax had seen so far. If not in population, then mostly in size, as the local Tuskar took full advantage of the lake's nature as a font of magic and life to put up fish farms and buildings nearly all along its edges. "Good evening," Utok said Krivax, cheerfully greeting the Tuskar responsible for guarding the gate. The treants were starting to look at me funny, so I figured I'd finish early for the day. "Welcome back, Krivax," said Utok. The Tuskar quickly moved to open the gate. "I still don't understand why you're the one that's going out into the woodlands instead of our people. We have a longer and more understanding relationship with the local tree spirits, after all." It was an unfortunate reality that the Tuskar of Induli village did not have as much experience sensing arcane magic as Krivax did. Although living on a ley line likely did give them an increased aptitude for the arcane and a minor ability to sense the magic. Krivax was still far more proficient in detecting arcane magic than they were. When he had finished negotiating with their chieftain, it was decided that Krivax would be the one to go out into the woodlands and collect samples of items that the Arcane Research Division might want. Once those samples reached Kilakuk and were analyzed, only then would the Tuskar venture out into the forest and harvest it themselves. The Lothalor woodlands were not without danger. After all, even beyond potentially angering its nature spirits. And all the Tuskar who were capable of defending themselves were busy fighting off Wolvar. The village could not afford to send these warriors to collect goods that might not even have any value. It made sense from a logistical point of view, but it was still a bit troublesome for Krivax. His life would be much easier if Haddix would simply take a day to fill up a bag full of samples and then teleport it to Kilakuk. But there was little hope of that happening anytime soon. Not only was he incredibly busy, but the vizier also did not believe in doing initiate's work, as he called it. Krivax tried to explain this to Utok. "I understand that," said Utok. "It just does not feel right for us to send guests to do such dangerous work. But I guess that's none of my business. You should go see your friend." I heard that he went out with the warriors to kill Wolvar today. They should be back by now. Krivax thanked the guard for the information and quickly started making his way toward Mazruk. While he didn't approve of his friend constantly leaving to fight the Wolvar in search of battle, he knew that doing so was Mazruk's choice. Still, that didn't stop Krivax from worrying about him. Moving through the village as quickly as he could without being impolite, he soon reached the northeast gateway, where Mazruk could be seen speaking with one of the Tuskar warriors. "Hey, Mazruk," said Krivax, greeting his friend as he approached. "I heard from Utuk that you just came back. How did everything go? Were the Wolvar a good challenge?" Krivax did not enjoy violence or combat like his friend did, even if he understood the necessity of it, but he would still make the effort to show an interest in his friend's passions. After all, Mazruk had been the only one to show an interest in his passion for the surface world, so it was only fair for him to return the favor. Right? "They did," said Mazruk with genuine joy in his voice. "The Wolvar are ferocious warriors, and despite their lack of intelligence, they possess a cunning that makes them a formidable enemy. I look forward to fighting them again tomorrow." "I've never met someone with as much bloodlust as this one," said the large Tuskar warrior that Mazruk had been speaking to. "Hold on to that passion, and you'll grow into a truly formidable warrior one day." "Thank you, Edwek," said Mazruk. "I have learned much from you and your fellow warriors." "Don't mention it," said Edwek. "You've done a lot to help us fight off the Wolvar." At the mention of his people's enemy, Edwek lost his jovial smile and his expression twisted into something fearsome. "The damned beasts have been attacking us constantly lately. They always become more aggressive during this time of the year, but that doesn't make it any easier. I wish there was more we could do to help," Krivax said sympathetically. He had gone out with Mazruk once to fight the Wolvar, and he understood why the Tuskar hated them so much. The primitive Wolverine people were extremely aggressive and difficult to handle. They frequently attacked the path between Mauki Harbor and Indula village and often killed any Tuskar unlucky enough to be caught out alone. "You've already done more than most," said Edwek. "I've heard that Chieftain Anogut managed to reach a deal with Chieftain Konani for metal weapons made from the ore that was brought on Green Island. Once our warriors are better equipped, we'll make the Wolvar regret every last Tuskar that they've killed." The warrior's last words were said with a tone of grim promise that made it obvious he meant every word. After a few more moments of making small talk with the warrior, Edwek said his farewells and went about his business. "You should have joined us, Krivax," said Mazruk once they were alone. "If we are going to continue exploring the surface, then you will need to continue honing your skills in combat." "I know," said Krivax. "I just prefer to avoid violence when I can, but that doesn't mean I'm not continuing to grow stronger." Intent on proving his point to his friend, Krivax began casting a spell that he had only practiced in private until now. In an instant, Krivax disappeared from his location and reappeared a few feet from his previous location. "Look, I finally learned how to cast Blink," Krivax said proudly. Learning spatial magic had not been nearly as intuitive an experience as learning frost magic, but Krivax eventually had gotten the hang of it. Mazruk stared at him blankly for several moments before throwing a rock at Krivax's chest. "Ouch," said Krivax, more in surprise than anything else. The rock had not actually been thrown hard enough to damage his carapace. What was that for? "You need to train your reflexes," Mazruk said smugly. "Being able to teleport won't help if you get hit before you can finish casting your spell or after you finish it." "That's not fair. You just caught me by surprise. I've gotten pretty good at casting that spell." "Oh." This time, Krivax was ready for Mazruk to throw the rock at him, and he blinked out of the way. "Hasi." Krivax hurried to dodge the next rock that Mazruk threw, while he had learned how to blink. Casting the spell several times in quick succession was beyond his current abilities. The next several minutes were spent with Krivax doing his best to dodge and blink away from the random items that Mazruk threw at him in the name of training. "Excuse me," Kryvax and Masruk's impromptu game was interrupted as a young Tuskar approached the two Nerubians and called for their attention. "Chieftain Anagut has called for the two of you." Kryvax had not spoken to the chieftain very often since they concluded their negotiations, so he was surprised that the man was calling for the two of them. Chieftain Anagut was an extremely busy man, after all. After signaling their understanding to the messenger, Kryvax and Masruk began making their way to the chieftain's home. Once they arrived, Kryvax was surprised to see the chieftain speaking to Orphus, given that the Kamagwan warrior usually spent most of his time in Maoki Harbor. "Good evening, Chieftain Anagut," Kryvax said respectfully. "I was told that you called for us." "Ah, you're here!" "Good," said the boisterous chieftain. "I called because Orphus here has some news I thought you would like to hear as quickly as possible." "I do," said Orphus, as he turned his attention to the two Nerubians. "The shamans in Moaki Harbor told me that the foreigners from across the sea have nearly arrived. I came to tell you as soon as I heard." Once Kryvax finished processing what Orphus had just said, he froze in shock and was only brought back to reality by the worried prodding of Masruk. He glanced at his friend in thanks before addressing Orphus. "Let's get going. It would be best if we arrived in Moaki Harbor as quickly as possible so that we might have some time to prepare." After offering Chieftain Anagut a short but respectful farewell, their group of three exited Indula village from its southeastern gate and started heading back towards Moaki Harbor. The three of them were interrupted by a small group of Wolvar, but, fortunately, Kryvax's flyers spotted them coming and the resulting fight was short and barely affected their journey. It took them some time to make the trip, but when they reached there, Kryvax could see that the merchant ship had still not arrived yet. As soon as they walked into Moaki Harbor, one of the elders immediately approached their group. "You arrived quicker than I expected," said Elder Siwigo. "Come with me to the chieftain's home. We have made preparations for your introduction to the foreigners." "Why do we need to go to the chieftain's home?" asked Kryvax, confused. "Well, it would be best if the foreigners were warned about your appearance before they met you," said Elder Siwigo, after only a moment of hesitation. "Much like our warriors were warned by Orphus when you first arrived on Green Island, I'm sure you have learned by now that your people's form can be unsettling to our people without warning. I do not know for certain how the foreigners will view your appearance, but I suspect their reactions will be similar to our own." Kryvax winced in embarrassment. That was not something that he should have forgotten. The Tuskar had all reacted in shock once seeing them, but Kryvax had gotten used to it and the Tuskar adjusted very quickly once they realized that the two Nerubians were not hostile. Still, there was something he wanted to see before Elder Siwigo escorted them to the chieftain's home. "If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to take a look at their ship before I go with you." Elder Siwigo looked at him strangely for a moment before shrugging. "Very well. I suppose if you have never seen one of their wooden ships before, then it could be an interesting sight. I'm not much of a fan of their ships myself. Rowboats and kayaks are easier to control and turtles are much more convenient." Soon enough, their group had made their way to the docks and Kryvax was staring at the incoming ship through a borrowed spyglass. Spotting the three-masted sailing ship in great detail, he was suddenly filled with conflicted emotions. He had already been aware that the merchant ship was scheduled to arrive at any moment, but it felt strange to be confronted with a moment that he had been working for his entire second life. Today would go down in history as the day that a citizen of Asjol, Nerub, contacted a citizen of the Eastern Kingdoms for the first time, and Kryvax could not help but feel the weight of that knowledge settle on his shoulders. After a few moments, Kryvax pushed down his tumultuous emotions and nodded to Elder Siwigo. As he followed the elderly Tuskar to the chieftain's home, he couldn't help but look back at the incoming ship and wonder about the people who were on board. Chapter 15. Trixie Tinkwrench huffed in annoyance as she checked the battery on her poultryizer. It was unfortunate that the battery required sensitive internal components that were highly sensitive to temperature. Already the cold of Northrend had rendered one of her favorite gadgets useless. There was nothing Trixie loved more than turning her enemies into chickens and watching them run around in panic. But it seemed that she would have to rely on her trusty shrink ray until she returned to the Eastern Kingdoms. She had hoped that the new components would stand up to the cold better than they did, but unfortunately, they did not. With a sigh, Trixie put away the useless gadget and began preparing herself to disembark from the ship. They had almost reached Milwaukee Harbor, and she was one of the few people who spoke the Tuskar language, so she would need to be ready to greet the natives as soon as they arrived. Trixie moved over to the mirror and quickly tied her pink hair into 2 pigtails. Pink was not her natural hair color, but one of her little brother's gadgets had malfunctioned and changed her hair to the color it was now. She didn't mind the color, and reversing it would be too much trouble, so she had just left it the way it was. Once that was done, Trixie put on her tinker goggles and quickly tested their function so that she could be sure they wouldn't fail her when she needed them most. Taking a look in the mirror and deciding that she was ready, Trixie exited her cabin and made her way out onto the deck. The first thing she saw was Mousy Stonehallow standing at the bow of the ship and looking through a spyglass toward Milwaukee Harbor. Trixie weaved her way through the Lordaronian sailors who were rapidly preparing the ship to dock and made her way to the only other member of the Explorers League on the ship. "How's everything looking?" Big Man Trixie asked the middle-aged dwarf man. "Does it look safe to continue approaching the village?" "Aye, lass, everything looks fine," said Malsey as he put away the spyglass. "The Tuskar have a few of their warriors waiting to welcome us at their port, but that's nothing special. Chieftain Konani's there waiting for us as well." Trixie hummed before flicking a switch on her goggles and turning her gaze to the Tuskar village. Her vision instantly zoomed in on the port as if she were looking through a spyglass. As Mousy said, there were several Tuskar warriors patiently waiting by the port alongside their massive chieftain. One of the Tuskar was waving a large green flag signaling that the ship had their permission to dock. Trixie didn't notice anything different about this from the previous times she had sailed to Milwaukee Harbor. So she switched her goggles back to their normal setting and turned her attention back to Mousy. "So have you had any luck in convincing the merchants to stick around any longer?" "The more time I have to scout, the better." Trixie's role was to survey as much of Northren's land as possible in preparation for a larger expedition that would take place sometime in the future. The Bronzebeards were keen to explore the continent for lore about dwarven history, and had instructed the Explorers League to plan an expedition, but such things took time. Logistics and funding for the expedition were currently being planned and argued over in Ironforge's Senate. But the Explorers League thought it prudent to gather as much information about the continent as possible beforehand to make things easier. Given how quickly they managed to find evidence of ancient structures, it seemed that there was something worth studying in this frozen hellhole at least. Unfortunately, without that funding, she and Mousy were forced to travel with merchants who did not share her goals. The Lordaronian merchants occasionally sailed to Northrend in order to trade relatively cheap metal ores for exotic furs, whale oil, waterproof hides, ivory, and alchemical herbs with the Tuskar and the native humans. It would likely be a very profitable venture if not for Northrend's extremely hostile environment. "Nay, not much luck there," said Mousy with a wince. "The humans just want to trade and leave as quickly as possible. Not much appetite for adventure amongst them." "I guess that's to be expected," said Trixie. "Maybe if we're lucky, you'll find a gold vein. That'll have the continent completely covered in humans, and we'd be able to come here whenever we want." You're not wrong, lass, but I doubt we'll get so lucky." Trixie and Mousy spent the next few minutes making plans so that they could scout as much as possible within the limited amount of time that they had. Their discussion was interrupted by the loud bellow of the ship's captain. "Prepare to dock." Experienced human sailors got to work as they prepared to tie down the ship as they approached Milwaukee Harbor's port. Trixie did her best to keep out of the way of the big folk as they went about their business. She had learned the hard way soon after leaving Nomaregan that humans did not often look down, especially while they were distracted. Soon enough, the ship was pulling into a dock and the human sailors were throwing ropes to the Tuskar, so that they could tie them around the dock cleats. The whole process took quite a while to complete, but the ship was eventually docked and the captain was approaching Trixie after leaving the ship's helm. "Good evening. Explorer Tinkwrench," said Captain Stanton Prescott, "will you be handling the translation for the negotiations between the walrusmen and the merchants?" The man was hired by a noble family to captain their trade ship and was competent enough to learn the language of the natives. But Trixie could tell that the man preferred to interact with primitives as little as possible. Prescott was supposed to be the one responsible for handling the translation, but once he found out that Trixie and Malzy could speak Tuskar, he was more than happy to pass on the duty to them. Trixie was the more diplomatic of the two, so the responsibility was effectively all hers. "Yes, Captain Prescott," said Trixie, hiding her annoyance with the human. "I will handle the translations." "Very good," said Prescott, turning away and leaving without another word. Once the human was gone, Malzy muttered a dwarven insult under his breath that had Trixie struggling to hold back laughter. Once the gangway was lowered. Trixie did not hesitate to leave the ship alongside Malzy and the human merchant, who was a young man named Oscar Smythe. The rest of the ship's crew would need to wait for them to finish greeting the Tuskar chieftain before they could be given shore leave. "Greetings, Chieftain Konani," Trixie said politely in the Tuskar language as their group approached the chieftain and his warriors. "I am happy to see you again. Thank you for allowing our ship to dock in your village's port." "Greetings, Explorer Tinkwrench," said Chieftain Konani, struggling to pronounce her name. "Much has happened since the last time you visited our shores, but I am glad to see you as well." Much has happened. Trixie was just about to ask the chieftain what he meant by that when she was interrupted by the human. "Ask the walrus man if he has prepared the trading goods for the oars." Trixie huffed in annoyance but translated the merchant's words, although a tad more diplomatically. Her curiosity only grew when Chieftain Konani hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'm afraid we will need to renegotiate our current trade agreement in regards to your oars." Trixie couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She knew that the Tuskar dearly needed metal oars in order to make weapons that they could use to fight off tribes of wolverine people and those giant four-legged marauders who regularly attacked their villages. What had changed since the last time that they were here? Predictably, the merchant puffed up in outrage the moment Trixie finished translating the chieftain's response. "Renegotiate? Why should we have to renegotiate after traveling so far? Ridiculous." Trixie barely held back an exasperated sigh. Even if the chieftain did not speak much common, he would still be able to understand the human's body language and tone of voice. Nonetheless, she did her best to relay the human's question as diplomatically as possible. "Our village has made a trade agreement that has opened up another source of metal ore for our people," Chieftain Konani said evenly. Trixie was impressed that she could only see a small amount of smugness in the chieftain's expression. "Our new trading partners are able to offer us sufficient amounts of ore for our village more cheaply and regularly. So if you like to continue trading with our village, then we will need to renegotiate." Trixie and Malzy looked at each other with wide eyes. Who else could possibly supply the Tuskar with large amounts of ore? Goblins? Chieftain Konani, if I may ask, who has your village started trading with? Trixie asked without translating for the human. She wanted to figure out what was going on before the merchant had the chance to say something stupid. "As far as we are aware, there are no other merchants traveling to Northrend from the Eastern Kingdoms." "That's because they are from Northrend," said the chieftain. "Our new trading partner is a large kingdom by the name of Azul Nerub." Once Trixie finished processing the chieftain's words, she could barely hold back a gasp and had to resist the urge to jump up and down in excitement. She could tell that Malzy was similarly enthusiastic. As far as the Explorers League knew, the only intelligent life that inhabited Northrend were the Tuskar, a few scattered villages of humans, some kind of bison people who the Tuskar referred to as Tonka, and the ice trolls. There were also the wolverine people, the giant marauders, and villages of murlocs. But those could hardly be considered as intelligent life. There were also the occasional sightings of Naga, but that had yet to be proven. But if this Asjol Nerub was a large kingdom, then where did they come from, and why had Trixie never heard of them before? Just to be clear, Chieftain, are the people of Asjol Nerub of a race that you had never met before? Asked Trixie, giving voice to the biggest question on both her and Malzy's minds. Yes, they are. Chieftain Konani confirmed with a calm that Trixie currently envied. Their people are called Nerubians, and according to them, they live in an underground kingdom that spans most of the continent. This time, Trixie was unable to control herself as she let out an involuntary gasp, and her eyes grew wider than they had ever been. She turned to Malzy, and sure enough, he was in a similar state to her own. If what the chieftain said was true, and there truly was such a large underground kingdom on Northrend that was civilized enough to trade with outsiders, then the implications would be massive. Trixie was quiet for long enough that the human's patience wore out, and he started making a fuss about being ignored. Once she finished explaining the situation to him, however, he quickly quieted down as he understood the significance of the situation. Trixie could practically see little gold coins dancing in the merchant's eyes as the human thought about the possible trading opportunities this previously unknown kingdom could offer. For Trixie and Malzy, this was the kind of thing that would get their names written down in the history books. Quick, ask him to tell us what we need to do in order to speak with these Nerubians. Trixie eagerly relayed the human's question. As it happens, the Nerubians wish to speak with you as well, said the chieftain. Once they learned that our village traded with people from lands across the ocean, they became quite interested in meeting you. No sequence of words could have made Trixie more nervous than the ones that just came out of the chieftain's mouth. She had come to Northrend to scout out the lands for a future expedition, not to lead a diplomatic meeting with a powerful kingdom that she had never heard of before. She wanted to turn the responsibility over to Captain Prescott, but it only took a moment of thought to realize that would be a terrible idea. Not only was the man undiplomatic in the extreme, but it was unlikely that the man would agree anyways. If Prescott were some kind of ambitious noble, then he might take over the meeting so that he might gain as many benefits as possible. But the captain was a retired antisocial Navy sailor that barely cared about anything aside from his ship. She didn't even consider leaving the matter to Oscar. The only thing that the merchant cared about was money. I'm not trained for this. I never took any diplomacy courses at Gearshaft University. I only took engineering and combat classes. What if I do something wrong and I make them hate us? What if I get us all killed or imprisoned? Trixie turned a panicked expression to Malzy. It'll be all right, lass, Malzy said reassuringly. I ain't going to lie to you and say that this ain't a big deal. But I'll be there with you every step of the way. You're a clever one, and you've got a natural talent for talking to people. I'm sure everything will be all right. Hearing the older dwarf's words reassured Trixie enough for her to take a deep breath and begin calming herself down. He's right. I'm Trixie Tinkwrench. I'm a badass who graduated top of my class in combat, and I've been an explorer for nearly a decade. I can handle talking to people. After giving herself a little pep talk, Trixie turned her attention back to the chieftain. I can do this. I can do this. If the Nerubians would like to meet with us, then we are more than willing. Chieftain, Trixie said with a tone of confidence she didn't truly feel. I'm glad to hear that, said Chieftain Konani. Trixie didn't like the sudden glimmer of amusement that she could see in the large Tuskar's eyes. There's just one thing that you should know before I take you to meet with them. The Nerubians have an appearance that I suspect you will find to be greatly unsettling. Trixie could feel her growing resolve stutter at the chieftain's words. Oh, how so? Trixie asked hesitantly. The Nerubians are a race of giant, spider-like people. I can't do this, I can't do this. I see, said Trixie, mustering all of her courage for her impending meeting with a race of giant spider people who belonged to a kingdom that allegedly spanned more land than any civilization in the Eastern Kingdoms. Are they friendly? Chieftain Konani hummed in consideration as Mousy translated for the human. In any other situation, she would have been amused by how quickly his face paled. They are more friendly and diplomatic than some outsiders I've met, said the chieftain, glancing unsubtly at Oscar. The human had remained quiet once Trixie started to ask about the Nerubians, but it was obvious that the chieftain had not forgotten his previous outburst. I understand. Chieftain, said Trixie, I would like to meet with these Nerubians. Chieftain Konani simply nodded and started leading them into the village. One of the Tuskar elders went to tell the sailors that they could leave the ship, and then followed after them a moment later. The walk to the chieftain's home, where the Nerubians were presumably waiting for them, was not long enough. As the chieftain ushered the three of them inside, Trixie did her best to suppress her fight-or-flight instinct as she prepared to meet the giant spider people. It turns out that was probably for the best, since she simply froze in terror when she laid eyes on the Nerubians. If she hadn't prepared herself, Trixie was certain she would have already fired her shrink ray and tried her best to smash them with her wrench. The two Nerubians were nightmarishly large creatures with the lower body of a spider and an upper body that was shaped similarly to a gnome's, if one ignored their terrifying faces. One of the Nerubians was wearing a full set of armor that was well designed for their body, and the other was wearing a set of robes that would not seem out of place in Dalaran. Trixie was used to living in a world where most things were bigger than her, but she couldn't help but feel like spider-like creatures should not be allowed to grow so large, and she had seen actual giant spiders. Trixie was suddenly the focus of 16 eyes as the creatures that she wished did not exist turned their attention to her. It's so small, said the large armored spider thing. The armored spider held up one of the toys that she had left for the Tuskar children during her last visit. Greetings, tiny creature. Do you have any more of these amusing devices? Before she could even hope to formulate an answer, the robed one started speaking with an overenthusiastic voice. Hello, said the robed nightmare in the Tuskar language, opening and closing their giant, terrifying mandibles as they spoke. Their accent was strange and their voice was too cheerful in Trixie's opinion. My name is Krivax, and I'm happy to meet you. What's your name? Trixie tried her best to muster a response, but all that left her mouth was a terrified whine. Chapter 16. The first thing Krivax did once Elder Siwigo escorted him and Mazruk to the chieftain's home was to ask the elders for a private room he could use to contact Vizier Haddix. The shamans were all perplexed by his ability to communicate over such large distances, but he had a feeling that the elders were growing accustomed to being surprised since they pointed him to a room without much fuss. The vizier had ordered him to inform him once the foreigners arrived, so he would do so. Krivax recognized that Haddix was taking this very seriously and was placing a great deal of importance on this matter. The vizier would not appreciate it if Krivax had the chance to contact him and failed to do so. He asked Mazruk if he would like to join him, but his friend was not particularly interested in speaking to the vizier if he did not have to. Once he was safely in one of the nearby rooms, Krivax reached into his spatial pouch, pulled out the scrying crystal, and set it up in the center of the room. After Krivax cast the appropriate spells, Haddix responded almost immediately. Initiate, said Vizier Haddix as his visage appeared in the scrying crystal. I assume you are contacting me about the wooden ship currently approaching the Tuskar village. How does he know that? Krivax wondered dumbfoundedly. Yes, Vizier, said Krivax. The ship has nearly arrived, and the Tuskar will bring the people from the eastern kingdoms to meet with me. If I may ask, how did you know they were here? I asked an acquaintance to send a flyer to surveil the Tuskar village. Haddix said dryly, obviously. I could not leave such an important matter to chance. Just as I will not leave your upcoming meeting to chance. Initiate? Krivax did not like the sound of that. He also wondered how the vizier was able to find out what the flyer saw so quickly, but now was not the time to ask such questions. Do you intend to meet with the foreigners yourself? Vizier Haddix asked Krivax. Hoping that wasn't the case, The vizier was many things, but diplomatic was not one of them. "No, initiate, I do not," Haddock said evenly. "I recognize that you have a talent for communicating with the surface races. It would be foolish of me not to utilize that. Instead, I have something else in mind." Before Kryvax could formulate a response, a bright violet light began to shine next to the scrying crystal. For a moment, he was worried that the vizier had once again decided to teleport into a Tuskar village without permission. But when the light dissipated, he saw something unexpected. A violet, see-through figure of the vizier was standing in the center of the room, looking like a ghost or a hologram. "Only you will be able to see and hear this projection." "Initiate," said the illusionary figure of the vizier. "As long as the projection does not travel too far from the scrying crystal, I will be able to observe and oversee your meeting with the foreigners." Kryvax had no idea that the vizier was capable of doing something like this, nor was he truly expecting the vizier to participate in the meeting. The look on his face must have been one of extreme surprise because once the vizier looked at him, he huffed in amusement. "I fail to see why you are so astonished." "Initiate Kryvax," Haddox said sardonically. "Did you really believe I would allow an initiate who has not lived for even half a decade to be in charge of a meeting that could potentially impact our entire kingdom without even the slightest supervision?" "Well, when you say it like that, you make me feel like an idiot." "Of course not. Vizier," Kryvax said unconvincingly. "If I may ask, are you certain that the Tuskar elders will be unable to sense your presence? Remind me to teach you how to lie properly once you return to the city." "Initiate," Haddox said derisively. "As for the shamans, don't insult me. Those elders would need to study magic for another century before they could even hope to sense me if I did not want them to. Please stop speaking like a villain. Vizier Haddox, you're making me feel nervous about my future." "As you say, Vizier," Kryvax said readily, "do you have any instructions or guidelines for this meeting that you would like to share with me?" "Yes, I do," said Haddox, his tone growing more solemn. "After you first approached me with what you discovered, I decided to share the information with only a few select individuals while further evidence was gathered. It was only after you brought me the map of the Eastern Kingdoms and the toy made by the gnome that I approached Under King Kuk-Arak, Queen Malrus, and Vizier Silvos. I'm told that a few of my associates in the capital approached High King Anub-Arak and his council as well." "Really?" asked Kryvax excitedly. "Queen Malrus was the highest-ranking queen in Kilakuk, and Vizier Silvos was the Underking's most trusted advisor and the city's most influential administrator. How did they react?" "They didn't believe any of it," Haddox said bluntly. Both Under King Kuk-Arak and Queen Malrus cared little for the claims of a Tuskar shaman, although Vizier Silvos seemed to keep a more open mind. "It was only after I presented them with the physical items that you acquired from the Tuskar that they began to consider the possibility." Kryvax hummed in consideration as he processed the information. It was not particularly surprising to him that the Nerubian leadership needed a lot of evidence for them to begin changing their worldview. Kryvax was about to ask the vizier how any of this related to his impending meeting with the people from the Eastern Kingdoms when a scary thought suddenly caught his mind. "Vizier Haddox, you said that your acquaintance was surveilling Moaki Harbor with a flyer and informed you when the ship arrived." Kryvax said nervously, "Did your acquaintance inform anybody else? I'm surprised that you caught that." "Initiate," said Haddox, faintly amused. "He did. I expect that by now the information is slowly spreading throughout Asdrul Nerub's leadership. The wooden ship is unlike anything that the civilizations we know about are capable of. Soon enough, that ship will be the foremost topic of discussion for all of the kingdom's leadership. Once they move to gather information on the matter, I suspect you will become very famous." Kryvax suddenly felt as if his legs had turned to jelly. He had known that this was a possibility from the day that he had decided that Establishing contact between Azjol, Nerub, and the Eastern Kingdoms was one of the best ways that he had available to protect himself and his new people against the threat the Lich King. However, when confronted with the fact that he had attracted the attention of large portions of Azjol Nerub's leadership and that he was likely about to be pulled into a maelstrom of politics, Krivax couldn't help but feel nervous. "I see," said Krivax after he composed himself. There was no point lamenting his circumstances when he had willingly and knowingly set himself on this path. "In that case, what goals should I have for this meeting?" Vizier Haddix. Something like approval flashed through the vizier's eyes before quickly fading away. "That is a good question," said Haddix consideringly. "It depends greatly on how the discussion amongst the kingdom's leadership progresses. The leadership will understand that this is significant, but they will be greatly divided in how they wish to respond. If we wish to further our goal of initiating diplomatic contact with the Eastern Kingdoms and establishing a presence on their continent, then we will need to present our ideas to the leadership and shape the narrative to our favor." Vizier Haddix, I did not know that you had such goals as well," said Krivax. "Confused?" Vizier Haddix looked down at Krivax assessingly for several moments before speaking. "I do have such goals," said Haddix. "One day I will explain to you why, but that day is not today. Although, if things progress as I expect them to, then that day might be sooner rather than later." Krivax had no idea how to respond to such an ominous statement. "As you say, Vizier," Krivax said hesitantly. "For now, put such things out of your mind," said Haddix. "If our objective is to convince the kingdom to send a diplomatic envoy to the Eastern Kingdoms, then your goal should be to secure the assistance of these foreigners. Not only are they the only ones who know how to operate their wooden ship and navigate to their lands, but their testimony on the potential benefits of diplomacy would be invaluable. Greed will be our greatest ally in combating the isolationist tendencies inherent to the kingdom's various political factions." Krivax felt like that was a good point, and he believed the same. The foreigners would know best what resources the Eastern Kingdoms would be willing to trade, and if the leadership saw that they were reasonable, then diplomacy would seem like a much more attractive idea. Privately, he thought that as long as the leadership fully understood the benefits of diplomacy, they would make the right decision. Krivax trusted in the power of sapient greed. "I understand. Vizier," said Krivax, "I will do my best to secure the assistance of these foreigners." "Good," said Haddix, pleased. "Our time for conversation is over. I can sense that the foreigners are approaching and that none of them are skilled with magic. I will watch over the meeting and direct you as necessary. Nobody aside from you will know that I am there." After nodding his understanding, Krivax left behind the scrying crystal and made his way to the building's center room. "I'm back," Krivax announced as he entered the room. He could see Elder Siwigo and Elder Toa quietly talking to each other while Orphus laid back on a pile of pillows in a corner. "Are the foreigners on their way yet?" "They are," said Elder Siwigo. "The spirits have informed me that their group consists of a gnome, a dwarf, and a human. The gnome will probably be the one to speak for them and assist with translating for the human if things are the same as they were last time." Krivax was just about to respond when he was interrupted by Vizier Haddix. "Instruct the shaman to translate the conversation with magic," Vizier Haddix said imperiously. "This meeting is too important to risk potential misunderstandings caused by a lack of proficiency in a common language." He had already asked the chieftain once why they did not use magic to translate between them and the merchants from the Eastern Kingdoms. According to him, the Tuskar considered it a matter of respect for outsiders to learn and use their language while in their lands. Not only that, but the ability to create an area of translation like Wumney did during their first meeting was not as simple as Wumney made it look. If the elders of Moaki Harbor wanted to accomplish the same thing, they would need to work together to do so. It was for this reason that negotiations with the merchants from the Eastern Kingdom were generally done in a combination of the Tuskar language and Common. which Elder Dukney had a passable proficiency in. Still, it wasn't as if he could say no to the vizier's orders. Elders, I understand that your people usually prefer not to use translation magic during your negotiations with the merchants from the Eastern Kingdoms. But could I ask you to make an exception this time? Kryvax asked respectfully. This is our first meeting with these people, and I would like to avoid as many potential misunderstandings as possible. The Tuskar elders discussed quietly for a moment amongst themselves before answering. We will grant your request, as this is primarily a meeting between you and them, said Elder Tawa. However, you will need to wait for Elder Dukney to return before we are able to cast the magic. Thank you. Elders, I am grateful. Your gratitude is appreciated, but unnecessary, said Elder Siwigo. In comparison to what trading with your people has done for this village, this is a small matter. I recommend that you prepare yourself. They are about to arrive. Hearing the elder's warning, Kryvax moved to stand next to Mazruk and turned his attention to the building's entrance. He didn't have to wait long, because the group of people from the Eastern Kingdoms walked into the building. The person at their front was a pink-haired female gnome with pigtails and engineering goggles strapped to her face. She wore a warm-looking coat over a practical set of leather armor that seemed like it had seen some use. Kryvax could also see what seemed to be a wrench strapped to her side along with some kind of strange device that was vaguely shaped like a gun. Behind her followed a middle-aged male dwarf who was also dressed in a practical manner, and a young human man in heavy furs that could only be the merchant. Kryvax had long since grown used to being a Nerubian, but seeing a member of his former species after so long was an extremely strange experience. Following right behind them were Chieftain Konani and Elder Dunki. It's so small, muttered Vizier Haddix incredulously. It's so small, muttered Masruk disappointedly. However, he quickly got over the gnome's weak appearance and asked a question that had been on his mind. Greetings, tiny creature. Do you have any more of these amusing devices? He asked as he held up the gnomish toy. Kryvax held back a snicker at the vizier and warrior, unintentionally mimicking one another, and moved to greet the gnome. She seemed to be very nervous, so he thought it would be best to act as friendly as possible to put her at ease. Hello, Kryvax said kindly. My name is Kryvax, and I'm happy to meet you. What's your name? Kryvax began to grow concerned when the gnome's only response was a strange whining noise. What was wrong with her? She did speak the Tuskar language, right? Now that Elder Dunki has arrived, we can use our magics to aid in translation, said Elder Siwigo. Chieftain Konani raised one bushy brow but didn't comment. After a few moments of the three Tuskar elders chanting in some strange language, a wave of magic washed over the building. Once, Elder Siwigo nodded to him to indicate that the magic had taken hold. Kryvax turned his attention to the female gnome and decided to try introducing himself again. Greetings, Kryvax said in Nerubian, pulling back some of his enthusiasm and allowing the magic to translate for him. My name is Kryvax, and this is Masruk. What are your names? I'm Trixie Tinkwrench of the Explorers League, said the pink-haired gnome, visibly struggling to compose herself. These are Malzy Stonehallow, also of the Explorers League, and Oscar Smythe, a merchant under the employ of House Ashford. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Kryvax said politely. Once I learned that the people of Moaki Harbor were trading with people from across the ocean, I knew that I had to meet you. Oh, why is that? Trixie asked nervously. Because my people were unaware of the existence of the Eastern Kingdoms until recently, Kryvax responded, not missing the momentary expressions of surprise and apprehension that passed over her face. Once I learned about you, I realized the great opportunity for trade and sharing of knowledge that could be gained from cooperation between our people. As soon as Kryvax finished speaking, Oscar's expression changed from one of apprehension to one of a starving man who had just been escorted to a buffet. Of course, that sounds great, said Oscar. I'm certain that the Eastern Kingdoms and Asjol Nerub have much to offer one another. House Ashford would be more than glad to cooperate with you and your people." Krivax was a bit taken aback, although not displeased, by the enthusiastic merchant. It would make it much easier to convince them to aid him if they were this eager for trade, but that was something that he felt should be discussed later. "I'm glad to hear that," said Krivax. "However, we can talk more about trade later. If I've learned anything over the past few months, it's that such negotiations take a long time, and I think our efforts would be better spent learning more about each other for now." Of course, forgive my enthusiasm," said Oscar, dialing it back a little. "If you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear more about your people," said Krivax. "Naturally, I will answer any questions you have about Asjol Nerub as well." "That sounds all right," said Trixie, losing some of her nervousness. What followed was a long discussion about Ironforge, Nomerigan, and Lordaeron, with Krivax asking the occasional question under the direction of Vizier Haddix. Most of what he heard were things that Krivax already knew, but he could see the projection of the Vizier looming over the foreigners and staring at them with an intense expression as he took in the information. A part of him wondered if these people were being irresponsible by sharing this information, but it was likely that all of this was considered common knowledge. Once they were done, Krivax answered any questions that they had about Asjol Nerub as promised. Although there were a few things that he held back under the order of Vizier Haddix. "Your people's kingdom truly spans half of Northrend," Trixie asked with wide eyes. "Underneath it, yes. From Enkila in the west to Nazanak in the north, and my home city of Kila Kuk in the east. Our kingdom is quite large." Your people sound smart then." "Lad," said the dwarf, "Malsey, under the ground is the best place to live after all." "Malsey, you can't call him lad," said Trixie, admonishing her colleague. "You have no idea how old they are." "We are a bit over 4 years old," offered Masruk offhandedly. Krivax imagined that if they were drinking anything when his friend said that, then they would have spit-taked not only them, but the Tuskar elders were also trading incredulous looks. The topic of their age had never actually come up in discussion before now. How strange. "The two of you are 4, asked Trixie in disbelief. "How long is your lifespan? When do you become an adult? Are all 4-year-old Nerubians like you?" Krivax ignored the Vizier's huff of amusement. "Nerubian lifespans vary depending on their caste," said Krivax. "The caste that I and Masruk belong to lives approximately as long as your average human, assuming the humans of your lands live as long as the humans here. Nerubians mature more rapidly than most sapient races we have noticed, as we are both adults by our standards. How long do your people live for?" "Gnomes and dwarves can both live up to 400 years, said Trixie, still slightly bewildered by the ages of the two Nerubians. "I'm not certain how long the elves can live, but I know it's at least a few millennia." Vizier Haddix perked up at this information. "Instruct them to tell you more about these elves." "Elves?" asked Krivax. "Yes, the high elves of Quel'Thalas," Trixie elaborated. "They are widely considered by most to be the most powerful kingdom in the Eastern Kingdoms. They live for a very long time and possess extremely powerful magic. I don't really know much about them because they keep to themselves." Krivax couldn't tell what Haddix thought when he heard that. But after a moment of contemplation, the Vizier told him to move on. There was one topic in particular that Krivax wanted to discuss, and he felt like now was as good a time as any. "If I may ask, are there any ongoing conflicts in the Eastern Kingdoms?" "Anything in particular that you feel like we should know?" asked Krivax as calmly as he could. Even if the answer to this question did not tell him exactly when in the timeline he was, it would at least tell him if the creation of the Lich King was imminent. Trixie considered the question for a moment before she responded. "Not that I'm aware of," said Trixie, ignorant of the immense feeling of relief her words invoked in Krivax. "There is always conflict with the trolls and gnolls, but nothing major to the best of my knowledge." Trixie looked to her two companions, seeking their opinion. Malzy shook his head, and Oscar did as well after a short pause. The human hesitated. Said Hadix, "Question him." "Oscar, are you aware of any large conflicts?" asked Krivax, silently praying that the answer would be no. Oscar hesitated for a moment before answering. "They are merely rumors, but I have been told by some of my fellow merchants that there may be some kind of conflict happening in Stormwind." Oscar said reluctantly. "Who is the current ruler of Stormwind?" asked Krivax. Oscar seemed a bit confused by the question, but he answered anyway. "King Lane Rin. Why do you ask?" "No particular reason, merely curiosity." Krivax could feel his earlier feeling of relief turn sour. There was no way for him to know for certain, but that conflict in Stormwind could very well be the first war. It was good to know that the second war had not yet started, as far as these merchants knew. But that did not mean that he could afford to relax. After all, there wasn't much he could do to actually stop Kil'jaeden from creating the Lich King, and the time between the first and second war was not as long as he would like. Krivax thanked Oscar for the information and turned the conversation to lighter topics. They spoke briefly on a variety of topics, such as their respective histories, politics, House Ashford's history of trade with Northrend, and the Explorer League's upcoming expedition. There was even a moment where Trixie decided to show off her device, which was apparently a shrink ray, by using it on one of the lobsters that had been prepared for the Nerubians. It was a moment that Krivax would cherish, because it was the first time that he had ever seen Vizier Hadix so dumbstruck. Eventually, the foreigners grew sufficiently comfortable with their presence, and Hadix thought that it was time for Krivax to request their assistance. He briefly described Asjol Nerub's excessively isolationist nature, which explained to them why this was their first time learning of the kingdom, and then made his request. "You would like to present us to your leaders and have us explain to them what they can gain from diplomacy?" asked Trixie. Stunned. "Yes, that is correct," said Krivax. "I believed that this would go a long way to convincing them." Krivax watched as Trixie's expression alternated between concern and excitement. "And you are certain that this is safe? If your people are so insular, then would they really be okay with an outsider entering their city?" "Yes, of course." "You will definitely be safe," said Krivax, lying through his mandibles. There was no absolute guarantee that they would be safe if they entered Asjol Nerub. But then again, they were in danger from the moment that the kingdom noticed them. At this point, there was already absolutely no possibility that their ship would leave Moaki Harbor without Asjol Nerub allowing them to do so. Not that they knew that, of course. "My mentor has already secured permission for you to enter the city and meet with our leaders if you are willing," said Krivax, hoping for everyone's sake that they would be willing. At least this time, he was not blatantly lying. Vizier Hadix had already secured permission for this from the Underking. Krivax watched as the foreigners turned to discuss the matter quietly amongst themselves. He could already tell that he would be receiving a positive response from their expressions. Trixie and Malzy both seemed to be excited about the possibility of being permitted into Asjol Nerub, and the merchant seemed enthralled with the promise of great wealth that trade would offer him. Sure enough, they seemed to reach a conclusion very quickly. "We will need to discuss the matter with some of the people from the ship," said Trixie, "but I expect that we will be able to accept your request." "Excellent," said Hadix, truly pleased. "I'm glad to hear that," said Krivax, equally as pleased as the Vizier. "After you give me your full answer, I will need to contact my mentor to arrange for transportation." Vizier Hadix caught his implied question and responded to him as the meeting turned to other topics. "I will be ready to open a portal to transport you all to the city in a few days," said Vizier Hadix. The Vizier was silent for a moment as his attention turned elsewhere before he refocused on Krivax. "It is time for my participation in this meeting to come to an end," said Hadix. "The Underking has summoned me, and I must go to him now. I can see that you have this matter well in hand. Initiate. Well done. Continue to gather information and be prepared to report it to me the next time we meet. Krivax nodded discreetly to Haddix, signaling his understanding. Good. Enjoy your last few days on the surface. Initiate. I suspect that these will be the most relaxing days you have for quite some time. With those last foreboding words delivered, the vizier's projection quickly faded away. Krivax held back a sigh as he turned his attention back to the conversation. It seemed like they had finally reached the point where the foreigners were renegotiating their agreements with the Tuskar. He agreed with the vizier that his coming days were likely to be more eventful than his current ones. But it might be worth it if whatever was to come did not involve listening to more trade agreements. As he listened to Oscar complain about the length of their trip and promote the reliability of their business partnership, Krivax couldn't help but hope that he would not have to attend another meeting like this in the future. At least once the kingdom officially manages to establish diplomatic relations with the Eastern Kingdoms, I should be able to hand things like this over to someone else, right? Chapter 16:5. Oscar was feeling a number of conflicting emotions today in rapid succession that he dearly wished he wasn't. General discomfort and irritation of returning to unbelievably cold Northrend to trade with the primitive natives who barely understood the value of coin. Excitement of the potential turn of profit they would get trading cheap ores for much more valuable exotic goods that would sell well back home. Outrage at being told by these walrus people that they would have to renegotiate their standard deal with them. Surprise at learning about their new trading partner. Glee at the thought of trading with a proper kingdom and the opportunities it would open up in the market with him and his associates at the forefront of it. To terror to finding out these Nerubians were spider people of all things. And finally now, desperately trying to maintain his years-long honed trader's face as he tried to maintain eye contact with said spider people. It was easier said than done, considering it was hard to figure out which set of eyes he should be focusing on. Still, his pride as a trader would not let him lose such a valuable opportunity standing right before him. So even as he sweated in his heavy furs despite the cold of the continent, he kept up his practiced smile and opened up talks of trade with this Krivax. He was very curious about what this Azjol Nerub could potentially offer the Eastern Kingdoms after all. Ideally, making trading missions to this continent much more worthwhile than previous visits. So when the Nerubians were done speaking with the Explorers League members and their discussions with the Walrus people were over, he took his chance and hoped for the best. He was not disappointed, and it did much to distract him from his fear. "This silk is marvelous," he said in undisguised awe as he was shown several sheets of the material, something that apparently the Nerubians could produce relatively cheaply. So most of the costs involved would end up being in transporting it. "Thank you," Krivax said with what Oscar thought was a smile. Thankfully, the magics of the chieftain's hut allowed them to communicate freely, so at least words were coming in clearly. It's pretty basic compared to what actually skilled weavers can do, but it has many uses even in its base form. I am aware, since silk is a luxury material back home, only Dalaran and Quel'Thalas can produce it in any reasonable amount, and even then, only the richest can afford it, Oscar explained. I'm slightly afraid that if it's as easy to produce as you say, that you could crash the market for it back home. Oh. That would not be good, I assume, Krivax said nervously. We could limit the amount we can trade at a time to reduce overall cost, but not totally devalue it if that helps. That would likely be best. But for now, it is no problem since few traders come to Northrend as is for the moment, though I'm sure that will change once word spreads. Oscar said, Your ores won't fetch as high of a price due to Ironforge's high output rate, but the prices of certain ones remain consistent for the most part so long as you moderate that as well. Good to know. Krivax nodded. There are likely many other things that my people can trade, but at this time this is the most I can offer personally. Of course. Oscar waved him off. This is plenty for the time being. Larger trade deals can be made later on as our relationship with your people grows. Sounds very good. Though, since we have no maritime tradition at this time, we'll likely have to rely on your ships for transporting said goods. Kryvax pointed out. We'll need to find enough ships and sailors for such, but I'm sure that can be arranged in time as well. Oscar nodded as he idly tried to figure out the logistics of such a system. Good, good. Kryvax nodded. Now that we've gone over what my people can offer, I suppose now it's your turn to do the same. That does leave the question of what you need. Oscar fired back with an honest smirk. Not much, to be honest, but magical reagents or luxury goods such as new foods and the like would likely interest my people and get them more interested in the surface world. It's been working with the Tuskar and shellfish after all. Kryvax shrugged. I don't suppose you can offer tomes of knowledge, literature, philosophy, and arcane lore. Oscar came up slightly short, but quickly recovered. While there are many tomes in the Eastern Kingdoms, most are in the ownership of the Church of the Holy Light, noble houses, royal libraries, and similar institutions who would be slow to part with such things easily, even for large amounts of gold. Oscar explained. And the vast majority of anything related to arcane magic can only be found among the High Elves and the Mages of Dalaran. Would they be up for a trade? Azajul Nerub has vast libraries full of knowledge accumulated over the course of thousands of years. I'm sure they would find something among our collection worth swapping for. Kryvax asked curiously. Thousands of years. Are we dealing with elves in spider form? Oscar's mind screamed, but he kept his features schooled. Perhaps, but that is something you would need to ask them directly, since I am simply a humble trader and sadly have no ties to such groups, Oscar admitted, knowing it was never good to build up your own image too high or else you wouldn't be able to live up to expectations. A shame, but understandable, since it's not like you knew about us at all. Kryvax shrugged. Hopefully we can meet with representatives of said groups at a later date, but for now, we would be happy to trade simple things with you that you are willing to part with, such as maps, books, and anything else you have on you currently that can help us learn more about your people. I believe I can arrange that, Oscar said, knowing that the captain has a small library in his cabin that he would need to beg and plead with to give up at least a decent amount of it with the promise of a larger cut of the silk profits. Excellent. Then I hope this deal is most pleasing and that we can partake in more in the future. Kryvax said, with a nod as they sealed their agreement with a handshake, which had Oscar shiver as the Nerubian's clawed hand was placed in his own. Good profit or not, this will take getting used to. That is quite the tale, and certainly changes a lot. Captain Stanton Prescott admitted after Oscar gave the full version of events in private with the man. After he and the League members had returned to the ship to report back on the meeting with the Nerubians, the former had returned to the village to continue speaking with their newest acquaintances, while he remained behind to talk with the captain about how this changed their mission on behalf of House Ashford. As it stands, even after negotiations with the Tuskar, we will be at a net loss for this whole journey. However, this news of a brand new and apparently quite wealthy and powerful kingdom stands to pay us back hundreds of times over if we play our cards right, Oscar explained. I will be going to the Nerubian city-state in a few days, and while there, I hope to broker a larger trade deal with the city leadership, perhaps as payment for transporting a diplomatic delegation back to the Eastern Kingdoms, which will not only net us quite a profit, but House Ashford has first grabs at any new trade routes made and the glory of helping establish diplomatic ties with a foreign kingdom. The captain summarized as he rubbed his beard chin, which ought to seriously boost their reputation among the Lordaeron upper class. Exactly. This will be a massive coup, politically speaking, and House Ashford and the rest of us can ride the wave when it comes, rather than be overtaken by it. Oscar couldn't help the slightly predatory grin that came to his face at the thought. Still sounds risky, since these are giant spider people of all things, and from the sounds of it, most of them are not the overly friendly sort. The captain pointed out as he took a drink of alcohol from the private stash he brought out during the report. Yes, but even the most isolationist kingdoms still want some things outside of their borders, for even the elves still trade with the human kingdoms despite not allowing us in theirs. Oscar pointed out, "Elves don't eat people, as far as I know," the captain said. "I've seen actual non-talking giant spiders wrap up and suck the juices out of men before. From all accounts, they have no interest in eating people." "Captain," Oscar waved him off, but still couldn't get the image out of his head of the Nerubians happily crunching down on a crab shell and all. "It's your neck that you're risking, so it's your choice in the end." The captain shrugged. "Guess that means we'll be stuck here for a little bit while you work your magic. Gonna have to give the crew a bit of extended shore leave while you're gone, not that there is much to do here, and get them ready to most likely receive more unique-looking passengers then. Of course, if you aren't back in a week, I'm gonna assume the worst and sail off." "Fair enough, but I assure you it won't come to that," Oscar said, and privately hoped, "This is the risk you merchants all take for coin and glory, I suppose." The captain laughed while Oscar chuckled since he couldn't deny that fact. If all went well, then he would become one of the richest men in the Eastern Kingdoms in a few short years. An image that made any risk seem worth it. Chapter 17. Trixie had spent the past few days oscillating between terror and exhilaration about her impending diplomatic journey to the underground kingdom of the Spider People. Terror, because no matter how many times Kryvax reassured her, she knew that there was always a possibility that she would not leave Northrend alive. An exhilaration because she was about to see things no gnome had ever seen before. This was why she had chosen to join the Explorers League instead of becoming a tinker like the rest of her family, at least not as her main profession. A part of her wished that they could have gone immediately after they finished negotiations with the Tuskar. But there were preparations that needed to be made first. However, today would be the day that she, Malzy, and Oscar would meet with the leaders of the Spider People and plead their case for a peaceful and diplomatic future between them and the Eastern Kingdoms. Now she was just waiting in the middle of the Tuskar village for Kryvax's mage mentor to teleport in and open a portal that they could use to travel to the Spider Kingdom. She did wish that he would hurry up, though, unlike the Spider People. Her clothes didn't completely protect her from the cold. "Are you ready for this?" Lass asked Malzy, looking just as nervous and excited as she felt. "As ready as I'll ever be, big man," Trixie said as confidently as she could. "How about you? How are you feeling about all of this?" "Not entirely sure how I should feel," Malzy admitted reluctantly. "This ain't really something people can prepare for. Is it? Still. If we make it out of here, then we'll probably end up the most famous members of the League next to the Bronzebeard brothers and Munin Magellas themselves." Trixie smiled at her friend's optimism. If she truly managed to become so famous, it would do a lot to help convince her family that she made the right decision in becoming an explorer. "Who cares about fame?" scoffed Oscar. The man was shivering and pulling on his fur coat, but that didn't seem to dampen his spirits at all. "If we succeed in forming a relationship with these Spider People, we could all potentially become fabulously wealthy. What does fame matter in the face of that?" "I don't see how that would apply to me," Trixie said dubiously. "I'm an explorer, not a merchant." "That's simply because you lack vision," said Oscar bluntly. "If we make it back to the Eastern Kingdoms, then the three of us will be the ones who have the most experience dealing with these creatures. That fact alone will see any number of merchant guilds eager to solicit your aid at the least." She thought about the merchant's words and decided that while they had merit, it didn't matter much to her. She wanted to be an explorer, not run off to work for a merchant guild. Trixie turned her attention to the spider person wearing black and red robes, who was quietly speaking to his friend in his harsh, chittering language. Two smaller spider-like creatures with a thin membrane between their legs were currently sitting on his back. According to him, the creatures were the same species as him, Except they weren't sapient, except when they were. These two particular flyers were only about as intelligent as one of the hounds that humans seemed to like so much. But there were apparently some that were as intelligent as a person. Trixie was doing her best not to think about it. "Krivax, how much longer until your mentor arrives?" Trixie asked while speaking Tuskar. "He should be arriving any time now," answered Krivax in the same language, turning his attention to her. "I'm not certain why he has not arrived yet, but Vizier Haddix has always preferred to move at his own pace." Trixie hummed in acknowledgement, even if she was not fully satisfied by the answer. She didn't appreciate being made to wait out in the cold, but Krivax was not the one who she should take her frustrations out on. He had been nothing but friendly and helpful these past few days and had done a lot to ease her worries. Trixie was just about to ask more about what they could expect from the Spider Kingdom when a bright violet light suddenly began to shine a few feet away from them. If she weren't wearing her goggles, then she would probably have been forced to turn her gaze away from the dazzling light. But as it was, she was able to watch as arcane glyphs formed on the ground and Vizier Haddix appeared in the center of the light. As Trixie strained her neck to look up at the spider person, she was once again befuddled by the variety of appearances of this race. Standing at what she estimated to be 10 to 12 feet tall, Vizier Haddix possessed 4 legs, 4 arms, and was wearing a set of extravagant teal robes and a headdress that would put even the wealthiest of mages to shame. He also seemed to exude a subtle air of danger that had the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. Trixie wasn't sure if it was just because she knew that he was a powerful mage, but her instincts told her that Vizier Haddix was not someone she wanted to get on the bad side of. The Vizier completely ignored everyone aside from Krivax and began speaking to him in their language. Trixie had no idea what they were saying, but she could tell that Krivax was acting much more respectfully while talking to the Vizier than he had ever acted with her or even the Tuskar chieftain. After a few moments, their conversation seemed to finish and the Vizier immediately began to cast a spell without any further comment. Trixie watched in awe as a portal quickly opened up a few feet in front of the Vizier, revealing several armored spider people waiting for them on the other side. She was no mage, but she was fairly certain that creating a portal was not a simple matter. "It's time," said Krivax. "Vizier Haddix won't hold the portal open for long, so we'd better get moving." With that said, the 2 spider people quickly made their way through the portal. After sharing a nervous glance with Malzy, she decided to follow after them. The first thing Trixie noticed as she stepped through the portal was the relative warmth and complete lack of breeze. This was not particularly surprising given the fact that they were underground and there was a brazier in the corner of the room lit with a blue flame. The second thing she noticed was the intense focus that the armored guards were directing toward her. Trixie had the distinct feeling that if she had not been explicitly invited, that she would have already been skewered by their spears. After a few moments, Malzy and Oscar stepped through the portal as well and were forced to hastily move out of the way as the Vizier followed behind them. The portal closed shortly afterward, leaving them with no way back. A few harsh clicks of spider talk from the Vizier sent the armored guards moving to take a formation around them. "Follow us carefully," said Krivax. Trixie hurried to do just that as the spider people started to make their way out of the building they had portaled into. "According to Vizier Haddix, we need to start moving now if we wish to arrive there on time." Once they stepped out of the building, only the threat of the armored guards surrounding them prevented her from stopping and taking in her surroundings. Trixie was filled with a sense of awe as she looked at all the fantastical sights around her. She could tell that she was currently in a gigantic cavern that stretched farther than she could estimate and was filled with carefully constructed structures of an architectural style unlike any she had ever seen before. Gigantic webs of silk were carefully woven between different structures, serving as some kind of road for spider people to travel along, and groups of flyers freely flew throughout the cavern. There even seemed to be buildings suspended in the air purely by webs, Once she saw that Trixie couldn't help but try and calculate the approximate tensile strength of the spider people's silk. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough information to do so, and she was also busy trying her best to keep up with the rest of the group. Keeping up with big folk was hard enough when they only had 2 legs like she did. Thankfully, it seems like their destination was not far from wherever the portal brought them, because soon enough, they reached a massive ziggurat that was more ornately designed than the rest. It wasn't hard to guess that this was their destination. A few more harsh clicks to the guards from the vizier had their group entering without much fuss. Once they were inside, it was only a few more moments of frantically trying to keep up and ignoring the multitude of stares directed toward them before they reached the room that had been set aside for their meeting. She could tell that this was the correct room because waiting inside was a massive creature that matched Kryvax's description of a spider lord. The 20-foot-tall creature possessed a bottom half that looked like a mixture between a beetle and a spider, a thick brown carapace, a large, sharp horn, and scythe-like arms that were larger than Trixie's entire body. As their group made their way further into the room, she was also able to make out a pair of wings hiding behind its carapace. Of course, it's not enough to be a terrifying 20-foot-tall creature that could probably take on a dwarven steam tank, but they can also probably fly. Standing next to the Spider Lord was a similarly gigantic creature that Trixie assumed to be a queen. In terms of appearance, she wasn't actually all that different from the 2 spider people who she had spent the most time with. Aside from her massive size and the giant bloated abdomen behind her that Trixie assumed to be filled with eggs. The queen was also wearing jewel-encrusted anklets around her many legs, a set of pure white silk robes, and a wide fanning headdress similar to what the viziers wore. Trixie also noticed how the queen was being constantly tended to by at least half a dozen of those smaller spider creatures which were sometimes people and sometimes animals, that Kryvax called skitterers. She failed to hold back a shudder as she reduced the zooming function on her goggles. The queen's massive size only made it easier for Trixie to make out the details of her terrifying face. Standing behind and to the sides of the queen and the Spider Lord were 3 large statues with lower bodies and heads that resembled large cats. Upper bodies that were similar to gnomes with 2 large sets of wings, and were each holding a large crystal in their clawed hands. Trixie assumed that they were larger versions of the magic crystals that she had seen Kryvax use to contact the vizier. The closest equivalent that her own people had was a gnome quarter, except a gnome quarter was unable to transmit visual images. Unfortunately for Trixie, they were also not powerful enough to establish communication between continents. Otherwise, she may have been able to ask for advice from someone who actually knew what they were doing. Aside from the Spider Lord, Queen, Skitterers, and the 3 out-of-place winged cat statues, there was also a multitude of spider people spread throughout the room. Trixie could see several groups of viziers standing off to the sides of the room and speaking quietly to one another, and several spider people sticking to the walls with their webs or hanging from the ceiling. After their group reached the center of the room and the spider people that had escorted them slipped into the crowd, the Spider Lord silenced the crowd with a few words before gesturing toward one of the groups of viziers. Trixie watched with trepidation as the viziers spread themselves throughout the room and began casting magic. Their purpose became obvious as an arcane glyph manifested itself across the floor of the room, and the Spider Lord spoke words that Trixie was startled to find she could suddenly understand. "Are you able to understand my words?" Outsiders asked the Spider Lord in a deep voice. Yes we can. Grace Trixie said in a rush. Speaking up for the group, she held back a grimace at her jumbled words. She hardly knew how to properly refer to human aristocrats, let alone spider aristocrats. "Good," said the Spider Lord, seemingly uncaring of her ignorance. "I am Under King Kukarak. With me is Queen Melross, and we are joined by the various leaders of the city of Kilakuk. This meeting will also be observed via scrying crystal by High King Anubarak and his council, as well as the leadership of Enkila and Nazanak. You are here to answer our questions about the land you refer to as the Eastern Kingdoms. Do you understand? Yes, Under King Kukarak, Trixie said as politely as she could, struggling to pronounce the spider person's strange name. You will begin by introducing yourselves, said the Spider Lord, his tone brooking no argument. I am Trixie Tinkwrench of the Explorers League, said Trixie, only just now realizing that her words were being magically carried across the large room. They had previously decided that Trixie would speak for them when possible, so she quickly introduced her companions as well. With me are Mousy Stonehallow, also of the Explorers League, and Oscar Smythe, a merchant under the employ of House Ashford. Your first contact with our people was several days ago when you met with an initiate of the Circle of Viziers by the name of Kryvax. Correct? Yes, Under King, said Trixie. During this meeting, you shared details of your people and your lands with Initiate Kryvax. Correct. Yes, that is correct, Under King. Repeat those details for those who are listening. Ordered Under King Kukarak. Trixie winced. This was probably going to take a while. Trixie spent the next few hours answering all the questions asked of her in regard to the Eastern Kingdoms, while doing her best to make the continent sound like one the Spider People would want to cooperate with. For the most part, the Spider Lord asked her about the Eastern Kingdom's politics, governments, and potential threats, while the Queen asked her about its races, especially the elves and the trolls. Trixie answered what she could, while Mousy and Oscar contributed by answering about subjects that they knew better. Some of the muttered responses to their answers, the source of which she could never quite find, were very interesting. It seems that these Eastern Kingdoms are politically stable enough and face only minor threats. Nothing that should drag us into anything unpleasant at first glance. So the foolish elves didn't wipe themselves totally out after all. We will need to update their status from extinct to merely misplaced. It is unfortunate that these new lands also have trolls. The Drakari are an annoyance enough as it is. It's possible that their damned Loa knew about this the entire time. These other races sound fascinating, so much to study. Once they were done with those topics, one of the viziers stepped forward and asked them questions about magic. Unfortunately, she was able to answer very few of those questions, although the viziers did seem interested when she told them about Dalaran. After they finished answering questions about magic, the viziers switched to asking about the Eastern Kingdom's technology. Thankfully, Trixie was more than able to answer questions like that, and a demonstration of her shrink ray on an offered skitterer, which she was assured wasn't sapient, sent many of the viziers into a short frenzy that the Under King had to calm down himself. How in the world did such a small device reduce the mass and density of a living creature to such a degree without killing it? Does it function similarly to the reduce spell? Not only that, but this technology can be used by anyone. It's not unlike some of the low-level spell weaves. This goes far beyond the device that we studied earlier. Apparently, the small ones are the most technologically adept races on the continent. This opens up many possibilities. This will no doubt lead to the Technological Research Division getting a raise in funding. The vizier that Trixie recognized as Kryvax's mentor stepped forward to ask about the potential for trade, and Oscar stepped forward to give his best presentation on the subject. The merchant spoke at length about the value of the Spider People's silk and ores, and the various goods that the Eastern Kingdom could offer them in turn, focusing on foodstuffs, technology, and magical knowledge and supplies. To think these foreigners would be lacking in such basic resources. Pathetic. While it's doubtful that these lesser beings have much to offer that we can't produce ourselves, their knowledge and novelties might have some interest, at the very least. This Church of the Holy Light seems like an interesting research subject. I very much doubt they have anything we could not replicate ourselves. I wonder if they have any foods as delicious as shellfish. By the time they were done answering questions, Trixie could tell that the Under King was the only thing keeping the audience from breaking out into loud conversation. "Does anybody have any more questions for the outsiders?" asked Under King Kukarak. The room was quiet for several more moments before the Spider Lord continued. "Very well. The outsiders will be made to wait elsewhere while we discuss everything that we have heard. Thank you for your time." "Under King Kukarak," said Trixie as diplomatically as she could, "I hope the future of our people's relationship is one of cooperation." With that said, she and her companions turned to leave the room under the escort of the armored guards who had brought them there. Trixie had expected Kryvax and Masruk to join them, given they were the only ones who could communicate with them without magic. Apparently, they thought so as well, since the two spider people moved to follow them before Kryvax was stopped by his mentor. Trixie was barely able to hear what the vizier said to Kryvax as she passed by them. "Not you," said the vizier. "You need to be here for the rest of this meeting. Your warrior friend will go with them." "Yes, Vizier," said Kryvax. After saying a few words to his friend that Trixie could not make out, Masruk nodded and moved to follow their group. As they left the room, Trixie couldn't find it in herself to wonder about the little byplay, because she had more important things to think about. Trixie was not entirely certain what caused it specifically, but halfway through the meeting, her instincts started to tell her that she had seriously underestimated the xenophobia of the spider people. Trixie had a very real feeling that there was a chance that they would not be allowed to leave safely. Now, the only thing she could bring herself to focus on was praying to any god that was listening, that the discussion that the spider people were about to have would result in a decision that would allow her to see her family again. Chapter 18. While the group of foreign beings were escorted out of the room, Vizier Haddix focused his attention on the mood of those around him. It became immediately obvious to him that arranging for the foreigners to be presented to the kingdom's leadership was the correct decision. While many of the voices he could hear seemed to favor isolating Azjol, Nerub from the eastern kingdoms, a large portion of the leadership was interested in the potential benefits that could be gained from the new lands. Haddix knew without a doubt that if the order had not gone to significant lengths to direct key members of the leadership toward a more outward-looking policy, then that portion would be substantially smaller. As it was, this was a favorable start, and Haddix was confident that the kingdom would reach the conclusion that it was in its best interest to establish a presence in the eastern kingdoms. Haddix glanced toward one of the viziers from the Technological Research Division and gave him a nearly imperceptible nod once he caught their attention. It wouldn't do for Haddix to publicly push for his agenda, given his connection to the initiate responsible for discovering the Eastern Kingdoms in the first place, if he wanted to avoid attracting unwanted attention. And he very much did want to avoid that. Therefore, Haddix had convinced a vizier that was seemingly unrelated to himself to push his agenda for him. Vizier Krayal visibly flinched when Haddix nodded at him, but he still obediently moved to carry out the nonverbal command. "Under King Kukarak," said Vizier Krayal, silencing the crowd as everyone turned their attention to him. "I believe I speak for my colleagues in the Technological Research Division when I say that it is in the best interest of the kingdom of Azjol Nerub to establish a diplomatic presence in the eastern kingdoms and learn what we can from its natives. The Arcane Research Division supports this as well for the potential it has in expanding our magical knowledge base by introducing new factors and insights." Vizier Sias agreed, pleasantly surprising Haddix because she needed no prompting on his part to do so. Most likely due to her division anticipating the benefits of a relationship with the surface in regards to the new arcane-aligned reagents collected from the Lothalor woodlands and hoping for more. Haddix listened carefully to the surrounding responses. "We stand to gain much knowledge from these new lands. I wonder if there are any reagents in the Eastern Kingdoms that could be used to create a superior healing potion. We should prioritize studying the technology of these gnomes. It would be wise for the kingdom to keep a close eye on these lands for potential threats." Similar voices echoed throughout the room, with most being positive, or at least neutral, with few outright dissenting against it. The response was more positive than Haddix had expected. although he could tell that there were many who held different opinions and were not speaking up. The natural curiosity of the viziers and the desire of the weavers for trading goods that would benefit their various crafts pushed against their insular nature. Ridiculous. All discussion in the room was immediately silenced by the deep voice of a spider lord coming from the Nazanak scrying crystal. Why should our kingdom associate itself with lesser creatures? What could they possibly have to offer us? Are our viziers so inept that they need to learn from foreigners? Are we so incompetent that we need the help of others to acquire the materials that this kingdom needs? Said Under King Anubeset derisively. Many who were previously quiet started to mutter in support of the Under King. If we allow those foreigners to return to the eastern kingdoms, then our lands will soon be crawling with outsiders whether we want it or not. We should kill these creatures and destroy their transport before it is too late. Haddix didn't bother holding back a scoff. It was obvious to everyone that Nazanak would benefit the least out of all the present cities from diplomatic ties with the eastern kingdoms. Given the city's focus on producing warriors over viziers or weavers, the Spider Lord's objections more likely stemmed more from that fact rather than an actual ideological opposition. Haddix wasn't the only one who could pick up on this fact, and the Under King would almost certainly face pushback. Sure enough, mocking laughter echoed from the Ankila scrying crystal as soon as Under King Anub-Eset finished speaking. "Are you truly so scared?" Anub-Eset said Under King Naferset, his voice filled with mockery. "Are your warriors so incapable of handling a few lesser creatures exploring our lands that you believe we should hide like newly born hatchlings? It's obvious to everyone that the kingdom would be better off learning more about these new lands rather than hiding like cowards." Naferset was no less self-interested than Anub-Eset given the relatively large focus his city put on creating capable viziers. Enki-La stood to benefit greatly from the new knowledge that they could potentially learn. "Who are you calling a coward?" Naferset. "I doubt you would be so brave if you were speaking to me in person." "I have better things to do than fight with a fool," said Under King Naferset with a scoff. "We would be better off discussing the composition of the diplomatic party that we'll be sending to the eastern kingdoms." "You act as if we have already made a decision," rebuked Under King Kuk-Arak. "I, for one, still have reservations on the matter." Haddix had done his best to direct Under King Kuk-Arak to a more outward-looking policy, but his success was severely hampered by the Order's relatively light presence in Kilakuk. Kuk-Arak was steadily warming up to the idea of increased interaction with outsiders due to the benefits that trading with the Tuskar had brought to his city. But centuries of belief were difficult to overcome. "I agree with Under King Nasferset," said Queen Melras as one of her skitterers delivered a lobster to her grasp. "We have much to gain from studying these new races, and the trading goods that the human expressed interest in are easily acquired. The kingdom produces plenty of ore, and there is no shortage of low-grade silk that we could trade for valuable goods. After all, it's only the higher-grade magical silks that we would need to restrict from trading." The weavers were able to produce many high-grade silks with magical silks with fantastical properties that the kingdom would not want in the hands of outsiders. Haddix noted that many of the weavers he could see relaxed slightly at the words of Queen Melras. Many of them were extremely protective of their more powerful silks, and would naturally oppose trading them away to outsiders. The discussion continued on like that for a while, with several important leaders arguing for their positions on either side of the matter. Haddix was gratified to see that Vizier Creole succeeded in pushing the narrative toward establishing diplomatic contact by constantly mentioning the benefits of doing so whenever someone spoke. Against it, Vizier Silvos also spoke in favor on occasion, but he remained quiet for the most part. "There is also the matter of the prophesied tide of death," said the aged voice of Elder Nadox, one of the most politically powerful viziers in Asjol Nerub and trusted advisor to High King Anubarak. "It would greatly increase the security of our kingdom if our people were able to spread to another continent." At the vizier's words, the discussion suddenly stopped, and Haddix could feel himself want to chuckle with mirth. While Nadox was not a member of the Order, His apprentice seer Ixit was, and he had done everything he could to convince the elder that the kingdom needed to spread to the eastern kingdoms if it wanted to survive. It seems that Ixit's efforts have paid off, Hudix thought with amusement. Nobody wanted to speak against the elder, due both to the political power he wielded and their unease over the unknown calamity that many of the kingdom's seers could sense approaching. Hearing Elder Nadox tell them that their kingdom would be significantly safer if they expanded to another continent was a great source of discomfort for most of them. Just as the silence was beginning to grow awkward, a voice that nearly every leader in the kingdom would recognize carried across the room. "Enough," said High King Anubarak in a tone that brooked no argument. "The kingdom of Azul, Nerub, will send a diplomatic party to join the outsiders as they return to the eastern kingdoms. This team must be capable of establishing a permanent portal connection between the kingdom and these new lands if we decide it is in our best interests to do so. Matters of trade will be handled on a case-by-case basis. We will now move the discussion to the details and composition of this diplomatic party." With that, the discussion on whether or not the kingdom should interact with the eastern kingdoms was brought to an end. Although the various cities of the kingdom had a large amount of autonomy, none of them would dare to directly contradict the orders of the High King on such a serious matter. Haddix was unsurprised that the High King had chosen to step in. While the kingdom was extremely isolationist, it was obviously in their interest to have some amount of contact with these newly discovered lands, even if only to keep an eye on them. Though the nature and the degree of that contact was still up for negotiation, it was likely that the High King wished for the diplomatic party to gather additional information about the eastern kingdoms so that he could make a more informed decision at a later date. There were many short-sighted fools who would prefer to simply kill all the outsiders, destroy their ship, and never worry about them again. But, fortunately, Anubarak was a fairly competent ruler. The discussion was quiet for several more moments before the crowd slowly started to argue over who would be sent with the group. Each of the cities wanted to send its own people so that they could push their respective cities' agendas. Hadix spent a while listening and decided to step forward after Underking Anubaset shamelessly proposed to send one of his direct subordinates with the diplomatic party he previously spoke out against. The order had decided that it would be best if he was the one who traveled to the eastern kingdoms so that he could begin scouting these new lands for the influence of the old ones. After all, his direct relationship with the initiate behind the discovery of the eastern kingdoms made it easy to justify his inclusion in the diplomatic party. "Leaders of the kingdom of Azjol Nerub, I am Vizier Hadix of Kila Kuk's Surface Research Division," he said, attracting the attention of everybody listening to himself. Hadix gestured to Kryvax with one of his arms and watched him tense as the crowd turned their attention to him. "I would like to put forward myself, Initiate Kryvax, and Neophyte Masruk to be sent as members of this diplomatic party due to our experience in dealing with races of the surface. I could understand, Vizier Hadix," said Underking Naferset, with an edge of skepticism. "I could even perhaps understand sending your initiate, as young as he may be. But why should we send a neophyte with this expedition? Because the two of them are practically inseparable, and I don't want to deal with the brats whining if I try to split them apart." Not only had Initiate Kryvax shown himself to possess a useful talent for diplomacy with the surface, but Hadix was loath to leave the talented initiate in the hands of Malus. As such, it was best to bring the initiate along to the eastern kingdoms instead of leaving him behind and allowing his potential to be squandered, or worse. "Neophyte Masruk has spent more time than most on the surface," said Vizier Hadix. "He has shown himself to be competent at communicating with the other races and will be a useful asset. He has also fought with and against the surface races, observing how they fight in great detail, something which I believe will be very important when studying these foreigners in their own lands." It was not the strongest of justifications on his part, but it was good enough that nobody cared to fight him over it. The discussion went on for quite some time and was made more difficult by the limited amount of space on the foreigner's wooden ship. But they were eventually able to agree on the composition of the diplomatic party. Enkila would send a vizier who was both proficient in technologies and experienced in creating permanent portals. Asjol-Nerub would send weavers who were highly knowledgeable about the kingdom's material needs and could assist in any potential trade negotiations. Nazanak would provide the warriors that would both offer protection to the rest of the envoys and evaluate these new lands for potential threats. Kila Kuk would send Vizier Haddix to handle any necessary diplomatic negotiations, and he would be accompanied by Initiate Kirvax and Neophyte Masruk. At one point, the discussion devolved into a heated argument on the merits of sending a Spider Lord to act as head of the party's protection detail, with many pointing out that the outsider's ship was not large enough to comfortably transport one. Asjol-Nerub might not have its own maritime tradition, but the viziers were smart enough to understand that a Spider Lord would be forced to stay on the deck and would face severe difficulties during long sea travel. However, many thought sending a Spider Lord would be essential as both protection and a show of force to the surface races. Eventually, it was decided that a Spider Lord would be sent after some of the viziers from Enkila proposed that the Spider Lord be fastened to the ship with adhesive waterproof silk and put to sleep with a potion to stave away boredom. There were a few more things that they needed to discuss after they reached an agreement on the diplomatic party's composition. But they eventually finished, and the meeting was ended by High King Anu Barak, after giving an order for the members of the diplomatic party to prepare for their journey to the Eastern Kingdoms. The scrying crystal for Asjol-Nerub went dark, and the other two crystals soon followed. Haddix couldn't help but sigh in relief. The meeting had gone as expected, and the results were as favorable as he could reasonably hope for. Turning his attention to Initiate Kryvax, Haddix could see that the Initiate was still filled with tension, but he was slowly relaxing. "We're not done yet." Initiate, thought Haddix with no small amount of humor. "You're about to become the center of the crowd's attention for the second time today. As you have heard, the High King has decided to establish a diplomatic relationship with the Eastern Kingdoms," said Under King Kukarak to the city's leadership. "There is no doubt that this will bring great change to this kingdom, and you all will be responsible for guiding our people through this. I am sure you all have much to think about. If nobody has anything else to discuss, then you are all dismissed. I will send a messenger to inform the outsiders of our decision. In fact, there is something further that I would like to discuss," said Haddix, just as everyone was preparing to leave the room. "I wish to take this opportunity to ask a favor of Queen Melross." "Oh, what favor is it that you wish to ask me?" asked the Queen, her tone one of curiosity. Her bulbous abdomen swayed as she directed her attention away from the skitterers that were crawling along her body to deliver food to her mandibles and turned that attention to Haddix. "I would ask that you elevate Initiate Kryvax to the Vizier caste before he is sent to the Eastern Kingdoms." Queen Melross. Haddix could see from the corner of his vision that Initiate Kryvax had completely stopped moving after processing what was just said. The room was silent for only a short, surprised moment before one of the viziers loudly objected to the proposal. "That is a ridiculous proposition. That Initiate is barely more than a hatchling. How could you believe him worthy of such an honor?" None of the other viziers started yelling, but it was obvious that they did not approve of the proposition. The warriors and weavers watched with interest but were otherwise uninvested in the matter. "It's simple, really," Haddix said coldly, turning his gaze to the noisy vizier. "Initiate. Kryvax has contributed more to this kingdom in his short tenure as an initiate and my student by discovering the Eastern Kingdoms than many of those in this room will contribute in their entire lives." That was enough to cause many of the viziers to break out into angry condemnations. But their opinions were irrelevant, so Haddix simply ignored them and turned his attention back to the Queen. Queen Melross was the one who had the final say over who was and was not elevated to a higher caste in the city of Kilakuk. The only reason that the circle of viziers was usually able to control which of their members were elevated was because the Queen was incredibly difficult to actually meet with. Even if you did meet her, the situation usually did not allow for requests to be made of her, but Hadix felt that this situation was different. Not only was it true that the initiate in question had contributed greatly to the kingdom, but he was also about to be sent on an extremely important mission. Hadix was not foolish enough to miss this opportunity to increase the value of an initiate that was so closely tied to himself, especially given the plans that he had for the young mage. "How bold of you," said Queen Melross with a chuckle. "Do you truly believe your initiate is worthy of me spending the effort to elevate him?" "I do," Vizier Haddock said without hesitation. "And you?" Initiate asked Queen Melross after a short pause. "Do you believe you are ready to become a vizier?" The question seemed to startle Initiate Kryvax out of whatever daze he was in. "Yes," Queen Melross said, Initiate Kryvax. "I am ready to become a vizier and serve the kingdom to the best of my ability." He's overdoing it a little, but it was still a good enough answer, I suppose, thought Hadix. He could tell that Queen Melross seemed to think so as well. "Very well," said Queen Melross, waving her hand dismissively. "I suppose it is no great burden, and it's not every day that an initiate discovers a whole new continent. Bring him to me tomorrow. The process is not a quick one, and I will need to begin soon if you do not wish to delay the expedition." With that said, the Queen moved to leave without further comment, her gaggle of skitterer attendants hot on her heels or even under her bloated abdomen in an attempt to help lessen her load. "If there is nothing else, then you are all dismissed," said Underking Kukarak. This time, nobody interrupted him, and everyone started to make their way out of the room while discussing the implications of everything that had happened during the meeting. Initiate. Kryvax moved to leave as well, likely to meet with the outsiders and his warrior friend, before Hadix stopped him by placing an arm on the initiate's shoulder. "Vizier Hadix, is there something further that you need from me?" "Yes, there is," said Hadix, his amusement growing as he watched the young mage's expression grow increasingly nervous. "The outsiders will have to wait. I have something important to show you." "What is it?" Vizier Hadix asked Initiate Kryvax, trying and failing to hide his apprehension. "You'll see when we reach there," Hadix said simply as he turned and began walking towards the room's exit. "Follow me." After a few hesitant moments, Hadix heard the skittering footsteps of the initiate, and he allowed his mind to wander as he thought about the conversation he was about to have with the young one. When he first decided to arrange for Initiate Kryvax to be designated to his division, he did so because of the initiate's drive and talent. As he watched the young mage devote all of his free time and energy to learning magic, Hadix had even started to think it would be a good idea to induct the initiate into the order after a few decades due to his constant drive to learn and improve. However, none of his plans could have foreseen what Initiate Kryvax had accomplished over such a short time. When Hadix allowed him to travel to the surface with the intention of interacting with the surface races, he had thought nothing of importance would come of it. How wrong he was. Now things had changed, and it was in his best interests for Initiate Kryvax to learn about the Order before they left for the Eastern Kingdoms. There was some amount of risk, given that Initiate Kryvax was now too well known to be disposed of discreetly if he reacted poorly. Unfortunately, there were many who were fanatically loyal to the kingdom and did not approve once they learned that there was a secret organization of viziers that held significant political power behind the scenes. He was also young, inexperienced in many things, and highly idealistic, all traits that usually were not a great fit for the Order. Still, Hadix believed that he had a good understanding of Initiate Kryvax by now, and he knew how to pluck the right threads to get what he wanted. Chapter 19. Kryvax did his best to shake off the residual discomfort that came with being teleported. After the meeting, Vizier Hadix had ominously told him that he had something important to tell him and ordered Kryvax to follow him. The moment the two of them had reached a secure location without any witnesses, the Vizier had abruptly teleported them both to an unknown location, and Kryvax had no idea what was happening. As soon as Kryvax managed to find his bearings, he quickly took a look at his surroundings, hoping he would be able to figure out where he was. He quickly realized that Vizier Haddix had taken him to an isolated cavern that was illuminated only by bioluminescent mushrooms that were growing on the cavern walls. No matter how hard he looked, Kryvax couldn't see any exits or entrances to the cavern. Nor could he see any other Nerubians aside from the Vizier, who was patiently waiting for him to finish taking in his new environment. Kryvax looked down at the teleportation locus that was under his feet and tried his best to read the various arcane glyphs that formed it. Despite Vizier Haddix making it seem otherwise, long-distance teleportation was not an easy magic that any mage could use without difficulty. The locus, as far as Kryvax could tell, served to make it easier for authorized mages to teleport into the cavern while simultaneously denying the spatial magic of those who were unauthorized. Unfortunately, Kryvax was not knowledgeable enough about arcane glyphs to understand how the locus decided who was and was not authorized, so he decided to turn his attention back to the rest of his surroundings. The two of them were standing on a platform that was suspended in the air by long strands of silk attached to the walls and ceiling. And in front of them was a silk bridge that led to a truly massive ziggurat that reached from the base of the cavern to its roof. Kryvax was used to ziggurats being centers of activity, as Nerubians constantly entered and exited them as they went about their business. So to see one so devoid of life was ominous and unsettling. Standing completely still on both sides of the bridge were a pair of obsidian destroyers, similar to the ones he had seen earlier in the day. While they might seem like mere statues, Kryvax knew that they would have killed him in an instant if he had come here without permission. The things gave him the creeps, since Kryvax was well aware that they were Titan-forged Tolvir that the Nerubians enslaved millennia ago when they first moved into the lands that would become Northrend, turning them into killing machines under their control. I really hope Haddix didn't bring me here in order to get rid of me. This place gives me the creeps. Vizier Haddix. What is this place? Kryvax asked nervously, praying that his mentor was not about to break into some kind of villainous monologue. This place, Initiate, is the headquarters for the Order of Kaltut, said Vizier Haddix, his voice more solemn than Kryvax had ever heard before. A secret organization of viziers to which I belong, and one which I brought you here to learn about. What is the Order of Kaltut? Vizier Kryvax asked curiously, hoping that he wasn't about to be forcibly inducted into some kind of cult. Follow me, said Vizier Haddix as he turned and began making his way across the bridge and to the ziggurat. I will explain everything to you soon enough. Kryvax couldn't help but ask another question as he hurried to follow the Vizier. If this ziggurat belongs to the Order of Kaltut, then where is everybody? I informed the Order of our arrival ahead of time. You are not yet authorized to know the identities of the Order's members, Vizier Haddix said matter-of-factly. Many of them are still here, of course, but you will not see them until later. That really doesn't ease my worries that I'm about to be inducted into a cult. Kryvax thought gloomily. The distance between the platform with the teleportation locus and the ziggurat was not very far, so it didn't take very long before they were walking through the entrance. A part of him was surprised to see that the ziggurat was not noticeably different from any of the other ziggurats he had entered before, aside from its emptiness. One would think that the headquarters of some kind of secret organization would be a bit more distinctive. That impression quickly changed once they exited the hallway and entered the ziggurat's first chamber. Kryvax could see that there were many hallways connected to the room that were each visibly indistinguishable from one another. The room itself was empty of any decorations or adornments, aside from a few enchanted braziers placed in its corners. But in its center was an ornate plinth that supported a crucible that was filled with some kind of pitch-black liquid. Kryvax didn't understand why, but something about the liquid disquieted him even from across the room. That feeling only grew as he reluctantly followed Vizier Haddix when he walked straight to the center of the room. Once he got close enough that the crucible was within touching distance, Kryvax noticed that both the plinth and the crucible were covered in a dense array of arcane glyphs. After opening up his magical senses, Kryvax was astonished to discover the powerful wards that were connected to the objects. However, as powerful as these wards were, it was the pitch-black liquid that drew his full attention. Directing his magical senses to the liquid made Kryvax feel as if he was suddenly looking over a dark, unending abyss while being utterly certain that something he could not see was looking back in turn. The longer he looked, the more he felt as if could hear the sound of whispering voices and see flickers of movement in the corner of his vision. Once he noticed feelings of doubt, despair, and panic growing inside of him. Kryvax hurriedly turned his attention away from the dark liquid. "Vizier Haddix, what is this?" asked Kryvax, struggling to keep his internal panic out of his voice. "This is something that I asked the Order to arrange for us," Vizier Haddix said calmly. "It is a sort of tradition for those who first learn of the Order to witness a demonstration of what this liquid is capable of." Without further comment, Vizier Haddix reached into one of his spatial bags and pulled out a still-living lobster, and then casually threw it into the crucible. Living creatures were much more difficult to spatially store than objects, but magically storing a non-sapient lobster with such a simple soul was well within the Vizier's ability. Kryvax watched with trepidation as the liquid seemed to reach out to grab the lobster as it approached. The crucible was obviously not very deep, given that the crustacean was not fully submerged, but that only made it easier for him to look on in horror as the shellfish slowly mutated. At first, parts of its previously red shell became varying shades of purple, while others morphed into some kind of strange, fleshy substance. After a while, small, wandering eyes and tiny mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth could be seen growing randomly across its body. By the time the mutated lobster began to grow small, twisting tentacles, it was obvious to Kryvax that he was looking at a crucible filled with some kind of liquid void. He was already aware that the void was nothing good for the vast majority of living creatures, but this was significantly more disturbing than he had expected. Kryvax tore his gaze from the grotesque display once the tiny mouths began to scream in incoherent anguish. Vizier Haddix must have thought that he had seen enough, or maybe it was just too dangerous to continue because he swiftly telekinetically lifted the mutated lobster out of the crucible and threw it onto the ground. For a moment, the thing seemed as if it were about to start running at them before the Vizier began burning it with a stream of arcane fire until nothing but ash remained. What you just witnessed was the effect that concentrated void energies have on a living creature, said Vizier Haddix grimly as he ended the stream of fire. The void is a malevolent force that seeks to corrupt all living creatures unfortunate enough to enter its grasp. It is the duty of the Order of Kaltut to prevent the malignant void from spreading its poisonous influence to Nerubian society by any means necessary. Kryvax gave himself a moment to recover from the very disturbing example of the void's corruptive powers. Something he was aware of before, but was quite another thing entirely to see in person. His mentor said nothing as he composed himself and asked the first question that came to mind. If that is the goal of the Order, then why is it so secret?" asked Kryvax, confused. Considering what he knew already, and especially after watching a display like that, he felt like the void was something that everyone should know about. Who wouldn't support the suppression of something so obviously evil? "You said that the Order of Kaltut was a secret organization of viziers. Why don't you have any Queen or Spider-Lord members in the Order?" "Good questions. Initiate?" Vizier Haddix said approvingly. "Before I answer them, you must learn about the history of the Order's creation. The beginning of that story starts with a Nerubian by the name of Kaltut, who was a vizier that lived during the times of the Second Nerubian-Vrikal War." As he spoke, the vizier turned and started to make his way to one of the many seemingly identical hallways connected to the room. Once they entered the hallway, it became immediately obvious to Kryvax why this was where the vizier had chosen to lead him. All along the walls of the hallway was a colorful, intricately woven mural made from high-grade Nerubian silk that depicted what Krivax assumed were historical scenes. The very first scene depicted by the mural was not an army of Nerubians doing battle with the Vrykul as he had expected, but instead showed the Nerubians invading what he was sure was Ulduar. Do you remember from your studies how the Second Nerubian-Vrykul War began, and the events of the war that preceded it? Initiate asked Vizier Hadix. Yes, Vizier. It was the second major conflict Azjol Nerub engaged in with the Vrykuls that began when we attempted to invade a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts, said Krivax, repeating what he had read from the Circle's historical records. Years after our loss during the First War, High King Anub'Ziketh invaded the facility with the intention of acquiring secrets and relics that could aid our people against the Vrykul. That is what the records say. But it is not the entire truth, said Vizier Hadix as he continued walking down the long hallway at a steady pace. Soon, the scene changed to an image of what Krivax recognized to be a portrayal of Titan-forged creatures slaughtering the Nerubians as they attempted to free an imprisoned Yog Saron. Even the simple image of the old god was disturbing to look upon. Most of what the records say is true, but the High King's motives are different from what you know, said Vizier Hadix solemnly as he gestured towards the mural. The facility was more than just a place of forbidden knowledge and artifacts. It was a prison, and the High King invaded that prison with the goal of releasing its only prisoner, one of the old gods. Old gods, the cruel and destructive beings that our people used to worship, I thought they were a myth, Krivax said, feigning surprise as best he could as he followed behind the vizier. Unfortunately, they are all too real. In the past, worship of these beings pervaded every aspect of our society, and it was one of them who directed the High King to the prison, said Vizier Hadix. The murals gradually turned into scenes of the Vrykul defeating the Nerubians during the Second War until they were pushed all the way to the city of Azjol Nerub. The scenes depicted made it clear that the devastation that the Nerubians faced back then was far more significant than what was publicly recorded. The Vrykul truly pushed them to the edge of calamity. Vizier Kaltut was a trusted advisor to the High King, and he was forced to watch helplessly as Anub'Ziketh was manipulated by the influence of the old god into making a series of irrational decisions that brought the kingdom to near ruin, said Vizier Hadix. Krivax watched with interest as the mural began to show images of a vizier arguing with a spider lord, only to grow increasingly desperate as his advice went unheeded. Soon enough, Krivax was looking at the somber depiction of the vizier looking miserable as he stood over the corpse of the spider lord. After losing the Second War, Anub'Ziketh was overthrown and killed, an event which devastated Vizier Kaltut. Not only was Kaltut a trusted advisor to Anub'Ziketh, but they were also lifelong friends, said Vizier Hadix, his tone uncharacteristically sympathetic. The two of them had been born together, raised together, and had a relationship not unlike the one you share with your warrior friend. Krivax felt a sudden pang of sympathy for Vizier Kaltut. Just imagining being helpless as the void twisted Mazruk into a creature unlike himself made him feel a sense of overwhelming dread. While the kingdom's new leadership was content to blame Anub'Ziketh for the failure of the war, Vizier Kaltut was wise enough to see where the blame truly laid, said Vizier Hadix with unusual fervor. Vizier Kaltut realized that it would be madness and folly if our people continued to follow the old god's will and sought to put an end to it. It would be the work of many millennia, but he and those he taught would see it done. The mural went on to show a gathering of viziers working in the shadows, undermining the old god's influence among the Nerubians for thousands of years through countless methods while helping the kingdom rebuild, never showing themselves fully but always acting, waiting for the perfect chance to fully overthrow their gods. They did their best to lead Azjol Nerub into a more enlightened age where they alone decided their own destiny. Kaltut eventually died, but those he taught continued his work long after his passing, said Vizier Hadix, his voice becoming increasingly passionate as he told the story. These enlightened few would build the foundation of the organization that would eventually be known as the Order of Kaltut. Vizier Hadix. What are those? Asked Kryvax, pointing towards a creature on the mural that he did not recognize. They seemed to be some kind of insectoid creatures, yet distinctly different from the Nerubians. It was hard to tell for certain, but it looked as if the members of the order were hiding from them. It is not well known now, but prior to the Sundering, our kingdom was in contact with 2 other kingdoms similar to our own, said Vizier Hadix with distaste after he saw what Kryvax was pointing towards. Ankiraj and Mantives were kingdoms much like our own that also worshipped the old gods. Their influence made it much more difficult for the order to free our people, but, fortunately, that changed with the Great Sundering. Kryvax remembered Ankiraj and Mantives from his medic knowledge, but he had not known that Asjol Nerub had been in contact with them up until the Sundering. Soon, the scenes on the mural changed to a vivid depiction of the Great Sundering, a calamity that shattered the earth and reshaped the world. Kryvax idly mused that the vizier had a great sense of dramatic timing. After Asjol Nerub lost contact with its sister kingdoms, the order continued its efforts to free our people from the old gods, said Vizier Hadix. Kryvax could tell that the story must be reaching its completion given that they had nearly reached the end of the hallway. In the immediate chaos of the years following the disaster, the order struck hard and fast to remove the strongest supporters of the old gods and replace them with their own. It took several more millennia, but we were eventually able to destroy or seal away any sign of the old gods, and nearly completely remove all memory of them from our society. Kryvax could feel a growing sense of awe as they reached the end of the mural and stepped through the hallway into the next room, revealing a library significantly larger than the circle of viziers back home. Kryvax looked upon rows of books and the few skitterers that were attending the library, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of secrets were contained in such a place. The Order has been forced to heavily rewrite Asjol Nerub's history in our endless battle to keep our people's fate out of the hands of malicious gods, said Vizier Hadix with a hint of regret. However, his expression soon turned to one of pride. This library not only holds all of the knowledge that the Order has accumulated since its creation, but it also holds the full and uncensored version of the history of our people. Kryvax watched for several moments as the vizier seemed to lose himself to his thoughts while gazing at the library, before he decided that he should say something to continue the conversation. That's amazing. Vizier Hadix, said Kryvax genuinely. It was good that the Order had made efforts to preserve the history that it was rewriting. It is, said Vizier Hadix, turning his attention back to Kryvax. Even after our success, the Order of Kaltut has continued to work from the shadows to prevent the old gods from ever again gaining control of our people. You ask me why our order acts in secret and why we recruit only from the vizier caste. I will answer both now that you have an understanding of our history. Kryvax waited patiently as the vizier took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering the questions. Our decision to act in secret was, at first, a method through which the order protected itself from the servants of the old gods, said Vizier Hadix. Once the vast majority of their influence was excised from Asjol Nerub, we decided to keep our efforts secret due to the subtle and insidious nature of the void, as well as the speed at which it can spread its corruption. The Order believes that if the void was publicly known, then there would be many who intentionally seek it out, whether due to curiosity or a simple lust for power. This would allow for void cults to more easily grow in our society without our knowledge. That made some amount of sense to Kryvax. He knew from his medic knowledge that the cults of old gods could quickly spread out of control given the success of the Twilight's hammer. He faintly remembered that there was a bishop or something of the Church of the Holy Light who had been able to hide his ties to the cult and secretly spread its influence throughout Stormwind. Not only would any aspiring cultists in Asjol Nerub have difficulty learning how to wield the void, but they wouldn't even know that there was an organization dedicated to hunting them. Krivax still had a few doubts about the necessity, but the Order's success spoke for itself. As for why the Order does not recruit outside of the Vizier caste, Vizier Hadix continued. There are a few different reasons, and the first is one of tradition. The Order was formed by the students of Vizier Kaltut, and that tradition of viziers recruiting either from their divisions or from their personal students has continued ever since. Krivax did not miss the pointed look that Hadix threw his way, but the vizier continued without commenting on the obvious implication. The second reason is one of practicality. Over its long history, the Order has managed to form its own methods of protecting its members from the Void's corruption that rely on the active use of arcane magic, something viziers are best suited to using due to our makeup. Complete protection against the Void is impossible to the best of our knowledge, but as weak as these methods might be, any members of the Order who are not dedicated mages would be significantly more vulnerable to the Void. Krivax was not sure that he completely agreed with those justifications. While he understood the power that tradition could hold over an organization as old as the Order, he still felt that the benefit of recruiting the other castes would outweigh the risks. Vizier Hadix nodded in reluctant agreement when he said as much. In truth, I suspect that many of the Order's leadership are simply reluctant to share the political power they have gathered over the years, said Vizier Hadix grudgingly. There exists significant competition between the castes, and while what the Order does for our people is essential, no large organization is infallible. Krivax allowed himself to think over that for a moment before he decided to ask the question that had been on his mind since he understood that the vizier intended to recruit him. Why me? Why now? Asked Krivax uncertainly. Am I not too young and inexperienced to be recruited to an organization like this, even if I'm going to become a vizier soon? I'm still not exactly a powerful mage. Why would the Order only seek to recruit powerful mages? Asked Vizier Hadix, his expression visibly confused. Many of our most important members are administrators. We choose to recruit after making an evaluation of the Order's needs and the risk that the new member poses to its secrecy. If we only chose to recruit powerful mages, then our options would be vastly more limited. Krivax was glad that Nerubians could not blush as he pushed down his embarrassment. He had unconsciously associated the Order with the Council of Tyrosfal, and assumed that like them they were also composed exclusively of powerful mages. In retrospect, it made sense that they would need members from many different backgrounds if they wanted to accomplish their goals. Where do I fall on this evaluation? Asked Krivax. At first, I had intended to wait a few decades, as there was no particular need to induct you into the Order, said Vizier Hadix. However, circumstances have changed with the discovery of the Eastern Kingdoms. The Order needs to search these new lands for the prisons of the other old gods, as well as evaluate whatever influence the Void might have over its inhabitants. Given that none of the other members of the expedition are members of the Order, your active assistance will significantly ease my efforts. How could I help? Asked Krivax. He couldn't see how he could do anything that the vizier wasn't able to do himself. If I wish to properly evaluate the Eastern Kingdoms, then much of my time will need to be spent away from the expedition. Simply assisting me in keeping my movements secret as well as remaining vigilant for the Void will make it much easier for me to accomplish my goals. Connect with the locals, as you have done with the Tuskar, to see if you cannot gather information from them that I can use while also working towards the betterment of our people. Anything that you can do to help the Order's overall mission while we are on foreign shores is why it is important that you do not remain ignorant. It is this need which has convinced me to bring you here today. And what about the risk that I pose to the Order's secrecy? Asked Krivax, curious as to how the vizier had evaluated him on the other metric that the organization used to decide on recruitment. By that measurement, you rank poorly, said Vizier Hadix bluntly. You lack subtlety, and you failed to properly withhold information during your negotiations with the Tuskar. Still, the Order has many methods of keeping its secrets, and the risk you pose is manageable. With that said, Vizier Haddix said nothing more and simply waited patiently. After a few moments, Kryvax understood that the vizier was implicitly asking for his decision on whether or not he would join the order. The answer seemed like a fairly obvious one, but he still took the time to think over the costs and benefits. The moment he had been teleported by his mentor to an isolated cavern that belonged to a secret organization, Kryvax had been fully prepared to say whatever he needed to say to make it out in one piece. The fact that the secret organization was one that worked to fight against the void simply made things easier for him. Vizier Haddix had done his best to paint the order in as benevolent a light as possible. But Kryvax was not naive enough to believe that he would like the results if he declined to join the organization. The only reasonable thing to do was to agree to join and hope for the best. After all, if the order turned out to be an organization he didn't want to be a part of, he could always figure out a way to leave once it was safer to do so. With that decided, Kryvax told the vizier his answer. "You've made an excellent decision. Initiate Kryvax," said Vizier Haddix, sounding immensely pleased with himself. "Normally I would introduce you to some of the Order's members, but you have an important day tomorrow. I will teleport you back to Kila Kuk so that you may inform your friend about your imminent elevation in caste. I am told that the process is a long one. We will have plenty of time to speak later about the order and your duties as a member." Without wasting any time, Vizier Haddix began casting the spell that would take them back to the city. As Kryvax disappeared from the ziggurat in a flash of violet light, he couldn't help but feel nervous for his future. "I'm really starting to feel like I've gotten in over my head." Chapter 20. Kryvax was feeling distinctly uncomfortable as he followed behind Vizier Haddix as the two of them made their way through the hallways of the Queen's ziggurat. Never before had he seen a place more intensely guarded. Not even the Underking's residence. The entire building was covered entirely in warriors and arachnithids who were watching his every move. There were also many skitterers throughout the building who were constantly carrying food. But Kryvax knew that they would not hesitate to turn into a devouring swarm if he was deemed to be a threat to any of the queens. Kryvax had informed Masruk about his upcoming elevation to the vizier caste, and his friend had been extremely happy for him. He'd tried to ask Vizier Haddix what Masruk would need to do to become a Spider Lord, but the requirements were nothing that could be easily accomplished in the short term, sadly. The vizier had simply said that Masruk would either need to perform a great service for the kingdom or display such extreme martial skill and leadership ability that those in power would consider it a waste not to raise him up. Trixie, Mousy, and Oscar had not been happy once they learned that the friendliest Nerubian they had met so far would be busy up until the expedition was ready to leave. But they had no other options other than to accept it. Oscar, at least, was placated after he was handed over a spatial bag filled with a pittance to pay for the delegation's travel fee aboard their ship. The way the merchant's eyes nearly bugged out of his head was quite hilarious. You just simply didn't see such reactions in Nerubians. Kryvax just hoped that things wouldn't get too bad between his people and the foreigners while he was gone, and that Masruk could smooth things over. Still, being elevated in caste was a boon that he had hoped for, but not truly expected so soon. Not only would his magical capabilities benefit significantly, but the increase in societal prestige alone would make things much easier for him. Thankfully, it didn't take very long for them to reach the room that Queen Melross would be using for his caste elevation. The first thing that stood out to Kryvax as he followed Haddix into the room was the gigantic Nerubian eggs that he could see around the edges of the room. He could tell that these eggs were much larger than the one he and his cluster mates had been born from, and likely contained Nerubians, destined for the higher castes. Kryvax was a bit confused about why they would use the same room where they stored eggs in for the caste elevation process, but he wasn't particularly concerned about it, so he put it out of his mind. What was more concerning was the surprisingly large number of eggs that he could see throughout the large room. Krivax didn't know exactly how many members of the leadership castes were usually produced by Kilakuk, but something told him that this was more than what was normal. "You're here early," said Queen Melras impassively as she inspected one of the eggs and pointed lazily to a certain portion of the room that held a circle of arcane glyphs spread across the floor. "Good. We will begin the process as quickly as possible. Go take your place in the ritual circle. Initiate. I'll see to you in a moment." Krivax glanced at Vizier Hadix, but his mentor seemed to be unconcerned about the matter, so he quickly did as the queen instructed. Surprisingly, as Krivax looked down and examined the arcane glyphs of the ritual circle, he could tell that it was actually nothing particularly complicated. Its only real function was to allow liquid to flow into the circle while preventing it from leaving a predetermined perimeter. He was glad to see that there were also portions of the circle that would allow him to breathe, despite being submerged in liquid, and concerningly portions that would prevent him from feeling pain. How exactly does she intend to use this for the elevation process? Krivax felt like there was no particular harm in asking, so he decided to do just that. "Queen Melras, what exactly is the process for a caste elevation? If I may ask," Krivax asked politely. "The process varies greatly depending upon to which caste the subject is being elevated," said Queen Melras offhandedly, not even turning to face him. "For an elevation to the Vizier caste, I will first begin by completely submerging you in alchemically modified amniotic fluid before using my magic to convert the outermost portion of the fluid into a substance similar to the one that composes our eggs, called shpa'akit. The thaumaturgic processes that I will perform after that point are both secret and far too complicated for you to understand." Krivax found himself conflicted by the queen's description of the process. On one hand, he wasn't about to be strapped to a table and treated like the victim of a mad scientist. On the other, he was about to be put back into an egg so that the queen could completely reshape the body he had spent the past few years getting used to. Krivax wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. "I suppose I know now why they chose this room. It's definitely the most convenient place to store me. I hope they put me to sleep for this. Incubating was boring enough the first time. I can see that you have things well in hand." "Queen Melras," said Vizier Hadix, "I will depart and begin making my preparations for my journey to the Eastern Kingdoms. When might I expect the process to be concluded?" "I will send a messenger to inform you once it is done," said Queen Melras shortly. "You may leave." Vizier Hadix bowed politely to the queen and made his exit without further comment. Krivax waited patiently as the queen finished her business, trying his best to push away his nervousness. Finally, the queen seemed satisfied with her inspection, and she turned her full attention to him as she made her way over to the ritual circle. Krivax was extremely grateful that he had grown used to Nerubian features over the past few years, because he would have made a fool of himself as soon as the queen began to loom over him otherwise. Not only was Queen Melras much larger than him, but her facial features were actually much closer to an actual spider than the facial features of a spider lord. Krivax remained silent as the queen examined him and made minute alterations to the ritual circle. As far as he could tell, she was adjusting the volume of liquid that the circle could hold, most likely to account for his body mass. After a few moments, the queen seemed satisfied, and she directed the skitterers, who were crawling along her body, to bring her one of the nearby eggs. "What is she going to do with that?" Krivax wondered as the skitterers placed an egg that was actually larger than he was outside of the ritual circle. His confusion must have been obvious because Queen Melras seemed to take pity on him and answer his unvoiced question. "This egg was non-viable," said Queen Melras dispassionately. "While the experiment that created it proved to be a failure, it can still be useful." With surprising speed, Queen Melras tore open the surface of the egg with a swipe of her clawed hand. Krivax cried out in surprise as a stream of amber-colored liquid poured out of the egg and streamed into the ritual circle. The liquid slowly climbed up an invisible barrier that surrounded the boundary of the circle. Krivax was suddenly very glad that he could not feel the viscous texture of the liquid through his chitin. Otherwise, this would be much more disgusting than it already was. Queen Melross ignored him as she waited for the circle to finish being filled and instead turned her attention to removing whatever creature had failed to incubate in the egg. Whatever the thing was, it was far too malformed for Kryvax to have any hope of guessing its intended purpose. All he could tell was that it was extremely large for something that had not even been born yet, and that it had far too many limbs. "A shame," muttered Queen Melross. "I suppose I'll just have to try again later." Soon enough, Kryvax was doing his best not to panic as the viscous amber-colored liquid started to rise above his head. He only started to calm down after it became obvious that the ritual circle was functioning correctly and he was still able to breathe. "I will now begin introducing the alchemical solution," said Queen Melross. Kryvax was more than a little surprised to find that he could still hear her perfectly through the fluid. It has many effects, but one of them is to induce the urge to sleep in the subject's eye. I suggest you do not fight it. While the circle will prevent you from feeling pain, the process is not one you wish to be awake for regardless. Kryvax believed her, so as he felt the urge to sleep grow as a strange silver liquid was gradually poured into the mix by a group of skitterers that had brought over a large basin. He did nothing to fight the urge. The last thing he heard before darkness overcame him was the Queen's encouraging words. "Yes, that's right. Go to sleep and allow me to remake you," said Queen Melross, sounding pleased. "The next time you open your eyes, you will be reborn anew." Trixie Tinkwrench sighed in exasperation as, for the third time in a single day, she watched one of the sailors argue with Captain Prescott about the spider people. It turns out that the human sailors very much did not approve of being forced to sail with giant spider creatures and bring them back to their homes, no matter how much they were being paid to do so. And having seen the inside of the magic sack that Oscar was so protective of, they were being paid a lot. I'm not sure why these idiots are arguing. Do they really believe that we have a choice in the matter at this point? It was rapidly becoming apparent to her that diplomatic relations between the humans and the spider people were not going to be smooth sailing. The human sailors reacted much more negatively to the spider people than her, Malzy, or Oscar did. Which wasn't particularly surprising given they had neither the greed of a merchant nor the curiosity of an explorer. It didn't help that most of the spider people that she had met besides Kryvax or Masruk were as arrogant and dangerous feeling as elves. Trixie warily eyed the massive spider lord that was currently being tied down to the deck of the ship with Nerubian silk. According to Masruk, the spider lord was some kind of big shot by the name of Anubrekan that reported directly to their high king. Apparently, they intended to drug the creature with magical elixirs that would put him to sleep throughout the months-long journey and then weave a cocoon around him. They stated that they were doing it because it would be easier for all involved than an attempt for the massive being to handle the journey the conventional way. She could sort of understand their perspective, given that the massive creature would be barely able to move around on the deck, and there was a risk of him being thrown off during rough seas, or knocking off a sailor, or just plain old getting bored. But it still seemed really weird to her. It didn't make very much sense to Trixie, but she was starting to get the sense that the spider people thought much differently than any of the other civilized races that she had met. What kind of alien mind would agree to something like that? Trixie shook her head and did her best to put it out of her mind. She was going to make it back home, and that was all that mattered. It didn't take very long for the sailor to stomp off once he realized that his complaints were not getting him anywhere with the captain. While Captain Prescott was no more tolerant of the spider people than his men, he was intelligent enough to understand that his options were limited and the benefits for following through were significant. "Will he be a problem?" Trixie asked as she approached the captain. "Not if he knows what's good for him," Captain Prescott said tersely. "I've got to say, when you lot told me that you were headed off to the Spider Kingdom to set up some kind of trade deal, I wasn't expecting this kind of result." That's an understatement. The initial meeting between the crew and the spider people had been more tense than she would have liked. Fortunately, while there were quite a few spider people sent with the diplomatic delegation, they mostly seemed content to ignore the crew and stay amongst themselves below deck. "At least House Ashford should be more than happy once we return," said Trixie, referring to the cargo hold that was completely filled with valuable trade goods. On top of the minor transportation fee, the spider people might be as arrogant and scary as elves, but they were also as rich as them, too. "There is that," Captain Prescott agreed reluctantly. "Still, I'll be glad once we return to Lordaeron and this becomes somebody else's problem." That was something that Trixie could completely agree with. After a few moments of making meaningless small talk with the captain, Trixie excused herself and began making her way to the front of the ship to find Malzy. It wasn't very hard to find him, given that he seemed to be spending his time watching one of the braver sailors teach one of the spider people how to properly tie the mooring lines. She was pretty sure that she had seen that same spider person learning many of the various duties of a sailor. Trixie could appreciate how eager the spider people seemed to be when it came to learning new skills. The other vizier that they were sending, who was not quite as scary as Vizier Haddix, thankfully had even offered Malzy obscene amounts of gold for him to teach the vizier how to speak the languages of the Eastern Kingdoms. Malzy had turned her down and had instead offered to teach her if she taught him how to speak their language in return. This didn't particularly surprise Trixie, given that she knew Malzy had a love for learning new languages and that he was fluent in Common, Dwarvish, Gnomish, and had even learned some Thalassian from a half-elf. She could tell that the vizier had been quite surprised at how quickly Malzy was picking up the language, although the vizier was learning Common at a rapid rate as well. While Trixie had mixed feelings about how quickly the spider people were learning, it didn't stop her from being amused every time she heard the giant spider person try to speak Common with a distinctly dwarvish accent. "Hey there, big guy," said Trixie as she approached Malzy. "How's everything going?" "It's going good, lass," said Malzy cheerfully. "Nobody is dead, and we're set to head on back home today. Plus, I heard something good from Vizier Cranus. According to her, that Kryvax fellow should be making his way here soon." Trixie perked up at the news. Kryvax had been one of the first spider people that she had met, and he was much more friendly than the rest of his compatriots. It would be nice to have another spider person on the ship aside from Mazruk who didn't blatantly look down on them, figuratively at least, since most folk did so literally already. "Are you sure?" asked Trixie eagerly. "Has he already completed his elevation process?" Kryvax had come to them a few hours after the meeting with the Spider People leadership had ended in order to explain that he would be busy until shortly before they were scheduled to set sail for the Eastern Kingdoms. Apparently, he would be undergoing some kind of magical ritual that would be turning him into one of the viziers. Trixie was a bit dubious, given that she had never heard of magic that could permanently change a creature's body to such a drastic degree. But she wasn't a mage, so what did she know? "Well, that's what the vizier lady told me," said Malzy with some uncertainty. "It makes sense, though. That lad and his scary vizier mentor are the only two who we're still waiting for, after all. The spider folk seem like the punctual sort, so I'm sure they'll be showing up soon." Trixie hoped that was the case. She would feel much better after they finally set out to sea. The two of them spent the next few minutes going over their plans once they returned to the Eastern Kingdoms. They agreed that the first thing they needed to do was make their way to Ironforge's embassy in Capital City. Telling their people about everything that they had seen during their trip to Northrend would have to be their absolute first priority. Trixie didn't know how contact with the Spider Kingdom would impact the Eastern Kingdoms, but she knew enough to understand that the impact would be more than substantial. Just as Trixie was starting to worry that the spider people would not be as punctual as her colleague had expected, their conversation was interrupted by a bright violet light suddenly forming on the deck of the ship. Trixie startled and started reaching for her wrench before she realized that the light was the result of two viziers suddenly teleporting onto the ship. While she had a difficult time telling the spider people apart from one another, Trixie recognized one of the viziers as the intimidating mentor of Kryvax by his teal robes and his general aura of danger. If that one is Haddix, then the other one must be Kryvax. The other vizier was wearing red robes and was noticeably smaller than the other one. He seemed to be fiddling with his headdress, and Trixie could tell from the awkwardness of his movements that he was not particularly graceful. He had a brown carapace, was wearing a set of dark red robes, and looked much the same as every other vizier that she had seen. Trixie was not the greatest at distinguishing Nerubian features. Just as Trixie was about to move forward to greet them, she noticed Masrouk quickly coming up from below deck and heading straight for the two viziers. The shorter, red-robed vizier seemed to call out excitedly in their spider language as Masrouk approached and attempted to move to greet him, only to stumble over his own 4 feet. Yeah, that's definitely Kryvax, Trixie thought with no small amount of amusement. She decided that she would stay out of the way and let the two of them talk. After all, there would be plenty of time for them to chat during the trip. After their last 2 passengers arrived, it didn't take long for Captain Prescott to call for them to set sail. The human sailors had the ship undocked faster than Trixie had ever seen before, likely more than eager to get away from Northrend and return home. As Trixie watched the sleeping Spider Lord as Moaki Harbor vanished over the horizon, she couldn't help but feel in her gut that the future of the Eastern Kingdoms would soon be changed irrevocably. Chapter 25. After leaving Northrend's shores, it would be a several-month journey back to the Eastern Kingdoms. A journey that the sea cutter had made many times before and that her crew was well used to doing at this time. Only this time they were carrying some very unusual guests with them in the form of a group of giant spider people known as Nerubians. Naturally, this was something that put most of the sailors on edge. Thankfully, for the most part, both groups avoided and stayed out of each other's way. One due to unease, and the other due to not deeming it worth it to interact with the lesser group in any way beyond a few individuals. Therefore, issues only cropped up on occasion, and thankfully when they did, it was up to the most diplomatic of the Nerubians to help meditate. Just try not to eat a live seagull in front of the sailors. They find it disturbing when they see you doing that since they are used to eating their food after it's well dead. Kryvax, now in a vizier form, which he was still getting used to, not helped by the ship's constant rocking, explained to one of the warriors who had taken to hunting the seabirds in the ship's riggings to pass the time and to get a free meal. I failed to see the issue. The warrior defended themselves, idly whipping away some feathers from their mandibles. I know, it's odd, but for politeness' sake, while we are on their ship, try to respect their wishes. Kryvax asked. Very well. I will be sure to kill the birds before eating them and doing so privately, so as to not disturb our hosts too much. Despite the fact they don't seem to mind gutting fish on deck. The warrior mumbled the last part as he walked off. I just know there's going to be another complaint of that nature coming up again later. Kryvax sighed as he went to inform the captain about how he addressed the complaint. Feels like I've become an HR manager or something. Life aboard a seagoing ship was something many of the Nerubians had to adapt to in their own way as well, since it was a very foreign concept to the spider folk who had never traveled beyond Northrend's shores in thousands upon thousands of years, viewing the sea as a death trap at best, which even the humans transporting them could not deny for the most part. It was paradoxically easy and hard to find their sea legs, as while their legs allowed them to stay upright easily while the ship moved, sticking to its various surfaces. It did not prevent several Nerubians from developing seasickness from the constant rocking of the vessel. Also, most of the Nerubians did not like sleeping within the hold of the ship like the human sailors did, finding the idea of sleeping so close to the water as madness, choosing instead to either sleep on the deck itself in spun cocoons like the slumbering Spider Lord, whom the sailors were very happy not to interact with, within the riggings of the ship itself. The latter reminded the Nerubians greatly of their great webbed roads in Asjol Nerub, easily climbing up and down its ropes and even making nests between the masts. This caused concern among the riggers and the captain for the risk of interfering with their duties. But a surprising answer found itself thanks to the careful meditation of Kryvax and the members of the Explorers' League. Namely, why not let the Nerubians handle it? Not totally, of course, but rather teach them the basics on how to handle the rigging and let them do so under the guidance of the human crew. Not only were the Nerubians fast learners, but their natural climbing ability allowed them to freely move within the upper parts of the ship without danger. They could act more quickly than the human riggers to the captain's orders, and surprisingly, their webbing helped increase the efficiency of the ship's sails by channeling the wind itself. So did it become that the captain and sailors very begrudgingly ceded the riggings to the most part to the Nerubians. For so long as they pulled their weight, they kept their complaints down to a minimum, and the spider folk could make themselves as comfortable as they could for the long journey. That and few were brave enough to share their more private and rude thoughts into the faces of the spider folk directly. Not the worst passengers I've ever had, but I swear the crew is constantly muttering about mutiny behind my back at all hours. Captain Preston muttered to himself as he found himself in his captain's quarters with Oscar once more. They can learn to deal with it. The merchant scoffed as he happily wrote down in his logbook. Once we arrive home, their share in everything will be enough for most to happily retire if they want. Some things even gold can't solve, the captain answered back. Then clearly there was not enough gold involved, Oscar pointed out. Between the transportation fee, which the Nerubians vastly overspent likely to make a point, and the trade goods in the hold, we could beggar some minor noble houses. This is not even mentioning the reward House Ashfort will no doubt give us for carrying a diplomatic envoy and the benefits that will no doubt flow into their coffers from that alone if everyone plays their cards right. This is a massive investment opportunity, and I don't want your men ruining that. Captain? Easier said than done. He muttered into this drink that he poured from himself. Make full use of Kryvax and Masruk, then. They are very agreeable by their people's standards. Oscar pointed out. Don't worry, I have... The captain agreed, finding both much easier to deal with than the rest of the Nerubian party. The former being nearly overly friendly, while the latter was refreshingly blunt and to the point. The viziers are too stuck in their studies to care, while the rest casually look down on us and only bother to chat when they want something. Well, if their claims of having a kingdom that is older than the High Elves are true, then that arrogance is only natural. Oscar shrugged. Just think of it like dealing with them in spider shape. At this point, that might be the most sane idea yet. The captain chuckled. Besides, I doubt any of them have the spine to really go against our guests. And our guests have been following the rules for the most part, if nothing else. Nerubians very much value rules and order, I've found. It's a very pleasant aspect of them. Here is hoping it stays that way until we get to port. The worst issue the Nerubians dealt with while at sea was one that was rarely won back home, and that was boredom, or rather a lack of tasks to do for the most part. The higher castes were either slumbering or working in private, so that left the weavers, flyers, and skitterers with a gulf of free time they weren't sure what to do with. The warriors made do, using their discipline to constantly guard their charges or maintain their bodies. But the rest found a surprising pastime when they were not doing duties for leaders or the ship itself. It was an activity that the newest vizier in the party had grown to enjoy during his diplomatic ventures, after all. Something that had to be taught and how most Nerubians did not even have a word for yet. And what better place to do it than in the middle of the sea? Mainly, fishing. The stars are much starker on the open water. I never expected that. Masruk mused out loud as he... Kryvax and several other Nerubians cast their silk lines into the water, trailing behind the ship during the middle of the night. Indeed, with no clouds in the sky and on a calm sea, the celestial bodies were out in full force, something that awed the gathered Nerubians the same way it awed Kryvax and Masruk not so long ago. Indeed, pretty amazing, right? Kryvax nodded along. I think I got something. The group's only sapient skitterer spoke up in shock as its line was being pulled taut, nearly dragging the smaller Nerubian off the ship until it stuck itself to the deck. It's big. Hang on then, everyone, grab hold. And pull, Kryvax ordered as he Mazruk, weavers, skitters, flyers, and even a few warriors grabbed onto the line and slowly pulled their catch in. Mazruk made sure to end the creature swiftly with his spear. By morning, the captain would awake and walk out on the deck to find a shark of all things hanging from the main mast from a silk rope. The sailors gathered around it in awe, and the Nerubians in what looked like smug pride at their catch, and reacted by simply sighing. "Well, at least the cook will be happy," he muttered. "From the sounds of it, I do hope to visit both your home cities when time permits." "They both sound rather amazing," Kravax said as he and Masruk once more settled down for their usual friendly chats with Trixie and Malzy. It was a rather regular occurrence over the course of the trip, given their tight quarters and good relationship compared to the rest of the crew. "We'll be sure to give you a tour, so long as we give proper warning first, of course." Trixie laughed awkwardly. "I would not mind sparring with a few of your warriors, though," Masruk pointed out. "Of course, lad. I'm sure more than a few will be happy to trade pointers." Malzy laughed. "Good." The warrior nodded. "Still, it might be a while before we can do so, since it seems like we will be dealing with the human kingdoms first. Who knows how that will go, since if the crew's reaction is anything to go by, our appearance will not be taken in stride at first," Kravax noted. "Most likely not, no. Humans can be a mixed bag at times," Trixie admitted with a frown. "I can get being afraid of something if it's honestly dangerous, but it seems like some humans can be rather hateful for the dumbest of reasons. That is why you gotta step carefully around them until you get their measure. Like feeling out the walls of a mine so you know it won't collapse on your head if you walk it wrong." Malzy nodded. "Most humans aren't so bad, though. Just rather insulated since they rarely see a friendly non-human face most of the time. Usually they deal with gnolls, trolls, or some other nasty thing after all. Just gotta give them a chance. Here is hoping we make a good first impression then." Kravax muttered to himself as he got a faraway look in his eyes. "We might really need it." "Your mind wanders again," Masruk said as he broke the silence that followed those words. "Do not worry over what you cannot control, merely what you can." "Yes, you're right again, Masruk. Thanks for the reminder," Kravax said with a smile, or what passed as one for a Nerubian. "You'll have us too, at least for a little while, so try not to worry too much," Trixie said with a thumbs up and Malzy with a nod. "Gotta see this through to the end after all." "Thank you, you too. It's good to know I have friends I can count on," Kravax simply said. And so their journey across the sea went. Not as one huge epic, but merely a number of small events that, while holding no great significance, would still remain a part of all involved in some shape, way, or form. Chapter 21. Nosdormu allowed a sigh to pass through his maw as he sensed Chronormu approaching his lair. While he was fond of all members of his flight, and Chronormu in particular did good work in her role as an investigator of temporal anomalies, she only ever approached him to speak of matters of importance. Forcing himself to wake up completely, Nosdormu rose from where he had laid down to sleep and prepared himself for the coming conversation. Ever since the significant change in the future of the timeline that took place several years ago, the Infinite Dragonflight had redoubled their efforts to corrupt the time stream. Things were beginning to return to normal now that they had realized that the Bronze Dragonflight remained powerful enough to stop them. But that did not change the fact that he had been given little chance to rest over the past few years. Shaking the sand from his scales, Nosdormu glanced at his lair filled with priceless artifacts that he had collected from throughout the time stream. All of the artifacts had already played their role in history, so collecting them would do no harm to the time stream. Even he needed a hobby, and collecting artifacts was something that amused him and helped ease the burden on his shoulders. With a quick application of his magic, Nosdormu transformed into his mortal guise. Where before stood a dragon, now stood a tall Queldore who possessed wise blue eyes, long brown hair, and was wearing a regal set of bronze-colored robes. Chronormu seemed to prefer her mortal form, and gnomes were far too small for him to comfortably speak to while wearing his true skin. Nosdormu did not have to wait very long before a female gnome that looked quite exhausted walked through the entrance to his lair. "Master Nosdormu," said Chronormu, offering a respectful bow. "The infinite dragonflight have been repelled from their attempts to disrupt Medivh's opening of the dark portal, and their attacks on the merchant ship traveling to Northrend have been defeated." "Good," said Nosdormu tiredly. "Hopefully they now realize that the significant shift in the future does not mean that our flight has weakened or that they can attack the time stream unopposed." "I hope that is the case, Master Nosdormu," said Chronormu. Sounding equally as exhausted, "Things have been difficult these past few years, and a bit of rest would be appreciated. Has there been any progress in discovering the source of the change in the timeline?" "Some, but not as much as I hoped for," said Nosdormu, doing his best to suppress his annoyance. While some members of his flight believed that he knew everything there was to know about what was and will be, Nosdormu knew that was far from the truth. He was excruciatingly aware that there were many extremely powerful entities throughout the cosmos that had the ability to either deceive him or hide things from his vision. The old gods in particular, as sealed as they were, often used their power to disrupt the timeways and hide certain events by making it difficult for him to discern the truth, by making false paths seem more real than they should. There was also the Burning Legion, who possessed powerful fell magics and existed in the Twisting Nether, a realm through which time passed differently. Nosdormu knew more about the past and the future than any other being on Azeroth, but he was not a god. He was not Lord Amenthul. Perhaps things would be different after the power that he had imbued into the dragon's soul was returned to him and he had fully regained the gift that Lord Amenthul had given him. But for now, he had many powerful rivals. However, Nosdormu was starting to believe that they were not responsible for the changes in the future as he had initially believed. He had come to this verdict after concluding that the changes to the future were simply too favorable to the fate of Azeroth. Of course, that wasn't to say that all of the changes were good, but they were certainly preferable to what existed before. While I have not been able to discover exactly what influenced one of the Nerubians to come into contact with members of the Eastern Kingdoms, I have concluded that neither the Old Gods nor the Burning Legion are likely to be the source, said Nosdormu solemnly. For the first few years after the change, he had worried that it was some form of a complicated plot by the Old Gods. But recent investigations had revealed that to be unlikely. "Really?" Chronormu exclaimed in surprise. "Then what could have possibly caused it?" "I know not," said Nosdormu with a hint of worry. "Perhaps I will be able to answer that question in the near future, but my paths for investigation have been exhausted for now." While much of the future had changed, the destruction of the dragon's soul in the near future and the return of his full power were still fated to happen, even if the details of the event had changed. Nosdormu and Chronormu continued to speak more about the changes to the timeline and the increased activity of the infinite dragonflight. But it soon became obvious to him that her concerns had not been fully alleviated. "What worries you so much?" Chronormu asked Nosdormu, hoping that he could find a way to ease her worries. "Nothing, Master Nosdormu. It's just that you seem to be much less concerned about the changes in the timeline than the rest of our flight," Chronormu said hesitantly. "Why is that?" Nosdormu withheld a sigh as he considered how to answer her question. Truthfully, this was not the first time that something unexpected had occurred in the timeline, and he had long since learned to roll with the punches, to borrow a human term. However, there were many in the flight who believed him to be infallible, especially among the younger members, and thought that there was nothing that could escape his sight. He had tried his best to disabuse them of this notion, but it didn't help that he was vastly more powerful than the majority of his flight. "Chronormu, time itself is, from a certain perspective, an illusion," said Nosdormu after he finished organizing his thoughts. "The only true reality is the now, the present moment in which we live. Every past moment is a memory, and every future moment is a hope or fear that has not yet manifested. The bronze dragonflight is responsible for protecting the timeways from corruption. It is not our responsibility to control the path through which it flows. I will continue to search for the source of these changes, but given that it does not seem to be a result of attempts to corrupt the timeways, I do not see a need to be overly concerned. Nosdormu waited several moments as Chronormu seemed to process his words. I understand. Master Nosdormu, said Chronormu after a few moments of silence, I will try my best not to worry too much about this matter. Good, said Nosdormu approvingly. Remember, Chronormu, time is a tangled web. Try not to dwell on the loose ends, said Chronormu with no small amount of exasperation. Nosdormu couldn't help but smile as he saw some of the tension leave her shoulders. I must have heard you say that phrase thousands of times since I first heard it as a whelp. Master Nosdormu. I would not need to say it so much if you all listened the first time, Nosdormu said chidingly. From there, the conversation went on for a while longer before Chronormu excused herself and began making her way out of his lair, looking noticeably more relieved than when she first entered. Once she left, Nosdormu shed his mortal skin and returned to where he had been sleeping before, intent on resting while he still had the opportunity. After all, the future was starting to look busy for him, and he would prefer to get as much rest as he could before his coming confrontation with Neltharion. War Chief, I bring you news of Gul'dan, said Drak Earthsplitter as he approached Ogrim Doomhammer, leader of the Horde. The war chief of the Horde was an impressive figure, larger and more imposing than any other orc that Drak had seen. Doomhammer was currently sitting in the ruined dining hall of one of the destroyed Human Kingdom's nobles, enjoying a feast with many of the orc leaders that made up the Horde. Stormwind was a hard-won victory, and many orcs were eager to enjoy the spoils of war. What is it? Earthsplitter. Has that traitor finally awoken? Asked Ogrim eagerly. Drak knew that the war chief was eager for the warlock to awaken, so that he could see the look in Gul'dan's eyes when he learned that the rest of his Shadow Council had been destroyed. Not yet, war chief, but the medicine woman says that he will awake soon, said Drak. Good, bellowed Hyrkin Skullsplinter, chieftain of the Bone Chewer clan and the only orc Drak had ever seen approach Ogrim's size. Finally, that traitor can get what he deserves. I will enjoy watching him die. It will please me nearly as much as enjoying our victory over the humans, all the orcs who were not busy stuffing their mouths full of food, and many who were, broke into booming cheers at the chieftain's words. Earthsplitter, tell the medicine woman to send for me the moment that Gul'dan is awake, Ogrim ordered as soon as the cheers subsided. Yes, war chief, Drak said obediently. Good. Come join our feast, said Ogrim. Loyal orcs like you should take the time to enjoy the spoils of war after a difficult victory. Thank you, War Chief, but I wish to return to helping the grunts clear out the city of human survivors, said Drak, refusing politely. The humans are clever, and there are still many who are hiding from my mace. Ah, fine then, said Ogrim dismissively. Enjoy your hunting, Earthsplitter. Thank you, War Chief, said Drak as he bowed politely before leaving the way he came. Drak calmly made his way through the city, ignoring the sounds of humans being killed and orcs yelling in exhilaration, and started walking down a path that would lead him out of the city. It did not take very long for him to find himself alone and outside of Stormwind, especially since any orc who attempted to focus on him would immediately find their attention wandering elsewhere. Soon enough, Drak found himself secluded in the woods outside of the human city. After making certain that he was not being observed by any sapient minds, orc, human, or otherwise, Deathwing allowed himself to shed the skin of Drak Earthsplitter and take on his true form. Gone was the pitiful mortal form of a nondescript Blackrock orc warrior, and instead stood the towering form of Deathwing the Destroyer, leader of the Black Dragonflight. A large part of him wished to release a bellowing roar after returning to his true form, but Deathwing pushed down the urge so as not to alert the horde. Too much of his time had been spent wearing mortal guises as he manipulated the war between the humans and orcs to further the goals of his masters. Now was one of the rare few moments where Deathwing could spread his wings freely while he considered how he intended to move forward, and he was determined to make full use of it. Fortunately, things were going even better than Deathwing had expected. Not only had one of the more powerful mortal kingdoms been destroyed, but the Horde had begun to slip away from the control of the Burning Legion after they had culled the majority of their warlocks. All the better for his own masters to take control in the Burning Legion's stead. Deathwing chuffed out a short laugh as recalled how easy it was to prevent the rest of the mortal kingdoms from sending aid to Stormwind. All that he had needed to do was use the power that his masters had gifted him to bend the fragile mortal minds of a select few mortals while wearing his human guise. There had even been many who had been perfectly glad to ignore Stormwind's increasingly desperate pleas for aid, not needing to be manipulated at all. Unfortunately, the mortals of Stormwind had proven to be a formidable enemy and had weakened the Horde significantly, despite their crushing defeat. After the Horde began marching north and the threat of them became increasingly obvious to the mortals, it would become impossible to stop them from uniting into a force that would overcome even the Horde's might. However, now that the orc shaman to whom he had sent visions had gone to the Red Ridge Mountains with his clan and had succeeded in acquiring the dragon's soul, all of Deathwing's plans were beginning to fall into place. Alex Strasza would almost certainly move to investigate the destruction of the wards that protected the dragon's soul and the lack of word from its former guardian, that whelp Oristras, and by doing so, she would soon fly directly into Deathwing's trap. Once Alex Strasza was safely within his grasp and subject to his whims, there would be absolutely nothing that could stop him. Just as Deathwing was about to lie down in a comfortable position from which he could gleefully enjoy his success and plan for the future, he suddenly felt the presence of his masters pushing into his mind. Deathwing soon found himself seeing images of what seemed to be a mortal ship approaching what he recognized as the lands belonging to the human kingdom of Lordaeron. Yet, while there were indeed humans on this ship as expected, there were also creatures that he only barely remembered. Nerubians. Why were the humans willingly carrying servants of my masters to Lordaeron? Deathwing winced in pain as he was immediately assaulted by the unmitigated wrath of one of his masters, the old god known as Yogg-Saron. Traitors. Deathwing could barely contain his shock as he processed what his master had just told him. Traitors. The creatures that had been born from his master's very blood had turned against them. Deathwing would have never believed that such a thing was possible if not for the fact that one of Saak, his masters, had been the one to tell him so. From the moment that he had given himself to the old gods in order to free himself from the burden that had been placed on him by the Titans, Deathwing had known that there was no going back to the way things had been before. The fact that these insects had betrayed his masters filled Deathwing with a mix of complicated feelings that he did not wish to examine at this time. Forcibly pushing those feelings away, Deathwing settled down to ponder what this development meant for his future plans. He had not done any research into how Azjol Nerub had fared since the War of the Ancients, but their impending contact with the Eastern Kingdoms would doubtlessly change things dramatically. Though in what way he was not sure. There was not much he could do about it for now, given that he needed to stay close to the Horde until the orcs had finished learning how to wield the dragon's soul and succeeded in capturing Alex Strasza. But after that, the creatures who had betrayed his masters and worked against their goals would need to be dealt with. Devon Everdawn thanked the grim-faced quartermaster as he was given his rations for the day, which were mostly just a few biscuits and a bit of fish. Today was a day of clear weather, so Devon decided to eat his rations on the deck, away from the many sick and injured who were situated below. For a ship that was nearly completely filled with people, things were depressingly silent. Everywhere that Devon went, he could see tear-covered faces and gazes staring off into the abyss. The priests and priestesses of the church were doing their best to tend to injuries and lift spirits, but they themselves were little better off than those they wished to help. Devon apologized to one of the guards after accidentally bumping into them, but they paid him no mind at all. A few months ago, he would have been expected to hear the guard yell something like, "Watch it, knife ear," on a good day, but the human didn't even seem to have enough motivation to give him a dirty look, let alone insult him or worse. Not that he would still expect to be called a knife ear after everything that had happened. People had too much on their minds nowadays to concern themselves with a half-elf. Like the fact that a green-skinned horde of monsters had destroyed their whole kingdom and driven those they hadn't killed into exile. Devon found himself a comfortable enough position on the deck to sit down and enjoy his meal as much as he could. Devon had served as a scout in Stormwind's military since he had been old enough to join. He had fought for his kingdom during both the Gnoll War and the Gurubashi War, but while both the Gnolls and Trolls had been significant threats to the kingdom, they both paled in comparison to the Horde. When they had first received reports of large, green-skinned creatures raiding the countryside, they had believed that they were being attacked by some new tribe of trolls, like the forest trolls up north. Once they realized that the Horde was a new threat that had never been seen before, they rallied the full strength of their kingdom to face them, certain that their enemies would fall beneath the might of their kingdom. How wrong they were. Now they were running north in the hope that the kingdoms there, who were happy to ignore Stormwind's plight before, would finally offer their aid and stand against the Horde that would no doubt soon turn their eyes north. Devon could almost feel the cloud of despair that was smothering what remained of the people of Stormwind as they sailed north. Devon turned his gaze to a certain heavily guarded portion of the deck. Anduin Lothar, despite being a legendary figure in the kingdom, was barely distinguishable from any of the other despairing souls sailing away from their ruined home. Both the Crown Prince and Medivh's apprentice, who seems to have inexplicably aged several decades since Devon had last seen him several months ago, were not doing much better. All three of them looked as if their worlds had been ripped away from under their feet. Crown Prince Varian was obviously doing his best to put on a brave face, but Devon could easily see that the boy had recently been crying. He couldn't exactly blame either of them. The champion had watched as the kingdom he had sworn to protect burned to the ground, and the crown prince had lost both of his parents in a very short amount of time. There were even rumors that the boy had been there to watch the traitorous orc wench murder his father. He himself had also lost many of those he held dear to the Horde, and it was only the experiences he had gained living among those who lived such short lives that allowed him to push forward. Half-elves did not live the millennia that pure-blooded high elves could, but they still had lifespans that measured in the centuries, of which he was already in his second. Just as Devon was preparing to head back to his quarters after finishing his rations, his instincts alerted him to strange movements in the corner of his vision. Turning a sharp gaze earned through centuries of being a military scout, Devon immediately picked out what had drawn his attention. Standing near the entrance that led below deck was a bald old man with clear blue eyes and a pudgy build. Devon felt like he recognized him from somewhere, but was unable to immediately remember where. This, however, was not what had drawn his attention. What was strange about this man was that he was subtly flashing hand signals that should only be known to members of his scouting party. Devon stared at the features of the old human in an attempt to see if he was a retired veteran, but he came up blank no matter how much he searched his memories. Not only was Devon incredibly good with faces, but he had also personally known every scout who had joined Stormwind's military for much longer than the old man had been alive. As soon as Devon stood up to see what the stranger wanted, he quickly moved to head below deck. Devon did not want to cause a disturbance by running after him, and it wasn't as if the human had anywhere to run, so he simply casually followed the old man down into the ship. It was not very difficult to follow the human, and Devon soon found himself standing in front of a door to a cabin in a section of the ship that was suspiciously devoid of refugees. Devon knocked politely on the door, assuming that whoever organized this subterfuge had intentionally brought him here wished to meet with him. It did not take long for the door to be opened, revealing both the old man who he had been following and a figure he well recognized. Standing behind a desk filled with documents was an old human woman with a head full of white hair and an appearance that would not stick out in a crowd among the usual crones of the kingdom. The only thing that could be said to be notable about her was the grotesque amount of rings that she wore on each of her fingers, a habit which Devon knew that the woman had possessed since she was young. With a sigh of exasperation, Devon did not hesitate to walk into the room and close the door behind him. Pathonia Shaw. To what do I owe the pleasure? Asked Devon, already finding himself tired of the conversation before it had even started. He had been subject to her near-constant invitations throughout the years, ever since she was a young, up-and-coming knife-for-hire in the criminal underworld of Stormwind. This was long before the kingdom's leadership moved to organize its criminals into a guild that would secretly work in its service. Devon was honestly scared at the idea of how much the woman could get done if she had his lifespan, considering what she had already achieved in her own. Everdawn, this is not another attempt to recruit you, said Pathonia Shaw, uncharacteristically straight to the point. I brought you here because both I and your kingdom need your help. Devon was surprised. He had never known the founder and leader of the Stormwind Assassins Guild to miss an opportunity to attempt to recruit him, or clearly state her intentions without first playing mind games. I suppose not even the Queen of Thieves and Killers can remain unaffected by what happened. Devon thought with a faint sorrow. What is it? Asked Devon. If she was willing to get to the point, then he would at least hear her out. Only Devon's sharp eyes allowed him to see the flicker of surprise that flashed across the old woman's face. I have an important mission which needs to be done, but for which I do not have an appropriate agent, said Pathonia entreatingly. Devon could see the tension in her frame as she expected the conversation to devolve into an argument. So he instead took a moment to consider her words. He had never approved of the kingdom's decision to use criminals to do its dirty work, but things were different now. Still, Devon could not allow his personal feelings on the matter to get in the way if his kingdom truly needed his help. If there was ever a time for the people of Stormwind to come together, then it was surely now. Very well, said Devon. I will hear you out, though I do not guarantee that I will agree to help you. Both Pathonia and the old man who had led him here let out a sigh of relief and lost much of the tension in their bodies. Thank you. Everdawn, said Pathonia, showing him a rare smile. Before I explain the mission to you, I would first like to give you some information that you may or may not know about what happened in the days leading up to Stormwind's destruction. Devon listened patiently as Pathonia told him about everything that had been happening among Stormwind's leadership during the later days of the war. Much of what she told him were things that he had already known, but others he had not. Many people knew that the king had been betrayed and killed by the half-orc female that he had kept by his satai, but this was the first time that Devon had heard anything about Court Conjurer Medivh. Though it did make sense why the leadership was not eager to share that information given everyone's already low morale, after she was done telling him about what had happened. Pathonia finally told him the details about the mysterious mission that she wished to send him on. You want me to investigate Lord Aran's nobles and find out why we were not sent aid? Devon blurted out in surprise. That is correct, said Pathonia solemnly. The kingdom sent constant pleas for aid for several years to anyone who would listen, but there was not a single kingdom that was willing to help us no matter what we said. Not even our closest allies. That isn't something that can be easily explained by the normal power games that happen between kingdoms. You suspect that our diplomatic efforts were sabotaged? Asked Devon through gritted teeth, fury growing quickly within him until he was feeling a wrath greater than he had ever felt in his long life. If somebody had prevented Stormwind from receiving aid from the other kingdoms, then they held a massive amount of responsibility for the kingdom's destruction and all the lives that had been lost. I suspect foul play, though I couldn't tell you why or how. said Pethonia, her voice colder than he had ever heard before. Devon was not the only one who could benefit from a target for his anger. However, if there is one thing that I have learned, it is that the consequences of failing to distinguish friend from foe are often catastrophic. Devon winced at the venom he could hear in the old woman's tone, certain that she blamed Lothar for failing to foresee the betrayal of Medivh and Garona. The two of them had always had an antagonist relationship, and Devon was certain that things had not improved now that the champion was Stormwind's regent ruler. Why not use one of your own agents? Or do this yourself? Devon asked, curiously. My agents are either dead or not good enough, Pethonia said bluntly. Besides, Lothar does not trust the Assassin's Guild in the same way that King Lane did. He has already ordered for us to become more integrated into the kingdom's government. The Assassin's Guild will soon be reformed into SI-7, a covert organization that answers directly to the throne. Most of my time will be spent grooming my grandson, Matthias, to take over my position. Devon was not particularly surprised to hear that. Many in Stormwind's leadership had long held the opinion that the Assassin's Guild should be dissolved and its members put under the thumb of its rulers. It was also no secret that Matthias, who had very pointedly been pushed into becoming friends with the Crown Prince, was being groomed to lead such an organization. You are one of the few people outside of my organization who possesses the skills necessary to accomplish this. Something that might be needed if the sabotage came from within and we need to hide our movements from their eyes, Pethonia continued. Devon could believe that to be true. He had picked up a multitude of useful skills over his long life. After all, Devon did not have to think very long before nodding his agreement, causing both of the humans to smile in relief. As he and Pethonia spent the next few hours speaking over the details of the mission and going over which of Lord Iran's nobles he should investigate first, Devon could feel a fiery resolve grow within him. He had spent his entire life serving his kingdom by finding its enemies, so this was not much different. If there was indeed somebody who was responsible for preventing his kingdom from receiving aid in its time of greatest need, then he would not rest until he found them. And when he did, they would regret making an enemy of Stormwind. Chapter 22. Krivax let out a grunt of frustration as he struggled to successfully construct the mental shields that Vizier Haddix claimed were standard learning for members of the Order of Kaltut. He had learned during the meeting with Asjol Nerub's leadership, and Haddix had confirmed that the seers were aware of a tide of death approaching their kingdom. Krivax knew that the tide of death referred to the Lich King, but the rest of Asjol Nerub had no idea what it meant, other than danger in the kingdom's future. As a result, Vizier Haddix was insistent on Krivax's continued study of magic, even while they were going on a diplomatic mission. Not that he was complaining. "Calm yourself," said Vizier Haddix from the other side of one of the cabins that Vizier Crinus had magically enlarged for them. His tone bored as he casually lounged in a silk hammock and read through some kind of spell book. Arcane magic is fundamentally about order. Discipline your thoughts as you cast the spell. It is imperative that you are able to sense any influence the void might try to impose on your mind. Krivax fully understood the Vizier's insistence that he learn to protect his thoughts and shared his concerns, but that did not make learning it any easier. If he were still in his old body, then there would be little chance that Krivax would be able to cast such esoteric magic at such a young age. Thankfully, it was no exaggeration to say that the transformation to his magical potential had been nearly as drastic as the change in his appearance. Not only was any magic he cast significantly more powerful, but Krivax found he could cast faster, think clearer, and display a greater degree of control as well. "Vizier Krivax, focus," Haddix said chidingly. Krivax winced at the rebuke and redirected his attention to casting the spell. This was important and deserved his full and undivided attention. His previous attempts had failed, but he felt like he had learned enough to succeed in casting the spell this time, doing his best to keep his thoughts as disciplined and orderly as possible. Krivax pulled on his magic as he imagined constructing a large Nerubian-style gate that would keep unwanted influence out of his mind. Krivax was more than a little surprised when he actually felt the spell successfully click into place. "Good," said Hadix approvingly. "Remember that it is not enough to build walls, but you must also place a sentry that will alert you should an outside influence attempt to probe your mind." Riding high on his success, Krivax pushed forward as he imagined his mental gate being patrolled by swarms of flyers and skitterers, only to wince at the pain that arrived after the spell backfired. "Do you understand what you did wrong?" asked Vizier Hadix, turning away from his book so he could point a chastising expression in Krivax's direction. "No, Vizier. Everything seemed to be going well before the spell suddenly failed." Krivax grouched as he rubbed his aching head with all four of his hands. The backlash that came with a failed spell was no joke. You attempted to place too many sentries. At your current skill level, you would be better off starting with one. Wait until the backlash fades and then try again. "Yes, Vizier." Just as Krivax was about to settle down in a comfortable spot as he waited for his headache to pass, the sound of knocking drew his attention to the cabin door. "I can sense that it is one of the human sailors," said Vizier Hadix with extreme disinterest. "Go answer the door." "Vizier Krivax, before the human shows themselves in and attempts to speak to me." "Yes, Vizier," said Krivax, doing his best to hide his exasperation. Much of his time since they had set sail from Northrend had been spent handling speaking on behalf of the Nerubian delegation to those they did not wish to speak to themselves, which was most of the crew. Krivax approached the cabin door slowly, paying deliberate attention to his movements. Although he had mostly gotten used to his new body over the very long trip, he still felt the need to pay attention to his steps at times to compensate for his one less pair of legs. Krivax let out a huff of annoyance as he was forced to bend down to look through the door as he opened it. While Vizier Krynus was a genius who specialized in spatial magic, even she was limited in how much she could increase the size of the cabins without investing significant resources. If that weren't the case, then Anubrekon would not have been wrapped in silk and put into a magical sleep. "Yes, how can I help you?" Krivax asked the human sailor, who did not look very comfortable to be speaking with him. "Yeah. The captain sent me to let you guys know that we're about to reach Fairwater Port," said the sailor, whose name Krivax did not know. Despite his attempts over the course of the trip, most of the crew still actively avoided interacting with him as much as they did the other Nerubians if they could. A hurdle he was starting to realize might remain a problem once they actually reached the Eastern Kingdoms. "All right. Thank you for letting us know," Krivax said simply. It was obvious that the guy really didn't want to be there, so he wouldn't insist on continuing the conversation. The sailor simply nodded while showing an expression of relief before quickly leaving. Krivax didn't bother to close the door since he and Hadix would be making their way up to the top deck now that they were finally about to reach the Eastern Kingdoms. The delegation had long since decided that there was no point in attempting to keep out of sight while the natives were forewarned about them like Krivax had done the previous times he had met new groups of people. After all, Spider Lord Anubrekon and his cocoon would be visible long before they stepped into town. By the time Krivax had turned around, Vizier Hadix was already getting down from his hammock and making his way out of the cabin. "Let us not waste time," said Hadix. "I'd prefer to spend as little time on this wooden prison as possible." The journey had been a long one, and he knew for a fact that Vizier Hadix was not the only one who was feeling cooped up. Krivax kept his head down as he waddled through the two small hallways and was unsurprised to discover that the rest of the delegation had beaten them there once they arrived on deck. Walking past Vizier Krynus, the pair of weavers, and many uncomfortable humans, Krivax greeted Mazruk as he approached the group of warriors. "Hey, Mazruk," said Krivax as he looked down toward his friend, still not completely adjusted to his change in height. "You feeling all right?" He knew that his friend had been feeling particularly cooped up and had coped by spending much of his time learning from the warriors. Still, his options for sparring and training were limited given their lack of space. I am feeling better now that we are finally nearing our destination, Masruk grumbled with no small amount of frustration. How about you? How has your training been going? Well enough. I've nearly managed to learn the spell that Vizier Haddix has been trying to teach me, said Kryvax vaguely. He was obviously not able to tell Masruk about anything related to the order, but his friend did not seem to feel put out by his vague responses, thankfully. Land ahoy. Kryvax turned his gaze to the front of the ship at the captain's bellow to see Mousy and Trixie staring at something off in the distance. He had spent a lot of time with both the gnome and the dwarf while learning to speak common during the long trip. Kryvax was grateful for his newfound mental acuity. Otherwise, he would not have learned enough common during the trip to carry a conversation. Although he was still feeling a bit put out over how much quicker Haddix learned common than he did. Damned centuries-old wizards and their absurd intelligence. Hello, friend said Kryvax in common as he approached the two explorers. Once he got closer, he could see that Mousy was using some kind of spyglass and Trixie was fiddling with her goggles. How are things looking in town? Not well, lad, said Mousy, his tone grim as he stared off into the distance. The dock workers have seen you and the rest of the spider folk with their own spyglasses. Looks like they're panicking and guards are forming up around the docks. Kryvax winced at the news. While that was a potential possibility that they had considered, it was one that he had hoped to avoid. If the humans were panicking, then there was a possibility that they would refuse to allow them to port or even attack them outright. It was a small possibility given that the ship was still being visibly sailed by humans. But Kryvax did not trust these people to make rational decisions when a ship covered in unknown giant spider creatures was approaching their town. Will you be going ahead with Vizier Haddix? Asked Masruk, referring to the plan that they and the rest of the delegation had come up with when they discussed possible responses to a situation like this one. Vizier Haddix was the one who was nominally responsible for the actual diplomacy. Although Kryvax suspected that his mentor had no interest in speaking to primitives and intended to leave as much of that work as possible to him. Yes, I suppose I will, Kryvax answered reluctantly. Haddix's response on what they should do if the humans reacted with hostility before they docked was simply for him, Kryvax, and a representative from the ship to teleport ahead and cow them with a round of good vizier/bad vizier. That is to say, Kryvax and the representative would be the ones who would actually be diplomatic, while Haddix provided the threat of magical violence. After all, it had not escaped the notice of the viziers that the humans were even more cautious around them than the other members of the delegation who had not displayed any magical skill. It was confirmed by Trixie that most human mages lived in Dalaran, and that the majority of the sailors had likely never even met someone who used magic before. They had considered many options of who they should bring along, but they eventually settled on Oscar, given that he was directly employed by House Ashfort and was well trusted by them. Nobody's going to get hurt, right? Trixie asked in concern, while she knew Kryvax well enough to assume that he would not hurt anyone. She didn't have as much confidence in Vizier Haddix. Of course not, said Kryvax with more confidence than he really felt. Logically, it should be fine given that Haddix was smart enough to understand that harming any of the humans would make their job much harder. Still, he knew that the vizier placed very little thought into the well-being of humans, so a part of him was still worried. Resigning himself to his upcoming confrontation with a group of armed and scared people, Kryvax went to gather Oscar, who was busy chattering with the captain. After explaining the situation to them, Oscar promptly agreed to follow him, and the two of them began making their way over to Haddix and Krynis, who both seemed to be engrossed in some kind of conversation. Kryvax was only able to hear the tail end of what Vizier Krynis was saying once he got closer. Something very strange about the effect this land has on spatial magic. Could it be due to the ley lines? I am unsure. I have done a few calculations, and the source of the disruptive emanations is likely coming from somewhere in the southern portion of the continent. Will it prevent us from creating a permanent portal if the leadership decides doing so is in the interests of the kingdom. It's too early to tell. Vizier Hadix, Vizier Krenis. I'm sorry for interrupting, but it seems that the humans in the town ahead have started to panic due to our presence, said Kryvax, knowing from experience that if he did not interrupt, that they would simply ignore him and continue speaking as if he wasn't there. Tch, how inconvenient, said Hadix with a note of irritation. We will continue this conversation later. Vizier Krenis, I will teleport ahead alongside my student to make certain the humans do not do anything foolish while the ship is approaching. After we dock and a Nubricon has been awoken, I doubt that the humans will have enough bravery to threaten us. Seeing no reason to wait and not wanting to give the humans more time to prepare, Vizier Hadix placed a hand on the shoulders of both Kryvax and Oscar, turned his gaze to the docks, and began casting the short-range teleportation spell. Come on, Vizier Hadix, at least warn me first. Kryvax grumbled quietly to himself as he was suddenly teleported without warning onto the town of Fairwater's docks, right in front of a crowd of startled and panicking human guards and a few makeshift militia. Kryvax had not been able to get a good look at the town from the boat, given the distance, but he was surprised to find that it was a bit larger than he had been expecting. Unfortunately, he was not given much time to catch his bearings or get a good look at the town in detail before some of the guards decided to immediately open fire on them with a few of their guns, causing Oscar to scream out in fright. Thankfully, Vizier Hadix had created an arcane barrier around their persons the moment they teleported in, and the bullets bounced off harmlessly without leaving a scratch, much to the dismay of the human guards. Their weapons are a bit stronger than I had expected, muttered Vizier Hadix with some interest. Asjol Nerub had of course learned about guns from Trixie, but it was not easy for them to conceptualize something they had never seen before. Seeing that Oscar was too frightened about being shot at to take control of the situation, Kryvax decided it would be better to get ahead of everything before the situation devolved even more than it had. Greetings, Kryvax yelled out in common as loud so that he could be heard over the clamor. Thankfully, that seemed to be enough to stun the panicking guards and militia, freezing their attempts for a follow-up attack for the moment from shock. I am Vizier Kryvax of Asjol Nerub. I have been told that the ruler of this town is Lord Uland Ashford. I would like to speak with you about my people's presence on the sea cutter. After he started yelling out in common, the humans seemed to freeze in astonishment, but once he mentioned the name of the local lord, they all simultaneously turned their gaze to one particular person in the crowd. Even if that was not enough of a clue, Kryvax would have been able to tell that the middle-aged man who was currently mounted on a large war horse and was wearing ornate armor was likely to be Lord Uland Ashford. Once he was called out, the noble did not hesitate to move forward to the edge of the arcane barrier and turn a steely gaze to Kryvax, not looking at all intimidated by the giant spider wizards in front of him. Who and what are you? Creature, said Lord Ashford, why have you come here? As I said, I am Vizier Kryvax of Asjol Nerub, a kingdom native to Northrend. This is Vizier Hadix, said Kryvax as diplomatically as possible, gesturing toward Hadix. We are Nerubians, and our people have sent us to establish diplomatic contact between our kingdom and those of the eastern kingdoms. Kryvax made sure to speak loudly enough for all the nearby humans to hear him, and they all immediately broke out into chatter at his words. Lord Ashford seemed stunned at his words and took several moments to contemplate in silence for responding. What have you done to the crew of the ship that we sent to Northrend? Nerubian? Are they well? Asked Lord Ashford in a steely tone, turning a gaze to the merchant who was just starting to compose himself. If you have harmed them, then I swear on the light that your magic will not stop me from making you regret it. Vizier Hadix scoffed in disdain before responding to the human lord with a voice filled with derision. Mind your words, human, before I teach you how wrong you are. My magic is not something that your pitiful little militia nor your meager light is capable of overcoming. After hearing those words, Lord Ashford turned a wary eye toward Haddix, and many of the humans tensed and tightened their grips on their weapons. "Damn it, Haddix!" Just as Krivax was about to try his best to smooth over the situation, Oscar finally recovered from his fright and stepped forward. "Lord Ashford, please tell your men to stand down. There is truly no need for violence," Oscar said pleadingly. "The Nerubians have not treated us poorly. The crew is safe, and they have come here with good intentions." Lord Ashford looked at Oscar with an assessing gaze and was silent for several moments before turning his attention back to Krivax. "If what you say is true, then I would speak with my retainer in private to verify your claims." "Of course," said Krivax with a note of relief, agreeing immediately. It was a reasonable request, and they truly had nothing to hide that Oscar knew about anyway. With a wave of his hand, Vizier Haddix opened up a small hole in the barrier that allowed Oscar to pass through before closing it again immediately afterward, not trusting the local humans not to have itchy trigger fingers. Krivax watched as the merchant and the lord walked away from everyone else and began speaking to each other in hushed whispers. The two of them were speaking for quite some time, and it seemed like their conversation was progressively devolving into an argument until Oscar opened up his spatial bag and showed its contents to Lord Ashford. The human noble seemed stunned but quickly collected himself before restarting their conversation in a more subdued manner. Eventually, the two of them finished their conversation, and Lord Ashford walked back over to them. "We will allow the sea cutter to dock, but your people must stay on the ship until we have finished verifying your story," Lord Ashford said reluctantly. "Thank you, Lord Ashford," said Krivax, bowing politely. Haddix simply scoffed before taking down the barrier, although Krivax was not naive enough to believe that the vizier was not prepared for an attack. "I look forward to building trust between our people and House Ashford." "We shall see. Nerubian," said Lord Ashford with audible skepticism, "we will continue this conversation in my keep after the ship has docked and the crew has been interviewed. You will remain under armed guard during this process." Vizier Haddix let out a huff of annoyance but didn't say anything to contradict the human's terms. While the vizier was more than a little arrogant, he was also intelligent enough to understand when it was best to compromise. "We understand. Lord Ashford," said Krivax politely, "we will remain aboard the ship while you verify our claims. We look forward to continuing this conversation later so that we might reach a greater understanding." "Good," said Lord Ashford sternly. "I will hold you to that. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return to my keep to speak with my advisors about these developments." Lord Ashford turned to one of the men who Krivax assumed to be some kind of commander and instructed them to allow the ship to dock and interview every member of its crew. Once he was done with that, the human lord glanced at them one final time before making his way deeper into the town with Oscar quietly following behind him. That could have gone better, but I suppose it could have gone worse. Krivax had already reached the conclusion that the humans would not react well to the Nerubians, but that level of hostility was difficult to handle. It would be much more difficult to form a friendly relationship between them and Asdrul Nerub than it was to form one with the Tuscar, as the guards and militia moved to carry out the orders of Lord Ashford, while continuing to glance fearfully at the two viziers. Krivax resigned himself to the fact that this was going to be a much more difficult task than he had hoped. Chapter 23. Lord Illidan Ashford quietly seethed in anger as he stalked through the hallways of his family's ancestral manor with his guard captain and the merchant boy following behind him. When one of his town guards came running into the dining hall yelling about the sea cutter sailing toward the town while being covered in strange creatures, Lord Ashford had not known what to think. He had promptly sent some guards to take his family somewhere safe and then gathered his men and formed a makeshift militia as quickly as possible, expecting to fight off some kind of invasion. But those expectations proved false. Instead, he found himself astounded when he learned that the merchant ship he'd sent to Northrend had brought these spider creatures willingly to his shores, and that they were some kind of diplomatic delegation. It certainly didn't help things that the creatures were from some kind of kingdom of giant spider people, and that they looked like the kind of monsters he would expect to find eating a peasant. Forcing the monsters to stay on the ship was as much for their benefit as it was for his. There would almost certainly be an uncontrollable panic among the townspeople if those things were to go strolling through the streets. A part of him wanted to turn around immediately and pull the full story out of the weaselly little merchant. But he just knew that this story was one that his advisors would need to hear as well. Thankfully, it didn't take long for them to reach his council's meeting room, and Lord Ashford was pleased to see his advisors already waiting for him. Father Elric, a white-haired man in his older years of life, immediately ceased the conversation that he was having with House Ashford's seneschal, Warren Claridge. Lord Ashford stormed into the room without acknowledging the both of them and quickly made his way to take his seat at the end of the long table that sat in the middle of the room. As he sat down, he could see the merchant boy, Oscar, and guard captain, Gunnar, follow in behind him and stand behind one of the chairs around the long table, waiting patiently for him to give them permission to sit. Lord Ashford glared silently at the merchant for several moments, watching him squirm, before giving everyone permission to sit in their respective seats. Seeing no reason to delay the meeting while his docks were infested with monstrous spider people, Lord Ashford decided to start speaking immediately after everyone was seated. Explain to me now, in detail, what those creatures are and why you decided it would be a good idea to bring them to my lands without permission, said Lord Ashford, his voice steely as he directed his question to the merchant. Well, you see, it's a bit of a long story, Oscar said nervously, cringing back from his gaze. Under most circumstances, I would tell you to take a deep breath and take as much time as you need. But I'm afraid these are not most circumstances, said Father Elric, his voice kind yet firm. Please explain the situation as best as you are able so that we might make the best decisions we can for the people of Fairwater. Right. Of course, said Oscar, calming down slightly. Well, I suppose it started when we arrived at Moaki Harbor and greeted the Tuskar chieftain. What followed was an unbelievable tale that Lord Ashford would expect to hear from a bard with an overactive imagination. A giant underground kingdom that spanned half of Northrend wealth and resources that rivaled that of Quel'Thalas silk, strong enough to lift buildings. A race of spider-like creatures with a variety of different shapes and sizes. Fully trained warriors that were only 4 years old. Any one of these things was enough for Lord Ashford to scoff in disbelief, if not for the fact that he had seen both the creatures and the spatial bag filled to the brim with gold and gems with his own eyes. First, there are rumors that Stormwind has been destroyed by an army of otherworldly creatures, and now a group of spider monsters have sailed into my port. What is the world coming to? This is quite concerning, said Father Elric, especially if the news of Stormwind's destruction at the hands of unknown creatures proves to be true. These are already chaotic times for the Eastern Kingdoms, even without the introduction of these Nerubians. Stormwind has been destroyed. What happened? Oscar said in shock. I thought they were dealing with a rebellion at most. Bit more than that. And now we are dealing with this, said Guard Captain Gunnar gruffly. And if these creatures prove to be hostile, we ain't got anything that can deal with a mage strong enough to flat out stop a volley of bullets with a wave of his hands. Lord Ashford's expression darkened at the reminder. House Ashford had sent a request to Dalaran through Lordaeron's House of Lords for a mage to advise them on matters of magic, but they were apparently low priority for such things. Ever since the War of the Seven Thrones that resulted in the official dissolution of the Arathorian Empire and the complete destruction of House Ashford's lands, and the fort that was once their namesake, their house had been much diminished. They had tried many times throughout the years to rebuild their house to its former glory, but they had not had much luck. Lord Ashford dearly wished that he had someone by his side who could give him counsel, but the only mage who was affiliated with their house was his second son, who was currently studying in Dalaran. If Oscar's claims in regards to the vast wealth of these people are accurate, then this could be a great boon for your house, my lord," said Warren, his expression thoughtful. "Trading with the walrus people is one thing," said Guard Captain Gunnar, a hint of disgust in his tone. "But I ain't really interested in watching these bug people skitter in and out of town." "The light can be found in all creatures of this world," said Father Elric reproachingly. "And these people have shown that they are willing to be diplomatic, which is better than the troll-like beings who brought ruin to Stormwind. It would behoove us to treat them with kindness until they prove themselves unworthy of our trust, despite their unfortunate appearances." "If I may," Oscar said hesitantly, interrupting the discussion, "I should make it clear that their diplomatic delegation has only come here with the intention of establishing diplomatic contact with the Eastern Kingdoms. Their kingdom is quite isolationist, and I doubt that they would be willing to agree to any long-term trade agreement until after they meet with House Menethil." "Then why should I entertain allowing them to travel freely through my lands?" asked Lord Ashford irritably. "If he couldn't make some gold by playing nice with the monsters, then why would he risk the safety of his people by letting them off the ship?" "There are a few reasons, my lord, beyond the fact they are already paying us quite the sum in gold and goods just for bringing them here," said Oscar, sounding more confident now that he was now speaking on more familiar ground. "Firstly, just because they are not willing to sign a trade agreement with us now does not mean that will always remain the case. It may happen that the relationship between the Crown and Asjol Nerub develops in a favorable direction, with your name attached due to that success. And if that is the case, then both Fairwater and your house will be in an incredibly advantageous position to benefit." That was certainly true. House Ashford was in the best position to benefit from trade with a large kingdom from Northrend, given that they already had experience sending ships there. The only other town that might benefit as much was Stratholme, and they were located much further away. "Secondly," Oscar continued, "the Nerubians intend to travel to Capital City as quickly as possible, and have no desire to stay in the town for very long." That was a good point as well. The idea of sending the monsters on their way and making them somebody else's problem was an appealing idea. "And finally," said the merchant, his tone becoming more hesitant, "I should point out that I do not believe that you have much choice in the matter. My lord, the Nerubian delegation includes multiple powerful mages as well as a powerful being known as a Spider Lord. Having had the opportunity to get to know these people, I do not think they would react well if you attempted to stop them." Lord Ashford bristled at the idea that his lands were too weak to prevent the monsters from doing as they pleased, but he forced down his indignation and accepted the reality of the situation. He glanced at his guard captain, but the man just shook his head, indicating that he also thought that they had poor odds. From there, the meeting mostly resolved around matters of logistics and how they could get the creatures out of their town as quickly as possible. They decided to send one of their fastest riders to Capital City in order to warn the Crown about the situation. At the insistence of Father Elric, they even decided to send an escort with them that would act to make certain that nothing unfortunate happened along the way. "It'll also be wise to make certain that the things don't go running off into the countryside and start eating peasants," Lord Ashford thought cynically. "I don't envy House Menethil right now. Things in Capital City are about to reach a boiling point, given that the creatures will arrive around the same time that the rulers of the other human kingdoms do." He was suddenly pulled out of his musings by the sound of someone knocking on the door to the meeting room. "Enter," Lord Ashford called out immediately, worried that the monsters had done something that required his attention. As soon as he called out, the door opened and one of his guards walked through. "My lord, the militia has been thrown into a panic by some kind of massive monster on the ship." Massive monster, he must be talking about the so-called Spider Lord. Lord Ashford had looked at the ship through a spyglass and seen some of the monsters infesting it, but he had not gotten a good look at the Spider Lord. According to Oscar, the thing was a confidant of the ruler of their kingdom and had been sleeping in a giant silk cocoon throughout the trip. Lord Ashford immediately got up, strode out of the room, and started making his way to the docks with his advisors following close behind him. If something tragic happened because the militia was panicking and they did something stupid, then the consequences for his people could be catastrophic. When he reached the docks, the first thing he saw was a bunch of panicked men yelling and pointing their weapons toward the docks. "Calm down, you fools. Are you men? Or are you a bunch of cowardly children who lose your discipline the moment you see something that frightens you?" yelled Lord Ashford, his voice carrying over the crowd and causing the men to cease their hysteria. It took several more moments for Lord Ashford to finish calming down his men, but he eventually managed it and decided to turn his attention to the creature that had caused them to panic. He could immediately understand why the mere sight of the creature, and the thought that they might have to fight it, would strike fear into the heart of men. Upon the deck of the ship was a massive monster that stood at a height greater than 3 fully grown men and looked like some kind of disgusting combination of a beetle and a spider. It possessed a thick, scarab-like carapace that was predominantly blue but held a gold color around its edges. Instead of having hands like the others of its kind, the Spider-Lord seemed to only have 2 scythe-shaped arms, as if to make clear that the monster's only purpose was the application of violence. It also had a single large horn protruding from its forehead that he was sure was more than capable of skewering a fully grown man. And its 4 eyes were calmly staring at him with a disturbing amount of intelligence. "By the light," whispered Father Elric in awe. The rest of his advisors were not doing much better. Lord Ashford ruthlessly pushed down the shutter that wanted to flow through his body and wrenched his gaze away from the creature and turned it to the man he had left in charge, demanding a report on what had happened while he was gone. Apparently, after he had left, the ship had been safely docked and the monsters began freeing the Spider-Lord from its cocoon. His men followed his instructions and escorted the ship's captain and all of the sailors off of the ship, and then interrogated them about what happened while they were in Northrend. Their stories were consistent with what Oscar had told him, and there was no evidence of any of the men being harmed. The 2 members of the Explorers League that had paid him to travel along with his ship had been a wealth of information. In particular, after he was finished receiving the report, Lord Ashford made his way over to the 2 spider mages that he had spoken to earlier while deliberately ignoring the gaze of the Spider-Lord who turned to follow his movements. "I have finished consulting with my advisors," said Lord Ashford, directing his statement to the one that Oscar had identified as the more friendly of the 2. Despite technically being in charge of the delegation's diplomacy, the one Oscar referred to as Vizier Haddix was apparently not particularly interested in talking to them. "We will finish speaking on this matter at my manor. The rest of your people will continue to remain on the ship until we reach an agreement." The 2 of them immediately broke out into conversation, speaking some kind of strange, chittering language. Lord Ashford was not able to read the expressions of the hideous creatures, but he was certain that he could sense an arrogant disdain radiating from the taller of the 2. The Spider-Lord also joined the conversation with a voice that sent a wave of dread running down his spine. Fortunately, the other one was indeed as diplomatic as Oscar had claimed. "Of course, Lord Ashford," said the monster that was named Krivax, "the 2 of us would be more than willing to discuss this matter with you so that we might reach an accord." Its common was strangely accented and a bit rough around the edges, but disturbingly good given the amount of time that it had been learning it at sea according to reports. After giving the creature a stoic nod, Lord Ashford turned and began leading his council and the 2 mages back to his manor, painfully aware of the gaze of the Spider-Lord on his back the entire time. Krivax was extremely glad that the ceilings of noble manors in Azeroth were apparently built high enough for him to fit inside, although just barely. He doubted that he would fit inside one of the houses that belonged to the normal townspeople, but it seemed that rich people loving large houses was a multiversal concept. Though he had been forced to bend down through a few doors, Vizier Haddix simply cast a short-ranged teleportation whenever he reached an inconvenient doorway. They started the meeting through a round of introductions, each of them stating their various positions. Vizier Haddix showed an expression of interest once the kind-looking older man was introduced as a priest of the Church of the Holy Light, but he otherwise seemed bored and indifferent to the humans. I have been told by Oscar that you wish to travel to Capital City in order to meet King Tyrannus. Correct? Asked Lord Ashford as soon as everyone was properly introduced. Yes, Lord Ashford, that is correct, said Krivax. In his past life, Lord Ashford was the kind of man that Krivax would have found intimidating, but it was hard to be afraid of a person when they were just so much smaller than you. That, and the fact Krivax could throw magic at people now? Good, then I will organize some of my men to escort you and your people to Capital City, Lord Ashford said decisively. If Krivax still had eyelids, then he would have blinked in confusion. Well, that was easy. Maybe Oscar got through to them and they are feeling more friendly toward us, thought Krivax, feeling hopeful. That way you can make due haste through my lands as quickly as possible, said Lord Ashford, crushing Krivax's growing optimism. Oh. Vizier Haddix let out a derisive chuckle, but otherwise did not comment. Krivax had hoped to form some kind of friendly relationship with House Ashford, given that their port was one of the most convenient for travel between the Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms. But he doubted Lord Ashford was interested in such a thing at this time. Maybe later when the shock of their sudden arrival wore off, he would be more open-minded. We understand, Lord Ashford, said Krivax politely. We will leave for Capital City as quickly as circumstances allow. Thank you for allowing us passage through your lands. If I may, I would like to join your escort, said Father Elric amiably. I believe I could help smooth over any difficulties in your initial meeting with Capital City's authorities, and I would enjoy the opportunity to learn more about your people. Krivax was a bit surprised by the priest's offer, but he did not have any problem with it. Vizier Haddix, should we take him up on his offer? Asked Krivax while speaking Nerubian. Yes, Haddix said immediately. I would like the opportunity to study the magic that these humans refer to as the light. We accept your offer, said Krivax, earning a smile from the priest. Excellent, said Father Elric warmly. I look forward to it. I am worried that the guards of Capital City are likely quite on edge given the current circumstances, so I am pleased that I will have the chance to smooth over any ruffled feathers. Current circumstances, asked Krivax, feeling a sense of foreboding. Oh, please excuse me. I forgot that you are new to these lands, said Father Elric, his tone apologetic. People are saying that Stormwind, a human kingdom far to the south, has been destroyed by an army of strange creatures and its remaining people fled here to Lordaeron not long ago. King Tyrannus has called for a meeting with the other human kingdoms to figure out how to respond to such a threat. Oh, how convenient, said Vizier Haddix, speaking in Nerubian. It significantly will streamline our efforts to have all of the human rulers in one city. Just be sure not to say that in common where the humans might hear you. Vizier, Krivax hurriedly pointed out, they might take offense. Vizier Haddix scoffed, but did not refute him. It did not need to be said that they were also strange creatures as well, and the guards of Capital City would be tense, given their state of heightened security due to having so many foreign rulers visiting. Vizier Haddix suddenly seemed much more interested in the meeting and began asking questions about Stormwind and what they knew about the creatures that had destroyed it. Krivax tried his best to listen to the conversation, but it was hard when his attention was consumed with the news that he had just heard. Ever since Oscar had told him that King Lane was the current king of Stormwind, he had believed that he would arrive in the Eastern Kingdoms during the First War. But he now knew that the First War had just ended. Now, the Second War was about to begin, and the Lich King would be created shortly afterward. Chapter 24. Krivax did his best to ignore the frightened stares of the residents of the human town of Brill as the Nerubian delegation and their armed and mounted escort made their way through the small human settlement. Father Elric had indeed saved them all a lot of trouble by moving ahead and warning the locals of their approach. They were still fearful, of course, but the word of a priest of the Church of the Holy Light held great sway over the citizens of Lordaeron. The priest had saved them a lot of time and trouble, and they were now expecting to reach Capital City by the end of the day. Krivax was a bit surprised by how quickly the trip had gone, but perhaps it only felt that way, given that he had been lost in his thoughts through most of it. Those thoughts mainly revolved around figuring out what the hell he was going to do about the upcoming Second War. Considering that the Alliance was already fated to win the war, there was always the option of just sitting back and allowing things to play out as they did in canon. But there were many problems with remaining uninvolved. That didn't even include the fact that the butterfly effect was likely to change things significantly due to their very presence, and he had no idea how it could change the results of the conflict. It was a relief to learn that he had a few years that he could use to prepare before the creation of the Lich King, but there were still many dangers that he needed to consider. Even if Krivax was to ignore the morality of allowing so many people to die when he had the opportunity to make things better, there was also the fact that he wanted the Alliance to retain as much of their strength as possible to confront future crises. Not to mention the fact that Deathwing was currently active during this time period, and that his battle with the Aspects would result in him retreating to Deepholm until he returned in an explosion of power that reshaped the landscape of Azeroth. If Krivax wanted to avoid the cataclysm, then Deathwing could not be allowed to survive the events of the Second War as he did in canon. But that's easier said than done. Try as he might, he could not come up with a plan that could guarantee the death of a being as insanely powerful as Deathwing. Despite having written down and doing his best to memorize everything he could remember about Warcraft lore the moment he realized where he was, there were many things about the lore that he simply never learned or could not remember. He remembered that Deathwing spent much of the Second War sowing chaos while disguised as a human noble, but he couldn't remember for the life of him what name Deathwing used as a human. Krivax had a good overview of the events of the war, but there were many smaller details that he wished he knew. And even if he did know about the big events, what would be the best way to go about changing things for the better? Krivax knew that he wanted to prevent Alexstrasza, aspect of the Red Dragonflight, from being captured and taken to Grim Battle, but how he could potentially tell Crassus, who was a member of the Council of Six of Dalaran at this time and also secretly a red dragon, about the threat to his queen. But how would he justify his knowledge? He doubted that a mage as powerful as Crassus lacked the ability to track him down if he tried something as simple as sending an anonymous letter. Maybe I could revisit the idea of pretending to be a seer, or maybe I could just tell someone the truth. Krivax had chosen before not to pretend to be a seer because he felt like there was a high likelihood that it would backfire on him. He could easily imagine a scenario in which he was sent to train with Azjol Nerub's actual seers, and he ended up landing in hot water once he failed to replicate their abilities. After all, his knowledge of the future was static and would grow less and less accurate over time. But the idea of simply telling someone the truth, or even a modified version of it, the only person he trusted enough for something like that was Mazruk. Krivax knew his friend well enough that he was certain that Mazruk would keep his secrets. Unfortunately, his friend was no more able than him to solve Azeroth's numerous problems. There was also still a risk of the knowledge being compromised even if Mazruk didn't tell anyone. While mind magic was by no means common, it was not non-existent either. After joining the Order, Krivax was learning how to protect his mind from both the Void and mind magic, but Mazruk did not have such luck. The members of the delegation who knew sensitive information either possessed an artifact that could shield their minds, or had the ability to do it themselves, but Mazruk had neither. Still, it might be worth the effort to find a solution, even if only to get another perspective. Plus, it would be nice if I could share this with somebody else. He considered whether or not he was willing to bring this matter up with Hadix, who was fully capable of protecting his own mind, and was surprised to find that the answer was not an immediate no. Although it was not a yes either. Vizier Haddix was both arrogant and ruthless, but the more Kryvax got to know him, the more he believed that the vizier was genuinely striving for the good of their people, and mainly only their people. His life would be much easier if he could share what he knew with Vizier Haddix, but he couldn't help but worry about his reaction. Kryvax pushed away these thoughts and decided to turn his attention back to the present. His thoughts were too chaotic right now, and from what he knew about the timeline, he still had some time before he had to make any major decisions. Lord Ashford had been true to his word when he said that he would organize an escort to lead the delegation out of his lands as quickly as possible. It was not long before the Nerubian delegation, the 2 members of the Explorers League, Father Elric, and a small group of mounted knights provided by House Ashford, could be seen leaving the town of Fairwater. While the trip had gone by quickly, it had also been depressingly quiet given that the humans were not interested in speaking to them, and the Nerubians in general not being one for small talk. It didn't help that Trixie had not taken it well when she learned that Stormwind had been destroyed and that the army of creatures responsible for it would likely soon turn their attention to Kaz. Modin, for all that she knew, Nomergan was already under siege and her family could be in danger while she had no way to help. Kryvax glanced down at Trixie, who was visibly depressed as she walked next to Mousy, before pulling his gaze back up. Surprisingly, the only people who seemed to actually be interested in making conversation over the past few days were, through a translator, Father Elric and Anubrekan. Kryvax glanced at the extremely strange pair as Vizier Krenus translated Father Elric's words as he explained the philosophies of the Church of the Holy Light to an interested Spider Lord. Anubrekan would interject at times to ask pointed questions about the Church's history and its relationship with the various human governments, all of which Father Elric was more than happy to answer. "Have you finally pulled yourself out of your thoughts?" asked Masruk, who was walking by his side. "Oh, yeah?" said Kryvax, feeling embarrassed that he had mostly ignored his friend while thinking about the future. "Sorry about that." Masruk. "Good," said Masruk with a note of relief. "This trip has been dull, and these humans are proving far less interesting than the Tuskar. Not a single one of them is willing to spar with me." "Well, I'm not sure what I can do to help with that," said Kryvax with a hint of amusement. "We won't be stopping again until we reach the city, and it's not as if I can spar with you while we're moving. Let's hope that there are some people in the city who are willing to offer you your daily dose of violence." "Yes, let's hope." Masruk agreed immediately before turning to look at Trixie with a worried expression. "The tiny one has not been willing to spar with me either." Apparently, Trixie and Masruk had sparred a few times while Kryvax had been undergoing the process of becoming a vizier. He was sad that he had missed the chance to see his friend running around with his spear after being shrunk down by Trixie's shrink ray. "Yeah, she's just a bit sad because she's worried about her family," said Kryvax. "I don't understand," said Masruk, uncomprehendingly. "I have not even thought of the rest of our clustermates since we were designated to our roles. Her relationship with her family is much closer to the relationship between the 2 of us," said Kryvax, explaining it the only way he knew how. "I would be sad and upset if you were in danger, Masruk, especially if I couldn't do anything to help you." Masruk's expression became one of contemplation as he thought over what Kryvax had just said. "We should attempt to raise her spirits," Masruk said decisively. Kryvax was a bit surprised at his friend's words, but he quickly agreed. "Hello. Trixie, how are you feeling?" Kryvax asked with concern after walking over to the gnome and her dwarf companion. "Hello, tiny one. We are here to lift your spirits," said Masruk straightforwardly. Trixie glanced at the 2 of them but did not show any other outward reaction. "Unless you can protect my family from the army of monsters that are heading their way, then I doubt there is much you can do to lift my spirits," said Trixie, her voice monotone. Kryvax winced at her words. He did remember that the Horde was not successful in their attempts to siege Gnomerigan and Ironforge, but they did still manage to conquer most of Kazmodan. "What city does your family live in?" asked Krivax considerately. "In Gnomerigan, like most gnomes." "Why?" asked Trixie, tilting her head in confusion. "How long do you think it took for the monsters to destroy Stormwind?" Krivax continued, trying to lead her to the correct conclusion. "That merchant boy said he'd been hearing rumors of trouble down there for at least the past few years." Mousy offered quickly, likely seeing where he was going with his line of questioning. If it took years for the beast to beat Stormwind, then they aren't going to have an easy time taking Ironforge or Gnomerigan. "And it's also likely that Stormwind managed to weaken them significantly," said Krivax consolingly. "Do you really think that's true?" Trixie asked Mousy with a hint of hope in her voice that was previously absent. "Yeah, lass, I do." Mousy reassured her. "Remember, I've got family in Ironforge, too. I wouldn't give you false hope if I didn't believe it myself. Even if the beasts manage to take Kazmodan, they aren't stepping foot in Ironforge or Gnomerigan any time soon. I'm sure our people are already hunkering down and getting ready for a fight." Trixie seemed to shudder before taking in a deep breath and releasing it slowly, doing her best to calm herself down. "You guys are right," Trixie said firmly. "Gnomerigan isn't going to go down without a fight. I'm sure my family will be all right until help arrives." "That's the spirit, lass," said Mousy approvingly. "No sense in worrying ourselves over much before we know more." "Besides," said Krivax, "I'm sure the human kingdoms will come together and fight back these creatures, given that the kingdom that was destroyed was one of their own." Trixie and Mousy glanced at each other with dubious expressions. "I'm not so sure about that," Trixie said hesitantly. "Unlike gnomes, humans aren't exactly the best at getting along with one another." "I'm afraid she's right," Mousy agreed reluctantly. "In my experience, there's nothing that a human hates more than other slightly different humans. Not that my people are all that better." Krivax already knew that the human kingdoms would eventually come together to form the alliance, so he was not all that concerned about the matter. The four of them spent the next hour talking while walking down the path to Capital City about the various human kingdoms and their differences. Krivax noted that the frequency of people traveling on the road being shooed away by either their escorts or Father Elric was steadily increasing as they drew closer to Lord Aeron's capital. Unfortunately, Krivax was pulled out of the conversation by the sound of someone calling loudly for him in Nerubian. "Vizier Krivax." He turned to look at Vizier Krenus, who was gesturing for him to approach while walking beside Anubrekan and Father Elric. Krivax quickly excused himself and made his way over to the Vizier, who was looking thoroughly irritated. "Yes, Vizier Krenus. How can I help you?" asked Krivax as he approached. "I am done translating for these two," Vizier Krenus said adamantly. Speaking about the light was perhaps interesting for the first day, but after 5 days I have long exhausted my interest in the topic. You will take over for me." Krivax looked at the Vizier with exasperation before turning his gaze to Anubrekan and Father Elric, who were both watching him with expressions of amusement. "Of course." "Vizier Krenus," said Krivax, resigned to his fate. While he was in the same caste as her, Vizier Krenus was much older and much more powerful than he was, so unless Vizier Haddock said otherwise, he was expected to naturally defer to her orders. And his mentor didn't seem to care either way. "Excellent," said Vizier Krenus, before hurriedly walking away in the direction of Vizier Haddock's. "Huh, so you're the hatchling that turned Asjol Nerub upside down," Anubrekan said with interest as he stared down at Krivax. Yes, I suppose that is me." "Spider-Lord?" said Krivax cautiously. He remembered Anubrekan as a creepy raid boss from Warcraft, so he couldn't help but feel a little wary of him. It didn't help that this was their first time actually having an actual conversation, given that the Spider-Lord had been asleep while on the ship, and Krivax had stayed away from him during their journey from Fairwater. "There's no need for the formality." "Little Vizier," said Anubrekan, huffing in amusement, Just call me Anubrakan. I'm not particularly interested in titles or things like that." Krivax was staggered by the Spider Lord's lack of formality. Nerubian culture in general places a high value on certain conventions, such as referring to those above you by their proper titles. So he was more than a little surprised by Anubrakan's relaxed attitude. It didn't fit at all what he had expected from him. Krivax looked at the Spider Lord warily as he tried to think of an appropriate response. However, before he could, he was interrupted by Anubrakan's chittering laugh as his mandibles rapidly clicked together. "If you have a question for me, then ask." "Little Vizier," said Anubrakan once he finished laughing. "Yes, Spider Lord?" Krivax said politely. "It's just, I've never heard of a Nerubian as powerful as you being so casual," finished Anubrakan as Krivax trailed off. "Yes, Spide." Krivax interrupted himself as the Spider Lord stared pointedly at him. "Yes, Anubrakan. The difference between me and every other member of the higher caste that you have met is that I have nothing to prove to anyone," Anubrakan said bluntly. "I have no cities. I hold no political positions. I simply go where my High King tells me to go and do what he tells me to do. Perhaps there are some who would continue to worry about the respect of others in my position, but I have never seen the point. I guess it makes sense when he lays it out like that. Besides," continued the Spider Lord, "it's easier not to care about other people's opinions when you're perfectly aware that you can kill everyone around you at any time." "Ah, that makes even more sense. But enough about me. Hatchling," said Anubrakan, turning his attention back to the human priest who seemed more than willing to wait patiently as they finished their conversation. "Ask the human why he has been so willing to share information about the light." I could not imagine a vizier sharing as much about their magic as he has over the past few days. Krivax didn't hesitate to dutifully relay the Spider Lord's question. "The light is not something that should be hoarded and kept secret, as if I were some mage from Dalaran," said Father Elric, sounding mildly insulted. "The light belongs to all creatures of this world, and the farther it is spread, the safer we all are under its benevolent protection." This light seems like it would be useful to our kingdom, although it would be a challenge to find those among our people suited to it," said Anubrakan consideringly. "Still, it might be worth the effort if it meant accessing an easy source of healing magic." Krivax spent the next few minutes translating between the two of them before the conversation was suddenly interrupted by Anubrakan. Looks like our little watcher is getting ready to leave," said Anubrakan. Krivax looked around in surprise but failed to see anyone watching them. "In the sky, Hatchling," said Anubrakan, while pointing one of his scythe-like arms to a specific portion of the sky, "there is a human watching us from above while riding some manner of winged creature. They were clever enough to paint the creature's armor so that it blends naturally into the sky." Krivax looked directly in the direction the Spider Lord was pointing, but was only barely able to spot the griffin that was flying away from them. It had blue armor, and many of its wings were white, so it was difficult to notice the creature unless he knew what he was looking at. "How were you able to notice them?" Krivax asked in disbelief. "Simple. I heard them," Anubrakan said smugly. "My hearing is sensitive enough to pick out a heartbeat from the other side of a ziggurat. They have been watching us for a while and are likely leaving to report to the human leadership now that we are close to the city." Krivax was not sure how to respond to that, so he just asked the first question that came to mind. Can all Spider Lords hear that well? If they could, then Krivax would need to be careful about what he said and where he said it once he returned to Asdrul Narub. "No, I am quite special," said Anubrakan, sounding very self-satisfied. Krivax waited for the strange Spider Lord to continue, but he seemed content to leave it there. After that, it didn't take long before they could see Capital City in the distance. The city itself sat on the north shore of Lordamere Lake and seemed to be gleaming in silver and white. The first thing Krivax thought was that the city felt peaceful, yet also powerful. The humans of these lands are much more advanced than the ones in our lands, said Anubrekan as he assessed the city. Unfortunately, they did not have long to admire Lordaeron's capital city before they were approached by what looked to be nearly 50 mounted knights wearing full sets of blue and white armor. Many of the soldiers were fidgeting nervously and were gripping tightly onto their weapons. But each and every one of them held an expression of grim resolve that made it clear that they were willing to die for their kingdom if it became necessary. "They have even more soldiers prepared nearby," said Anubrekan approvingly. "Smart. They would need them if they wished to face me." Father Elric quickly stepped forward to meet the man who seemed to be the leader of the soldiers and began to speak quietly with him. Lord Aaron was obviously already aware of their coming, given that a messenger had been sent ahead and a griffin rider had been watching them. But it was still helpful for Father Elric to help calm down their nerves. Krivax glanced at Vizier Hadix, wondering if his mentor intended to take charge of the diplomacy now that they were about to speak to representatives of the most powerful human kingdom in the Eastern Kingdoms. But the Vizier's expression remained as uninterested as ever. Krivax then glanced at Anubrekan, but immediately remembered that the Spider Lord could not speak common. Krivax didn't even bother glancing at Vizier Krynus, walking forward while feeling a sense of resignation. Once he was done speaking to Father Elric, the leader of the soldiers directed his horse to step forward so he could address the Nerubian delegation. The man wore a crimson cloak over a polished breastplate and had gold traceries in his armor and spoke with a commanding voice. "I am Captain Falric, leader of the Kingsguard of Lordaeron. When the messenger from House Ashfort told me of your approach, I had not believed him. Who here speaks for your delegation?" A moment of silence passed before Krivax moved forward to speak for the group. "I do. Captain Falric, I am Vizier Krivax of Asjol Nerub," said Krivax. "We have come to your city with hopes of speaking to King Menethil about forming a diplomatic relationship between our kingdoms." "Then you've either come at the worst or the best time to do so," Captain Falric said grimly. "For as it stands, representatives of all 7 human kingdoms are now being hosted in King Menethil's court, discussing how best to combat the growing danger that is known as the Horde down south that has already destroyed Stormwind. When word first reached us of your arrival, some assumed you to be affiliated with them until it was made clear you were very different from the creatures that make up the Horde." He finished while looking over the Nerubian delegation's various members, all castes represented before him besides a queen. "This is our people's first time setting foot on this continent," said Krivax. "We hold no desire to threaten the people of these lands." "I will hold you to that, Nerubian," said Captain Falric, his voice full of steel. "The representatives of the various kingdoms have been informed of your arrival and are prepared to meet you. I will warn you only once. Any hostile actions against anyone in this city will be dealt with severely and swiftly." With that said, Captain Falric directed his men to surround their delegation, taking over the role of the knights from House Ashfort. Once everyone was in position to separate the delegation from any onlookers, it wasn't long before the captain called for them to start moving, and the Nerubians were taking their first steps through the gates of Capital City. Chapter 25. King Tyrrhenus Menethil II hummed in contemplation as he watched the large scrying mirror as it displayed images of the strange, spider-like creatures currently being escorted through his city from above. The mirror was not as advanced as the scrying tools that Quel'Thalis used, having a limited range and requiring the continuous efforts of a mage for it to serve its function. But it was more than enough for the nobles and heads of state currently in his imperial chamber. When Capital City's guard captain first received news from a minor noble house of strange creatures sailing to the eastern kingdoms from Northrend, he had thought it to be absurd and didn't even bother bringing it to the attention of his superiors. It was only out of a sense of duty and professionalism that the guard captain felt compelled to send a griffin rider to verify the truth or the falsehood of the matter. After the scout returned with frantic reports of gigantic spider-like creatures making their way to Capital City, the guard captain hurriedly brought the matter to Falric, the young captain of Lordaeron's Kingsguard, who then brought the matter to Tyrrhenus. He had quickly ordered his court conjurers to scry the creatures with their magic, and his spy master to immediately begin gathering as much information as he could before the creatures arrived at Dai, capital city. Fortunately, the original messenger sent by House Ashfort had still not yet left the city, and also had a wealth of information to share with them. Lord Ashfort had been wise enough to gather information about the creatures from the crew of the ship that carried them to the Eastern Kingdoms, as well as the individuals who had traveled to their underground kingdom. After his spy master finished compiling the information and presented it to Tyrrhenus, it quickly became apparent to him that establishing peaceful diplomatic contact with this Asjol Nerub would be one of the most important moments of his kingship. If the accounts were true, then Asjol Nerub was easily a kingdom on par with Quel'Thalas, and the impact they would have on the Eastern Kingdoms had the potential to be enormous. Not to mention the fact that they could not afford to make such a powerful kingdom their enemy at a time when they were already facing an existential crisis in the form of the Horde. It was for these reasons and more that Tyrrhenus did not hesitate to make his fellow rulers aware of the situation and share all the information that Lordaeron had gathered. The reactions had been passionate. Nobody reacted well after learning that another potential crisis was barreling toward them, and many of the initial proposals on how to deal with the creatures had been overly impulsive. Tyrrhenus was eventually able to make them see that calm and peaceful diplomacy was in their best interests. But nobody was excited about the kingdom of terrifying spider people that threatened to throw the continent's situation into further chaos. Tyrrhenus turned his gaze away from the mirror, evaluating the expressions and reactions of his fellow rulers who were currently seated along the room in seats that had been verified by a mage to be exactly the same size. Each of them had enough experience and training in politics to be able to hide their feelings from most observers. But Tyrrhenus was an old and experienced king and was more than able to see through their masks. The first person he looked to was a tall, stoic man dressed in leathers and furs who looked as if he would rather be marching toward a battlefield than attending a diplomatic meeting. His old friend, King Thoris Trollbane of Stromgard, was especially easy to read given how well Tyrrhenus knew the man. Many dismissed Thoris as a brute due to his gruff exterior and Stromgard's martial culture, but Tyrrhenus knew well that his friend possessed a sharp mind. While his fellow king was outwardly expressionless, Tyrrhenus could tell that Thoris was already considering how best to kill the monstrous 20-foot-tall spider beetle creature that was currently being displayed in the scrying mirror. Thoris was the kind of ruler who would hope to avoid war but believed it to be inevitable and would thus do everything he could to prepare for it. A fact that was consistently proven in his mind by Stromgard's constant skirmishes with the forest trolls in Alterac. Seated next to him was a tall, slender man with weathered skin and wearing a green naval uniform. This man would be recognizable to anybody as Lord Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, ruler of Kultiras. While Admiral Proudmoore was no less disturbed than the rest of them by the existence of the creatures, Tyrrhenus could see that the man held much less tension in his shoulders than the rest of them. This did not surprise him. As far as Admiral Proudmoore was concerned, any problem that could be solved by the Kultiran Navy and its tide sages was not a problem worth being troubled over. It was highly unlikely that an underground kingdom like Asjol Nerub, similarly to the gnomes and dwarfs, possessed any naval power worth noting, and their decision to hire the sea cutter to travel to the Eastern Kingdoms supported that assumption. Unfortunately, the next ruler, a tall and cadaverously thin man with a long gray beard and a bald head covered by a gold-edged skullcap, was much harder to read. Archmage Antonidas, Grand Magus of the Kirin Tor and widely recognized to be one of the most powerful mages alive, was not a king. But he was no less influential than any of the other rulers in the room. Tyrrhenus was well familiar with the man, but he still could not get a good read on what the old mage was thinking. Though given the interested hum the man let out when for a single terrifying moment one of the taller, robe-wearing creatures turned its gaze upward and seemed to directly look back at them through the mirror. Tyrrhenus would assume the man was feeling curious. Next, seated on the other side of the room, was a large, bearish man with thick features, a heavy black beard, and wearing black and gray armor. Gen Greymane, king of Gilneas, was not a particularly pleasant man, in Tyrrhenus's opinion. He was stubborn, proud, strong-willed, arrogant, and was one of the rulers most resistant to forming an alliance to combat the Horde. Greymane's expression was the easiest to read of the gathered rulers, given his poorly concealed revulsion as he stared at the creatures. Tyrrhenus had no doubt in his mind that Gilneas would want absolutely nothing to do with Asjol Nerub, regardless of whether or not their supposedly peaceful intentions were genuine. The next king, a quiet, cultured-looking man with graying brown hair, was the only other ruler as opposed to forming an alliance as Greymane. I believe this is the first time that I've looked at him since this council began that he was not glaring hatefully at Thoras. Tyrrhenus mused. King Aiden Paranolde was the ruler of Alterac, a weak, landlocked kingdom that found itself in frequent conflict with Stromgarde. Paranolde was doing his best to hide it, but Tyrrhenus could tell that the man was extremely interested in the creatures, and would not hesitate to find a way to use them to his advantage as best he could. The final member of the recently dubbed Council of Seven Nations was a large, stout man, almost bald, who wore a full set of armor and possessed a thick beard and a strong, stern face. Anduin Lothar, Knight Champion and Regent Lord of the destroyed Kingdom of Stormwind, was a man who looked as if he had lost everything aside from his life. When he wasn't busy giving fiery speeches in an attempt to convince them of the Horde's threat and the need to unite against them, the man barely looked as if he was keeping himself together. And the young black-haired teenager currently sitting by his side did not look much better. Crown Prince Varian Rin had spent the past few days since arriving in Capital City barely looking as if he was aware of where he was. When the boy wasn't staring off blankly into space, he was swinging between unfathomable sorrow as he struggled not to cry, unbridled wrath whenever they spoke of the orcs, or, more worryingly, poorly concealed resentment, even if his current expression was one of curiosity as he watched the Nerubians through the scrying mirror. It did not take a genius to guess that the child blamed the other human kingdoms for failing to aid Stormwind in their time of greatest need. Tyrrhenus had pledged Lordaeron's forces to the goal of pushing back the Horde and restoring young Rin to his kingdom's throne. But he knew that did little to ease the child's pain of seeing both his parents killed and his countrymen senselessly slaughtered. The future king's resentment was a troubling sign, and bode ill for the future of Stormwind's relationship with the other kingdoms. Tyrrhenus decided to do something about the matter now, while it was still on his mind, and tapped a single finger to his wrist. Recognizing the nonverbal signal, his spy master, Teferi Anwir, seamlessly appeared at his side as if he had stepped out of thin air. A few of the other rulers glanced at him but quickly turned their attention back to the scrying mirror after assessing that there was no threat. Tyrrhenus rubbed his thumb against the enchanted ring which would prevent unwanted listeners from hearing their conversation and leaned over to speak with his spy master. Not only did the ring prevent eavesdroppers, but it even prevented anyone from reading his lips, allowing Tyrrhenus to have private conversations in public settings. Despite this, Tyrrhenus could not quite overcome the instinct to whisper whenever he was giving sensitive instructions to his spy master while others were around. Teferi, after the meeting, arranged for Arthas to meet the young Rin and do what you can to foster a friendship between the two of them. The two are already scheduled to meet later this week. "Your Majesty," said Teferi, his tone not expressing any particular opinion on the matter. "Is there a need for me to move it up? And for me to make efforts in ensuring a friendship?" "Yes. If the two of them have a good relationship, then that would do much to diminish the future risks caused by the boy's resentment," Tyrrhenus said quietly. A small part of him felt guilty about manipulating a friendship between his son and a grief-stricken child for political purposes. But there was no such thing as a king who had ruled for as long as he had without being willing to make difficult decisions. Besides, both of the boys could benefit from having a friend in their lives, so it was beneficial and for the good of everybody. "I shall entrust the matter to you," said Tyrrhenus. Tefari was a competent man and would know how best to arrange it for the two boys to form a lasting friendship. "Yes, Your Majesty," said Tefari, deferentially. "Good. While we are speaking on the topic of the boys' resentment, has there been any progress in that investigation?" asked Tyrrhenus, hoping that he would finally have some answers about the source of Lordaeron's enormous intelligence failure in regard to the Horde. Despite Tefari's unchanging expression, Tyrrhenus could easily hear the annoyance and anger in his spymaster's tone when he responded. "No, Your Majesty, there has not," said Tefari. "We are reasonably certain that someone has been making active efforts over the past few years to spread rumors among the nobility that Stormwind was merely lying about their situation in an attempt to hide internal conflicts. However, we are no closer to finding the source of these rumors, and even Stormwind's most earnest supporters among the nobility give conflicting descriptions of who they heard them from." That was highly concerning to Tyrrhenus and implied that there were dangerous forces in Lordaeron working against the kingdom's interests. "Are there no indications at all of who might be responsible for this?" asked Tyrrhenus. "No, Your Majesty," said Tefari, grudgingly. "We have noticed that one of Stormwind's own intelligence operatives is looking into the matter, but we do not expect them to achieve any more than we have. Nor do we expect them to trust us enough to share what they do discover." Tyrrhenus frowned, saddened by the news, for it was as understandable as it was. He could not help but feel disheartened. From what his spymaster reported back to him, it was only pure desperation that made the Stormwind refugees come to his kingdom, and if they had any other choice, they would have gone elsewhere. There were few among them who trusted Lordaeron, or any outsiders, after being seemingly left out in the cold to die, and who only now cared, since now the Horde was most likely pointed at them. The prince's mood was a feeling shared by a vast majority of his people, something that did not bode well for the future in general. Thank the light that Sir Lothar still believed in Lordaeron's honor and, despite everything, Stormwind's people still trusted their champion. Feeling that there was not much else to be said on the topic, Tyrrhenus dismissed his spymaster and turned his attention back to the scrying mirror, and the conversation being had about the creatures from Northrend. And these creatures just happened to come before us, just after the Horde destroyed Stormwind. Just as they are predicted to begin preparing to come north to invade the rest of us, King Greymane was, unsurprisingly, voicing his suspicions with a sneer. "Do not let your fear and paranoia make connections that aren't there. Greymane. Sometimes coincidences do occur, and besides, there is no information to support even the idea that these Nerubians and the Horde were even aware of each other until recently." Archmage Antonidas, ever the bastion of logic and reason, was quick to point out, his tone that of a teacher correcting a student as he continued to study the beings within the scrying mirror. "From the information made available to us, these Nerubians would be formidable enemies," said Thoris, his tone assessing. "We have a responsibility to our people to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. We also have a responsibility to our people to not ignore such significant opportunities." "Trollbane," said King Paranoldi derisively, the name Trollbane leaving his mouth as if it were a curse. "How much wealth and resources could we acquire if we managed to establish trading ties with a kingdom as rich as Quel'Thalas Lordaeron, more than any other kingdom here? Has grown rich from sharing such close borders with the High Elves after all, even while trade remains limited." "You would trade with monsters," said King Greymane, his voice filled with disgust. "Who cares whether or not they are monsters? As long as they can make my kingdom rich," said King Paranold, waving a hand dismissively. "I only barely believe that these so-called orcs are the mindless beasts that some claim they are. So you'll hardly convince me that these Nerubians are also unable to be reasoned with. As long as a creature has wants and is capable of reason, then a cultured man can find a way to benefit from them. I grow tired of your continued implications. King Paranold, said Lothar, practically growling out the words. The orcs are savage monsters who cannot be reasoned with. Diplomacy with them is utterly impossible. And I will not sit here and listen to you imply that I am a liar, says the man who trusted one of said orcs. Did you not, King Paranoldi pointed out? Clearly, you thought the same, and your error was just not being smart enough to figure out you were being played rather than the other way around. The champion's expression twisted into one of pain and anger as he slammed his armored hands onto the arm of his chair and rose from his seat, causing many in the room to jump in shock. And look what that has cost me, roared Lothar, his voice filled with rage and sorrow. Will you see your kingdom burned and your people slaughtered in your foolish quest to avoid a war that is inevitable? Tyrrhenus's heart clenched in sympathy as he watched young Varian struggle to control his expression and hold back tears. Just as the tension in the room was reaching its peak, a short, stout man with a snow-white beard and a friendly face calmed everyone down as soon as he started speaking. Please, everyone, there is no need for us to fight among ourselves when humanity is depending on our cooperation, said Alonsus Fowl, Archbishop of the Church of the Holy Light and likely the most revered human on Azeroth. While he was no king, he had been allowed to sit in on their discussions as a leader in his own right of one of the largest and most influential organizations in the Eastern Kingdoms. The Church had already done much to tend to the needs of the Stormwind refugees once they made landfall in Lordaeron, and had pledged their considerable resources to help humanity withstand the coming crisis. The room was quiet for a moment before King Paranoldi broke the silence. You are correct, of course. Archbishop, King Paranoldi said deferentially, I apologize for my words, Sir Lothar. These are stressful times, and I'm afraid I said something inappropriate. Lothar stared balefully at King Paranoldi for a few more seconds before retaking his seat. I'm not sure why you're all so worried, said Admiral Proudmoore, speaking into the awkward silence. If these Nerubians reveal themselves to be a threat, then Kultiras will ensure that they never again set foot outside of Northrend. They, after all, likely have no navy to speak of, and Northrend is not exactly known for its timber. Let us not plan for anything until we at least meet our coming guests. Tyrrhenus spoke up. If peaceful relations can be established with them, then they might even be able to assist in helping us combat the Horde. Not that we've even established if Gilneas even wants part in this mad idea, King Greymane growled, causing King Paranoldi to nod to himself in agreement while the rest of the kings glared daggers at the only holdouts. They have nearly arrived, Archmage Antonidas noted calmly. Everyone turned their attention back to the scrying mirror to see that the Nerubian delegation had reached the entrance to the royal palace. The creatures seemed to have paused, as while his palace was built more than large enough to accommodate the majority of the Nerubians. The largest one was a tad too large to fit through the entranceway. For some reason, they seemed to be arguing with the female gnome from the Explorers League as she pointed to some kind of device strapped to her side. While the palace was enormous by human standards, House Menethil had not exactly built their palace with the assumption that they would be hosting such massive creatures. After all, something like this would normally be an annoying problem that would have likely resulted in them being forced to bring the meeting elsewhere. But that was not the case when one had the aid of the Dalaran's Grand Magus. Tyrrhenus watched as the Archmage rose from his seat, gripped his ornate wooden staff, and cast a spell that's effect emanated from the Imperial Chamber to the entrance of the palace. Tyrrhenus watched in wonder as space twisted and expanded until the entrance, and presumably the hallways, was large enough to accommodate the giant creature. It was something the Nerubians were quick to notice and, based on what little they could tell from their body language, looked quite surprised before they proceeded. None of the other rulers were mages, but they all knew enough about magic to be filled with awe at the Archmage's display of magical might. A very effective show of force, Archmage, said King Paranold after taking a moment to compose himself. I'm sure that will do much to dissuade the Nerubians from taking any hostile actions. For the first time, Terenas agreed with the opportunistic man. The room quieted down as a servant moved to take the scrying mirror out of the imperial chambers, and the rulers waited for the Nerubians to arrive. It did not take very long before 4 of the creatures were walking into the imperial chamber. Terenas assumed the rest were not essential for diplomacy and were made to wait in the hall outside, and the various rulers of the eastern kingdoms were taking their first look at the Nerubians in person. All 3 of the robed Nerubians, along with the one that was too large to enter the imperial chamber under normal circumstances, were much more terrifying up close. It was immediately apparent to everyone that the scrying mirror did not do them proper justice. Terenas turned his attention to the tall, 4-armed and 4-legged robed Nerubians, who were apparently referred to as viziers, according to the information provided by the messenger. They were the ones that were supposedly in charge of the delegation, so he would address them when he spoke. Fortunately, Archmage Antonidas had already used his magic to ensure that any words said in the imperial chambers would be translated to everyone else. "Welcome to Lordaeron," said Terenas, before introducing himself, and then each of the important figures in the room with him, then moving to ask the question that was on everybody's mind. "We have been told that you come to us as representatives of a previously unknown kingdom of Northrend, referred to as Asjol Nerub," said Terenas, regally, "and that you seek to establish peaceful diplomatic ties with the kingdoms of this continent. Is that true?" After a moment of silence, the smallest of the so-called viziers stepped forward to speak. "That is indeed the case, King Menethil," the creature said politely. "I am Vizier Kryvax. With me are Vizier Hadix, Vizier Krenis, and Spider Lord Anubrakan." The vizier gestured to each of the apparent leaders of the delegation as he introduced them. "We come with peaceful intentions and hopes that a diplomatic connection between our people will allow for us to learn more of one another," said Vizier Kryvax, "and that we might find areas of cooperation from which we could mutually benefit." "Why have we never heard of you before?" asked King Greymane, not bothering to hide his suspicion. "Seems like an awfully strange coincidence that you all arrive at the same time that we're facing an army of monsters from the south." "I assure you, King Greymane, this is indeed merely a coincidence," said Vizier Kryvax quickly. "Until recently, Asjol Nerub was not aware that there were any lands outside of Northrend that survived the Great Sundering. After realizing this was not the case, a diplomatic delegation was organized that would be sent to learn more about the Eastern Kingdoms." King Greymane's expression was one of obvious skepticism, but he did not speak further. "Do you intend to establish a settlement on this continent?" asked King Trollbane, his eyes assessing as he stared at the vizier. "We currently have no such intentions, King Trollbane," said Vizier Hadix. "If that changes, then we will, of course, discuss the matter with the people of these lands first." "Are you hoping to establish some manner of a trade agreement?" asked King Perinold, cutting off Thoris from asking any follow-up questions. "According to House Ashfort, your people's silk is of the highest quality and holds valuable magical properties. I'm sure we could reach some manner of understanding if you are willing to trade such materials." Vizier Kryvax seemed to hesitate before he next spoke. "The purpose of this delegation is for us to establish diplomatic contact and for our people to learn more about each other," said Vizier Kryvax. "Any future decisions beyond must first undergo the thorough consideration of our kingdom's leaders." Terenas had spoken to enough elvish diplomats to know that the vizier's words did not paint a good picture of Asjol Nerub's interest in establishing a trade deal. Looking at King Perinoldi's expression, he had also reached the same conclusion. "I'm sure that we have any number of materials that your leaders might be interested in," said King Perinoldi, attempting to persuade the foreign diplomats. "The Eastern Kingdoms are a big place. After all, there must be something here that your people would find valuable. Asjol Nerub does not want for material objects. Human," spoke the massive creature that had been introduced as Anubrakan. Its voice was deep, and Terenas could hear the disturbing sounds of harsh buzzing and clicking sounds through the translation spell. Anything this continent has to offer us will come in the form of knowledge, such as the opportunity to learn more of your so-called light. Archbishop Phael sat up in his seat and a gentle smile spread across his face. Your people are not familiar with the light, and you are interested in learning more. Yes, it seems like a useful form of magic, said Anubrikan, his tone one of interest. Asjol Nerub would benefit from access to magic so well suited to healing wounds. The holy light is not a mere tool, Archbishop Phael said disapprovingly. If you treat it in such a way, it will never answer your call. But the Church is always willing to spread its knowledge to those who are willing to learn. Tyrrhenus listened as the discussion continued on like that for some time, each of the rulers questioning the Nerubians about their intentions. As he was listening to Paranolde once again try to convince the Nerubians to trade with his kingdom, Tyrrhenus noticed Archmage Antonidas having a staring match with the one called Vizier Hadix. If he was remembering correctly, that was the same vizier that had seemed to notice their scrying. Vizier Crenus, meanwhile, was ignoring the conversation completely and was instead busy studying the Imperial Chamber's magically expanded entrance. Ironically, the displays served to reassure Tyrrhenus. If the mages of these strange spider people were as arrogant and competitive as human mages, then could these Nerubians really be so different? Does your interest in knowledge extend to more conventional magic? Archmage Antonidas asked slyly. Perhaps you would be interested in coming to Dalaran, where we could compare our understanding of the arcane. I suppose we could take the time to inspect your city, said Vizier Hadix, haughtily. It should be an amusing diversion, if nothing else. If I might interrupt, I do not believe this is a discussion that can be finished in a single day, said Tyrrhenus, drawing everyone's attention to himself. And it would be unkind to keep the rest of your delegation waiting out in the hall. I propose that we see to your accommodations, and then continue this discussion tomorrow. My major domo has prepared suitable arrangements for you all to stay in the palace. Tyrrhenus had not liked the idea at first. Who would want such strange and potentially dangerous creatures near their family? But Captain Falric had quickly convinced him that this was the best course of action. Due to the ongoing Council of Seven Nations, the palace was likely the safest and most heavily guarded location in the Eastern Kingdoms outside of Quel'Thalis itself. Security was at its maximum, and every single inch of the palace was covered by powerful wards and hidden guards vigilantly watching everyone walking in and out of the building. Not to mention the fact that each of the kings had brought their kingdom's most powerful mages and warriors to accompany them. If the Nerubians were able to successfully commit hostile actions in such an environment, then there was little that they could do to stop them anyway. The Nerubian delegation and the various rulers quickly agreed to his proposal, everyone notably tired from the long and eventful day. House Menethil's major domo quickly moved to show the Nerubians to their accommodations, his mask of professionalism not breaking for a moment as he escorted the terrifying creatures. Most of the Nerubians would be given lodgings in the same wing as the rest of the foreign diplomats, but the Spider Lord would need to be given accommodations outside of the palace. Tyrrhenus sighed in relief as he gave his farewells to the last of the important figures, and began making his way to his private chambers alongside his personal guards. Today was a long day, and Tyrrhenus was reaching an age where he savored the opportunity to rest whenever he could. Unfortunately, he had a feeling that such opportunities would grow more and more rare in the near future. Chapter 26. Krivax unfurled the selectively edited map of Northrend that Asjol Nerub had provided the delegation to present to people of the Eastern Kingdoms. Immediately, several scholars from the various kingdoms were taking in the map with hungry expressions, eager to learn more about the parts of Northrend that they had not been able to explore. Krivax stepped back to allow them time to inspect the map and prepared himself to answer their questions. The past few weeks had been hectic for Krivax, especially since he was effectively left as the one in charge of the delegation's day-to-day diplomacy. Anubrakan spent most of his time recently doing his best to learn about a variety of subjects that could be important to Asdrul Nerub from a military perspective, such as guns, the Eastern Kingdom's history in relation to war, and the light. There was no shortage of curiosity and interest about the light from Hadix, Krinis, and Anubrakan. Although both of the viziers seemed content to leave the investigation into the new form of magic in the Spider Lord's hands while they handled their own priorities. Obviously, Kryvax fully expected Hadix to take a much greater personal interest in the light after he eventually learned the effect it had on the void. Vizier Krinis had immediately run off to consult with Lord Iran's mages in regard to the strange disturbances that were making it more difficult to cast spatial magic in the Eastern Kingdoms than in Northrend. Apparently, when this dark portal was first opened, every creature in the Eastern Kingdoms that was attuned to magic felt ripples coming from the portal, though nobody was really able to detect the source. It was only after Stormwind's refugees arrived in Lordaeron that everyone finally had a full picture of what was going on. One of the weavers sent by Enkila was busy evaluating the various materials native to the Eastern Kingdoms that were not available on Northrend, while the leadership of Asdrul Nerub had not yet officially decided to establish a trade agreement with the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms. Discussions were supposedly trending in that direction, and they wanted to be prepared. The other weaver had been delegated to assist Trixie, Malzi, and a Lord Iranian scholar in the creation of a Nerubian to common dictionary. Masruk, predictably, was learning as much as he could about the Eastern Kingdom's fighting styles, and occasionally sparring with whoever was willing to fight him. Vizier Hadix had stuck around for a while, but had soon snuck away to begin his investigations into the Void's influence in the Eastern Kingdoms. There was a limit to how much Hadix could do while they were under such heavy surveillance, but this was only his initial investigation. As a result, Kryvax was left as the guy that the various kingdoms went to first when they wanted something from the delegation. He had expressed his worries about being left unsupervised with such responsibilities to Hadix, but the older vizier had simply said, "Don't share secrets, don't promise anything. Don't get us banished from the city, don't bother me if it's not important." It didn't help that the things that Kryvax wasn't to do the most, such as negotiating trade deals or convincing the Nerubians to help fight the Horde, were not currently feasible due to issues on both sides. There was also the fact that the rulers of the human kingdoms were dedicating the majority of their attention to the Council of 7 Nations. Therefore, the various members of the delegation were putting most of their efforts into gathering more information about the Eastern Kingdoms. Of course, the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms were not foolish enough to simply hand out all of this information without receiving anything in return, which was why he was now sharing an edited map of Northrend. Kryvax turned his attention back to the present as he was pulled out of his thoughts by an excited voice. "Vizier Kryvax, is this truly accurate?" One of the scholars was pointing to a portion of Dragonblight that had been circled in red to signify it as an area that was considered extremely dangerous. An accompanying document that explained the danger of each of these areas had been translated into Common and laid out next to the map. "Yes, that is one of the specific areas that dragons frequent to the best of our knowledge," Kryvax confirmed to the excitement of the scholars. The people of the Eastern Kingdoms had already known that dragons frequently traveled to Northrend due to many recorded sightings and the numerous dragon bones found in the area. However, it was not easy for them to actually confirm exactly where they traveled due to the extreme difficulty of exploring the frozen continent. Not only was Northrend much larger and more dangerous than what was depicted in the game, but there were also no convenient roads or paths that led people to where they wanted to go. Above ground, at least. It certainly didn't help that Wormrest Temple and the various dragon shrines were all warded against non-dragon visitors. And these... Vizier Kryvax? Kryvax held back a wince after he looked over to see the scholar pointing at the portions of the map that were circled in black. "Those are areas on the surface which Asdrul Nerub forbids outsiders from entering," Kryvax said reluctantly. "Anyone who enters these areas will be killed without warning." but why I thought your people's kingdom was entirely below ground. We are, aside from certain portions of Enkila, said Kryvax, as Joel Nerub will offer a more detailed explanation of these regions at a later time. The scholars looked to one another with unwilling expressions, but none of them chose to push the issue. The majority of those forbidden places were areas with large concentrations of sleeping Vrykul. There had been a vocal minority among Azjol Nerub's leadership that had been opposed to sharing information about the Vrykuls with the humans out of fear that the humans could intentionally seek to awaken them. The majority, however, was not very worried about this for a number of reasons. Aside from the fact that before they went to sleep, the majority of Vrykul had a policy of systematically killing humans. There was also the fact that actually awakening the Vrykul was not exactly a simple endeavor. After all, if the Vrykul were not awakened by the Great Sundering, then it was probably next to impossible to awaken them accidentally. The places where they slept, such as Gyalabron, were all protected by powerful magical defenses. Still, there were a few Nerubians who were worried due to humanity's status as descendants of the Vrykul, so the leadership decided on a compromise. These areas would be further fortified by Azjol Nerub, so that none could enter. Only after this fortification was complete would Kryvax be allowed to share information about them. Azjol Nerub had never considered the possibility of not telling them at all, due to the fact that it was fairly well-known information in the kingdom. And because Kryvax and Masruk had already shared stories about the Vrykul with the Tuskar, Kryvax was sure there would be an explosion in the number of humans traveling to Northrend to learn more about their ancestral history after the war. Kryvax spent the next hour sharing what information he was allowed with the excited scholars. They had started out visibly nervous to be standing in the same room as a giant spider mage who towered over them, but they gradually relaxed as the conversation went on. Unfortunately, the discussion was very suddenly interrupted by a servant hurriedly striding into the room. "Pardon my interruption, but I'm afraid there's a situation in the hallway outside of the kitchen that requires your attention. Vizier Kryvax." Kryvax released a put-upon sigh before turning to address the anxious servant. "And what exactly is the situation that requires my attention?" "It seems that a noblewoman has fainted after seeing one of your countrymen eating a rat in the middle of the hallway," said the servant, sounding more than a little baffled. "I told them specifically not to do that." Kryvax quickly excused himself and started making his way to the hallway outside of the kitchen. One of the most frustrating parts of his job was mediating the frequent incidents caused by cultural differences, especially when he'd specifically already told everyone in the delegation not to eat random wildlife in front of the humans. After the incident with the sailors of the sea cutter complaining about the Nerubians catching and eating birds in front of them, Kryvax made sure to talk to everyone about it. He really didn't want to end up dealing with the amount of trouble that would come if someone decided to eat an archmage's favorite cat. Kryvax ignored the guards that were following behind him. He had already grown used to them following him everywhere he went in the palace. It didn't take him very long before he reached the correct hallway, where he found himself looking at a group of disgusted servants watching a skitterer calmly chewing on a rat while a few guards hovered over a noblewoman laying passed out on the ground. Kryvax quickly apologized to the servants for the disturbance before pulling the skitterer away to the room that had been designated for him and the other viziers. He was feeling pretty annoyed right now with the skitterer. It would be more understandable if this was one of the delegation's non-sapient ones. But this one was definitely sapient and should have known better. As soon as they were alone, Kryvax turned on the skitterer and immediately began interrogating them. "What were you thinking?" Tizit asked Kryvax. His tone one of extreme frustration. "I told everyone specifically not to go around eating the local wildlife. Why would you do exactly what I told you not to do?" "I failed to see what I did wrong," said Swarm Leader Tizit. "I was removing vermin that was in close proximity to the food storage stockpile. I already explained to you that doing it makes the humans uncomfortable," said Kryvax. "Why would you think that was acceptable?" Tizit shuffled nervously for a moment before responding. "I thought you were mistaken. Tizit said reluctantly. "I saw that the humans have small domesticated creatures that do the same task. They even reward and congratulate them when they bring them their catches. I was attempting to be a good guest." Krivax's annoyance fizzled out after hearing that explanation, and he simply buried his face in one of his 4 palms and let out a bone-weary sigh. "I understand that you had good intentions, but that is not how the humans think," explained Krivax with as much patience as he could muster. Krivax spent the next few minutes explaining to Tizit why humans felt differently when they saw a harmless pet catching and eating a rat compared to when they saw him doing the same thing. It didn't really seem like he understood, but he still reluctantly accepted that he couldn't eat the local wildlife, especially in front of the locals themselves, and Krivax eventually sent him away. He was almost tempted to send Tizit to apologize to the noblewoman, but he had a feeling that the woman would just end up fainting again. Seeing that he finally had some time to himself, Krivax decided to go over to the web hammock that he'd spun in the corner of the room and lay down. He needed to take every opportunity he could to relax while there was not any crisis or any kind of important meeting that required his attention. Instead of relaxing, however, Krivax couldn't help but turn his thoughts to his future plans as he sunk into the hammock. Up until this point, everything that Krivax had done was in the pursuit of making it more likely that both he and Asdrul Nerub would survive the Lich King. Now that he had finally succeeded in his efforts to establish diplomatic contact between Asdrul Nerub and the Eastern Kingdoms, the likelihood of survival was already much higher. Even if the governments of the Eastern Kingdoms did not decide to send aid after hearing about the Lich King, their contact with the Church of the Holy Light was already a game-changer. Not to mention the fact that Asdrul Nerub would actually have somewhere they could flee to if the situation became dire enough. Now, all that was left to do was to continue his efforts to save as many lives as possible and prepare for Azeroth's many future crises. Given that the Alliance had not yet formed and the Horde still had not yet conquered Khaz Modan, he still had a little time left before he needed to make a move to change the events of canon. Although that time was quickly running out. Soon after the Horde succeeded in conquering Khaz Modan, they would capture Alexstrasza with the Dragon Soul and forcibly use her as a broodmare so that they could supply their forces with dragons. These dragons would then be used to completely devastate the Kultiran navy and allow the Horde to push all the way to Lordaeron, which was something Krivax was determined to prevent. The easiest way of doing this would be to warn Crassus so that he could prevent Alexstrasza from being captured. But if Krivax wanted to be able to warn him without revealing himself, then he would need to be smart about it. He would first need to actually find out where Crassus lived, most likely Dalaran, as he was a member of the council at the moment. And he would also need to learn more about how to prevent a mage from just casting a spell on an anonymous letter and instantly figuring out who sent it. It was a good thing that Archmage Antonidas had sent them an invitation to speak before Dalaran's ruling body. He also wanted to find a way to protect Mazruk from mind magic, so that he would actually have to option to share secrets with his friend if he so desired. Fortunately, Vizier Haddix had expressed an intention to speak with him later in the afternoon about the initial findings of his investigation. Reaching into his spatial pouch, Krivax pulled out the introductory spellbook on transmutation that Haddix gave him, a long thread of silk covered in insects and a filled water skin, and began studying while also enjoying a snack. Having 4 arms was extremely convenient. While he might want to just take a nap, it was too important for the sake of his future that he used his free time to learn as many useful skills as possible. And transmutation was a very useful school of magic. "Wake up, Vizier Krivax." Krivax was startled awake by an annoyed voice that pulled him out of the pleasant dream he was having about the giant Lordaeronian crabs he'd eaten a few days ago. He looked to see Vizier Haddix looking judgmentally down at him, the spellbook that was stuck to the side of the hammock, and the puddle of insect-filled water on the floor. "Vizier Haddix, how has your investigation been going?" Krivax asked, as calmly as he could, while he pulled himself out of the hammock and began cleaning up the mess. In his experience, the best way to avoid an awkward situation was to pretend it never happened. Haddix stared at him with an exasperated expression for a few moments before he sighed and seemingly came to the conclusion that it would be best to move on. "The investigation has gone well enough," said Vizier Haddix. "I have not been able to find any evidence that the locals are aware of the existence of the void from any of the books that I have been able to gain access to." Krivax didn't find this to be particularly surprising. As far he was aware, the first priest in the Eastern Kingdoms to study the void systematically was Natalie Celine, a priestess from Stormwind who went to study the orcs' dark magic after the kingdom's destruction to be able to better combat them. He vaguely remembered that there was also some mage in Dalaran studying shadow magic, which is what the lore used to call void magic during this time period, but he couldn't recall the exact details. "However, I have yet to examine what Dalaran has to offer." Haddix continued, "Until I have done that, we cannot make any real conclusions. In addition, I find some of the reports about the magic of these orcs to be highly concerning. I intend to look further into this matter when I have the opportunity." "Then I suppose it's a good thing that our tour of Dalaran is scheduled for next week," said Krivax, holding back a yawn as he finished clearing up the mess. "Does that mean you'll be handling the delegation's day-to-day affairs until then?" he asked hopefully. "Why would I do that?" Vizier Krivax Haddix asked dubiously, immediately crushing his student's hopes. "You are doing a well enough job on your own thus far, and it would be terribly rude of me to take away such a learning experience from you while also denying you your chance to make your mark on the world. So what you mean to say is, why wouldn't I leave the annoying task of dealing with the humans to you so I can do my own thing?" Krivax thought with a sigh. "I understand. Vizier Haddix," said Krivax in resignation, "while you are here, I have a question in regard to magic. Has the Order developed any of its own methods in protecting itself from scrying and other forms of divination magic?" Krivax felt like it was pretty likely that an organization as secretive and as old as the Order of Kaltut would have put significant efforts into protecting its secrets from magical information. "Gathering. We have," Haddix confirmed easily before his tone turned inquisitive. "Do you have a specific reason for asking?" "Your mental defenses are sufficient protection to guard yourself against casual attempts to discover your secrets, and I am fully capable of protecting you from more thorough efforts. It is very likely that I will continue to face much worse than casual attempts, especially since we are soon going to be visiting Dalaran," said Krivax. "If I am going to continue to be the face of this delegation, it is likely that there are many who will continue in their efforts to learn everything that I know." One of the problems that Krivax had was that he simply did not know everything that was possible with arcane magic. But he could imagine many ways someone could learn something they shouldn't. How was he supposed to protect either Azjol Nerub's or the Order's secrets in a world where a mage could simply walk into his room and cast a spell that looked into the past or something equally crazy? Their leader, Antonidas, is of considerable power, Haddix said reluctantly, humming aloud as he clicked his clawed fingers together. "And even if he has no direct equals, those he views as peers are likely a potential threat you are in no condition to face directly." Having decided, Haddix reached into his spatial bag without any further hesitation and pulled out a completely blank book. "It is fortunate that I considered matters of your continued education before we left Azjol Nerub," said Haddix as he handed the book over to Krivax. "This spellbook contains much of what the Order has developed over the years. The portion dedicated to protecting oneself from divination magic should prove sufficient for your needs. I'd intended to give this to you at a later time, but your arguments are sound." Krivax perked up in excitement and immediately began flipping through the spellbook until he reached the section that Haddix had mentioned. While it had been blank before, it had suddenly become filled with writing as soon as he had touched it. Krivax assumed that there was some kind of touch-based ward that would only allow it to be read by members of the Order, but he had no idea how it had actually determined that he was a member. "Thank you," Vizier Haddix said Kryvax gratefully. "Is there any spell in here that would allow me to protect someone else from mind magic? Elder Malab's advanced ward of mental protection should be enough to guard the mind of your little warrior friend," said Haddix knowingly. "Though I do not see why you would bother. I know you are not half-witted enough to share secrets that are not yours to share. That would be very unwise of you. After all—" "Of course not," said Kryvax quickly. Responding to the Vizier's implied threat, "I just worry, is all." "Very well," said Vizier Haddix, moving on from the matter. "If there is nothing else, then I shall leave to evaluate Vizier Krenus' investigation into the spatial distortions emanating from the so-called Dark Portal. Given what I have seen so far, it is very likely that the High King will decide that it is in Asjol Nerub's interest to establish a permanent portal link between this land and Northrend." That made sense to Kryvax. While the kingdom was not overly worried about the Horde, they did want to have a way to deal with them just in case they did eventually prove to become a threat. Not only that, but he knew that both Haddix and Krenus had been surprised and impressed by Antonidas' display. Couple that with Anu Brekon's interest in the light, and it was no surprise that there was growing interest in the Eastern Kingdoms. "Of course. Vizier Haddix, I'll just go and start studying while I still have the chance." "Humph. Try your best not to fall asleep again." As soon as the Vizier left, closing the door behind him, Kryvax made his way back to his hammock and eagerly opened up his new spellbook, determined this time to do as Haddix said and not fall asleep. Kryvax did not know for certain how much time he had left before the invasion of Kaz Modan, but he did know that if he wanted his plans to succeed, then he couldn't afford to waste a second. Chapter 26-5. Ever since their arrival to the capital city, the Nerubian delegation has been encouraged not to leave the lodgings provided to them due to the simple fact that most of the native humans found their kind to be unsettling, like most on the surface did. That, and the fact of news of Stormwind's destruction due to a monstrous army, led to the local ruler believing that the best way to avoid panic among his subjects assuming the worst was to keep them away from the peasantry as much as possible. Masruk cared little for all this. Sure, Capital City was new and impressive, but honestly, after a quick look, it wasn't very interesting in his mind. What stood out to him were its walls, its warriors, its weapons, and all manner of military-inclined things. He came to guard and learn, not to socialize. He was a warrior of Asjol Nerub. He'd leave matters regarding the non-Nerubians to his friend, Kryvax. He had a knack for it after all. Instead, while not on duty, and with permission from his superiors, he did what he did when he was among the Tuskar. He sought to spar and learn among the native warriors, to see how they fought in case they ever came into conflict, and learn how to improve his own fighting ability. And just maybe he would bond among the warriors here as he did back home, something that was surprising but pleasant all the same. Masruk liked bonding with those he could connect with, Kryvax being his friend ever since they were hatchlings. Thus he sought the warriors of these lands, these humans who covered themselves in metal exoskeletons, not unlike how the greatest warriors and spider lords of Asjol Nerub did, these Knights of the Realm as they called themselves. His attempts to partake in friendly spars with them were not as successful as with the Tuskar. They were flighty and nervous of him at the best of times, even after their king gave his permission to spar with him. The Tuskar needed little convincing of his intentions after getting to know him, but it seems the humans of these lands were a bit more paranoid. Masruk supposed it wasn't that unlikely given recent events. These warriors were on edge for an actual battle against an invading force. But it was disappointing that so few wished to test themselves with him. Eventually, a few warily did, but even then it was clear their hearts and minds were not in it. Masruk was unsure if it was nervousness due to his being or the fact he was technically a part of a diplomatic delegation, and they did not wish to bring dishonor on their king in case they did seriously harm him. Few spoke more than a few words to him to let him know. It was all very frustrating. Masruk was sure that if he was half as good at talking and making the non-Nerubians feel at ease as Krivax, that he could make them more willing to spar with him, but sadly, he was not. All he could do was fight with the knights who were willing to do so, finding it not nearly as enjoyable as usual as they held themselves back. Then one day he got a true challenge. I had heard that one of the strange spider folk was sparring with the king's knights. Mind if I take part? A large armored human with a large facial mane approached the courtyard that Masruk and the local humans were using for sparring, earning a round of loud whispers from the gathered warriors. I welcome more warriors to train against. Masruk said honestly, I am Masruk, warrior of Asdrul Nerub. Well met. I am Sir Uther, knight of Lordaeron. The human bowed his head slightly to him, showing none of the unease and fear the other human knights had shown him so far. I was curious to see how your people fought and hoped a friendly contest would be to your liking. I am curious of the same, though sadly it seems your fellow warriors are oddly hesitant to throw themselves against me, Masruk noted with frustration. Are they now? Sir Uther said, with a raised brow, as he turned his head to regard the knights around them, most turning away at his gaze. I'm sure they merely do not wish to unintentionally harm an important guest of the king, despite knowing healing is on hand for anything but killing blows. I had reminded them of this. Yes, Masruk nodded. I hope you are more willing to truly test me. I swear upon the light to meet you as a fellow warrior, within reason, of course. Sir Uther quickly agreed. Now, shall we? Masruk merely nodded as he prepared himself and his spear within the sparring circle as Sir Uther walked up to do the same. Bearing a large hammer as his primary weapon, instead of the more common sword and shield the other knights choose to wield. An impressive-looking weapon, made for heavy strikes but lacking in defensive options like your fellows. Masruk noted curiously. Yes, that is true, but so long as I don't let myself get hit too hard, it is a fine trade-off. I find, Uther chuckled, I see your people seem fond of the spear. It gives us superior range against most foes and excellent for fighting in the tunnels, Masruk explained. Also, we can drive our weight behind it well when we rush forward, not unlike your mounted knights and their lances. Indeed, one can say you can hardly be a knight in these lands without knowing how to ride and fight a horse. Uther nodded, but sometimes fighting afoot is needed or best. I am proud to say I can do both rather well with my weapon. I think, then this fight should be very informative, Masruk said. Indeed, Uther answered back with a smile. Neither of them moved for several moments, waiting till one made the first move. Eventually Masruk decided he might as well take it and see if Sir Uther's claims held true. Therefore he rushed forward on all 6 of his legs, moving faster in a burst of speed than the humans around him. He directed his spear carefully, aiming for the thickest parts of Sir Uther's armor so that when he hit, it would at worst wound the human and not kill him directly. Masruk was confident that his speed and his spear's reach would win him the match swiftly, as it had with many knights thus far who were too slow to get their shields up in time. Sir Uther used a heavy weapon and had no shield. Masruk was confident he would not be able to swing his weapon in time to stop his charge. It would be another disappointingly easy win. Then his 4 sets of eyes widened in surprise as at the very last moment Sir Uther finally moved, lifting the haft of his hammer instead of its head to block and deflect his strike to graze over his shoulder instead of striking his chest true. He then leaned forward, raised his hammer, and thrust it at him like a spear with impressive speed right into his abdomen with equally impressive strength. The force of the strike combined with his forward momentum caused him to tumble to the ground hard, the knight before him quickly sidestepping him so as to not be caught in his wake. Masruk struggled to breathe as he tried to right himself, only to find Sir Uther's hammer directly above his head, showing that if this had been a real fight, the knight could have easily smashed his head to bits like an overripe fruit if he chose to. Masruk had let overconfidence and the behavior of the other knights blind him, and he had suffered for it. That was quite impressive, Sir Uther said as he pulled his hammer back and planted its haft upon the ground. Felt like a cavalry charge almost hit me. If I had tried to block that full on, no doubt you would have bowled me over. Thank the light that I've learned a trick or two over the years to fight against that kind of thing. Sir Uther laughed as he offered Masruk a hand. Masruk stared at the human's hand before he forced himself up on his 6 legs without assistance and bowed before the human. Well fought, Masruk said simply. You are clearly skilled and experienced, and if you sought my death, you could have delivered it easily. You have my respect. Now, no need to go that far, Sir Uther said. You are clearly skilled yourself, and I am sure that we have a lot to teach one another, assuming you still want to learn, of course. I would be honored to continue sparring with you, Sir Uther, with the ultimate goal of surpassing you as the better warrior, Masruk stated clearly. I won't make it easy for you, Sir Uther laughed. Please don't. That would make it harder to improve, Masruk told him. And so it was that Masruk found a good sparring partner and maybe another friend. Krivax would be proud, he assumed. They're so big. Prince Arthas Menethil, heir to the throne of Lordaeron, couldn't help but say out loud as he looked among the strong beings from one of the palace's many high balconies. They were called Nerubians, apparently, and they were nothing less than if people and giant spiders were smooshed together. Kinda reminds me of the giant spiders from Brightwood. Prince Varian Rin, heir to the throne of Stormwind, pointed out from his position crouched down next to his fellow prince as they peeked at the kingdom's latest and strangest guests. They were currently staring at the biggest one of the bunch, something called a Spider Lord, as he walked around with the Archbishop through the palace gardens. Guards from both the church and the Nerubian delegation following both at a respectful distance. The Archbishop is so brave standing next to that thing, it's almost as big as a house, Arthas couldn't help but note. Not even his recently acquired steed Invincible could match the Spider Lord in size. I heard it's because they are interested in the light, not having it where they are from. That is kinda sad, honestly, Varian said, voice sounding a little melancholic. I guess, Arthas said. Makes sense, though, since Sir Uther told me Northrend is so cold 'cause the sun barely shines there. No sun, no light. The 2 princes, who had become fast friends despite the short time that Prince Varian had been in Lordaeron, continued to stare at the Spider Lord and Archbishop as they walked and talked. Too far away for them to hear a thing, but their imaginations still running wild despite that. You think they'll help, Varian asked Arthas hesitantly. With what Arthas asked curiously before quickly deducing what his friend was asking. Oh, you mean fighting the Horde, right? Why wouldn't they? It's not their fight. Others have made that clear, Varian said in a mix of anger and sadness as he recalled the continuing talks among the leaders of the 7 kingdoms. Not now, maybe, but I'm sure they would see how the orcs are a big threat and how it's the right thing to do. Arthas encouraged him. Besides, only fair, we get our own monsters to fight back the other ones. Maybe. Varian laughed weakly at the jest. Just think about it. Orcs being crushed under the big one's scythes. How does it grab things? Arthas asked curiously as he took in the Spider Lord's main appendages. Maybe it has the smaller ones do it for it. Varian couldn't help but chuckle at the idea, getting Arthas to laugh along too. Yeah, like little servants that Arthas cut himself off as he and Varian watched as a smaller Nerubian did indeed crawl up the larger one and looked as if it fed it something. This made the boys go silent for several moments. These guys are weird, Arthas finally said, causing Varian to burst into laughter so loud it caused the 2 princes to duck down on the balcony as Arthas joined him in his laughter. The 2 simply laughed at the absurdity of the whole thing, laughing until they were out of breath and their chests hurt. Eventually it died down as they got their breathing back under control. Arthas turned to his friend with a smile before dropping it as he noticed tears welling up in the corners of Varian's eyes. He simply stayed quiet as his friend sniffed and wiped the tears away. Arthas punched him in the shoulder lightly to get his attention a few moments later. Hey, we'll get your home back and avenge your parents. Promise? We'll do it all by ourselves if we have to. Don't worry. I promise it'll work out, Arthas said, as Varian merely nodded. Thanks, but it would be nice if we got our own monsters to help out, Varian said with a sad smirk. Yeah, it would. I'm sure my father can make it happen. Almost everyone agrees with him anyway, Arthas pointed out optimistically. Maybe, Varian sighed. I can always ask if they want any land. Lots of it to the east of Stormwind we never used. I'll ask Lord Lothar about it. Maybe. That is how knights get their land. And I heard these spider guys live underground, so it doesn't matter what land is like, Arthas thought out loud. Kinda like dwarfs and gnomes, and they live in snowy mountains no one likes. Who knows? We should get back to practicing, Varian said as he got up and gave Arthas a challenging look. You still have a long way to go to beat me, after all. That's just 'cause you're older. You'll see. I'll be the best knight in the world soon. Arthas got up and followed him. Yeah, but I'll be the best knight and king first, Varian taunted as he ran off, a hot-blooded Arthas right behind him as they ran through the halls of the palace toward the royal training yard. Of course, unknown to both. A certain spymaster watched from the shadows as they went on their way. Well, they became friends faster than expected. The king should be pleased, Tafari Anwir said as he turned his head to look into the gardens below to see the Spider Lord and Archbishop were finishing their conversation about the latter taking the former to visit the cathedral sometime soon, based on the lip movements of his at least, and something he would follow up on later. Something that he will need to pass by the king so he can plan accordingly. Hopefully the faithful found the idea of giant spider people attending church less disturbing than the beings themselves. Oh, gross, a young girl said as she watched one of the smaller Nerubians crawl up one of the palace's outer walls and start licking some honey that had been applied there by some of the servant boys who were giggling at the display. See, I told you I think they're some kind of pet or something, one of said boys said as he turned toward the girl. Ugliest pet ever. The other boy laughed as he picked up a small rock and threw it at the Nerubian, completely missing and not even drawing the creature's attention as it continued to eat the honey. So close. As if the other boy said as he also picked up a rock and attempted to hit the creature, but also missed by a mile. Darn it. You both stink at throwing, the girl said, earning her glares from the boys. How about you try then? Yeah, fine, but only 'cause you guys are terrible at it, she said as she picked up a small stone, took aim, and threw it. She hit the Nerubians dead on, startling it from its meal and causing it to circle around the wall in shock, causing all three of the children to laugh at it. So dumb, one of the boys yelled. But this was the wrong thing to do as the creature spotted them, hissed. And before their terrified eyes they watched as it jumped from the wall and took flight. Then it started towards them. Run. You didn't say they could fly. All three of the children ran as the flyer took after them, diving into the safety of inside the palace before the flyer stopped its pursuit with a huff. Hatchlings are so annoying, the flyer said as it returned to the wall to finish its meal. At least the nectar is nice. Last I heard they were locking Kaz Modan down, and the best thing we can do is sit tight rather than try to show up. Malzy explained to Trixie as they hung about the common area of the local branch of the Explorers League, a building that also served as an embassy to both Ironforge and Gnomeregan. A place full of dwarfs and gnomes, filled with the same restless energy as them as news of home spread around. Last thing they want is to drop avalanches and blow up passes with our people moving through it when they want to save that for the Horde. But we could help, Trixie argued. Both King Bronzebeard and High Tinker Mechatork think it is best we support whatever the humans eventually decide to call their little get-together rather than an unorganized rush home with the greenskins practically on their doorstep. Malzy explained, I can see the reasoning. Trixie let out a noise of annoyance at the news. "Trixie, don't be like that. Our people will be safe," Malsey tried to assure her. The Horde destroyed Stormwind. Trixie was quick to remind him, and it took years to do it. And you and I both know Kaz Modan isn't an easy place for anyone to pass through easily on a good day, Malsey fired back. And like I keep reminding you, both Ironforge and Nomerigan are the most fortified cities on the continent. I don't care how big the Horde is. They'll choke on a mountain of bodies before they breach the gates of either. Trixie just sat there in silence for a minute before finally speaking up. "I just hate feeling helpless," she said. "Bad enough I feel it out here in the world where everything is so much bigger than me, but now I feel helpless for more than just myself." "I don't blame you, lass. I feel the same thing about my family and people," Malsey said as he rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. "But mountains don't bend easy, so you got to trust those we love that they can handle it, just like how they are trusting us to help them out when the time comes." "I hate it when you make sense," Trixie muttered. "I'm a politician's son. Convincing people to agree with me is normal," Malsey simply said. Trixie snorted, more like being a smartass. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. That just made them both laugh before relaxing and speaking up again. "So what do we do?" Trixie asked curiously. "Well, I did get a message from the King's Court asking if we'd be willing to be on hand to be Nerubian experts over the course of their visit here," Malsey said. "You are telling me just now," Trixie questioned before continuing, "and we met and shared a boat ride with them, with Kravax doing most of the work. What part of that makes us experts? I wanted to wait till we knew what was happening back home before telling you anything, since I know your mind has been on it," Malsey explained. "And it's more than most humans can say. And humans thinking, get the underground dwellers to talk with the other underground dwellers. They should get along, since they obviously both like rocks." "Wow, I don't know what to say to that," Trixie said in shock. "It pays, at least. And sure, Kravax could use the friendly faces if nothing else." Malsey pointed out, "I imagine it's going to take a while for the humans to warm up to them." "All right, fine, for Kravax," Trixie said as she quickly downed a nearby flagon of beer nearly as tall as she was. "Maybe we can convince his stuffy bosses to help out too. I suppose this is a time to ask for miracles if nothing else," Malsey said with a snort. "And that is what we know about the magical capabilities of the Horde thus far." Antonidas explained to the two Nerubians before him, Viziers Haddix and Crinus. These Nerubians were fascinating creatures, and it was apparent that those of their Vizier caste was their version of court wizards and conjurers, valued for their magical ability along with their knowledge and good counsel, though for the life of him he still had no idea how to tell the difference between the male and female before him. As it was, after the initial introduction, the Viziers were quick to come to him as a fellow user of the arcane and learn what they could of magic, both his and the Horde's. Naturally, the two reciprocated by answering simple questions about their own people's magic, as well. At a certain point, they began speaking more deeply about the Horde. He was happy to share what he knew, up to a certain point. Of course, there was much that was not appropriate for him to share. The information about Medivh and his madness was still being secured to only those who needed to know. "This dark portal seems beyond these savage orcs," Vizier Crinus spoke up. "It makes one wonder how they could create such an artifice to allow travel between worlds. The power requirements alone must be staggering. It is likely due to distance and our place underground that made us miss the pulse of magic it sent out when it opened up." Vizier Haddix spoke up. "Though, now that I think of it, according to the dates involved, there was a fluctuation in the local ley lines around that same time period. I thought nothing of it at the time, but now, Dalaran most certainly detected it. I imagine there wasn't a mage that day that didn't." Antonidas said as he himself recalled how the Council of Six were all quite shocked as the pulse hit them in the middle of one of their meetings. I'm sure the elves did as well, but as is usual for them ignored it, for it did not directly affect them. Short-sighted fools, Vizier Haddix snarled. Antonidas didn't readily agree, for he knew many wise and competent elves, Kyothas a prime example. But even his fellow counselor would admit that he and many elves that made Dalaran home were the outliers and not the norm of Quel'Thalas. I also see reports of the orcs making use of magic that you could not recognize. Vizier Cranus cut in, these necrolytes and warlocks. Yet another thing to keep under wraps. The last thing we need is knowledge of the shadow and fell magic getting around, Antonidas silently thought. Indeed. Foul and evil magics used to raise the dead and summon monsters, Antonidas confirmed. They could be combated with the arcane and the light, but both types of casters were highly dangerous according to the surviving conjurers who were fighting for Stormwind. Foul indeed. Vizier Crinus agreed easily, sharing a look with her fellow vizier but saying nothing. Curious. I wonder what that is about. Is there a reason why this pulse of magic was not originally investigated by your order? Vizier Haddix asked curiously. Dalaran's influence was limited that far south, with most mages in the area being of a more independent bent and would not have taken the Kirin Tor's presence well, Antonidas explained. And I will be first to admit we did not take the news of the Horde as seriously as we should have when the news did reach us. For that, I am truly regretful. Damn Medivh and everything you wrought, he internally cursed. The Mad Guardian had killed several powerful court conjurers and members of the Kirin Tor, with only Khadgar somehow surviving the ordeal with his Mad Master to tell them how far he had truly fallen. But now we have the chance to right that wrong, and I intend to pledge Dalaran's support in combating the Horde and reclaiming Stormwind in due time, Antonidas said with conviction. Speaking of your city, we've heard that it's the most magically steeped place in the Eastern Kingdoms beyond the lands of the elves. Vizier Haddix spoke up, a place of learning for all mages. Indeed, Antonidas said with pride. In fact, should you wish to visit, you would be quite welcome since it is a place where all races can come to live and learn under one roof. It is just across the lake as well, not even a day's travel on a good horse and less by boat and magic. If you wish to visit, you need only ask, and we'd welcome any knowledge you were willing to share with us as well. The two viziers looked to each other silently once more before turning to the Grand Magus. Tell us more. Vizier Haddix hummed in interest. Unabur Khan could say with confidence that when the High King had sent him with the diplomatic delegation to these unknown lands known as the Eastern Kingdoms all those months ago, though given his suspended animation it felt like a fraction of that time to him, that he wasn't expecting much to come out of it. Still, he went without complaint since that was his duty, and maybe he would be pleasantly surprised by what a land apparently controlled mainly by the Vrykles' stunted offspring might hold. And he was... When he first learned of the power known as simply the Light, by the human known as Father Elric, and saw him use it, he had been intrigued. It was a power unknown to the Nerubians as a whole. The viziers within the delegation quick to confirm it was completely devoid of the arcane energy that the Empire was most familiar with. As one of Azjol Nerub's greatest spider lords, it was his duty to understand this new source of power, to see how it could be used against them and, more importantly, how they could use it themselves. While he might not be a vizier, and had not studied magic in depth, he still felt that he was more than capable of evaluating the light's value to the kingdom. Its most prevalent feature was perhaps the healing abilities it granted its wielders, something that, while not impossible for users of the arcane, was notably advanced and difficult to achieve. Something that Father Elric apparently did with ease regularly to those who needed it. According to the Father, it was capable of a wide assortment of other abilities as well, though he was only capable of using its most basic abilities, and those more in tune with the light were capable of much more. Archbishop Phaol explained to him that the powers of the light allow its practitioners to heal wounds, mend broken bones, dispel mind control, cure the sick, and even supposedly restore life to the recently dead. And as ridiculous as that sounded, it bore investigation if even slightly true. However, even he admitted his kind were ill-suited to combat, with apparently the clerics of Northshire, priests who served the fallen kingdom of Stormwind against the Horde, being largely wiped out during the course of the conflict. Anubra Khan was sure that with the right training, a user of the light could also be turned into a warrior on top of a healer, making them a deadly threat on any field of battle. So when Father Elric became one of their guides to Capital City, he took full advantage of his presence to learn all he could of the light and the organization associated with it. The priest was happy to share everything that he knew, enjoying spreading the word of the light, as he put it. It was clear that this Church of the Holy Light treated this light as if it was some kind of deity, when that was not the case, as he learned over the days of speaking with the priest. The light was more a philosophy, more than anything else, something that, despite Anubra Khan's form, he was very familiar with, regularly reading within Azjol Nerub's vast library and collection of lore. It was one that required the user to be certain and convinced of their ideals, which in turn powered the use of this unique form of magic. That was why faith made it so strong, he figured, because what could be a stronger conviction than one's unquestioned belief in a higher power? Unlike arcane, one could be a total idiot, and so long as they believed strongly enough the light would manifest. Anubra Khan was honestly not sure how to feel about that part. Either way, this meant that, theoretically, anyone could use the light, with only the weak of heart and will being incapable of using it to its full potential. And the warriors under his command were never, either. He made sure of it. He could imagine it well. A wall of warriors who simply refused to fall as they devoted everything they were to their people. The light healing their wounds and empowering their bodies. Glorious. When they finally arrived in Capital City, pleasantly surprised to see such an impressive settlement beyond the Empire after seeing only the petty hovels of the humans thus far, and made their way to the palace that held the local ruler and ones visiting from other lands, including the human vizier who stretched space itself to allow Anubra Khan to pass through the smaller human halls. He met whom he wanted to the most, the leader of the Church of the Holy Light himself, the human known as Archbishop Alonsis Phaol. Father Elric spoke very glowingly of him, how he was the most powerful user of the light in the known world, and how no one was closer to it than him. Anubra Khan believed it, since even when he wasn't consciously using his power, Phaol constantly exuded an aura about him that made the air seem fresher, those around him feel better, and naturally. The light brighter? So when introductions were done, and when the Archbishop was not taking part in the Council of Seven Nations, Anubra Khan took up his time, and the man was glad to give it, to share the light with the people who had never heard of it before. Of course, as the leader of one of the largest organizations in the Eastern Kingdoms, Phaol was a very busy man, so Anubra Khan did his best to work around his schedule. It allowed him to learn how the church functioned and how the Empire could use that knowledge themselves when he brought it back home. After all, that, and he still enjoyed how the humans froze and whimpered in his mighty presence. He watched as Phaol directed his followers within the massive cathedral where his organization was headquartered, directed the various acolytes, clerics, priests, bishops, and more that made it up, and most importantly, watched as he unleashed his powers. He watched as he healed the injured, sick, and just plain broken human refugees of Stormwind whom the church was working hard to care for. His very presence seemed to bring life to the scattered masses, lifting them up when they were at their lowest. He watched as humans who looked like corpses already were brought back to perfect health with a blaze of light, watching them break into tears of joy at their good fortune, while the Archbishop merely accepted their thanks with a smile. It was then that Anubra Khan realized that the light was not just power, but a rallying cry to all those that would be near it. How, by its very nature, the light seemed to encourage and empower others affected by it. It gave them comfort, hope, courage, determination, and all things any general would give countless limbs for in times of war and conflict for his troops, It was a force multiplier of great power in the right hands, and a deadly weapon as well. But he also found there was something deeper with it as he talked more and more with Feol, the man happy and eager to explain just what the light was to him and many others. It was a driving force, encouraging them to improve every day, to do good by their fellows wherever they could, to protect those in need, and seek justice against evil where they could find it. And why, after seeing the damage the Horde had done, why he supported a united front against the invaders and would see them driven from the world back from where they came from. And so the Spider Lord started seeing the light held a power more profound than he had previously realized, something he was sure his High King would find very interesting. Chapter 27. Krivax could feel his sense of excitement growing as he, a few other members of the delegation, and a small escort of knights left Lordaeron and began making their way to Dalaran. The past week had been stressful, and the chance to be free of his normal responsibilities and instead spend his time touring a true magical city was something that he was looking forward to. While the amount of cultural misunderstandings that were happening between the delegation and Lord Aeron was steadily decreasing, Krivax's job had not actually gotten much easier. High King Anub Arak and the rest of Asjol Nerub's leadership were increasingly debating the costs and benefits of establishing some manner of settlement in the Eastern Kingdoms, and where such a settlement should be built. As a result, Anub Arak directed the delegation to subtly evaluate how the locals would react to such a thing. Needless to say, nobody was particularly enthusiastic about living near a powerful empire of xenophobic spider people that may or may not become a threat in the future. The fact that Nerubians generally lived underground and that they would not be claiming land that the other kingdoms wanted made very little difference. It didn't help that pretty much all of the northern section of the continent was claimed by one kingdom or another, the only exception being the small bits of land that still belonged to the trolls. If Asjol Nerub ever did decide to build a city in the eastern kingdoms, then it would be hard to do so without stepping on somebody's toes. In addition to that headache, the atmosphere in the palace was starting to grow increasingly uncomfortable as negotiations faltered between the human kingdoms. This was in spite of reports from the ambassadors from Ironforge and Gnomeregan that the Horde was making preparations to march north. Trixie had come to him more than once to talk about the threat the Horde posed to her people and ask if there was anything that they could do to help. Apparently, Gnomeregan's embassy had decided that she could be of more help to her people as an expert on the Nerubians than as just one more warrior to fight off the Horde, much to her displeasure. Unfortunately, Krivax doubted that Asjol Nerub would be willing to get involved in the war until it became clear how it affected them. All of this meant that he was eager to get away from Lordaeron for a while and set his eyes on one of the most famous cities in Warcraft for the first time, especially since it meant that he would get the chance to look into Crassus while he was there. Even if he allowed himself to enjoy his time in Dalaran, he couldn't allow himself to forget that there were certain goals that he needed to accomplish. Krivax, how long will we be staying in Dalaran? Krivax was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of his friend asking him a question, and he turned his attention back to the present. I'm not sure. Mazruk, it depends on a few different factors, said Krivax, turning to look at the warrior. It mostly depended on how long Vizier Hadix felt like staying in the city, which would be influenced by his investigation into the void. Why do you ask? I doubt that the trip will be very entertaining, Mazruk explained. Visiting a magical city is much more interesting for you than it is for me. Aren't you looking forward to sparring with some of the mages there? Asked Krivax, trying his best to excite his friend. I've already noticed a few differences between our magic and that of the people here. I'm sure that there will be differences in the way that we fight as well. From what you have told me of Dalaran, I doubt I will actually be able to find anyone willing to spar with me, Mazruk said evenly. Most of the mages in Dalaran are scholars, and even those who are not will not be interested in fighting someone who isn't a mage. Unfortunately, that was very likely to be true from what Krivax could tell. Do you think there's anything else in Dalaran that you might find interesting? Masruk took on a contemplative expression as he considered the question, eventually reaching an answer that Krivax found surprising. "I think I might like reading about their history," said Masruk, sounding unsure of himself. "I still remember when you first told me about the Nerubian Vrykul Wars and other stories about our people's history. Do you think that the history of these people might be as interesting as our own?" "I'm sure that it is," Krivax said encouragingly. It would be nice if Masruk developed a hobby outside of just fighting with people. "Once we're there, I'll ask if they have any history books about their wars." "Thank you," said Masruk, his expression brightening. "I think I would like that." The two of them made companionable conversation as their group traveled down the dirt road to Dalaran along the edge of Lordamere Lake. Given that Capital City and Dalaran were close enough that residents of one city could see the other, it didn't take them very long before they reached their destination. Dalaran was a city of large, domed buildings and tall, majestic spires. Most of the buildings were painted violet, and Krivax could easily tell that the city was nearly completely drenched in arcane energies. The city itself was much larger than Krivax had expected, and reminded him that aside from their mages, Dalaran was home to a large population of non-mage residents as well. As they approached the city's gate, however, it became clear that traffic had been cleared out in anticipation of their arrival when they saw several mages waiting to welcome them. They were a small group of an older human man, a female elf, and a male gnome, the latter two of whom looked young and nervous. "Welcome to Dalaran," said the heavy-set man dressed in elaborate, violet robes. "I am Archmage Ansirum Runeweaver, and these are my apprentices. I will be your guide during your initial tour of Dalaran." "Greetings, Archmage Runeweave. I am Vizier Krivax, and these are Vizier Haddix and Vizier Krinis," said Krivax, stepping forward to address the Archmage. He didn't bother to introduce Masruk or any of the other warriors who had come to serve as protection, since none of them were expected to act in a diplomatic position. "We've heard much about your city during our time in Capital City and look forward to seeing it for ourselves." "Then I hope we meet your expectations," said Archmage Ansirum. "I must confess, I was surprised when I failed to see Spider-Lord Anubra Khan accompanying your group. Has something happened that prevented him from joining you?" "Anubra Khan chose to stay in Capital City to handle any diplomatic affairs that might emerge during our absence. He regrets that he could not come to visit your city," said Krivax, lying only a little. "Anubra Khan chose to stay in Capital City because he was far more interested in the light than he was in Dalaran." Krivax had been a bit surprised by how enthusiastic the Spider-Lord seemed to be about the light, but he was definitely happy about it. The light was the single most powerful weapon that Asjol Nerub could gain against the threat of the Lich King, and it was nice to see things moving in a positive direction. Vizier Haddix had so far been content to leave investigation into the light to the Spider-Lord, but Krivax felt like that would change after the Vizier learned the effect that the light had on the void. "I see," said the Archmage, his tone neutral. "In that case, I will show you through the city and then to your accommodations." The Archmage quickly turned and began making his way into the city, his apprentices following behind him after a moment of hesitation. Their escorts of knights bid them farewell, explaining that their protection was now the responsibility of Dalaran, and left to begin their journey back to Capital City. As soon as Krivax stepped through the gate, he could feel himself passing through a ward that he hadn't previously sensed. He wasn't sure if the ward was only to alert the authorities that somebody had entered the city, or if it usually kept people out, but nobody in their group had any issues entering the city. The first thing that Krivax noticed as he stepped onto the streets of Dalaran was the diversity of the residents walking through the streets. Although many stopped to unabashedly stare as soon as they saw the Nerubians, as far as he knew, Capital City was already a fairly cosmopolitan city, but he could already tell that Dalaran was much more so. With a single glance, Krivax could make out dwarves, gnomes, humans, elves, and even a couple of goblins. He had only seen a few elves in Capital City and even fewer goblins. The city itself was much more beautiful than he had been expecting, and its citizens looked significantly healthier than those in Fairwater, or even Capital City. "Welcome to Evoker Street," said Archmage Runeweaver, his tone filled with pride. "The first street that everyone sees the first time they enter Dalaran. To our right is the city's residential areas, which include lodgings for those who are accepted into our city to learn magic. If you go further down in that direction, then you will eventually find yourself in the famous Magus Commerce Exchange, a place where you can find goods that cannot be found anywhere else in Azeroth." Krivax was more than a little interested in discovering how true those claims were. From what he could tell, the mages of the Eastern Kingdoms seemed noticeably more adept at enchanting than the Circle of Viziers, likely due to the influence of Quel'Thalas. It would make his life much easier if he could buy an enchanted quill so that he didn't need to struggle to write legible common while responding to diplomatic letters. To our left are many of the city's administrative buildings, as well as Eventide Plaza, where you can find many restaurants and the city's main bank. Archmage Runeweaver continued. If you go down further in that direction, then you will eventually reach the Violet Citadel, the city's main fortress and the meeting place of Dalaran's ruling body, the Council of Six. Even with his view being disrupted by the many buildings between him and the Violet Citadel, Krivax could still easily see the Citadel's massive spire towering over the rest of the city. And finally, at the city's center are its many places of learning. Archmage Runeweaver said reverentially, "Teaching the next generation of mages is Dalaran's most important duty. I look forward to showing you one of our ongoing lectures at the end of our tour, but for now, I think that I will show you all to your prepared lodging in the residential area, and then we can go take a look around the Magus Commerce Exchange, if that's acceptable to you." Krivax glanced at Haddix and Krinis, who were both quietly looking around the city with visible interest. "That sounds good. Archmage Runeweaver," Krivax said politely after seeing that neither of Viziers had an objection. After that, they were quickly escorted through the streets under the curious eyes of the city's inhabitants to a few relatively secluded buildings in the residential area. The buildings were apparently built to house Dalaran's important guests, and were extensively warded to keep out those who didn't have permission to enter. Krivax could tell by the lodging's magically expanded exterior that the city had done as much as they could to prepare for their arrival. But there were still a few things that needed to be done to make the building comfortable for Nerubians. Krivax directed the few skitterers that had traveled with them to begin weaving sleeping webs in the corners of the room. Just as he was preparing to leave, Krivax paused as he noticed a trio of floating dishes filled with various shellfish headed in their direction. "This city is more impressive than I expected," said Vizier Krinis as she lifted one of the shrimp to her mandibles from the floating plate. "Their wards leave much to be desired, but their enchantments are quite advanced. The humans learned magic from the elves," said Vizier Haddix, looking over the food that had been presented to him. "From what our historical records tell us, it's not a surprise that elves focus their efforts on such frivolous nonsense." "What is wrong with their wards?" Vizier Krinis Krivax asked inquisitively. "I wasn't able to detect anything wrong with them. Even without examining them in depth, I can sense many vulnerabilities in their wards," said Vizier Krinis, her tone derisive. "If it were not for the strength of the leyline nexus that the city is built upon, then I would have no difficulty teleporting in and out of the city without permission. The nexus itself is one of the most powerful I've ever seen," said Vizier Haddix, begrudgingly impressed. Krivax listened to the two viziers share their impressions of the city as he enjoyed his meal. By the time the three of them made their way outside, a small crowd of curious pedestrians had gathered to get a glimpse of the giant spider people being led through their city. Thankfully, the city's guards were doing a good job keeping the crowd at bay, so Krivax decided to just ignore them. He had long since gotten used to the staring. "I'm sorry about this," said Archmage Runeweaver. "Word has gone around about you. There's not much we can do to stop a crowd from forming. If you've finished looking over your accommodations, then would you like to continue the tour? Of course. Archmage. I think we're all excited to get a look at your Magus Commerce Exchange, Kryvax said politely. After giving a stoic nod, the Archmage began leading them down the street and to their destination, sharing historical anecdotes of the city the entire time. Kryvax could tell that the man didn't exactly have his heart in doing something so beneath his station, but it made sense that the Council of Six would want to send an Archmage to watch over them. Archmage Runeweaver. I've noticed that the crowd seems to be much less hostile than the crowds in Capital City, said Kryvax, interrupting the man with a question that had been on his mind. Why is that? The citizens of Dalaran are more than accustomed to strange sights, explained the Archmage. That's just a natural consequence of living in a city with such a high proportion of mages. I couldn't tell you how many times we've had strange creatures running through the streets just because a student decided to cast a polymorph spell on an inanimate object. I see. It didn't take them very long to reach the Magus Commerce Exchange, and for them to split up and go into separate stores. Haddix and Crinus went into the agronomical apothecary to purchase magical reagents, while Kryvax and Mazruk went into simply enchanting to quickly get a few enchanted quills from a very nervous-looking elf. They even had enough time to go into the bookstore and purchase a few books on war history for Mazruk. Kryvax had a feeling that the price demanded by the elf salesman was not particularly fair, but it mattered little to him. He had more than enough gold after all. When the viziers finally made their way out of the store, Kryvax was surprised to see them both with identical expressions of satisfaction. Did you find what you were looking for? Vizier Haddix Kryvax asked curiously. Dalaran's supply of rare magical reagents is surprisingly varied and comprehensive. Very impressive, said Vizier Haddix. There are a few materials that are common here that I would find exceedingly difficult to acquire in Asjol Nerub and wider Northrend. Quite right. Vizier Crinus agreed. I believe that creating a permanent portal between Northrend and the Eastern Kingdoms will be much more feasible than I previously estimated. Kryvax had not expected the two viziers to be so enthusiastic about Dalaran, but he was glad to see it. If there is nothing else that you would like to purchase in the Magus Commerce Exchange, then I'd suggest we continue on to the Violet Citadel, said Archmage Runeweaver, interrupting their conversation. After all, your meeting with the Council of Six is scheduled for a few days from now. It would be best if you are familiar with the building beforehand. How much of the Citadel will we be allowed to see? Asked Kryvax as they started moving again. I will show you through the reception area and the public portion of the Grand Library, said Archmage Runeweaver. I will also point out the portal that you will use to transport yourself to the Council of Six's meeting room, the Chamber of Air. The Violet Citadel was a truly impressive structure that grew more and more amazing as they approached. Kryvax had no doubt in his mind that such a massive spire could only have been raised by magic. The Citadel was a large building composed of many smaller spires surrounding a much larger one, with some kind of circular structure surrounding its tip. Archmage Runeweaver quickly led them up the stairs and introduced them to the Citadel's secretary, a young human woman, and then brought them to the library. Kryvax had seen many truly impressive libraries in Asjol Nerub, but none of them, aside from maybe the Order's secret library, compared to the Grand Library alone. Many young students could be seen walking through the library aisles as enchanted books flew through the air, conveniently sorting themselves in the many bookcases that stretched to the high ceiling. The fact that this was only the public portion of the library made Kryvax wonder what the entire Grand Library looked like, restricted knowledge and all. Many of the students stopped their studying to stare at the Nerubians, but a stern look from Archmage Runeweaver sent their attention back to their books. Let's go. Many of them have important examinations at the end of the week, and they cannot afford to be distracted, said the Archmage. After leading them to the portal that would take them to the Chamber of Air, there was only a single remaining stop on their tour. Now we go to our final and, in my humble opinion, most important destination, said the Archmage, his tone one of excitement. Runeweaver Square, a portion of the city named after one of my ancestors where most of the city's classrooms are located in. We will be looking into one of the ongoing lessons. Krivax and the rest of the group were quickly brought to the center of the city, where Runeweaver Square was located, and they all entered a classroom that was being taught by one arcanist, Melilus Flametrail, an older elf man. Their entry into the classroom obviously caused a commotion, but Archmage Runeweaver and Arcanist Flametrail were soon able to re-establish order and get the class back on topic. And it didn't take long before Krivax realized that the topic being taught was magical warding. The elf stood at the front of the classroom, writing out some kind of arcane formula on a chalkboard that Krivax didn't recognize but seemed lacking. Was this an introduction course? It didn't help that the elf simply wasn't a good teacher. He did a poor job of explaining some of the underlying concepts, seemed impatient whenever one of the students asked a question, and just generally seemed like he would prefer to be somewhere else. It made Krivax wonder how Dalaran chose their instructors. Were they volunteers, or had Arcanist Flametrail been assigned to teach the class? They all watched the lesson for some time with Archmage Runeweaver quietly explaining Dalaran's educational system before Arcanist Flametrail was very suddenly interrupted. "Humph, what absolute nonsense," Vizier Haddix said derisively while speaking common, loudly. Krivax buried his face in all four of his hands as the room immediately grew silent enough that you could hear a pin drop. "Oh, does one of Dalaran's esteemed guests have something to say about our lesson?" Arcanist Flametrail asked through gritted teeth after composing himself. "I'd certainly love to hear what a giant spider from a frozen wasteland like Northrend could possibly have to say about my teaching." "Your wards have more vulnerabilities than a hatchling's first web," Vizier Haddix said bluntly. "If you dared to teach such garbage in Asjol Nerub, I would make certain that you never taught magic again. If you feel so strongly about the matter, insect, then why don't you come to the front of the room and correct me?" Arcanist Flametrail asked mockingly. "I shall, elf, and I won't kill myself in the process of doing so," said Vizier Haddix, not hesitating to move to the front of the classroom. Krivax watched with trepidation as Vizier Haddix began to humiliate the elf by pointing out a multitude of vulnerabilities in his warding formula, introducing ways to improve upon it, and even drawing out a rather complex warding diagram that had various students furiously taking notes. It didn't help that Haddix stopped every once in a while to berate the elf for his incompetence in front of his students. By the time he was done, Arcanist Flametrail was silently seething, unable to retort after being so thoroughly outclassed in the very subject he was supposed to be teaching. "How dare you? What gives you the right to come into my classroom, take over my lesson, and attempt to shame me in such a way?" Arcanist Flametrail finally yelled, practically frothing in rage after having enough. "In order, I was invited. You asked after I pointed out your failings, and I didn't shame you. Your own incompetence did." Haddix replied evenly. "Enough. If you are so confident in your magical ability, then I'm sure you'll have no problem demonstrating it firsthand," said Arcanist Flametrail. "Oh no," said Krivax, guessing what was coming. He had a feeling that the elf was about to say something very unwise. "Under the rules and regulations of Dalaran, I formally challenge you to a magical duel, the terms of which are that if I best you, you will bow and apologize to me for your poor manners," said Arcanist Flametrail. "Very well, elf. If you are so eager for further humiliation, then I will not deny you," Vizier Haddix said haughtily. "I shall not ask anything of you, as I doubt a mage as pathetic as yourself has anything I would want." Krivax couldn't help but let out a long, suffering sigh. So much for diplomacy. Chapter 28. Krivax closed the book on Dalaran's laws as soon as he finished reading the portions on magical duels and moved to return it to the bookshelf filled with recently purchased books that Haddix thought would be useful for his students' continued education. Call him paranoid. But while Haddix might be confident that he was more than capable of handling anything that came his way, Krivax wanted to learn everything he could beforehand. Apparently, magical dueling was a tradition that had been brought to Dalaran from Quel'Thalas, unsurprisingly, and was a method that mages sometimes used to settle disagreements. It made sense to Kryvax. In a society that had access to potent magical healing and powerful arcane defenses, fighting to prove a person's magical competence or to resolve a feud would naturally be more common than on Earth. Especially given the fact that Azeroth was an extremely dangerous place, which naturally led to cultures and people that were generally more hostile, combative, and martial-focused than Earth. Of course, there was a bit of bureaucracy involved in scheduling a magical duel that had taken them 2 days to arrange. Both